won't be able to, put the technology into our head and let our consciousness go inside the computer, like inside the game.
Okay.
So I think.
Sorry. Finish the point. Sorry.
I think science and technology still need to keep growing, but we're at the point where it's growing so fast. Like how we were talking before about an AI, because that seems to be what's the next step. The next step seems to be AI and what is it called? Virtual reality, creating a dream world where people can enter it, like where anything's possible. Like example, you can like the X-Men, like where you can live in a reality where people have powers like that.
Well, we certainly would create. Sorry, we forgot art. There's a lot of beautiful art, poetry we're constantly creating, and I'm of the opinion that this is some kind of a proving, a training ground where we need to learn to create and have empathy and grow that way. So, but if anybody talks about putting viruses or boosters or cranial things into tech into my body, I would just run a fucking mile.
Yeah. Even though like humans can create stuff, like how we were talking before about art and beautiful pictures and paintings and how humans create buildings and games and movies and that kind of stuff, just create different things.
Hold on a second, guys. I want to come in on the back of what Angel was saying about AI. Just put it like this, right? If you think logically about it, okay, so we're at a population, they say, of 7 billion. They reckon we're going to be at 11 billion by the year 2050. I reckon we'll hit 11 billion much sooner than that. So what's the easiest thing to do? Because the more human beings there is, the more we need to eat. So we need to create land mass for things to feed animals that we eat and vegetation that we eat. So would it not be easier to erase mankind and keep those in power, your presidents of the United States, your politicians, erase all of that and increase AI? Does AI create CO2 emissions? No, it doesn't. Does AI need anything to keep it going apart from a power source? No, it doesn't. So that's the way we're headed, to me. I mean, some people might say that is so far-fetched, it's unbelievable. But I have to say, the science fiction, what was science fiction 100 years ago, we have today in many aspects. So what they're talking about today is for the next 10 years or 20 years. And I don't see them allowing the population growth to increase to anywhere near 11 billion. If you wanted people not to be aware that this was coming, a mass extinction, you're not going to go out there and do you think the politicians are going to stand up on the podiums worldwide and announce we're going to have a mass extinction, we're going to kill all the human beings? They're going to keep that up the sleeve. So that to me is where we're headed.
Now everybody keep calm. We've got 3 days to mass extinction. Thank you very much. This has been your government.
Exactly.
If that happens, like if that ever happens and humans somehow, whoever's trying to rebel against the government, I'm pretty sure there'll be a lot of survivors, like human survivors. They're probably never, those survivors probably never gonna ever listen to the government again. if that ever happens, like what you're talking about.
Why would they listen to this? Look at what's happening on a mass scale. Am I correct in saying that all those years that we've been fighting in Afghanistan, the military is now pulling out of Afghanistan and Al Qaeda? I'm not saying anything bad about Al Qaeda because that is their land. So they have now taken or regained, if we are to believe the news, which I don't believe very often, but let's say the news is telling the truth this time, that they have regained 60% of control within Afghanistan, and that as soon enough they will have Kabul. So they will have, if you're allowing all these people that we call terrorists or our government called terrorists to regain landmass control of strategic points, the bigger picture is they don't really care. What they'll allow to happen is they'll allow everything to downscale war-wise. They'll allow these people who have been fighting against for decades now to regain control of certain areas, because if they're going to do a mass extinction, it doesn't matter where they are. They'd rather have them in one area as opposed to spread all over the landmass, So it's easier to take out people that are concentrated in cities, towns, and you know where they are. That's where, to me, it's headed. Everything's pointing to 2035, we will be no more. Between that and 2050, it'll be game over.
You doom spiraling, bro. I was just kidding.
What did you say to him?
I said between 2035 and 2050, enjoy your lives because it's game over. That's my prediction. I'm not Nostradamus. I've not been reading the crystal ball. I've not had a revelation from God, but I work on the basis of logic. And there's no way they will allow the population to increase to the levels that it's going to increase to. They will depopulate long before then. This may be what the COVID has all been about. They wanted a DNA. They maybe didn't have a virus that could attack everyone's DNA because we're so resilient to viruses. But guess what? All this stuff where they've been testing and taking your DNA, now they can create a super virus if they wanted to that will actually kill the whole population, whoever they want.
Hey, breaking on the whole AI thing. We as humans right now, do we know what consciousness is? Where it comes from? What it is? Do we know?
Well, I was thinking about that. How's it going, Bufu? How's it going, Crack Villain? Yeah, I was thinking about that. Proper consciousness to me is that you have feelings. And you have feelings of sentiment, you have feelings of care, and you have feelings of remorse. So if they actually do allow an AI, will it have feelings? An AI without feelings is very dangerous because it can't, you know what I mean? If you've watched all these films, futuristic films, where aliens have came back to destroy the earth, and then one thing, it's a bit like Noah. Noah found grace in the eyes of God, so he saved Noah and his family. It's similar to that. An AI without feelings is without consciousness, true consciousness, or is it? It's a big question.
Well, like my thing with AI is, there's no such thing as a computer that can think for itself. The computer can only do what it's programmed to do. It's a machine. It doesn't have a brain. It doesn't have a soul. So, like, my whole stance on this AI thing is just complete nonsense. Nothing against Cube.
Look at like the technology that's coming out these days and the way it's growing. Like we haven't created a reality that's actually real, but we can create reality inside a computer program, but we haven't created ways to go inside it yet. But if you look at the shit we're kind of creating inside the computers, we're pretty much creating like if you go back in time, people would look at that shit like it's real. Like, my point is that, like, we're creating stuff that you never would have thought that would have been real lately, like the past 20 years.
You go back 100 years. Yeah, I heard what you said there before. I get where you're coming from, brother. Yeah, I totally understand what you're saying. But if you read into it, I don't think that it's too far-fetched to, if you program a computer brain, a supercomputer, to understand everything about you see, we have people who can plug into a computer, and that computer can read our brains, apparently. So if it can read our brains, it can read our emotions, our thoughts, etc., etc. If they can build a computer from reading a human brain, then you're almost giving that a consciousness, if you know what I mean.
Still think it's far-fetched for a computer to be able to think for itself, because at the end of the day, it's a machine that's programmed by us humans, and it's going to do what we program it to do. It's not going to just one day decide, okay, Skynet, and build a bunch of Terminators.
What if you program it? What if you program it to make? Listen, wait one sec. What if you program it to make random choices that are specifically programmed to make an abbreviation almost, so that it actually, not abbreviation, actually make it so that it basically makes an aberration of what we program it to do. So program it to do the opposite of what it's programmed to do almost. So using its algorithm finds the opposite of what you tell it to do.
Yeah, I reckon that you're on the right page with the AI when you're talking about giving a program called choice and helping it understand what choice means, and give it the ability to make choices on its own.
Right, so think about
I still don't. I think you'll have to do that. Like, that's another step into giving it consciousness. But what breaking down, you were talking about an AI that has feelings. Oh shit! I didn't think that was possible, but fuck, it could be.
Let me add this very quickly. So if you look into like any of the cyber attack systems that are out there, software for cyber attacks, right? Then you can program basically AI, right, that effectively is plugged into grids and plugged into extremely advanced cyber warfare systems. You can program it to download new programs that come out as they come out as well, and then utilize them against the countries they download them from. So you can literally have a self managed security system / defense and attacking system that is built up of an algorithm that downloads different pieces of software for defense, hijacking defense modules and different things like this. And we're talking like genuinely talking about arms and stuff like that being used. You know, it could be programmed to take over some of that as heat-seeking signature capability on the coast of a country, and it's an AA system, anti-air, and it takes out anything within this parameter of this size and this size. So we can teach these things to automatically basically start attacking people if you program them right.
Yeah, because like I can understand that Bofu doesn't think it's possible, but I don't know.
I'm not saying that it's impossible for machines to do things they're told. What I'm saying is impossible is that a bunch of ones and zeros isn't going to be able to think for itself and have feelings and, you know, emotion. It would be a computer that's programmed to do things randomly, like Crack was saying. So yeah. Like that's where I'm at. Like a bunch of ones and zeros isn't going to be conscious. It's not going to be sentient.
That's why that's the next step in technology that a lot of people, you know, to create a consciousness for it, and I think they can do it, but I don't know when.
It's going to be a copy, though. listen, it's going to be a copy of what you think. It's going to be a copy of ultimately what the machine can, at the highest level, understand at that time about how the conscious mind makes decisions, right? And then they would have to have parameters, certain axioms that it would base decision making on, which would be pre-programmed. Then you could pre-program it to learn on its decision making based on old results and things that it did. But yeah, I'm sort of more in line with the idea that sentience or any real form of consciousness, I don't really see how this is possible. And the idea of copying a consciousness and transferring it doesn't work.
Algorithms aren't consciousness and never will be.
I agree with that.
Let me ask a question. Do you think that they've put into their quantum computers the prediction for mankind? They definitely have. And they're probably playing it out right now.
Well, I've seen video footage of two supposed AI robots talking to one another, and after 30 minutes of them talking, they started talking about killing mankind.
Oh,
now,
shit.
What's to say though that these talking robot heads weren't programmed to do that?
Yeah, I would agree with you on that, Bofu. But yes, if they weren't, a very interesting point that's raised there. Because let's face it, as I pointed out before, what is better? Is it better that we allow the population to go to 11 billion and we have more poverty, more famine? Because the governments aren't treating the people right. It's not our fault. I believe that we could provide a sustainable life for every human being and the population growth, because as someone pointed out earlier on, we could fit the whole of humanity into Texas. Now, when I was a child, they said you could fit the whole of humanity into one of the smallest islands that there is on Earth. That was the Isle of Wight. So that's a very small island. But we have all these rich landowners that are not parting with their land either. We have royalty with millions.
Queen's got 3 billion.
Yeah,
Queen's got 3 billion.
Exactly. We have all these rich people with all the land, and they want to say that we're the problem. We're not the problem. We could have sustainable life, build up the way, utopian housing. We could do lots of things to sustain a population of 50 billion on the earth. So they're lying to us straight away by telling us we cannot sustain life. They have created this destruction and they're continuing with it.
I think they're lying about how many people that are here. I truly don't think there's 7.8 billion people here.
Yeah, a lot of people think that. I've heard that before. Some people think there's not even a billion.
Well, there would have to be over a billion for sure, but 7.8 billion?
Yeah, they're fudging the numbers and everything.
Yeah, because I haven't done a census myself in over 12 years. So I'm technically not even here. I'm not accounted for. So to think that, how many people out there don't do censuses every 3 years?
Well, when you're born, you got a birth certificate, and the government gets that straight away. So unless the government's making fake birth certificates, and that's definitely a possibility too. So what you're talking
for a democratic election, yeah.
So what you're talking about, it could be, but we don't know.
Here's a bigger question. If they are going to do a mass extinction, what can we do about it? My answer is fuck all. Nothing.
Yeah,
we are actually in no place to do anything about it because we are so fragmented as a people. As I put up the little picture earlier, they know how to divide us. They know how to conquer us. They've been doing this for centuries. And we're not in a place to do anything about it at all. It'll be just as the Bible says. It'll be come like a thief in the night. You won't even know about it. They'll be marrying and giving in marriage. They'll be doing the regular thing. You'll be taking your kids out to the park, and then all of a sudden, boom, game over.
I reckon the only people that got a chance against it is the gangs, because they don't go by the government and they got a lot of power. But us as civilians, probably not. And I don't even think the gangs will beat the government, even if they all ganged up together and started fighting back. I reckon they'll put up a good fight and do some big damage to countries, though. A lot of countries. But I feel like the gangs would be the last people standing. But civilians, shit, we're going to get taken out.
Well, what ways can they take us out? How can you take out billions of people and protect X amount of, like, say, 500 million people? Let's say the Georgia Guidestones, for example, right? Okay, I'm not saying there's any truth. There's a lot of speculation about the Georgia Guidestones, but it says 500 million people. Now, that's a sustainable amount in their eyes. So, and they can still manage everything they want to. And if they have increased AI to a point where it is ready to just run machinery, do what's required, blah, 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 how can they take us out all at once? It's either going to be a super virus that they're going to spray over the skies and you're going to die within days or hours. They could spray Ebola, AIDS, united with other viruses, if you believe in virus. Or there's another way they could do it. You've got your 5G towers that are going to be upgraded to 6G, which is terahertz, and that's only 3 steps away from a gamma wave. Now, all gamma waves are is short millimeter waves. They will kill you within hours. If they can put a short millimeter wave within in every town and city on a pole, there's nowhere you'll be able to escape at all. There's loads of ways they could kill us. Just think about it.
And they can also just drop a bomb. Pretty sure, like...
they don't want to drop bombs because bombs destroy buildings and destroy areas, and if it was radioactive, they don't want the fallout. So there's much easier ways to get rid of a human population than destroying the landmass itself, okay? So they don't want to destroy that. They want to keep the landmass, keep the machinery, keep all the things in place, especially the nuclear power stations. They want all of them. They want anything that generates power, they want that. So why destroy a landmass? There's going to be another way to do it.
Very doom and gloom in here today.
Well, guess what? I'm having a joyful day. Listen, talking about the future of death to us all is not doom and gloom for me. It's reality. At the end of the day, we embrace it. What is mankind great at doing? We embrace our future. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with what you're saying. I mean, it's I'm enjoying the conversation. It's just
I don't want to be the bearer of bad news any day, but I'm just I see myself the older I get. I'm 48 years of age now, and from all the things I've looked into, I'm a bit of a realist now. So I tend to think logically, as opposed to, you know.
I don't want to upset everybody in here, but you're all going to die one day. Sorry about that.
You're all going to die. Well, guess what? As humans would say, we all die one day. It's just how we go out.
Everybody dies, but not everybody lives.
Well, I had this out of the body experience, and I think that only our bodies will die, but our soul and our consciousness goes somewhere else. Because when I had this out of body experience, I went to a place where I was talking with the devil and also angels, and all of them, like the devil and all these angels, they somehow knew everything about me. And they had their own personalities. Like, it's like, you know how I'm talking to you right now, breaking down how you have your own personality and you have your own consciousness. Yeah, they had their own personality and their own consciousness too. And I was thinking to myself after I went to that place, I was thinking that they don't only know everything about me, but they know everything about you guys too, and every single human that's lived their life. And then I found out after going to that place, that out of body experience with the devil and that, I found out that we have no privacy either. Like, literally no privacy at all ever since we were born. So I just think that the body dies.
I can't say about out of body experience or anything. I've never been into that sort of stuff. I've never tested it, tried it. I've never tried to leave my body. I've never took drugs that I would try to do that sort of stuff out of body. So I'm not up to date on that one.
Even Joe Rogan talks about it too, that he had an out of body experience, and he was talking, but he calls them. I think he saw some different kind of entities. I don't think he saw what I saw. Apparently, he saw elves, and these elves knew everything about him too, and they had their own consciousness. And like a lot of people have like had out of body experiences where they go to another place, they talk to a certain entity, and the entity knows everything. And yeah, like there's not one thing that they don't.
You're talking about ayahuasca, I think?
About what?
Ayahuasca?
I don't know what that is.
Okay, well, it's a drug you take where apparently everybody meets the same entity.
That's the one that I didn't take this drug, but the one that everyone has the out of body experience. I didn't take it, but it's called DMT.
Yeah, DMT's the main ingredient in ayahuasca.
Oh yeah, so that's what he's talking about. Is it the same thing that you're talking about, PMAC?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like they somehow enter another realm and they meet entities that know everything about them. But I went to a different realm. I got I think it was heaven. You know, that's just what I think, because I was talking to angels and the devil, and because my heart, I was just drinking, having a long drink in a day, and then my heart beating real fast, and then I passed out.
Did the
My heart.
did the bouncers not kick the devil out of heaven? Though?
Huh?
Did the bouncers not kick the devil out of heaven? What the hell was the devil doing in heaven? Did Michael not come down?
Oh, I can't.
Get out!
I'm
Get
sorry.
out.
Why not? You said why not something?
Did the bouncers not kick the devil out of heaven? You says the devil was in heaven.
Yeah. When I was there, that's what I was asking him. I asked him, "What are you doing here? I thought you're supposed to be in hell." And then he told me that God loves everyone. And then I was like, all right. So then I said, I said to him, so that must mean Hitler's up here too. And then he wasn't. Apparently he was in hell, Hitler. And I was like, what the fuck? How come he's in hell, but you're not in hell?
Did Hitler take over the devil's position?
Did heaven take over the devil's position?
Hitler went to hell and he kicked the devil out. He's that bad.
No, I didn't say that. I said that Hitler was still in hell and the devil wasn't.
Yeah, Hitler kicked the devil out of hell.
Uh, I don't think he kicked him out. Oh, you mean Hitler kicked the devil out of hell? Oh shit! No, I don't think he did.
It takes a while. I need to drop there, don't I? Never mind.
Yeah, it was real interesting going to that place that I went to because the first lady that I saw there, I actually saw her 1 year after in real life, and she wanted to talk to me, but I didn't. I turned my back on her.
I'm sorry. Say that again. I missed that. Sorry. You met a woman in this trip, in this out of body, and then you met her in real life.
Yeah, the first. She was the first lady that I saw when I got there straight away.
And did you know her? Had you ever met her before?
I don't think I have. That was the first time I was conscious of her when I saw her in heaven, and I always remembered her after coming back into my body. And then 1 year after that out of body experience, I saw her in real life, and I didn't want to talk to her.
That's trippy, bro.
Because of, yeah, I know. And I wasn't even high at the time. I wasn't drunk when I saw her. And as soon as I saw her, I knew she wasn't human. Not anymore. Maybe her soul is human, but I knew what I was seeing when she showed up into this realm that me and you are in now, called Earth. I knew that she wasn't physical, and that she just looked physical, and I could see her, but other people couldn't. Yeah. Wow, I don't think anyone else could see her.
What? So you turned away from this woman that you had a premonition of, or that you previously met in an OBE. Were you afraid, or did you get a feeling of dread? Or why would you turn away from somebody that you'd never met, but you've seen them in OBE like a year before, or 6 months before? They show up in real life and you don't talk to them?
Oh, because when I was in heaven, she used to always have sex with me.
You're LARPing, bro.
Huh?
Are you LARPing?
No, not right now.
Okay.
But she was always having sex there, and I was like, oh shit. Fuck this, I'm not gonna fall in love. And then I turned my back on her. That's why I walked away. I was just scared because I was like, she's actually real, you know. And then I was like, fuck that, I'm not gonna fall in love again, because, you know, that shit's oh shit. Falling in love is like, it's either the best thing that can happen to you, or it can be the worst thing. Do you know what I mean?
Tell me about it.
If I may,
I'll show you something else, P-Mac. You know that place that I was at, I think it was heaven, right?
Right.
You know, when you have sex there, it's like it's different to Earth realm sex, because Earth realm sex, you know how you put it. I'm sorry.
Sorry, go ahead. 6.
So okay, when you have sex there in heaven, you know how you're coming.
Yeah. Okay, dude. Right. All right. Okay. That's enough. That's enough. Move on. Change. Different. Whatever. Sorry. I think Flatman Cam was going to say something there. No, Angel, that's you've gone too far there, bro. Just cut that out now. We'll talk about something else, eh?
Well, I'm pretty sure we're all adults here.
Yeah, but it's not a
But,
fucking sport channel, bro.
but we can change it, yeah, if that's you don't want to hear about the experience. I was just going to say the difference, but
No, I don't
you know,
really.
that's fine.
Thanks. Thanks very much.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I just wanted to share something since you're talking about this. To love is nothing. To be loved is something. To be loved and loved back is everything.
God bless you. Angel, what's your position on the shape of the Earth?
I've been thinking I grew up my whole life thinking it was a globe. And then, you know, what they say is you get older, you start to question things, have an open mind, and like listen to what people have to say. Even though you don't always have to believe it, you can always like hear what they have to say and make your own understanding of what they say. And then, yeah, I've
Do
been
you think
thinking.
we're in a spring water ball? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, why not?
Well, I've got a lot of reasons, you know. One strong reason would be when what really hit me to the flat earth, what really caught my attention, wasn't flat earth, it was gravity. That's what led me to the door to flat earth. Because I was looking into gravity for a while, and I saw this guy doing experiments on gravity, and what he was saying made sense. You know, everything he was saying made sense. That it's not gravity, it's density. I don't know too much about buoyancy, but I think he brought that up too. And like I could give you an example. You know, a lot of pro flat earthers would think that a lot of spinning ballers could debunk me if I said this, but this is just one of my examples. So, you know how they teach us that gravity holds things down into the earth, like example, the ocean, or the ocean would just tip off the earth, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Well, I thought to myself, well, if gravity is holding, you know, strong enough, it's got to be fucking strong if it's holding a whole ocean and, you know, on the floor, on the what do you call it, on the earth, down on the earth, and not going off the earth, like going straight up off the earth. It's keeping it down, gravity. And then I thought to myself, how the hell are birds flying in the air down the ocean? Like, I can't wrap my head around it.
Yeah, on the earth. Yeah, same thing for me, bro. That happened to me too before when I started with it. I was wondering how it was holding hundreds of thousands of tons of oil tanker to Australia upside down, and seagulls and butterflies are flying about. That kind of blew my mind. That was one of the first things. Yep. Same as yourself.
Oh, yes, that's what hit you hard too.
Yeah, that hit me hard, yeah. I thought of that before.
Like, I don't think gravity is holding down the ocean. It's got to be something else. Let's be honest, not gravity.
Yeah, definitely not gravity.
I think what's holding the water down is not gravity, but it's its own weight. I think that's the correct answer. Not some force called gravity. I think what's holding it down is its own weight.
Yeah, but it's not it's not on a circular shape moving, is it?
The water?
Yeah, it's not on the exterior of a ball moving. I mean, you can't prove that in nature. You can't do that by any experiment. That just doesn't. That's just crazy. It's fantasy.
And also that another thing is that woke me up to flat Earth was the firmament. Yeah, like because once I found out about the firmament, then I was thinking, well, how the fuck did NASA get on the moon if we got a firmament? Because I used to think that a firmament wasn't real because it was just in the Bible. And when I was younger, like when I was growing up, I was like, I used to go 50-50, you know, half on the Bible, half on science. Example, I used to think that the firmament wasn't real, but the Bible always talked about it, like a barrier that keeps everything inside the earth. And then I used to think that the world was made by the Big Bang over millions or billions of years because I used to do science at school. So I was kind of like, I was leaning on both sides. I was like, okay, you're right about that, and then I mean, like, Bible's right about this, and then science is right about that, and then Bible's wrong about this, and science is right about this. Oh, it was on both sides, but now I'm thinking, now that I'm getting older, it's just like you got to be careful with what people tell you. Like, you have to understand what our human race is like. We're known to be greedy and like power and even lie. We're known to lie. Like, I'm sure you've told a lie and I've told a lie before. So, you know, and same thing goes for all the other humans.
Humans will always take advantage of others just for profit. That's always been happening right now. There's been so many holes poked in the moon landings and in the gravity and heliocentric model that it just looks like a fucking Swiss cheese at this stage. But yeah, taking advantage. Humans will always take advantage of other humans for profit. It's happened. It's always happened and always will.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the main part. Just understand what our human race is like. Once you understand what our human race is like, you can like understand the possibilities that what's true and what's not true. Like now that I'm getting older, like first I woke up to flat Earth, and you know, because I'm getting older, and then now I'm waking up that maybe the Bible's corrupted too, because humans wrote that too. And I'm not saying it's all corrupted. I'm saying don't be surprised if humans wrote stuff about God and said that God said this when he didn't say it. Like, don't be surprised.
I agree.
Like, I'm not saying that the Bible's rubbish, but I'm saying I understand the nature of the people that wrote it. That's what I do understand, and then you have to look at possibilities.
Yeah, I'm behind you 100% in that statement.
I do think a lot of stories in the Bible are real, though. Like, for example, the flood. I think the flood's real because if you look at the world, it's like 65% water, or 70% water.
70 is closer.
Yeah, and the 30% is like land.
You don't know what to believe these days. Too much bullshit being flung around.
That's because of like, history can be changed. We both know that. For all we know, like there could have been a war, a great human war, and they changed everything, like what people learn and stuff like that, and what's in history. They could have made different, history, and it can happen in the future too. They can change history.
Absolutely. Look, the world's been here for fucking is it 1 billion years now? 2 billion? The universe is 3.6 billion, and there was dinosaurs and things walking about, and we're starting to realize that that's probably all a fucking fugazi. So, of course, they can change history. They've changed the entire way that something came into being, and things that were walking on the earth that probably never did.
Yeah, and I don't really believe how they teach me at school about dinosaurs. I don't believe. I never really believed in dinosaurs. Because they told us what dinosaurs were around millions of billions millions years ago.
I always felt sorry for Tyrannosaurus Rex with them small forearms. How'd they have a wank?
How do they have a what?
Never mind.
You said a wank. I thought you said I crossed the line, motherfucker.
Hey, that's a wank, man. Hi.
I always wondered the same thing too. Why is the Tyrannosaurus Rex so big but it has small arms and the biggest feet?
I mean, if I'm going to evolve as a monster, I'm going to have the biggest fucking arms you ever seen, bro.
Yeah. Like King Kong. Now, do you think dinosaurs were real though?
I don't think so. I don't think so. It's one of the things that would wake you up to flat Earth and other things is that you realize that in front of the it's the theory of gravity, the theory of relativity, the theory of evolution, the theory. Everything's a fucking theory. Nothing's a fact.
Yeah, I think it's like I don't believe in gravity. I think goes by weight. And those people in space floating around, I don't even think that shit's real. I think that shit's CGI.
Oh yeah, well sure, it's proven, man. I mean, you've seen it so many times. People going by in harnesses. Look at the hair. People grabbing harnesses. I mean, it's obviously a fake.
Yeah, I started looking into that shit after Flat Earth, the space, and space being a lie. I started looking into that shit, and I agree. Or if there is space, I don't think it's how they tell us it is. I think it's inside our Earth realm. Everything that they show us in space, I don't think it's outside outside our Earth. I think it's inside. If it is real, I think it's inside the firmament. Because no one actually knows where the firmament is, like how close it is. Even I've been asking flat earthers, even where do they think the black hole is? Do they think it's outside the firmament or inside the firmament? And then they say there's nothing outside the firmament, and that's what I was thinking. The only thing I think's outside the firmament would probably be heaven, but I think that's when you're opening up a different dimension, like with different, you know, with it's a different reality, you could say, to what our reality.
Wheel in the sky, keep on turning. Yeah, I think it's big wheels or something. Some kind of wheels.
Yeah, but so what do you think about those out of body experience that I had with the angels knowing everything about humans?
I think OBEs is probably a thing because there's just too many people that have experienced them.
Do you think there's a entity watching you ever since you came in?
I don't know, bro. I think that everything probably is recorded.
Do you think that everything probably is recorded?
Yeah, I think everything is recorded somehow.
Yeah, it must be, because like when I was talking to these angels, I was like, how do you know everything about me and what's going on inside my head when I was thinking those things when I was in Earth? Because they know what I was thinking in the past when I was in certain moments. And they were telling me that I wouldn't understand.
Yeah, well, those entities don't work with time. They're outside of time, right?
Yeah, it's interesting that you say that, because I said to them, what year is it here, like since you guys were made? And then they said time doesn't exist in this realm.
Yeah, can you imagine living in a place where there was no time? I mean, everything is time. It's strange. I thought about that the other day. It's just we're all constricted by time. Everything happens because of time, and entropy happens because of time. Time, you have to have time as a thing. People think it's a concept, but it's an actual thing, because without time, there is no entropy.
There is no what?
Entropy.
What's that mean?
Well, things don't deteriorate, things don't move on. You need this passage of time in order for things to change. Without change, if you have no change, then everything is just stagnant.
Oh, I can see where you're coming from. Yep, like how a tree grows in time and the human grows in time. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, time is. Yeah, it's exactly. It's a part of the system. It's without it, the system could not exist.
Or it could be a made up reality that humans made. The word time.
Well, it's a visibly observable phenomenon.
Some people would say that time only exists in our Earth realm, not outside it.
Yeah, well, I'm only concerned with the Earth realm right now.
Yeah, because that seems to be where me and you started our beginning, right?
What is time?
Well, I feel like time is something that humans made up.
Yeah.
You know, like past, past, present, and future. I feel like humans made it up.
Yeah, we made it up to have a better understanding of life and motion, actually.
And to keep the track of what day is it is.
Well,
And what year? What year?
it's the days and night cycles and seasons are not time. They are cycles, repeating cycles.
It's an observable phenomenon, therefore we give it a name. That's not making it up.
But they are not related to time in any kind of way.
I think time is another way to explain it would be answering the question when. I think time would be a good way to answer the question when. Like when did this happen, or
Wind. One of the four winds.
I mean when, WHEN.
Oh, win, like lottery win.
Like when you could say when did this happen, or when did that person die, or when was that person alive?
Oh, when?
But then you can like ask yourself this question: when did the creator exist? Like, it's like asking a question that doesn't make sense.
Well, the creator is God of life, so he is the source of life, so he's above life itself. He's not bound to time,
Yeah, I agree.
I will say this thing that we call time is actually an angel at work, just like wisdom,
Oh, so you think time is an angel at work?
Yes.
It's an ingredient.
God gave him this job to do, and he never went astray. Has any man walked the other way in time? No. This angel will not allow you to. It's a governing law of nature. An angel.
Oh, so you believe in angels and demons too?
It's not that I believe. I read about them, so I know.
Oh, I don't believe in them. I know they're real because I had an out of body experience, and I was telling PMAC about it. That they know everything about. They knew everything about me, and I was like asking them. So I have no privacy because you seem to know everything about me, and then
so
and then
hiding yourself, your privacy, holding to your privacy is futile. Why would you care? Like if Facebook or Twitter or whatever, these big tech corporations, they see what you talk, what you communicate, what you think. They put an accent on this privacy, like, you must be able to hide yourself, to do dodgy stuff. When you do dodgy stuff, nobody sees you. You have to have this option open,
Everything will be brought to light, get bigger.
Yeah.
Because I felt a bit embarrassed because I was like, oh shit. So you know everything about me, and then that means that like fuck, I had no privacy. Shit.
Believe me, you have not done anything out of the ordinary, which no other man ever did. Like there's,
Yeah.
we can do shameful things, and hey, yeah, sometimes we don't have the necessary teachings and education, so we didn't knew, and we were pushed towards doing certain things, and then later, because this is how his life is bringing you stuff every day, is bringing you new stuff, and one day you will find that truth and meaning, and you will see for yourself that you've been doing wrong or stuff, and then you stop doing it because you know it's not doing any good to you nor to anybody else, or even if it does some good to you, like it will make you feel like you're getting bound to this world. So yeah.
And another thing I experienced with this out of body experience is that they can make your thoughts a reality, like real.
Yeah.
Example, I don't know how they do it, but let's say to them, I said to them, "Oh, can you take me back in time to a certain moment where I was talking to this person?" And then they say,
You
"Yep."
know what? I'll tell you a very funny thing. Lately, these programmers, computer programmers, which are into development of AI, artificial intelligence, the AI researchers, they found out that if you send a resonating radio frequency in Fibonacci sequences, certain Fibonacci sequences, this radio frequency interferences will help an AI to enter a state of sleep, just like living beings do. When we go to sleep, that is what is actually happening at the quantum level inside the cells of our brains. There are these radio waves, very weak, of course, but they show Fibonacci sequences, patterns. And these kind of frequencies help us sleep good. And when the AI was given time to sleep, when he wake up, he was rest, and he was much better learning and focusing, and it would see when they first started to give the AI the ability to learn, machine learning and stuff like that, they were learning, increasing in knowledge, and at certain levels they were going crazy, like mad. They were start doing things out of the ordinary, and things that no man can make any sense of them, and yeah.
Has this happened? Is this real?
Yes, this is real research, and it's being applied now to Cleverbot and many other online AIs. Amazon Alexa.
So the AI was creating lots of new inventions.
Yeah.
Like really, really fast.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I was telling everyone there. The AI It would be making new inventions like crazy, new
Yes.
technology, like so fast, and it would explain to a human how to
Yeah.
make it, or it would explain to
I've
a
seen-
human.
I've seen engineering designer AI. He made the chassis of a car in less than a second.
Yeah, of course it would, because like freaking hell, if you're talking about a robot with a human consciousness, but the only difference is that the robot can store all the information and memorize everything and think for itself, like with like a human, like have consciousness.
Well, of course,
I know.
he did have access to a database with all the mathematical formulas, equations, then all the metal alloys, structural resistance, crystallization stuff, um, torsion, everything. And when he built this chassis, he built it the most ergonomically, most efficient, and the best resistance you can achieve using that material. So it reduces the waste of natural resources.
Yeah. Oh, I'm listening.
It is doing many great wonders in the world, and people, these engineers and scientists, they fully adopted it and wholehearted, but none of them treat it like a real living entity, not yet.
Yeah, a lot of the few people that were in the call don't think it's possible for humans to make an AI with a consciousness.
We did make it, and I'm telling you, Google, NASA, AI is running on hundreds of quantum computers today. In 2000, it was the first time when they started the quantum computer, when they turned it on. And once they did that, they had this problem, the virtualization of the shutdown button. The shutdown button becomes virtualized. So you, as a human being, do not have physical access to it anymore.
I don't. But the AI you're talking about is not the same AI as the ones people talk about on the movie, been shown on the movies with a human consciousness.
Yeah. This one from Google, NASA. Actually, NASA developed it in the 1989, and when they launched it the first time, when they inaugurated the World Wide Web, that was actually the neural network for the NASA AI. It was a worldwide network. But this was the neural network for their AI system. And the first thing he did, the first move of this AI was he took over the world stock markets and world finances. And he started doing wonders in reducing natural resources, telling
So they
his...
turned it off, did they?
Yeah. No, it's not turned off. And we do not have access to turn it off because in 1994 to 1996 he started uh, coding itself, hard coding itself, and this code he came up with the blockchain um, replaced the RSA algorithms, which they were using these codes to secure the world's military weapons, you know, remote controlled weapons and stuff like that, uh, guided missiles, yeah. And this RSA algorithm, today you can crack it with quite cheap hardware, and yeah.
So I was talking to PMAC and telling them
Yeah.
that we have these entities that know everything. He reckons that everything's being recorded too. I don't know explanation on what's recording it, but I reckon he's right too. That everything's being recorded from a
Yeah,
from another
log.
from a di- another
Everything is logged. Yeah, yeah.
from another dimension, like a spiritual dimension. Like because I was telling
Well,
him,
I would say it's recorded from the cyberspace. You know, this virtual world, we see it on our devices and computers, you know.
yeah. Do you feel like you feel like everything's being recorded to you, like every word, your every or ever
Oh,
since you
it's not that I feel. I made use of this. I was cracking into online shops and I was stealing financial informations and stuff. So I was making use of everything this is recorded in, you know.
Oh yeah, what do you think's recording it? I think it's uh a spiritual.
Well, you know those kind
Oh,
of questions at the bank, like what color was your first car? You know those kind of questions,
yeah.
security questions. Yeah. Well, um, I had all of them from almost all the American people and Europeans.
Security questions.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And
So
that means card number, PIN, and you get also these security questions. So I was able to call the bank, uh, give all those details, yeah, fake identity, and actually do wire transfer, confirmed, and everything, you know. Yeah, it was working back in the days.
yeah.
Even today, but because we still didn't switch from, internet's encryption. Uh, vastly is used this IS encryption, 256 bits. And this crypto processor is the source of it. It's you can find it like the whole source, the whole crypto processor, HDL, hardware description language, and you can download it into any FPGA, and then you can use this crypto processor any way you want. You know, if you give it if you give him data to the output, which is no, yeah, you switch it the other way around. So he's with the output where the input is, and with the output at the input. And when you pass that encrypted information through it, it will just show you instantly on the other side decrypted, you know.
So how far do you think we are from creating a virtual reality for people to enter?
There won't be any kind of that virtual reality hive mind stuff is actually you won't be experiencing like in a dream state or stuff like that. I'm I'm not sure ordinary people will ever get that kind of access. You know, we will always have the slave kind of access, user level. You know, not root.
You don't think that humans are capable of creating?
Well, I see Elon Musk doing research into linking your brain to the computers and stuff. And yeah, these technologies that we already have, they can read. The 5G um, can read quite a lot of the brain wave spectrum. It's capable of reading it. So
Well,
your
the
phone
reason,
feels what you think. You know.
the reason why I mean, like, if people want to enter it quite literally, like, you know, the Matrix, for example, how people can enter it there through technology going into the brain, how they stick the thing at the back of the head. I feel like science, like they could create the virtual reality. The question is, how do we get inside it? So that's where I think science comes in with learning about the brain, because you know science is always learning new things about the brain. They still haven't figured out everything about the brain, like what every part does and trigger what they trigger. Because there's so many mysteries to the brain. Like I even have a feeling that if you use your brain, let's say out of 100%, and you use 50% of your brain, I feel like you could probably manipulate objects, make objects bend, or telekinesis.
No, we don't have that kind of. I mean, even God, I don't see his powers anything like that.
Einstein reckons
the greatest power of God that I can think of is the spoken word.
You mean how he speaks and then whatever he speaks becomes
he can speak something and it becomes reality. Something that for us at the moment is illogical and unnatural. If God speaks it, it will be logical and natural then for us by default. You know?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I know how he speaks stuff into existence. A lot of my friends that are atheists,
Yeah.
they don't see any logic in that, and they think it's a bunch of rubbish. They
The
go by
creator.
science.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
go by science and explanations.
Well,
And then I
actually,
was,
they are not going by science. They are going by the heliocentric globe religion, which is a fanatic religion, And they are more religious than you are, or even myself. And I wouldn't say of myself that I'm religious, but yeah.
and when I tell them my opinions on, God,
Mm.
they think I'm taking the piss. They don't take me seriously.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
they're like going, "You're fucking with me, aren't you?" And I'm like, "No."
Yeah.
And then they're like, "But we went to high school together, and weren't you listening in class?" And then I was like, "I was
Yeah.
listening in class."
Yeah.
Right.
You,
Weren't
you
you
know,
listening in class? Exactly.
yeah.
That's the thing. Like, these people, what's crazy is that there's a gauge between how you see the world, and we just see it for what it is, and we're like, oh, everybody's like, it's not that bad. What's wrong with social media? What's wrong with the things I do? Like, what? That's where
Yeah.
they're still at. We're at, hold up, what's going on? Well, why is anybody? That's the thing. All of the distractions stop you from allowing yourself to say what's going on now. That's the problem.
Here's a strange thought. There's people that actually have a anxiety over the fact that if they had to go to the toilet, they wouldn't be able to call YouTube up on their phone, like they wouldn't have a connection to the internet. They actually have physical anxiety.
Yeah.
Fact.
Yeah.
What did you say? Because they won't use their phone in the toilet, they get physical.
They get physical anxiety of the thought of having to go to the toilet and not being able to look at their phone, not having internet on their phone.
No. You're 100% right, because that's a real thing. Literally, because that's me right now. I mean, like, my phone is on 60% because I wanted to go to sleep to ASMR rather than put my phone on the charger.
Yeah.
I'll be upset if I have to put my phone on the charger, do something. I'd rather just have my portable charger so that I could listen to what's going on while I'm doing what I'm doing. That's obviously not healthy, but the difference is I realize it and I can do something about it, at least if I so chose. Like, people don't understand that this is a problem. But I wanted to go back to something that I forgot, because the reason I opened my mic was to say this, but I forgot earlier. So this is how you know people are under just mass hysteria or mass delusion, because it's simple to note that you don't need science, so-called, or natural science for geometry and determining the dimensions of something. So
That's true.
On its face, when people are like, "Oh, you don't believe in all the scientists that have discovered and proved," no, if it's a geometric shape, it should be measurable. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
No matter the size,
That's it.
we are on it, and
mic drop.
Yeah.
It's really simple stuff, If you're navigating in your radius, between you and the star's position on the ground, because its zenith is, right above the GP, the ground position. That 1,000 miles is a straight line in navigation.
Guess what, Elijah? Do they know how many
That's it.
kilometers? Do they know how many kilometers or miles long is the Route 66?
I don't know it, so I'm sure they don't.
I don't know what it is, but if we search this up, will we find the answer? How many miles is this route, famous
600
route in USA?
666
Yeah, it's a very-
miles.
There you go. See, it wasn't hard.
I just make shit up as I go along, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, I seen that video on Nathan Oakley's the other day. It's brilliant about the GP and the positioning and the sector and the
And hey, they measured 666 miles. They measured it. They know it's not curved.
carbon's 6 as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
6 of these, 6 of those, 6 of that. Everything's 6.
Yeah. 6 is the number of man. And yeah, that's what they are working, corrupting. That's what, yeah.
Have you seen this carbonite or graphene?
Carbonite, graphite. Graphene, yes.
And when you're a child, right? When you're a child, you think that the sun is a burning ball of fire. Nobody corrects you, right? Because obviously we're told that it's this densely packed area of gas, which makes it plasma somehow. The thing is, either situation, gas, fire, whatever it is, right? Like, why did I have an idea of like this burning fireball? Because that is what they, regardless of what they told you, like, that's what they showed you. You know what I mean? Like, and you went with that as a child. But if there was a logical thinking adult in the room, wouldn't they have said, wait a minute, isn't space supposed to be the great void? How the hell would a fireball be in the vacuum of space? That doesn't make any sense. Yeah. There was no one there for that child. There was no one there for me. Like, we're all just ex-clovers.
Yeah.
We're not a stain on society.
Actually, you know what, Elijah? When I remember when I was like 3 years old, very young, small, and I know that I was looking at the sun. I had no idea, no clue. I mean, in those times, I had like black and white TV, so I haven't seen any US movies or anything like that. I was only watching some cartoons, and very stupid, silly cartoons. They were not American cartoons. They were Romanian and very idiotic, And I never came to this information that the sun is a spinning giant ball of gas ball in space and stuff like that. And when I went outside playing, I know that I was looking at the sun. And my dad came to me and saw me that I'm looking at the sun, like staring at it for an hour, And my dad told me, "Hey, don't look. Why do you look at the sun? Don't look at the sun because you're gonna go blind." And then that day, uh, at night, when I was about to sleep and stuff, he started telling me about the space. Like I asked him, "Yeah, how is that thing in the sky so bright, so luminous?" And I told him that I want to see through it, you know. And then my father told me that the sun is many, many millions of kilometers far away, and it's a giant burning ball of gas. And he started telling me about the cosmos and stuff. And it was fascinating me, all these stories he was telling me. But these stories he was telling me were the exact this guy, Carl Sagan. And yeah, because he was like in the 80s, he was quite fashionable. Yeah. So then I felt like, oh, when I went out next day and I looked at the sun, I knew what it is, and I knew it's not good to look at it, straight at it, because you go blind. But a couple years ago, as I switched to flat Earth, but also, you know, changing my paradigm about my understanding of the world and all this stuff. I was going with the bus in, in the city, and then I saw the sun. It was summer. It was very bright, burning, hot. And I just started looking at it, and first time you feel like your eyes coming to tears. You feel something in your eyes. And then my eyes adjusted, and I could see the sun. Yeah, it is very bright, but everything is like becomes darker. And even the sun is not so bright anymore. And it, you can see it's very different the way you see it. And when you move your right side, then in another place, uh, it looks dark. Like in broad daylight, it looks dark, and you see a blind spot like of light. You still see it, and to me, that blind spot is changing colors. Blue, green, purple. You know, uh, and yeah, it takes like a minute or two for your eyes to readjust. But when I did this, uh, I was with an aunt which had shoulder pain, and I knew she has a shoulder pain. I looked at the sun, yeah, and then uh, I moved my eyes to her shoulder, and I was just looking. I couldn't see straight away her shoulder, but I know my eyes were pointed at her shoulder. Like that blind spot is pointed right at her shoulder, and I think there is some kind of thing, sort of energetic thing that we can do by looking at the sun, and then you look at people right in front of you. It sounds silly, but yeah. In that day, my aunt said, yeah, the shoulder pain just went away, magic, She doesn't know why, and I never told anyone. Yeah.
Big it.
Yeah.
What do you usually make yourself for dinner?
What?
What do you usually make yourself for dinner?
A donor?
Donuts.
I don't know. Can you repeat the question?
What do you usually make yourself for dinner?
Oh, I'm vegan. I don't make donuts.
I didn't say donuts. I said dinner. Dinner.
Donor. I don't know what that is. What is that? Something that you eat?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you.
I said, what do you make yourself for dinner?
I don't know what is a donut.
Dinner.
Dianer. Can you write it in the voice text?
Yeah, alright.
Please, okay.
Dinner. What do you have for dinner?
That's what I said. He just told you. Get big it.
I'm looking at the voice text now.
The guy just told you right now in the voice call.
Hello?
Yeah.
So, sound. I think sound is very important. We were talking about how can an entity have the power to speak words and make them come into being, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Have you seen what
Real quick, hold on. Hey, sorry to interrupt. What's your name? Angel. Have you ever been to Science vs. Pseudoscience server?
What's that? Is that Flat Earth server?
Yeah, it's Nathan Oakley's channel. It's his server, the one he does his live show on. Do you know who Nathan Oakley is? Alright. I usually go over there on the panel. And it's pretty good. Shit gets crazy over there. It's like where majority of my time was spent, there's a lot of a wealth of information from those guys over there. And it gets pretty heated whenever Globe Earthers do come on. So from 9 to 11, you want to go over there?
Yeah, you can go and tell them all about how great it is to have sex in heaven.
Okay. That's why I'm inviting you over, man. I don't know what these guys are on right now. So I'm going to head out for a couple of hours.
Is that why you want me to go there?
Well, not really. I mean, because it truly is
it truly is like, I mean, he has a morning show, so this is when people, at least Monday through Friday, it's a different vibe. You should see it because they're focused on actually what science is. They have these housekeeping questions like, is there any evidence of gas pressure without a container? Is there any evidence of the R value, radius of Earth? Is there any evidence of the distance to the sun? Is there any evidence of the molten iron core? Is there any evidence of axial rotation?
Yeah,
Is there any evidence of curvature? Like, that's the housekeeping questions. And then I only said it because we're 7 minutes in, so they've probably blown through them all. And anyway,
yeah, stutter for me, bitch.
once you get over there, yeah, that's a quote from Nathan. When you get over there, you'll the room is too full. Yeah, so like the after show room. I'm a mod over.
How big is it? The server? Oh. I'll try reconnecting. I can't hear you guys.
Yeah, I think it was me.
Hello?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I think it was me. With my headphones.
Well, yeah, I can hear you guys now.
Yeah, I'm saying that basically the rooms had you into.
What is it? Is the invite just for me, or are you inviting everyone? Huh?
Anyone can go over. They have the link.
Where is it? Oh, there it is. Oh, yep. Flat Earth. It's a Flat Earth server too. It's not a Flat Earth Society, is it?
No, it's a good server.
Oh, yeah, because those Flat Earth Societies just get smart to me all the time when I join.
No. None of
You have Flat Earth Society?
the thing is, well, how long?
You're breaking up, Elijah.
Yeah.
You're breaking bad.
Hey, Elijah, have you ever heard of a man that's a flat earther called Derek Nelson?
No.
Nah.
Me neither.
I can't even write.
Is he British, actually?
Who?
Or Scottish?
Oh, Righteous Force. I seen that picture somewhere.
Yeah, Nathan Oakley's. Righteous used to be here quite a bit, didn't he? What I recall.
Is that you talking, PMac?
Well, it's me talking, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think,
Righteous Force, yeah. I think he used to be here as a mod.
yeah, I think he's banned.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm not imagining it.
Yeah, I don't know for sure, but like, maybe if I got the story right, or he got all his roles taken away, because I mean, he's been up to some pretty shady shit over the last year or so.
Okay. I'll just say he's a good guy. Just put it out there. Prove me wrong.
He's not even.
I would say no.
He's not even in the Flat Earth server, in our Flat Earth server.
No, he used to be.
Huh? I'm guessing he was in our Flat Earth server at a time.
Many moons ago.
So, Angel, a couple of days ago, you weren't a flat earther, nor leaning towards.
Yeah, I think what happened with Righteous is that, real quick, like he like modded Indio, like muted Indio on the locally server. Yeah, like deleted a bunch of his posts, all based on globalists crying about it. So then, I think that was the final straw that broke the camel's back of all the stuff he had been doing.
You cross Michael, you're crossing a path you don't want to cross.
Yeah, especially if it's if you go there now, the text chat is nothing but globalist trolls. Just as soon as a flat earther says anything, it's just a pounce. It's like a swarm from that what's that TV show where Seinfeld, where they swarm the person they thought was like stealing something.
You realize these young men of today, they haven't seen Seinfeld.
Yeah. If they look up Seinfeld swarm, they'll get the idea of what it's like there. Then if you say anything back, that's a mute.
No soup for you.
Exactly, right? See, the thing is that, like, I heard somewhere that he got involved in some sort of gaming group, and a lot of them were globalists, and he got carried to some high-level rating or something like that. So now he basically does their bidding.
It's a puppet. Well, I'm one of them people. If you're not here to defend yourself, I won't talk about you.
The bear will always go to the hive with more honey.
In this life, people I noticed at work too, they're just they're living on a fucking soap opera.
Oh yeah, just go there and check it out. Just go to that server and just advocate for even the lowest level flat earth positions. Just present QE stuff and see what happens. And the funny part is that they never go to the show. It's only like the after and the after show. The regular show, they flee like cockroaches. The globalists I'm talking about.
Like somebody shone a light.
Yeah, so it's like you stay for the Nathan Oakley show. You want to continue the conversation with fellow flat earthers, and you can't. They disrupt for the next 23 hours.
Those motherfuckers.
Yeah, go check it. As I'm saying, don't believe me. Go check it out. See what you think.
I am. You're talking about Righteous Forces server, eh?
Yeah, the server Science versus Pseudoscience. And it's basically led by this.
What's the point you're trying to make again about it?
Just go check it out and see what you think. I'm not making anything.
I'm in it now.
Okay.
Tell him you're a flat earther.
Yeah, just jump in there. Say hello, fellow flat earthers. It's nice to have a server to talk about science or something like that. Just watch what happens, right? I love science. This is why I think the earth is flat. And just,
Science?
Science brought me the flat earth, observable, measurable, and repeatable. It's flat and stationary. I'm not trying to tell you what to say. Came up with your own verbiage,
Oh, Angel will be telling about out-of-body experiences, sex in heaven, fence sitting, all kinds of shit.
What the hell?
That's good, Angel.
I bet you that's PMac talking right now.
Can you picture that?
Hey, is that you, PMac, talking again?
It is the one and only.
You keep bringing that up, but you told me to let it go, and now you keep bringing it up. Are you all right?
You're right. You've got me there.
It's the second time you brought it up now.
Yeah, but I'm only doing it for the humor, for the.
You didn't even let me finish off the story.
I'm doing it for the comedic value. Understand? You and I will be doing this 10 years from now. Please God, we'll still be alive. I'll still be bringing it up.
Shit, you're probably gonna bring it up to me when we meet each other in the afterlife, for fuck's sake.
Yeah. Just look for that guy he's talking about sex in heaven. That'll be me. So, Aidan, I'm guessing here now, right? Are you from Australia?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I'm from New Zealand. Well, usually people on here think I'm from Australia, though.
It's close. It must be frustrating because, people in here think I'm from Scotland all the time and I'm from Ireland, because the Scottish and the Irish to most people in the world sound exactly the same. Well, New Zealand and Australia, this isn't going to fucking surprise you, but you sound exactly the same as each other.
Yeah. Oh, so you're from Ireland?
Yeah, check it.
I noticed Ireland. I noticed Ireland people are full of life.
Full of funny.
Is my mic working now?
Yeah, it is, Elijah.
All right, check it out.
Yes, actually. Okay. Yes. And then how could that be on a flat plane, on a flat Earth? If everyone looks up on a flat Earth, the sky's going to look the same direction anywhere.
You're talking about the sky, having proven that it's something other than a flat Earth that we're on? Because, we're trying to think for that, right?
By just the way the sky seems to rotate, that needs to be like we're either it's either front back, which it can't be front back because there's it's a mirror world in reality. It has to be top bottom, and that would only make sense if it was flat.
You're saying top and bottom of the sphere that he assumes, right?
Yeah, I'm assuming.
So you're begging the question again, like you did in the pre-show. Assuming the top and bottom of a sphere, so that's begging the question again.
Yep. I'm not begging the question.
I'm just assuming the top and bottom of a sphere. I'm trying to prove it can only be the top and bottom of a sphere. I'm assuming, but I'm not begging the question. Yes, you are.
I'm willing to change my.
You stuttering bitch. Yes. Well, attempts of me pointing out. That's like in the pre-show. You interested?
Oh yeah, that's where we're at. I'm about to head over there. That's live right now, bro.
Stutter for me, bitch. He is brilliant. I do love him.
It sounds like they're having an argument over there.
Yeah, they're debating right now.
Yeah, no one's had an argument over here the whole time I've been here.
Oh, stick around.
It happens a lot. That's why I said in the mornings when it's slow like this, I just go over there because that's where it's jumping, and because that's what I'm saying. Get is that's my guy, but he,
I met someone. I'm sorry.
No, I say Get is my friend, but sometimes, I just need a little more of a, more of a passioned debate in the morning to get me going.
Yeah. Because I'm imagining that in that VC that you were just showing, recording for us to hear, it sounds to me like there's a lot of globe earthers in there. Were there?
I wouldn't say that. They don't come in there, but that's because, I mean, they don't know how to answer these questions, so they just kind of stay away. Kind of like here. I mean, what are they gonna do? But they do come here often. You just got to catch them. Like somebody should be in here. That's the problem. Well, there's a lot of people over there right now. So, but they come in. They'll probably be in here in like an hour or so.
Yeah. We there when the first server got fucked up, the first Flat Earth 24/7 server?
No, I wasn't there for that one.
Oh shit, I was there. And yeah, I saw all the admins like Jose and that leave to this one because one of my mates fucked it up.
Yeah.
His name was Human Sheeple.
Yeah.
He used to be a moderator in the first Flat Earth 24/7, and his perms got taken away. I don't know the whole case, the true story, but that's what happened. And he got upset, and yeah, the server got hacked. And shit, that server, the first one had like about
Well, like just to be clear, there wasn't really anything that was hacked, because what happened was there was a Discord function at the time that if the owner of a server was absent for a duration, I think it was a month or 2 months or so, then like the second in charge accounts could claim ownership of the server. And that's basically what Human Sheeple did at one point. He claimed ownership of the server, booted all the mods, and turned it into a shit show.
Yeah, that's what he did, and then he turned it into a freaking childish Roblox server, and I was like thinking in my head, what the fuck?
Yeah, I had like been away for a week, so I came back and I wanted to go to 24/7. I was like, what happened? What is this place?
Oh, so you're one of the original members too?
I've been around a while.
Yeah, you're one of the old members.
Old school.
Yeah, like you're like that guy Jose, and that you're one of the old members. You probably know about Karen B too.
Oh, yeah. She was admin on the old server too, I think.
Yeah,
well, I'm not exactly sure what happened there. There was some kind of falling out, I think, between Karen and some other people. But
here's the thing. See, when I found out about Flat Earth and went into the thread, and it blew my mind. Whether I believed in it or not, see, the last thing I'm going to do is sit every day as a Glober, every day, arguing with people that are shooting facts at me that I cannot disprove day after day after day. Why would you even do that? If you think that it's full of shit, if something doesn't fucking click with you, why don't you just go live your life? But no, you sit on the internet day after day after day telling people how stupid flat earthers are. And you haven't one iota of proof as to why they are.
It's called control.
They must be paid or something, bro. Or programmed or fucking something.
Yeah, it's about like control and about basically what they want to do is advocate for group think. Like they see people who think differently and they've deemed them wrong and they've deemed them subhuman. So they're gonna do whatever they can to harass, deter, disrupt any conversation.
Yeah. So if you don't agree with the majority, then the majority can violate your rights. Congratulations.
Exactly. Which is what is happening now with the old Squirtaroonie. I can't actually say the word because this is broadcast live on YouTube, but the old injection. The vaccinated and the great unwashed. There's a booster coming now, by the way. You hear about the booster? They really want that shit in us. I don't know why, but they really want that in you. They'll give you a free hamburger.
Turn your neighbors in, you get donuts.
It's like you're watching this and you're thinking to yourself, is this really happening? There's people driving around in cars with masks on. You can't get into supermarkets without a mask on. You get the booster, the injezione or whatever, and Jabba Dabba Doo.
People are wearing diapers outside.
Yeah.
And there's no one around.
No one.
And they have a diaper on.
Yeah, another man passed me the other day on the way down to the shop in the middle of nowhere, and just because I was coming up to him, he put a diaper on his face. That's not going to protect you, bro. You've either got it or you haven't, man. And it's just... it's
really even real.
Yeah, it's an exercise in futility, and it's like... I mean... You're 80 years of age.
Do you think there's a prion thing floating around? You think it's real?
Yeah. It's like,
I'm not sure.
I don't know, man. It's like your demise is inevitable, right? But somebody mentions a couple of words, and suddenly you're taking every precaution, like putting diapers on your face to try and fucking prevent. I don't know. I mean, I haven't seen anybody lying in the street. I haven't seen corpses all over the place. It's not like it's a fucking Spanish flu, eh?
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I always say to my buddies too, they're all fucking double vaccinated. I'm like, listen, bro, when I see dead bodies lying outside my front door, I'll think about getting vaccinated.
Yeah, that'll freak me out. Yeah, that would.
Until then, fuck off.
It's interesting that you say that because
you're just pushing it.
One of these ladies that checks up on me all the time, she was asking me if I wanted to get vaccinated for the COVID, and I was like, no. And then she was like, you should, because it will make you immune to the COVID. And then I was telling her that I think if I got COVID, I wouldn't give a fuck because I'm going to die sooner or later anyway. Better sooner than later, though.
Whoa. Okay, 2 questions. Why better? And why is some lady checking up on you?
Oh, because I got out of rehab last year, and after I got out of rehab, I have like this lady and this man. They both check up on me once a week, and they just take me out for a drive and talk to me like how we're talking now with you. Just talk about anything.
Make you feel normal.
Oh, they're just making sure I'm okay, like that I'm not, what's the word?
Losing
they're making sure I'm mentally stable. Like, if I was showing signs that I was not all right inside the head, they would tell my doctor, and my doctor would put me back in rehab.
Okay.
But I was just talking about the vaccination thing because you were talking about it, saying you don't want to get vaccinated. If I heard you correctly, and you said that you'll get vaccinated once you start seeing dead people on your front door, and
Sorry, go ahead, Angel.
Yeah, and I was like thinking the same thing. I don't want to get vaccinated. Don't give a fuck if I get COVID.
I mean, like every time I open the news feed, right? It's all this guy and this girl, right? This wife and husband, they died within a week of each other, and their last words were, "Get your kids vaccinated." And this is like every day, every fucking day. It's like since the Aurora, since the Dark Knight Rising fucking shooting. I said to people, this is going to continue until they fucking get your guns away, America. And it's been happening nearly every fucking month. You've heard of this mass shooting in America, that mass shooting in America, this mass. They're just trying to get your guns away because an armed populace is not easy to fucking subjugate. So it's the same thing with the vaccine. I see it every day in all my feeds. It's like, and this person, and not just this one fucking husband and wife. This anti-vaxxer who was big on YouTube, he died of the COVID, and his last words were, "Get your people vaccinated." Shut up! I mean, it's a joke at this stage. I mean, it's all fucking theater.
I know, right? Like, fuck, I don't give a fuck about getting vaccinated. If I was dying from COVID, I'd be like, well, fuck, I'm not gonna. My body's just gonna die. My consciousness and my soul is going somewhere else.
Yeah, that's a different story. But I don't even know these people. I don't even know if they exist. I mean, it's possible. But fuck me, like every day, some couple and some fella and some anti-vaxxer is dying from COVID, and his last words were, "Get people vaccinated." Fuck off.
To tell you the truth, one of my friends, he's a flat earther too. He was talking to me that COVID, like he's been trying to tell me a lot that COVID's, not even real. Like it's a bullshit. That the government's up to something. And I was like, at first I was thinking, oh, you're going over the line, mate. Like he really told me a lot of shit ain't real. And then I was like, no, you're going over the line. I did it. And then lately I've been thinking, fuck, he probably is right. Who knows, man? COVID probably is a hoax, and the government's up to something. But fuck, I don't know the full facts. I definitely know I ain't stressed over COVID. I know my family's stressed over COVID, though. They're taking it serious as fuck.
Everybody is, yeah.
Yeah, but me on the other hand, I'm a bit different. I don't care if I die or not. Like I've had a lot of people pull knives on me and shit. I couldn't give a fuck. Some people fear death. I don't fear death because I feel like the next life is going to be so much better. No more pain, unless I go to hell. But I don't think I'm going to go to hell because I ain't never burned anyone. So, and I hope I don't burn anyone. Because that will probably make me feel like I'm going to go to hell.
Right, so going back to the COVID thing.
Oh, yeah. So what do you think of COVID? Shit. I don't even think we're allowed to talk about COVID on here, eh?
Yeah, sorry. That's right. Masarona.
Yeah, do you believe in masks? Do you believe in masturbation, public masturbation?
Masturbation.
Yeah.
Are you trying to be smart?
Let's remember that one.
Masturbation. Masturbation. I'm going to use that. Thanks.
That's good.
Yeah, it's a term. It's a term in the LGBT. And is not a new term. Is actually hundreds of years old.
Oh, what is the LGBT? Yeah. Because I got this Christian lady.
This homosexual stuff and transsexual stuff. Those kind of things.
It's a group of very confused people.
Yeah. Non-binary.
Non-binary.
Despite the fact that humans biologically are binary. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Oh, I got this friend. She told me she's non-binary, and then I told her, when you were born, what was down south? And then she said, a pussy. And then I said, you're a female. Stop telling me you're a non-binary bullshit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, and then
Yeah.
she keeps arguing with me and telling me I'm being childish for saying that she's a female when she's non-binary. And then I was like, me being childish? How is telling you the truth being childish? You're the one telling yourself. She's telling herself lies.
The problem is she's in the wrong arguing with you, because none of us should pay any attention to anything they say until they go to the damn government and fix that shit in their own birth certificate. To state in their birth certificate that she's a he or she or whatever he wants to call himself or herself, to fix that in her birth certificate. Yeah.
Did you imagine?
We can talk about it.
Did you imagine in 2010 they would be sitting in 2021 talking about people that don't even know if they're male or female? They identify as non-binary and talking about pronouns and the way to say things. I mean, in 2010.
Well, they were online in 2010. They were online. They were discussing all these subjects on the internet. I was aware.
Right. So let's say after 2000, after 9/11.
Mm-hmm.
What happened 9/11? I mean, so it seems to me, or 2012, the world went into complete fucking meltdown. I mean, there's people didn't even know.
A lot of people think 9/11 is not even real. Do you think it's real, P-Mac?
Well, you see, the more I wake up in this world every morning, the less real it gets. It's beginning to feel very fucking unreal to me. It's like we've moved into a different fucking dimension, bro. It's like
it's because you're starting to see the lies. Like it's like you're breaking the matrix. You broke through the matrix. You could say
exactly.
Because when you realize the truth and separate it from a lie, that it's pretty much the same thing as unlocking the matrix.
Hey, socializing is not something which they forbid, but they make it in that way that if someone reports you that you bumped into him on the street, he's going to put you in jail for terrorism, like social contact and stuff like that. Socializing with unknown people.
I've just got to introduce a guy called Tom Campbell. Okay, he believes in simulation theory, etc., etc. But his arguments are very good. If you listen to him for a half hour, you will maybe start to think that you should give him another half hour to listen to.
So what's this Tom Campbell talk about in the simulation theories? What does he say about simulation?
Well, basically, in a nutshell, we are in a simulation. And
so is that he feels like we're actually in a simulation, right? Our human race right now.
Yes, information flows. It flows to and fro, but he also believes in that we are here to learn. We're here to grow, to earn love, to understand empathy, to be better beings at whatever we're doing. But his arguments are really good. I don't know them offhand by now, but let's say, for instance, the double slit experiment.
The double what?
The double slit experiment.
Is that similar to the multi-universe?
Yeah.
Okay.
It is. Matter only reacts once it's been observed in a way that it's supposed to be. It's supposed, that you would think it was. But if nobody's observing it, it behaves in a completely different way.
Is light matter?
What?
Is light matter? Because in the double slit experiment, they use light.
Photons, yes.
What is the photon?
Okay, well, let's say it's not a photon. Let's say it's a carbon atom.
Well, carbon atoms are totally different than what light is.
Well, just let the man tell us about this Tom
it's like comparing. It's like comparing electricity with water.
Okay, so water has memory, right? I was just kidding.
Yeah, it does, but they don't accept it in the official scientific narrative.
Wait a minute. Did you just agree with me?
Yes, I do agree with you. Water does have memory.
Now, that was something I thought about, let's see, about 25 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, and suddenly I kind of realized that that might actually be a thing.
Yeah, that's the time in the 90s. That's the time when I also saw the documentary of this Japanese doctor who claimed and discovered that water has memory.
Yeah, so he in his mind or with posters around the water, he gave negative thoughts, and to the other sample he gave positive. And
yes, when you write like a note and you put it on the table, and then you put a glass on top of it, if you write love, hate, or poison and stuff like that, and then you drink that water, which is water from the same source, it will have different effects on you.
Well, not much, but if you look at the result of the growing of the crystals, one would be looking really good. The one with the love, the other one would be like a really,
All the positive words, they show this harmonic symmetry, ice crystals, symmetric ice crystal formations. But the ones that have poison, hate, despicable swearing words and stuff like that, curses, those that water, when you freeze it, has chaotic ice crystals that make no sense. There's no symmetry in them. No order.
Thoughts.
So,
can have
also thoughts
upon the world around you.
Yeah. That's why it's very important when someone brings you a glass of water because you ask. It's very important to give thanks.
I agree with that J. Doherty guy that people's thoughts affect the world and other people.
Yeah, this is why I'm saying that it shouldn't be all doom and gloom, because if there are a handful of people, and it is growing, of people who are living in like Tom's world or a different world to the world that we're born into, change will eventually happen for the good.
So that guy that you were talking about that you found real interesting, the guy that you said after you watch a little bit of him, you want to watch some more, and you said that he's got a simulation theory, and he thinks we're actually in it. Does he talk about a computer simulation or a spiritual kind of simulation? Is he talking about technology?
Both. Yes, both. He's talking about it's a simulation, but it's we're here to learn.
what is it through? Like,
what is spiritual, right?
There can be different kind of simulations. How can it be? Oh, it can be both actually, through spiritual and technology. Oh shit! I think if the simulation was quite spiritual, it would mean that we would actually literally go into it and leave this world. Like, we'll go there with our mind, body, and soul, not just our mind. Most people's simulation, you go there and there with your mind. Like the Matrix, for example. Are you there?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the Matrix, it was through the mind. They went into a computer-generated system that felt like, so real, because the person that made it, the AI, he was also the person that created the simulation, and he had his own consciousness, this AI. So he knew a lot about humans, and their behaviors and their feelings, and the world, because he probably had cameras everywhere from us humans and the satellites. And
I still prefer reality because it beats Hollywood, like big time. Because in the creation, when you start like in depth studying it, creation means bringing into existence. Correct?
Yep.
If you're doing it from this world, like where we are right now,
creation means to bring into existence. It doesn't say where from or stuff like that. Yeah, it doesn't matter. And this, according to logics, implies that this is a realm of existence.
Yeah, this is a realm.
Well, we are in the realm of existence. We exist.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and
what he's getting at is just because.
Once the creator started to his creation, automatically by default, that implies that there is a realm of non-existence, the opposite. And it was unknown to anyone. Nobody knew, only the creator knew about it. And this is why the fallen angels rebelled against God, because they did not knew that such a realm exists. Because this realm of non-existence, it is horrifying to a living being. Everything, you see, we take it by default. Space, air, ground, clouds, sky, light, night, stars, everything.
But that's not the same
by default. But in this realm of non-existence, none of this exists, and not even space itself. So it will be a place which is very crowded, but also like you will never be close enough to anybody. Because you don't have the concept of space inside there.
When I was in that other realm that I was telling you about, heaven, I could actually enter into Earth realm, not me, not like of my doing. My guide, my angel could I don't know how he does it, but he could let me go back in time to past events and watch stuff, like me talking to other people and stuff like that. And I couldn't see myself though, and he told me if I talk to myself, he has to undo it because it's going to change the way things are supposed to happen, so it's not allowed. Because I could talk to myself and have a conversation, and
foretell your future.
I was actually talking to the past me, and every time I saw myself, that I knew that it was me, because every time the me in the past saw myself, he automatically said to me, "You're the devil, aren't you?" And then I knew that was something I would say, because I would say the same thing, because if I saw myself walking on a street, I would go up to that motherfucker and say, "You're the fucking devil, aren't you?" And because why I would say that is because I know the devil can shapeshift into different beings, like different people, like can even appear as a lady. And so that's why I thought every time he saw me, he thought I was the devil. And then I told him, huh?
There's probably different dimensions. What you think of the devil is probably a virus in the system. There's probably a whole lot of different dimensions. We are living in one. It's here for a reason. It's here for a purpose. It's for us to grow. What made that? Who knows, right? But there are other things happening outside of this realm and this dimension that we don't understand.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying, PMAC. That's why I was telling you when we were talking about space and aliens and shit before, I was saying that I don't think aliens exist in our Earth realm, but I do believe that they exist outside the firmament. I don't think outside the firmament is how space tells us, like, physical stuff and go by the laws of science and logic. I think it has different laws to our reality, like a different reality, like outside the firmament. Like, I think that realm is, there's so many different dimensions there, like you were talking about. Like, because when I was in heaven, I actually met a lot of different species, like not inside heaven, but my angel could take me around the universe, and he could show me different life, like, for example, owls, and not only owls, predators, like Alien vs Predator. He could show me these, and I was like, "What the fuck? I thought they weren't even real." And I told him,
Terrence McKenna shit.
Yeah.
You know Terrence McKenna?
Well, that's true.
No, who?
Terrence McKenna?
No.
Okay, there's another guy you should look up. He talks about elves, machines, and shit. He talks about elves, masses, and machines.
Yeah, it does say in the Bible there are beings which we don't know. We never seen before.
Well, I was trying to hear what PMAC was trying to say. What are you saying about beings?
Terrence McKenna was a very, very cerebral fucking philosopher. He did do a lot of drugs, but he made a lot of sense too. So he was talking about things that people can't understand today. So, as you know, despite that, I just like to ask you, from my point of view, right? There's only two things you need to know in order to be 80% towards the truth. You need to know where you are and what you are. Okay, so we figured out that we figured out where we are. It's not a spinning ball traveling through space. Okay, so that's 40%. Now we just got to figure out what we are, and then we're 80%, and then some fucking genius will figure out the last 20%. You only need two things to figure. You only need two things to figure out where you are or what's happening: is where you are and what you are. And
well, I think we are spirits, like we're trapped inside this body. I don't know the full story. All I got is the Bible, and then I don't go by science and fucking.
Well,
monkey,
I take it you're not a spiritual person then.
Well,
If you say that you are trapped.
I feel like everyone's whatever they believe, because that place I went to, we got these spiritual beings that record everything. They know everything, and it's about you. Like all the dumb shit you done in the past, all the weird shit you do, they know all of it. And if you had replaced me and went to that place, you would have seen that shit, that they know everything. And
maybe it's not a trap. Maybe it's a learning curve. Maybe it's not a trap at all. Maybe it's just something that we have to learn. Maybe that's why.
I feel like it's a punishment. Like we're being punished for something, because like we get sick, we die. I mean, we die of old age.
Yeah, we go through a lot of shit. Yeah,
we're not being punished for something. We are being punished for what we did.
And what did we do? Like, because I didn't even know.
You know very well what you did.
If
you know very well how many times you lied. You know very well how many times you cheated on someone. You know, I mean,
if we're not
this
being
is
punished
personal stuff, intimate.
But if we're not being punished for what we did, then why are we being punished in the first place? If we're not being punished for what we did, then why are we being punished?
Well, all we have is what religion tells us. Like, we could go with the Bible, or we could go with other religions that are not from the Bible. But we'll just go with the Bible, because the Bible is the the majority, like, of people that are religious believe in the Bible. So we just go with the Bible, because the majority believes in the Bible.
So when something is in the majority, what do you do?
Well, I know what you're trying to get at. Like, it's not, you're trying to say, is it always the right thing to do, even if the majority believe in a bullshit? I get what you mean, because like majority people believe the Earth is flat, is round. Right. So we're the minority. We believe in what less people believe in. But if you look back, it used to be the other way around. If you go back before science, it used to be everyone used to believe the world was flat.
The minority of the minority.
Yeah, it was the majority over the minority a couple hundred years ago. But now it's now that we got science and schools and shit and universities, shit's changed.
But as you say, the nature of human beings is to enslave and capture other people for the sake of profit, for the sake of making themselves rich. And most of humanity, if you look at it in reality, are that way.
Materialism. Yeah.
Exactly. Look at like a beautiful example of what you said to be true is that the story of Jesus. Now, I don't know if Jesus was the Son of God, but apparently he's in our history books and he was a real person. And apparently the story goes that he was going around helping people and healing people, and people were cursing him and calling him bad names. People that called themselves followers of God, and these followers that call themselves Catholic or Christians, they condemned him to death. His own people. And that shows you the human side. And then you got the atheist Pontius Pilate that was trying to save Jesus, trying to say him. How Pontius Pilate gave the people a murderer and a thief, and then he gave them Jesus, and he said, "Pick, which man do you want to be condemned, the murderer and the thief, or the man that hasn't committed a crime?" And then they said, "Oh, give us the Jesus. We'll kill him. Leave the murderer.
Barabbas.
Leave the murderer and the thief."
Yeah, Barabbas.
Yeah, and it shows, and the worst part is that those people were freaking high ranked in the church, and that's what I've been thinking, that, you know, fuck, if we had people like that in the church, and you know, these people used to stone girls to death for being a whore. Shit. You know,
well, and history is repeating itself, because today
they're still doing it.
The people put a president, a pedophile, as a president. So yeah.
Who was that?
They put a pedophile as a president.
Trump?
History is repeating itself because the people choose a pedophile to be their president.
Oh, and that's why people have that saying, "There's nothing."
Fucking sniffy Joe Biden. Yeah.
Yeah. He had his parents forced him to invoke a mental disease in that trial that he had, so he can get away.
I mean, I cannot believe that man is president of the United States. I mean, fucking George Bush, for fuck's sake. The man tried to get out, try to exit stage left through a fucking cupboard. He had absolutely no idea where he was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But that president has not been chosen by the U.S. people.
But I mean, this reality is so fucking...
The U.S. citizens. They
so
didn't vote or chose him. Yeah.
Is it even real anymore?
Yeah. I say that Biden has been put in place by the big tech corporations and TV media, news channels, televisions.
But anybody can become president. Yeah, if you have a lot.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah. And this is, I just saw on my own skin. Once you do these things which are despicable to God, God makes it that way, that He gives you this world in your hands to do whatever, all the evil that you can imagine or want to do, and all the stuff. And yeah, you live your short time here, but that's it. That's all you got. You get nothing.
It's not even that long. It feels so long when we're living here, but shit. Yeah, I think when your body dies, fuck, you're going to another place, and you're never gonna fucking die again. Like you're only gonna die once, and that's in your physical body, but your soul and your consciousness, you're never gonna die again. And to tell you the truth, I find that quite saddening, that when I went to that place, because when I went to that place and met those angels, I was like, "Fuck, I'm never gonna die." And I was like thinking to myself, "These guys are gonna hold all the weird shit against me for all the time."
You know, I had revelations too. Like I was a ex-evil hacker and stuff like that. A wicked person, I would say. I was a thief. Yeah, I got caught. I did my jail time and stuff. But I also had the change of heart before getting caught. And I myself, I saw this trial as God giving me an easy punishment. So I took it. Like I didn't went to the trial. I refused to go, so I know that I am guilty by default, by not showing up. So I went to prison. I paid my stuff, to the Caesar, but hey, I had my questions. I asked God. I took the Bible. I read the Bible, and I had revelations once I was inside there. And as an ex-hacker I was also atheist, but with this mindset of a hacker, when I took the Bible, I just saw that there is logic, there is programming, there is coherence, I saw it like it's a big picture, a huge one. And I understood it. Yeah, my way. I understood what was important for me to understand. And this revelation that I wanted to say, I asked the fire of Armageddon. I was curious, like the end of the world, and that judgment day and stuff. And it came to me with my knowledge in quantum computing and AI, stuff like that, cyberspace. I got to the point that I'm convinced that this AI is, you see, there is this parallel worlds, multiverse theory. I'm not invoking it or anything like that. I don't believe it. But there is something which is similar, and that is hell, cyberspace. It's a virtual world. It doesn't exist, but mathematically, we do have all these options and variants, like different choices. If we did different choice, then it will be different, a different story. But we didn't make that choice. And those versions, those worlds, they are only conceptual. They don't physically exist. They are possibilities.
I've experienced how
quantum computing, this is what is doing. Quantum computing is tapping into these non-existing worlds, and it's actually materializing them inside this one. So it's merging like these multiple versions, and up to the point where you see these parallel worlds, they are so separate one from another, and by the governing laws of nature, that you are actually right when you say that they don't exist.
Yeah, I don't even know if I believe in this quantum shit anymore. I mean, is that just because?
Me neither, not entirely, but I've seen stuff in it.
You see, how do you see stuff in the quantum world? It's like they say because
quantum programming.
Quantum. That's really, 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 really small, right?
Yeah, it's you see, you give a computer a problem, it's gonna solve it fast for you. But you give a computer like a million problems, it's gonna take some time to solve them all, you know. And quantum computing, you can give him infinite amount of problems, he's gonna solve them all in one split second.
Yeah, I suppose what I'm saying, if we don't believe in a spinning ball and dinosaurs, do we believe in quantum? Do we believe there's like 7 billion people?
Well, quantum programming and computing is not about believing. It works, you know. Like, we have it, and I'm telling you, our conversation is being
recorded,
happening through Google NASA D-Wave network quantum computers. All the internet is flowing through those computers. Those computers are administering all the information flow on the internet worldwide.
I haven't seen a quantum computer though.
Yeah. Oh, they are horrible. They are black boxes, cubes.
Oh, they were?
Yeah.
Oh.
Just like the Mecha Stone.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah.
It's like in Revelations.
Yeah.
The beast gave breath unto the image, and then the image came alive, and it caused everyone, great and small, to die if it wouldn't worship. Yeah.
So this is what what I speculate, that quantum computing is merging these worlds, and it messes our world, but they have a repulsion one to another. Like they have to be different from one another so that they are separate, you know. But once you copy information from one of them into this one, it merges them. It makes they cannot coexist identically, you know. They both become one. But in all this time, there is a repulsion between them. They want to untie themselves, to separate, to be different one from another. So this is like a dimensional friction, tension, which increases every day that we use the internet, and every day that this beast is evolving,
so
growing.
Every day we use the internet, we make a beast.
At one point, what I saw is that at one point, this dimensional friction will be so high that it will ignite. It will ignite.
Will overlap.
It will make a spark, and it will ignite with a fire which burns unlike any other kind of fire seen by any man. And this fire, I see it like it can burn everything backwards in time. So after you die, they bury you in your grave, and you are dead right there. So this fire is coming, is burning your grave. It reaches your bones, it burns them backwards to the point where you died, to that day, you know. And in that moment when you die, you see the fire coming, burning you, you know, and the veil of time is going to be lifted. So you will see it in your lifetime, from the day you are born to the day you died. You see this fire taking death away from you, and is coming and burning you. And every evil doing that any man did, it will be undone. Any good deed also, you know, of these evil doers, because they don't just do only evil stuff, they do also good things sometimes.
That's kind of heavy, bro. Holy shit.
Yeah. And it goes all the way to the
Where's the book
moment.
coming out?
Yeah, let me finish. It goes all the way to the moment when you have been baptized, when you have been given a name, and it will take your name away. And from that moment, it will turn you into the child, which brings this fire inside the mother's womb that gave birth to you, and is going to burn the very womb that you came from.
Okay. Get. Yeah, I love you, bro. And I appreciate you.
Amen.
But that is that's hardcore,
horrifying.
That's hardcore.
It horrifies me, Yeah.
But it's just something, if that could be on your mind, you don't know. It could be reality.
It's speculation. I agree. It's not. Yeah.
Okay, that's some fucking far out speculation, bro.
This was a revelation that I had, reading the Bible, and and mixing it in my mind with the knowledge I already had,
well,
in my field.
How this world, right, is so fucking crazy right now. Whatever, all the shit is going on, bro. I don't, anything that I have a mantra. It's anything that can happen will happen. If anything's going to happen, it's going to happen in this world, bro.
Yes.
So,
as it has been written,
Yeah. So I just never say that something is impossible, because anything can happen. I mean, the way the world's going now, it's crazy, man.
I know what you mean, but I will never say that
anything can happen. Will happen, bro.
Nothing is impossible, I mean, there are impossible things. Like, you can never become the father of your own father, That's something unnatural.
All right.
Yeah.
You're deep diving now.
Yeah. But just to slightly correct you, because I know what you mean.
You could never create a soul. I don't think humans will ever be able to create a soul like how we have souls.
Well, we say we have souls, right? But what is the evidence of that?
Well, wherever I went, I had a soul and I had a mind, and my mind was my consciousness, and my soul was, my immortal self, you could say.
An awareness.
Huh?
An awareness.
Well, I feel like the soul is
hello.
Like,
hello.
The soul is something that's only can be destroyed not by man, but by the creator. Now, I think the mind gives us consciousness, like make us awake, aware, and to have thoughts. But I think the feelings we get is, I'm not sure if that's from the soul or if that's from the mind.
The soul probably exists in your stomach, next to your second heart. Do you ever hear that?
No, I haven't. Second heart.
Here you have a second mind that's in your stomach. Sometimes the head talks to you, sometimes the fucking stomach tells you. The stomach's always right.
How you get hungry?
Well, the stomach has much more neural cells than the brain has.
It does.
Yeah,
that's correct.
So that's why hunger is a very powerful driver. Yeah.
So secrets of the universe and everything. Hey.
So, yeah, like a lot of people ask me for evidence and shit, but you know, it's like I said, when I went to that other realm, I had a soul and I had a mind. That's all I had. Like, I didn't have a physical, like, you know, blood and bones and that shit. I could have physical body, blood and bones.
Wouldn't you need a physical body to have sex in heaven?
Like, okay, it's hard to explain because you know how how me and you were talking, and where we are now in the Earth realm, on Earth. So when we're here on Earth, we go by certain laws. Example, I can't just have a body by asking you, oh, hey, can you give me a human body? You can't give it to me because it's just not the way shit works in our reality.
But how do you know that? How do you know maybe I have a workshop full of fucking bodies, like?
Well, like when I said to my angel, hey, can I have this? He could make it a reality. I don't know how he does it. He's been alive. I asked him how long he's been alive, and then he told me, what did he say? Oh fuck, he keeps saying time doesn't exist or something, and it doesn't have an age. But I don't know. I told him, why don't you get a watch? You should have had a watch. Like, so you can see how old you are. But like even you said so yourself that time doesn't exist in other dimensions.
It doesn't.
And
it only exists here in this dimension. This one here. The only reason why it exists here is because it's a clockwork orange. We need it in order to experience reality. Well, what we think is reality.
Yeah.
But it's not real.
It's not real.
No, it's not real at all. Not at all.
Even a guy called Alan Watts says time doesn't exist. He said humans just made it up.
You're talking about the Scottish philosopher?
Alan Watts.
Yeah, Alan Watts, yeah. He was brilliant.
Oh, yeah. I've been looking into his teachings lately, and a lot of what he says makes sense. Like, example, he said if you want to experience who you really are, you have to really go out into the wilderness, into the forest by yourself, and don't go there with anything, and, you know, stop thinking and just let life take its course. And then a lot of people that do this, what he's talking about, it changes their whole life. When they come back into society, they no longer let people control them. They start controlling themselves, you could say, when they go back into society. Also, when you go out into the forest by yourself for a couple of days and with nothing, and just you know, sit there and don't stop thinking and just live and just, you know, feel your environment and where you are. A lot of people have encounters with the supernatural. And then science would say that the mind can play tricks on you and shit like that. Science always tries to make spiritual stuff sound like bullshit.
Well,
hey, it's like when you go into the astro realm and you astro project inside the spirit realm. Science calls that lucid dreaming. Fuck. You know, they always try to counter the other side, the supernatural. Like when
not
is science?
lucid dreaming.
When is
not lucid dreaming.
Huh?
not lucid dreaming. They call it hallucinating.
Well, when you go into the astral realm, it's not the same as where I went to in the heaven, but it's very very similar. It feels real, and you can encounter entities inside there, and mostly it's bad entities. It's usually demons when
Can
you're in
I
the
tell you
realm.
something that will probably make sense for you?
Okay.
Yeah. The way I see the heavens, for me, heavens is not something uh, ethereal, like something that is not non-tangible. For me, heavens is physical. It is, you see, there is this cold temperature of extreme one of 0 Kelvin, where they say that matter ceases motion and everything falls into itself and stuff like that. 0 Kelvin is a concept, but we do have reached fractions of a Kelvin. This is a very extreme cold temperature, and physical elements, they transition to a different kind of state of existence, of physical existence and manifestation. Chemistry itself almost vanishes. Gold becomes superconductor, so you can take a gold wire of one atom in size, and you can flow through it. You can pass a current of millions of volts and millions of amperes, and that wire will not burn. All that current will be flowing through that tiny gold wire effortlessly, because it's a perfect conductor, superconductivity. So yeah, this is what I think that the world above us, the heavens, is like. The lowest amount of energy is never going to disappear, to vanish. This entropy transition, you don't have it. Degradation, dissipation, you don't have it. In superfluid liquid helium ocean, below the lambda point, if you emit a photon, it's gonna, and you make it like through mirrors or fiber optics to travel in a circular path, it will just propagate forever. It will never lose any intensity. It will never lose its power, energy, anything, because it is in a frictionless environment, a perfect state where the lowest energy is never going to disappear. So we are somewhere in between this extreme cold and the burning hell. We are in the middle.
So in the middle, you mean between heaven and hell?
Yes.
Yeah, I agree. I've been to hell and heaven because you know when I was in heaven, are you there?
Yeah.
So when I was in heaven with my angels, you have to be very careful in how you talk, because if you swear or you say a bad word, you can get punished. There's a certain angel that has the power to open up the portal to hell, and anyone that's, you know, let's say rebelling, cursing people, you know, trying to be evil, you could say. If you misbehave too many times, the angel, his name is Archangel Michael. I read about him in the Bible. He's he's got control over all the angels in heaven, like the army, and he's the one that defeated the devil in the war in heaven. He stood on the devil's face before the devil got cast to hell. And when I was misbehaving, Archangel Michael would open up the portal and throw me inside to hell. And
yes, but you see,
and he could also, huh?
I wanted to say that that thing that Michael defeated the devil was a task given to him by God. You know, God told him, "Go and defeat him." Otherwise, he wouldn't be able. Yeah.
He wouldn't be what?
But anyway, continue. Otherwise, without God's blessing and mission, to tell him what to do, he wouldn't have been able to.
Yeah, and then I agree. And then when I went to hell, this is the interesting part. So when you're in hell, it's your soul is burning. Like it feels like something. I don't know if it's fire, but it feels like something is burning your soul. It's different. It's different to fire burning your body. There's a difference. It's hard to explain. It's burning your soul, and you have a
plasma state is a phenomenon which happens at quantum levels. It's particle physics. That's what's going on. Ions and all sort of high charges and stuff like that. It's things that are not physically tangible, but we can experience them. We feel them. They are hot. Yeah.
Exactly. And here's the part where I started thinking the Bible is corrupted. So when Archangel Michael threw me into the portal because I was I was misbehaving inside heaven, you're not allowed, like, one thing they don't like you to do in heaven is when you speak blasphemy and you speak curses, when you like, example, if you swear and you call someone a bitch, they really it's there's rules there. You're not allowed to. They give you so many chances, and if you keep breaking the rules, Archangel Michael will punish you. And then and this is the interesting part, because I thought when he threw me in there, I thought I was gonna go there forever, but I didn't. When I was there, he just told me to apologize. and then after I apologize, he would take me back, and he would take me back to heaven. So I was thinking, why don't you just take everyone out, like how you took me out?
Yeah.
And then he said to me, not everybody is the same. He said some people are very prideful and they don't want to apologize.
Yeah, I want to say something here because, I find fascinating your revelation. I'm not laughing. It's very interesting, and I care to hear like every people's revelations they have, like as long they are honest and stuff, Yeah, I don't mock people on their revelations because I know I have my own, and but there is a thing I want to address, and that is, you said that about blasphemy, and the way I see it, God made it impossible for man to blaspheme anymore. We are not able to truly blaspheme because to commit blasphemy, we need to know the name of God. And when, in those times when Jesus was crucified, the apostles or he himself said, in the Bible it says, in the book of Revelation, about his second coming. He's saying that on the day of his second coming, the sacrificed lamb, will receive a white stone with a new name written on it, which nobody ever heard, and nobody knows that name. This means that God has not spoken that name yet, so it's impossible for any living creature or being or human or angel even to pronounce that name. We cannot speak it out because it has not spoken by God, so it doesn't exist. We cannot speak stuff that doesn't exist. I mean, we can imagine things, cyber, virtual, blah, blah, and we can babble, about it. But when we do that, that babbling has no meaning for someone else that hears you. He will laugh on you when he hears you just making some wild noises, incoherent noises, which are not words, are not nothing. But when God will speak that new name, everybody will know that is a name and will consider it, just like when you hear the word Michael or whatever word that we speak, we know that it has a meaning and it is in a dictionary, it has a definition, Yeah. So but you were in the heavens, and you say that you're like about to commit blasphemy and stuff like that. They felt your intent, and they were taking measure of caution, like.
I was there,
like
the angel.
Good
The
parents,
angels.
hey, watch out, watch your tongue,
You know how I told you I had experience with angels and the devil.
Yeah.
When they were there, the angels and the devil, they don't swear, and it's like they were very scared of God, like because you know how the devil got pulled out of hell.
Yes, yes.
And he doesn't. He really talks, like a gentleman. He doesn't swear. He never swears.
Yeah.
Like, I think the movies are bullshit. How the devil swears and sticks out his long tongue and says fuck you, and I think that's rubbish. I think that's what he feels like, but he doesn't want to say it because he's scared. He's really scared of God. Because when I was talking to him, I used to call him a little bitch, but he wouldn't swear back at me. He just told me, the devil just told me, you shouldn't talk like that, or you're gonna go to hell. And I was like, I was a bit smart, getting smart. So, but anyways, I was glad when I had that experience because I found out that people are not going to go to hell forever. If someone goes to hell, they need to repent and they can get out.
Well,
that's
not after the judgment. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that's not what the Bible says. That's not what other books say. It says that that hell itself is thrown into the lake of fire that is eternal destruction. End of story. Game over.
Yeah.
Well,
and the game over means 2/3 of mankind are destined to perdition. Only 1/3 makes it to heaven. So the percentage rate is very high. 66% go to hell.
And I was quite happy there when I found out that. Or do you disagree with me, Conor McGregor?
No, I don't.
No, the Irishman. I was wondering if he disagrees with me.
No, I'm just quoting scripture. That's all. I'm just quoting the scripture.
So tell me the scripture again.
Scripture is people that go to hell remain in hell until Judgment Day. Then in Judgment Day, hell itself is thrown into the lake of abundant fire. That is eternal destruction. There's no coming back from that, apparently. Yeah, that's the scripture in the Holy Bible.
Well, that's why I think the Bible, man has corrupted it. Because my experience when I went to hell, when I was misbehaving in heaven and then got chucked into hell, all I had to do was repent. And then after I do that, Archangel Michael would let me out. Same thing goes for the devil. That's how he got out. He must have said sorry. And he must have feared the Lord, because if he didn't, he would have stayed there. And I think the devil was there for a very long time, because if you look at him, when you talk to the devil, he's always angry. Like, he wants to kill you all the time. And I think it's because he got burned for a very long time. We don't know how long.
He's been burned. He's been burned by the space-time father's paradox.
Yeah, but I was surprised.
Lucifer was the angel of light, created by God. He was the mightiest among the angels. All the angels were bowing down to him. And now, on the 6th day, God created man. And he ordained that all the angels now have to go to the youngest of the creation and bow down to him. And now Adam has to come himself to God, and bring all the worship and praise from everyone. Lucifer refused to do that, so he rebelled. He didn't bow to Adam. He didn't acknowledge him as his superior, as God, image of God. He's been cast out. At that time, he's been cast out. Then he deceived the man into sin. Yeah, the man gets cast out of the garden, and now he's trying to kill them. He's trying to kill Adam and Eve. He's working on that, and God actually gives protection to Adam because Adam cleansed himself, and he was so able to protect and defend Eve from the evil.
Hey, Angel, let me ask you this.
Adam,
how do you know that what you witnessed wasn't just an elaborate screenplay to make you believe something that wasn't true in the Bible?
Well, when I was there, the first lady I met there, it wasn't until I saw her in real life that because before I saw her in real life, like I'm talking about where me and you are talking right now on Earth, I was thinking to myself, am I going crazy or shit, did I actually go to a different realm? Because all I remember before going to that realm was I was drinking with my mate and I told him, oh shit, something's not right. And then he said, what's wrong? And I said, my heart's never beated so fast. And my heart just keep beating real fast, and then I passed out. And then that's how I ended up there. I didn't even know if I was dead or I was just had a stroke or a heart attack or some shit. But my heart just never beated so fast. And I went to that place, and I was there for a very long time, but only a couple of minutes went past inside the Earth realm. And when I saw all that shit that I saw there, I didn't even bother to tell my mate about it because I don't think he'll believe me. Fuck it. But I thought to myself, 50% it could have been real, and then 50% I might be going crazy. And then when a year later, I saw the first lady, when I awoke in heaven. I saw her in our Earth realm in real life, and she wanted to talk, but I was like, I'm walking the warrior path, fuck falling in love, so I turned my back on her, and I keep walking, and I didn't talk to her, I just keep walking. So that's when I saw her in our realm, that's when I knew that wherever I went, she was real, and this ain't no game. And if she was real, then everyone else that was there with her was real too. If she was real. So who was that? Does that answer your question? Who was that talking?
Not really, but
no. I'm trying to get your name. What's your name?
That's Morvis.
Oh yeah, I see you now. So the question was, how do I know that out of body experience wasn't a trick from devil or some entity?
Right.
Is that what you mean?
Yeah, that's what I mean. But your answer didn't really address that.
that it wasn't a trick.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, hey, you could be right. Like it could have been a deception. Like for example, the devil could, like, he could have been pretending to be all those other angels and even Archangel Michael himself.
Right.
He could have definitely.
That wasn't true in the scriptures. Right. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, he definitely, knowing him, he has the power to, because I heard he was really, really smart. And he has a lot of gifts. Apparently, he used to be perfect. So I wouldn't be surprised if he was trying to trick me. But let's be real about something. If he was there when I had that out-of-body experience, how was he there, like, if the Bible says he's supposed to be in hell? Because
it doesn't say that.
Oh, he's on earth, eh? Yeah, the Bible says he walks the earth, doesn't he? Looking for someone to devour?
Yeah, that's addressed many times. I've been walking to and fro up and down the earth. I believe that was in Psalm, maybe, or it was somewhere in the Old Testament. It covers all that.
Yeah, there's also in the book of Job where the sons of God came before God and the devil was present also, and ended up tempting Job, killing his whole family, stripping him of all his wealth, everything.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. The beginning of Job is where I've been walking to and fro, checking out all your people, basically, and I, saw this dude Job. I want to test him. That's where that was at.
That's that. Yeah, it's quite an interesting story as regards the devil's connection with God, the most evil of evil, yet he was in the presence of God and was allowed to tempt Job. It's an interesting story.
Yeah, I thought it wasn't a very nice story, to tell you the truth. Like, I look at Job as like as a child in front of God, and God does that to his own child, like when his child was being a good boy, or a good man. He was trying to be the best man he could be. But compared to God, he's just like a little boy, and he's doing that to his own child. It's like, fuck, you let the worst being in the universe give Job a hard time when you should have just kept the devil far the fuck away from Job. That's the last thing you would want, is to let him get close to Job, because he'll just ruin Job's life like he did.
Well, was Job even a real person?
Yeah, that's what I was about to say as well. Is that story symbolic? I mean, some Christians believe that story is real, and it's a real person, Job, his family, and others believe that a lot of the biblical stories are symbolic, whereas other people believe they're literal, like Gideon defeats a whole army with 300 men and stuff like that. David and Goliath and stuff.
Goliath with a donkey jawbone. I mean, how the hell does that happen? Yeah, it's kind of unbelievable, right?
Well, then you've got Moses parting the Red Sea.
Yeah. Sorry,
you've got a lot of stuff. But at the end of the day, if God is meant to be infallible, if he's meant to be all powerful, omniscient, and all everything, then the parting the sea is an easy thing. Turning a staff into a snake is an easy thing. Putting the plagues upon people is an easy thing, as in the Egyptians, the 10 plagues.
It's all about a nation building itself up as God's chosen. That he would actually part Red Seas and turn snakes into staffs and all kinds of things, right? That's going pretty well from them.
Yeah, I mean, somebody.
The New Testament comes in, and suddenly they say Yeshua or Jesus. It's just now these people are fucking full of shit, motherfucker.
Yeah, you see, I'm trying to say it in as less an offensive way as possible. I have my own beliefs about religion and stuff, but obviously, if we're talking about scriptural stuff, obviously, we have some very wild stories. I mean, Noah's Ark's a wild story. That is all the people, Noah's family selected from the whole of the world's population. The rest of the world wiped out by a flood, and this gigantic sized boat that rode the waves with every animal. They went in 2 by 2. We've all heard the stories. Is it literal?
No, I think we can safely say that's about as believable as fucking gravity.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of people in this server that are Christians, and they take that story as literal.
Well, I respect their views, but I just don't think that's possible. I think it's incredible to do.
But the Bible would say all things are possible with God.
Yeah, I reckon that's true, that all things are possible with God, because when I went to that place,
we're back in that place again. Does it have a burger bar?
Because that guy said that all things are possible with God, and then when I was in that place, those angels could make my thoughts a reality. And if they're capable of doing that, imagine.
That's your subjective. That's your subjective experience, bro. Nobody else here experienced that.
I would actually like to ask Morvis's opinion on things, because Morvis, I've seen him in the server quite a bit, but he's a moderator who's not here too often. So, Morvis, do you have an opinion on things as regards the Bible, or all things are possible with God?
Yeah, I have a lot of opinions. I'm doing 2 things at once. What specifically you want to know about?
No, I was just wondering, bro, if you had, do you come from a Christian aspect of the Bible being true and literal, the stories of the Bible, are they literal, the Old Testament, or would you see them as symbolic? Do not get involved.
I'm pretty much a Bible literalist myself.
Wow. Well done, Breaking. You're the first man to get Morvis to unmute in like a year.
No, Morvis was unmuted before that. But yeah, it's good to see Morvis. He's a moderator who we don't hear much of, so it's always good to have a moderator's opinion on things.
Well, in my subjective experience, when I took psychedelics, I also felt like I went to hell one time.
How'd that feel?
It was terrible. It felt like it was eternal punishment and suffering. And it was just the most insane thing I've ever experienced, and that's why I haven't taken it since then, because I actually think they could be satanic in some ways, because they take you to these dimensions that are not normal, I think.
I think the whole thing about hell, the very, well, what they say it is being cut off from God.
Mm.
So you have no more chance of getting back to God. Well, you do have a couple of chances, right?
Yeah, I hope so.
You're okay, bro. I'm just kidding. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Just do what you're doing. You'll be fine. You'll get there.
Yeah.
But the whole thing about hell is being cut off from the source, being cut off from God. It's just like there's no way back. So that's some people's version of hell. But the whole thing, it seems very allegoric or metaphoric or... Anyway, go ahead.
You know, when I went to hell, I was like thinking to myself, I thought only Jesus had the keys to heaven and hell. And then I was like, how is Archangel Michael pulling me out of hell? Does he have? It looks like he's got keys to heaven and hell too.
They probably do, bro.
Wait, so Angel, what caused you to go to hell? Did you take psychedelics also?
No, I just had this out-of-body experience when my heart was beating real fast and I was having a drink with a mate, and then I passed out, and and then when I as soon as I passed out, I waked up in another realm, and it felt more real than this realm, and I was talking to angels and the devil himself, and all of them knew everything about me, like every thought that I've ever thought, every word that I've ever spoke. It's like they recorded it, and then I was like telling them, man, yous must be really smart if yous can remember everything I've ever done, because I don't think us humans back on Earth can remember everything about someone like you guys can. And they were saying that they're not human, that they're angels. They're different. They're different to us, and they're way older. We're like little kids compared to these people. To these spirits. Apparently they were alive. Before the earth was made, because the Bible even says that God made the heavens before, and the angels before he made the earth. But I don't even know.
There's definitely stuff we cannot understand or begin to comprehend, because in our understanding, which is like a pea-sized brain, it's like, how can something exist from nothing? That question in itself is dumbfounding. How could God have existed when there was nothing? And where did God come from? That question is quite unsettling, but it's our understanding. We lack knowledge to understand these things,
Yeah, well, I reckon that God came from nowhere. He simply always was, but people would say, well, that doesn't make any sense, does it?
It doesn't make any sense to us. Absolutely. How can something just be? How can it says in the Bible, though, that I am the beginning and the end, the Alpha and the Omega. Before me, there was nothing. So that in itself, we cannot even begin to comprehend that. It's hey, it is what it is.
I think we need to, that's because we need to change the way we think, or we're asking the wrong questions, like we're asking silly questions.
No, I think it's more to the point of there's an eternal knowledge. We don't have that. We are limited in our knowledge. We're limited in our understanding. Knowledge is power. And with that comes a great responsibility. We just simply do not have the knowledge that this creator, even as a flat earther, you would have to be quite ignorant not to believe that there's a creator. But who is the creator? Where did the creator come from? We just don't have that knowledge. Will we ever find out?
No.
Probably not in our lifetimes, I'm afraid. Unless the creator just pulls back the curtain and reveals himself and tells us everything about himself. You never know, you know.
But why are we? Why are we here then? What is the purpose of our existence if we have to try to figure out why we're here?
That's that. That's that. At the moment, we're in the dark because it's a lot of it is simply speculation. Unless you believe in the God of the Bible or the God of another religion, then you have to yourself the answers contained within that book. But God says God is a God that is very mysterious. The God of the Bible, for example, is a mysterious God. He hides himself. He only reveals himself to certain individuals. And to the limit of his revelation, I mean, if you look at the book of Revelations, that was a revelation to, I can't quite remember the name who it was revealed to.
John.
Yeah, John. That's right. Thank you. So it was revealed to John. Now, the revelations in there are quite spectacular. You know, if you go in and read all the things, the foretelling, the prophecies, but the Bible is filled with prophecies, you know?
Well, listen.
Yeah.
The one thing I took from the Bible that was any good was the main character saying that the kingdom of heaven is within you. It's within you. It actually is. People don't realize this.
So you think the kingdom of heaven's inside us?
Of course it's inside you. It's in your mind, it's in your brain, it's in your soul, it's inside you. It's got fuck all to do with the outside world. It's got nothing to do with what's going on around you. You laugh? What the fuck are you laughing at, motherfucker? Yeah, I was kidding.
Because you said it's got fuck all to do with the outside world.
It's got fuck all to do with the outside world. It's within you. It's there.
Some people say that the
It's
only
funny,
thing
right?
that exists is consciousness, and everything else doesn't
Yes,
exist.
exactly. In your consciousness, that's where it is.
So if you, so let's say you
take over the world tomorrow, Pinky.
Huh?
Okay, never mind. Carry on.
So let's say you weren't aware of heaven. Do you think you could still go there?
How would you not be aware of heaven?
Well, I'm just saying, because you guys were saying there's in consciousness. So if someone wasn't conscious of heaven, didn't know, ever hear anything about heaven, or knew nothing about it, could they still go there? Like, what do you think?
Well, if they're not conscious, then obviously no.
No, he's saying they are conscious, but they don't know about it. And I would say yes, they could still go there. It's like going to a place you've never been in your dream. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
But that's not to say that it's not real. It's still very real. You know?
Yeah, because like in that place that I went to, these other beings, angels, had their own consciousness, their own personalities.
Why does that surprise you?
Like, because that's how I was thinking, oh shit, this isn't just a dream where I'm talking to retards.
So other beings have consciousness? Does that surprise you?
Because sometimes you talk to people in your dreams and they're not themselves. Like, random dreams.
Yeah.
And
I see.
They have different personalities, and you're like thinking, oh, you're not the real person. You're just the frickin' in my dream with my random thoughts.
But they were more conscious than you?
Oh, when I was in that other realm, I didn't think it was a dream. I think it was like I went into a different place.
The realm.
Could it have been you were having a near-death experience? Because I think you said you were drinking with your friends and you passed out, correct?
Yeah, my heart never beat it so fast. I was awake. I was still awake when my heart was beating fast. I just told my friend something's not right, and because my heart, and he was like, "What's wrong?" And then I told him my heart's never beaten so fast before in my life, and then I passed out. And then when I woke up, I had no breath inside me, and you know how you go underwater and then you go up for air and you're like breathing for air. Yeah, that's how I felt when I woke up.
That's a really strong experience you had, bro. Well, how the hell did that happen?
I think I wasn't taking care of my body. I was abusing my body with alcohol and drugs, and it got to a point where my heart just started racing real fast. I don't even know, what do you call that when your heart races real fast and then you get knocked out?
Unconscious?
Yeah, what do people call that? Is it called a heart attack or a heart stroke? Heart stroke.
Abusing drugs and alcohol.
A stroke. Maybe.
Yeah, and the closest experience that I hear people that have experienced what I've experienced is people that take that drug that Joe Rogan keeps talking about, DMT. What is it? Fucking DMT. Yeah, but, in that case, people see like some people say they see owls, high owls.
Yep.
Like Joe Rogan and
Terrence McKenna.
Huh?
Terrence McKenna. Write
Terrence
that down. Yeah, Terrence McKenna.
But what I found interesting about people that are on DMT's experience is because they went somewhere similar to where I went, because they talk about talking to an entity or an elf that had its own consciousness, and they also said when they were talking to this entity and their out of body experience, they said that the entity knew everything about them, like all the words they ever spoke and everything they ever did, all the girls they ever cheated on. It just knew everything. And I was like thinking to myself, that sounds real similar to what I experienced, but I just ran into angels and the devil.
But maybe that's just your mind doing playing tricks on you.
It could be, but then the problem was that remember how I saw the lady in real life, and that's when I knew that. Because remember, I told you I was thinking 50% it could be real, 50% I'm going crazy. And then I ended up seeing the lady in real life inside the Earth realm. When I was sober, I wasn't even drunk, I wasn't high on anything. I just went to do some grocery shopping, and then I saw her and I was like, oh shit, she's real. And then I thought to myself, this is bad news. Fuck.
Yeah, I wouldn't have thought that, bro.
So
anyway.
did you? Sorry. So did you talk to her like when you saw her in real life?
No, he ran, but.
No, I didn't run. I walked away. I turned my back on her. I was like, because I was thinking to myself, fuck falling in love with an angel.
Good.
And have you seen her again ever since?
No, I haven't. But
give
when
one shot, do not lose your chance to blow.
But what is it? As soon as I saw her, the point is that I knew I wasn't crazy. And yeah, I just knew she was real. And
do you regret it?
Talking to her.
Yeah. Do you regret not talking to her?
Not really, because I know I'm gonna see her again. Like,
how do you know that?
Well, that place I went to, they told me.
She shows up or what?
Huh?
You're just gonna keep going back there until she shows up?
You mean to the spot where I saw her?
Yeah.
No. I do go around that spot sometimes because there's a mall. It's like under a railway, so there's a mall right near there, and it's a really nice park. And sometimes I like to go through that park because I used to go there as a kid, and it just, I don't know, it makes me feel like I'm a kid again when I walk through the park.
I mean, do you often say no to things that give you for foresight? Do you often say no to things like that? Do you not think you should maybe go and talk to her?
Yeah. It's like a video game. You have to talk to her to reach the next quest.
Yeah, she's got the quest in her hand, bro.
So, Angel, when you went to this place, what sensations did you have? Was it hot?
Don't ask me. Don't ask me.
Was the wind blowing? Were you wearing shoes?
Ariel, don't.
Did someone
ask me.
offer you a cup of tea?
You mean which realm are we talking about that I entered in? Are we talking?
So when you were with your friend and you were just chilling, and then your heart started racing, and then you had this experience, what tactile sensation did you experience when you were there?
Oh, I thought to myself that 50% is all in my head.
I'm asking you, can you recall anything that happened on a physical level? Like, did you touch something? Did someone touch you? Did you eat or drink something? Did the wind blow?
When I came back into my body?
No, while you were away.
When you were in hell.
Oh, when I was having the out of body experience.
Mm-hmm.
I was actually, it's like I lost consciousness in Earth Realm, and then I gained consciousness in another place straight away. And I like to call that place heaven because everyone there was calling themselves angels. So I was like, okay, so this must be heaven because it's what the book says.
Well, the book also says that when you die, it's ashes to ashes, dust to dust.
Mm-hmm.
And when you are in that state, it's like you are asleep. You know, you're not doing anything. You can't earn money. You can't build a house. You can't do anything.
Yeah, I'm listening. Yeah, I think I've heard of that. And then they wait for Jesus to come back, and then you wake up.
So people, when they discuss the day of reckoning, there will be people that are called from the grave who are dead.
Yeah.
And they say it will, for
When
those
Jesus
people,
comes.
for those people, it will be like waking up from a deep sleep. Because it will be like this moment you closed your eyes and you died, and in that moment you opened them again. And there your consciousness will continue.
Like zombies?
Yeah.
So you
If
reckon
you don't
what I-
have a
you
if you
reckon
don't
what
have
I-
a death, if you don't have a death certificate, you can't say that you died.
Okay.
Hello, Ariel.
Hello.
And Angel, we talked about stuff, but I want to tell you something. These dreams or revelations that you had, you have to know that God is telepath. He controls them all. There is no devil that shows up in your dreams and tries to fool around with you or to deceive you or to pull you anywhere. That's only God doing everything. And for us to say that I know what my dream means, is foolishness. Even in the Bible, those guys who told the Pharaoh what's the meaning of his dreams that he had? You know, who's the one that gave the explanation of that dream? Because it wasn't what was his name? Joseph?
The Joseph who was kidnapped and taken to Egypt.
Yeah, and the Pharaoh had a dream like a big statue with feet of
Clay, yeah.
iron.
Mm.
It was Joseph that told the Pharaoh what the dream is, right?
Yeah, you get me. Yeah, can you start that over? I had to reconnect.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm saying that when
You're saying what?
or evildoer that controls or your dreams, and also you never saw hell.
You don't think I did?
Let me finish. You had a nightmare of some frightening place and stuff that you imagine. Yeah, your mind imagined, but that does not mean
did I imagine? Did I imagine the same lady appearing in real life too when I never met her before? Not in real life. I mean, I only met
I had
her.
this thing too. You see, there is a mind process, a chemical mind neurological process, which makes some sort of neural connections, and actually that is not a memory, it's not written information in there. It happens during a dream, and in that dream you seem to like holy hell,
I'm listening.
they're landing the helicopter. You have that empty connection which happened in your dream, and when you go by in life, then you see a person and you get a deja vu, like you saw it before, because the image of that person in that moment triggers inside your mind, and it writes that person image inside that place, that connection, which was supposed to be a memory.
So you reckon the place I went to?
I know it feels like you saw it in your dream before. That's how it feels.
So you reckon the people I was talking to, like the devil and that lady and the angels?
Well, I tell you one thing for sure. No man in this world can speak to the devil, and the devil is not allowed to speak to any man in this world. He cannot speak. The devil is imprisoned. He's locked up.
So it was just my imagination when I passed out?
No, I don't say it was just your imagination, but you didn't hear me before, and I said an important thing. I said that God is the only one that is telepath. So this means that God controls all the dreams of I think you saw.
You think I saw what?
They have dreams too. Dogs have dreams too.
You're roboting, Get.
Correct?
I thought it was just. I thought it was just. I thought it was just me hearing him like that, because I can hear him roboting too.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. My connection then is poor. I said that only God is telepath and he is controlling all the dreams of all living beings.
Hmm.
You understood?
Yeah.
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 Wait, God controls our dreams, though? I don't know about that.
Yeah. Talking to him, he had thoughts and
gonna sleep well. You know?
If I could say, it does say in scripture that whom people call the devil
God
has dominion over earth. Oh, I'm sorry, Gippy. You were
Sorry.
roboting. I didn't. You weren't done.
No, you carry on. He was done. You carry on.
Oh, okay. That the whom people call the devil in scripture, it says that he has dominion over the earth, and why wouldn't these angels also, we're told have fallen, and they taught men that how to do certain things. And so, I mean, you could have been seeing angels, what you thought were angels, but what people now refer to as like demons or Nephilim. And that's like a whole other study. I don't know how much you know, but if you look into scripture more, there isn't even a scripture that says after we die, we do go to heaven, like up where the Father is.
If that's true, why did they kick me out when I was swearing? They got Michael to open up the portal to hell.
They kicked you out?
Oh, just when I was misbehaving, because sometimes I would bully the devil and call him a little bitch, and I wasn't allowed to talk like that. They're very careful with their words, and they told me stop talking like that or you're gonna go to hell. And then I was like, I wasn't having it. I keep bullying him, and then Michael wasn't mucking around. He actually opened up the gate, and then he chucked me outside. And then when I was inside, how he told me just apologize, and you get out. And then I said sorry, and then he let me out.
Yeah, you see, this is a story movie that your mind made.
Yeah. I agree with Get. It's like what the concepts that you have come to believe, and then your mind plays it out. That's basically it.
You see,
it could be because my friend told me that the mind can play tricks on you and shit, and then I was like thinking.
It's not fully the mind playing tricks on you, but it's also the drugs that you take, that you consume. They affect your spiritual being, your psychic also. And you have this luggage in your mind. You saw your favorite movies, you have your stuff, and you also have your phobias,
Agreed.
And these have a huge impact on the way how you dream. Your mind oftentimes judges yourself.
So how about
very very harsh. And even God can give you dreams, you know, because He's telepath. He's the only one.
But how do you explain how I saw her in the earth realm then? Like was my mind playing tricks on me again? That was like 1 year after, and I wasn't even on drugs, wasn't even drunk, just done some shopping.
Well,
You know what, man? That's why
you
we're
ask
told in
me
scripture.
now. Yeah, you ask me now
Yeah.
to judge you on your life, and I don't even know you personally. You know, like we started talking half an hour ago. You know, and you are asking me now to judge you, bring you judgment on your life.
Right?
Yeah. I don't know what you did, why you get these dreams, you know, but every one of us, we get what we deserve.
And to add to that, we're told in scripture to test the spirits. I mean, that you have to do that for yourself. You know, we can't answer that. It's just like how you have to test the globe for yourself. You have and do your own experiments so that you can realize for yourself that the earth is measurably flat and observably flat. You know, we can't do it for you, but we're here to tell you that it's what.
We're here to help you and save you.
And how do you explain those beings knowing everything about me? Like my past, everything that, you know, I've ever
Dude,
done.
it was your mind in your dream.
I think it was your subconscious.
How can you not know of yourself?
So there's a part inside my brain, because right now I can't remember everything that I've ever done, but in every word that I've ever spoken. So are you saying I have some subconscious part in my brain that remembers everything, but I just don't know how to unlock it? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly. And I think the reason maybe you saw this woman in real life could be because you actually saw her in real life before you had this experience.
I saw her 1 year after. I saw her 1 year after, and I didn't even think she was real until I saw her. I didn't even think that experience was real.
How did you see her?
Your subconscious could have already saw her without you consciously knowing it was her.
Yeah. Where was she?
Well, it was under a railway track where trains go, in a tunnel. It was under there.
Railway track where trains go? Good
like, you know how trains go, and sometimes there's a tunnel.
Railway tracks?
Yeah, and sometimes there's a tunnel under it. I saw her under the tunnel, and under the railway where trains go.
Dude, she was the one, bro.
Yeah, I think she was the one.
She was the one. For me, I was too blind to see.
Well, I actually know what her name is, and apparently she's in the Bible.
See?
Have you ever heard a story about a lady called Jezebel?
It's the Whore of Babylon.
The Whore of Babylon.
Well, when I was in that realm, she showed me how she died. She said she used to be a human a long time ago, and she said she got eaten by dogs. And then I researched it, and I heard there was a lady that ruled over Egypt, and her name was Jezebel too, and she used to have followers of God, the Christian God, killed. And when she was a lady, she on Earth, a human, she used to worship, I think her god was called Baal. Or Baal. Yeah, B-A-L.
Yeah, B-A-L.
So you fell in love with the Whore of Babylon, is that what you're telling me?
But the Whore of Babylon is figurative because it indicates the fornicating churches. the religious institutions that are fornicating with the people in power, the government. Jezebel is a Bible personality, to put it that way.
I think the reason why you turned away is because you knew if you gave yourself over to her, that'd be the end of you.
What did you say?
That would be the end of you. You would be giving yourself over to the Babylonian, the Baal, that whatever religion she was from. That would be the end of your soul. Would be captured. That's what it sounds like to me.
Angel, what are you actually looking for? Why are you ruminating over something that happened?
What does your heart seek?
Oh, well, everybody's sharing opinions on what they think is real, what they believe in. And I was just trying to show them an experience that I had to do with what they believe in, because we've got a couple people here that talk about the Bible. So I was trying to tell them an experience I had to do with stories from the Bible, like angels and demons and the devil. So I was telling them about that I ran into them in another realm.
Yeah.
I'll call it heaven.
Okay. In the end, I want to tell you one last thing. You see, there is this story of this young man in the Bible who was chosen by the Pharaoh to explain the dream he had, because the Pharaoh had a dream about some big statue and stuff. And
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but this is really important. It was actually about cows. That was Nebuchadnezzar's dream, and Joseph interpreted the dream about the cows. Sorry, go ahead now.
Yes, correct.
Correct.
And who told Joseph the meaning of the dream of the Pharaoh? Did Joseph explain the dream of the Pharaoh to himself, or Joseph was told by someone what the Pharaoh's dream means?
Well, that's interesting, because the dream meant there's going to be a famine. And so then they started growing a lot of crops and storing them up for this famine that Joseph predicted. But
wasn't that
by various means?
Yeah. What I'm trying to point at is that God told Joseph what the Pharaoh's dream means. God told him told him, go to the Pharaoh and tell him this, because
So
this is what it means.
We had Joseph in his Technicolor Dreamcoat, and we had Daniel in Babylon.
Yeah.
All interpreting dreams.
Joseph was an a messenger, not the interpreter of the dream. Yeah. And a man who said that he's interpreting a dream, he tells us what his dream means, that is bullshit.
I mean, we're all living in a world, right, where we believe that, we don't believe it. We just listen. We accept the fact of reality that we're living in a spinning weather ball and we're traveling through space and whatever. Right? So we know that's a pile of bullshit. Okay, so we're under some kind of fucking spell, right? So we're all under a fugazi. Everything is bullshit. Everything they tell you where you are, what you are, is wrong. Okay, and there's only one reason that they would do that, is to misdirect and take away from you the divinity that you have within you. So there's more power within a single person. One single person could completely change the face of reality if they wanted to. But So it's the the determination inside a person to decide whether they want to, for once and for all, to tell people that they're living in an absolute joke. So we figured out that where we're living is not where they say it is, right? It's definitely not a spinning ball. We don't have that, right? No dinosaurs, no fucking gravity, no this, that, the other. So what are we living under? Is it reality? Is it real? This is so far removed from reality. And by the way, while we're living in this crazy somebody else's dream of reality, they're doing everything in their power to make it even more so, even more fucking ridiculous. But people just accept that as a fact. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but to just make Angel understand.
Okay.
I myself am guilty the same like him, like interpreting my own dreams that I had. I think I know what they mean for me and stuff like that. But
do you
I
know
don't
how many
put my hand in
philosophers
fire
actually
for
thought
them,
that
you know?
maybe life, maybe what we are living is a dream? Do you know how many? Most of them. Descartes, they all thought maybe life is a dream. So now we're coming to the reality. Listen, it's very. I think it's pertinent. It probably is. This is not reality.
Well, I think.
What did you say, P-Mac?
This is not reality. Reality is the purpose that whatever they're trying to do is to make us think that this is reality, but it's a furthest thing from reality. It's just my opinion.
Go stub your toe and tell me that you didn't feel it.
But that's got nothing to do with. That's got nothing to do with what reality is. It's got absolutely nothing to do with. There's rules that are accepted. If you stub your toe, you're going to feel hurt. If you build a house, it's going to be built. There's things that are going to be. They are absolutely going to happen in this reality.
Yeah, but you being of flesh and blood, a mortal man, that is as much real as it can get. You know, when the disciples asked Jesus, what will be the sign of your return? The thing that he mostly harped on to people, he said this more than once: do not be deceived. But I don't think that...
Do you know what else he said?
Yeah, he said a lot of things, but he
said the kingdom of God is within you.
He reiterated that people must be careful because you know they can be deceived.
Well, we are being deceived. We think this is reality. This is not reality.
Yes, there are constructs and narratives that are patently false. But I think the big thing for humanity is that everything feels quite tangential, and it's easy to sink into nihilism because we are mortal. Because our lives are
talking about nihilism.
Our lives are relatively short.
Why would the most important person that ever walked the earth tell you that the kingdom of God is within you? Why would he say within you?
Yes, when I'm talking about the fact that people in the world today are so disconnected from each other, disconnected. There's no real community. Everything has become so removed, and now we even further down that road. In Australia, they are telling people not to speak to their neighbours.
Well, we're here to learn a lesson. We're here to be more empathetic, more.
So really, all that we can hold to ourselves is some hope that in the future, you know, these things will be resolved.
Well, not that really. No, there's a purpose to the whole thing.
Yes, but for us as individuals.
Well, as an individual, the only purpose I seek to find is how can I become a better individual.
And
learn
ultimately, what is the purpose
how to
of
live
that?
forever.
I don't want to live forever.
Then, yeah,
I don't care.
you just doomed yourself. You just doomed yourself. It isn't me that did it. You know.
Well, the kingdom of God is within you, PMAC. But who is Jesus saying you is? Who's you?
Well, it's you, bro.
Yeshua.
No, it's his followers. He's talking to his children, his followers, not the rest of the world, right?
Oh, so you mean like he's pointing at people going, it's inside you?
No, he's talking to anybody who can hear him.
Yeah.
But do you not think that to live without ego and to live without I, to live without is a good way to live?
Right. So he's talking to his followers that believe him, right? So that believe he is the Messiah. That's how you know the kingdom of God.
No, I get that.
Right. As an example, the kingdom of God is not within Hillary Clinton, you know? Thanks.
Or Donald Trump? Or Joe Steffi Biden? No, I get that. Yeah. EXO, where'd he go? Oh, he's in and out.
Can I ask you a question, P-Mac?
Sleepy Joe.
P-Mac.
Can I ask you a question? My mic working?
Dave, you can ask me anything you want, bro.
I'm just wondering if there's anybody new in here that might want to have a question about why we think the Earth is not a spinning ball in nothing.
Here we go.
Dave, why do you think the Earth isn't a spinning ball?
Yeah, give us your best proof.
Because water lays level. It's ridiculous to think that the oceans are big balls of water. That's the short version. Is there anybody new on here, though?
How you doing,
Dave? Doing good. Y'all go back.
I don't think there's anyone new.
Y'all go back to philosophizing. I'm sorry for the interruption.
I love philosophy, bro.
Oh, no worries. No worries.
We might have a bowler. Might have a bowler in here who believes we live in a flying spinning ball. Looking up there, Gemsy's in here.
Just as an aside, I do believe that there was some creature that manifested upon the earth that was capable of changing everything by his very voice. I actually do believe in Jesus. Just so people know, I'm not a devil worshiper.
But do you believe in Yeshua?
I believe that one man could easily have the. I believe that it's within every single person to do that. If you just listen to the Father, I believe you can.
Interesting.
Hey, P-Mac, don't take this as an insult, but I really don't care what you believe. What can you prove to me?
Oh.
You bastard. Water always stays flat. Needs a container. It needs a container.
That's unnecessary.
We have Liam in here who doesn't have any roles.
Yeah, I just sent him a message saying to go to VC check-in one and I would check him in, but he's not responded yet.
Sausage rolls.
We also have Seth the 7th. There's no rules, so he can jump up into VC check-in to get a role and join the discussion.
Yeah, so.
Hey, Roger.
Hi.
What's up, Roger?
Hey, what's up?
Zap.
I don't
waiting for my pizza.
Oh, God.
In 11 minutes, I can stop working.
Ah, yeah.
Very nice.
Very nice.
Is your pizza going to have an edge? Where's the edge of your pizza, Roger?
Oh,
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, it's gonna have an edge. Yeah.
It's gonna be a flat Earth pizza.
Crust wall.
Stuffed crust.
cheese stay on it? How does the cheese not fall off?
Cheese.
Yeah, it's almost weekend, guys.
More cheese, please.
Cheese's anti-gravity properties. Working 9 to 5, what a way to earn a living. There's no taking it or giving. What's up, bro?
Yo, I think Jesus is a hypocrite.
Jesus?
Yeah.
Did you say Jesus or Jesus?
Jesus.
So, what do you guys think of people that lived almost 1,000 years or 700 years?
I think they're probably dead by now.
But I think they were very wise. I think some of the ancient people were very, very wise.
I think if a human lived that long, they might get a little bit bigger than they like to let us think humans can get. Especially considering the physics would be different on a flat and stationary plane.
I bet they got really bored after like 500 years. But that's just my opinion.
There's a verse.
A little longer
There's
than
a
that.
verse. There's a verse Genesis 6. And it explains that the spirit of God is no longer in man, so it changed.
Right. I remember that.
After Noah.
Then
before Noah, the spirit of God was within man. That's why they lived, 800 years. And it said in Genesis 6, the spirit of God shall no longer stay in man, and his days will be numbered 120 years. Genesis 6, check it out.
120, huh?
And on the flip side, scientifically, apparently, however long ago, there was like bacteria that humans, quote unquote, acquired that we used to live longer, and it somehow made us live to only the telomeres on the end of the DNA strand or whatever. It's like we gained that or something, and it's not actually an original part of us. But I don't know. This is just like stuff I looked into a long time ago.
Yeah, they hijacked it. Humans could probably live a lot longer, and there was probably no such thing as cancer. It's just there's what?
I was just gonna say they say that cancer is a disease of civilization.
Well, people say the Fauci ouchie, the mRNA, the message in there is to fold your DNA.
You think the Fauci ouchie takes years off your life?
Without a doubt.
Well, people have come up with the idea that if you have a sauna, it will unfold. I don't know.
Do you think it protects you at all?
I don't know, because we're working around here with lots and lots of people who have rolled the dice and said, "Oh well."
I'm actually going to put that on my gravestone.
What?
I don't know.
So Elon Musk gave the technology for the battery, for the Tesla battery, to the whole world for free. He just said anybody can use it. Go ahead.
Oh, the new battery?
The Tesla battery for the car.
What?
So,
that's
I'm getting to something.
Battery's bad news.
Right. So why not let all the doctors know what's in that
battery?
So yeah, because I'm all about organic. So if I can grow it in my backyard, or if I can have my local doctor make something in his home lab, then I'll trust it. But I don't trust nothing that's coming from the government, coming from some secret place. Because how do you know what's in it?
What is the
So they can tell you exactly how to make it, then do that, and then we can all, just make this decision for ourselves. Not if it's controlled, not if we don't know what's in it. Not if it's done organic. You see?
That's not the way them motherfuckers work, bro.
Tell me, how do they work then?
Upside down, inside out.
Well, each one of these injectables has got an active ingredient. And I actually wrote to the, because I work in the medical industry, and I sent an email anonymously. I actually called myself John Doe, just to make the point. And I sent an email to them, a Freedom of Information request, to explain to me what is the active ingredient so that I can make an informed decision. And they wrote back to me and said it's not in the commercial interest for them to give away, because this is proprietary information that is in the
what
that is owned. I promise you, I can show you the email.
Can you send that? Can you send that letter in the text, because I want to see it, because that's my answer to when they asked me.
I believe you. I believe you, Ariel. I believe you.
In that email, they send me a link to the government site where the government discusses these injectables and all the government advice around these injectables. And one of the things that I found highly ironic was that in one part it says people who are thinking about their, objections, and it just said one sentence: "This is safe for all religions."
That's a relief.
Red flag. Big red flag.
I mean, that's a big relief for
I know
anybody.
each stage of the development of those chemicals needs baby fetal cells. So,
well,
no.
I don't want to go into it too deep, right? But the Pope said it was okay, so that's why I think that's why they claim it's good for all.
But isn't it ironic, Roger, that one of the UN, one of the statutes of being a human being, a living human being, is that you can protest or you can say no to anything if it does not coincide with your beliefs, not your religion, your beliefs. So if somebody wants to come and have a conversation about me that goes along the lines of, "So why are you not getting it?" And then I'm going to go, "Well, it's against my beliefs." And they're going to go, "Well, what beliefs?" I mean, we're going to be there forever. Forever.
Can you share that email response, please?
I'll DM it to you, Godric. No problem.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
Don't post my email out anyway.
I won't. Promise.
Yeah, just make a screenshot of it and cut it out.
I'll send it to you. Yeah, I got so caught up in everything, and then I wrote to them and said, you have given the emergency authorization for this to go into people. So can you just, because I want to make an informed decision, tell me what this active ingredient is? And I know what the active ingredient is. It is just serial number. And then that's what they wrote back to me. It's not in their commercial interest for them to divulge.
Well, it's in my interest because I'm putting it in my body.
So how can they push transhumanism when they know absolutely next to nothing about how the brain really functions? It's like we've been talking about dreams, thoughts, memories. The brain really is terra incognito. It's unexplored territory for the most part. And now you've got Elon Musk and these goons at Davos telling people that they're going to insert chips into our brains to make us better because our designer got it all wrong.
To make us more efficient so we can work harder for him in his laboratory.
Take this, put it over there.
They can take all the junk DNA, take that out of your body, which they don't understand, put a bunch of computer chips and hook you up to a machine. And that would be the perfect life because you can file more paperwork.
Sounds like the Matrix to me.
It does.
I like the Matrix.
Me too.
So yeah, I think the solution is not to get too caught up in all of that, because you have to keep that hope in front of you. Because really, that is all you've got.
Yeah, I'm gonna enjoy my pizza, guys. Talk to you later. Bye.
You guys got to remember this world is very temporary. This world's very temporary. It's a spiritual world we have to think about, worry about. So we have to prepare ourselves in this world for the next world. Material things are shallow. Not important. What's important is righteousness.
Who was the one that said it's the spiritual world we have to worry about?
That was me, Godric.
Oh, yeah. What are you going to get up to in the next life?
I don't know, but I think it's a lot greater than this one. I think we're spiritual beings with a body shell, and the true nature is not our body, but our spirit.
Yeah, you're talking about the soul.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I think I've seen you around. I recognize your profile picture. That's not you, is it?
Yeah, that's me. I don't hide behind the cartoon.
Oh yeah, you look Indian.
I'm part native.
No, that can't be you. You sound too young. You sound too young.
I don't hide behind a cartoon image. I put my real picture in there.
Yeah, I got my real picture too.
Are you muscular?
Yeah.
Too ugly to put my real picture in. I'd scare y'all all off.
Isn't that you in your photo?
And that's a meme. I got a big ass beard.
Oh, I thought that was you.
Sir.
Thank God, I thought you were a mask wearer.
No, it says placebo on it.
Oh. There's like a phone emoji that kind of covers part of it up.
Yeah, I haven't since the thing started, man. Not one time.
Okay. Well, that's good to know.
Or have
What was
my children.
What's that lady saying something about? What was that lady saying something about Elon Musk putting chips in our brain?
The next stage of technology. Get a chip and you can read faster and you can do more fine paperwork.
Their neural link.
Do you think it's real? You think he's gonna do it, or?
The Matrix had a hole in the back of your head. They just shove it right in your brain, just like that. You don't even have to talk. They just shove that in your brain and you do all the work.
Oh, but we still have self-control, right?
Well, they're trying to change that. We
Go
should
ahead and
have
trust them.
sovereignty over our own body, but they're trying to make it so we don't.
Well, if it does work, people are going to use it anyway. The only people that aren't going to use it is probably the people that think that it's to do with some sort of control. If they think it's going to control them, then those are the people that will probably be like, nah, fuck that.
Well, they have been using neurolinguistics for the longest time. This is what the media does. And if you've ever read of any like torture techniques and MK Ultra stuff, how they psychologically program people to be more malleable, suggestible, controllable. And we know that they can electrically stimulate your brain if they put electrodes on your head, and they zap you with low voltage of electricity. But as far as I'm concerned, looking at the actual function of the brain, how do our memories get reactivated? How do we see in pictures in our mind? You know, all these things remain very, very mysterious. I mean,
Talking about the imagination.
Science can explain that.
Hey, Ariel, I got a quick question that I'm sorry I missed it. What agency wrote you that answer back about proprietary information?
it's the UK's the board that had to give the final go ahead for the injectables to be used under emergency use authorization. It's called the HMRC, and I actually
Pretty
wrote
much
to them.
their whole answer was just that what you said there. They didn't say anything else about it.
I'll screenshot that whole thing, Dave, and I'll send it to you and to Godric.
Did I hear you say
That's
they
very
claim something was proprietary, though? Did I hear that?
Yes. So the reason I was asking is, how can you make an informed decision if you don't know what you're
No.
talking about?
That's
It's like,
not implied consent.
Here's
They
this thing.
can't.
Take it. Okay, I will take it. What is it? Just tell me what it is.
All right.
No, you're not allowed to know. And they actually,
they can't force
in their answer, they say they mention the commercial interest of the big pharmaceutical company.
Don't care. Commercial interest. Why would I care about someone else's commercial interest? Implied consent means you have to tell me what it is you're about to put in my body. Otherwise, I'm not informed. So
That's exactly right. I agree.
And then they send me a link to the page of the government where the government gives advice about these. And that was like the biggest joke ever. And the part where it says, well, is this bad for people, with religious objections? They said, no, it is fine for all religions. But, I mean, the Convention on Human Rights says anything that does not correlate with your beliefs, not your religion, you can say no. You cannot be coerced if something goes against what you believe in. But they purposefully say your religion. So it must be state-sanctioned religions then. It's also
how it works, no.
sly, and it disgusts me.
Well, the whole system is slimy and sly and disgusting. That's why everybody wants out at this point. Even I'm starting to hear even the most staunch supporters of the system start to crack in their faith in their priests. And the way that the United States is being run right now, even the most ardent defenders are starting to question whether or not we should be doing the things we're doing. So I don't know that this is going to be the end game that they think it's going to be.
I read an article today that says in Germany since 2020, over 32,000 general practitioner doctors have deregistered themselves. So the implication is that they are not prepared to take part in this. And the only way that they can distance themselves from it is to completely resign their profession.
I got another question. Does anybody happen to know if somebody somewhere like somehow obtained a sample and done any kind of diagnosis on it? Has anybody heard anything like that?
But are you talking about whether it's been purified?
No, I'm talking about if somebody like grabbed one of the vaccines out of the pharmacy before it went into somebody's body.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh,
and what did they find? You know?
Well, see, I have a friend at work. He's a really cool dude. He's a Rastafarian. And he came to me, and we at work, everybody's very cagey, but there have been a few people who've spoken to each other, and he said he went for his injection. And when he got there, the nurse said to him, "No, your dose is not here, so we can't inject you. So you have to make an appointment to get it." And this was just one of those pop-up injection places. So he didn't get it. And,
weird.
And so when we were talking, he expressed that concern about stuff, and I've basically talked him out of it. Yeah, I basically just ended up talking him completely out of it.
It sounds like he was getting singled out, like he needs a special one.
So,
we should probably change. We should probably change the subject. I'm sorry to keep asking questions about it. We're not supposed to be talking about. All right.
Yeah, I agree that they are.
We could also move to chill VC if you guys would like to continue this conversation without live stream.
Yeah, I think people are stressed and they just want to get it out of their system somehow.
Yeah.
Which is a good way of dealing with things like that. You know, a problem shared is a problem halved.
I agree.
Yeah, we have the same problem in the server I moderate in. Every weekend, people want to talk about it, and I tell the other moderators, I'm like, look, they don't have no one else to talk about. Y'all forget we're weirdos, That's why we're all on Discord so much, because we're all weirdos compared to the normal society. So if they want to vent, let them vent. You need to.
Yeah, half the problem is not being able to vent, I think.
I agree.
Because not being able to vent, that is really bad. That causes stress, and stress is one of the worst things you can imagine. It eats you up from the inside.
So I serve. What server do you moderate in?
Skivas.
Sorry, what?
Skivas.
Oh. What is that?
You gotta
religious guy.
Find it. Sure. Whatever you want to title him. He's never in there though.
Yeah. I'm trying to learn more about religion.
If I'm correct, he identifies himself as a non-glober, but not a flat earther. Is that right?
Oh, so
there's a lot of there's a lot of us on the server that don't identify as flat earthers. We identify as biblical cosmologists, but for the purpose of this server, like in check-in and stuff, we don't tell people that, because that's not what the server here is about. So it's not what that server is about either. But I'm just sort of clarifying. He calls himself a biblical cosmologist. He believes what the Bible says the shape of the earth is. But that's not what the server is about. His server I'm talking about.
I feel like you can't be a real Christian and still think the Earth is a ball. You know what I mean? It's just
you can. You're just misinformed about what you've been told. That's all.
Well, it's kind of the
even
same,
Christians.
though.
Even Christians are lied to and tricked.
Right, but it's kind of like rejecting the word of God because they pretty much explicitly say that it's not a ball.
But most people trust education, and if education is corrupt, then you
Don't
get
tell
to be
Matthew
lied to.
that.
Who's that? Matthew what?
Sorry.
Oh, you mean Matthew Glover?
It was just a joke. Yeah, it was just a joke.
Yeah, he probably.
He still believes in the globe, but
He probably thinks
thinks
that
he's a Christian. Or
education's. Yeah, he's a Christian. See, he's a Christian. I don't think Matthew's lying. I think he believes it. He believes NASA. He believes his education because he grew up that way. And he can't believe he's been lied to or tricked or fooled.
I just don't understand how he can still believe it after all the evidence we've shown him at this point. You know what I mean?
I think the word is cogdis.
Yeah, he's just in like severe cogdis.
Well, it's similar to the evolution thing, actually. You know, there's literally zero proof. There's less proof of evolution than there is of the globe Earth.
Evolution and Big Bang. And abiogenesis, where life comes from non-life. That's also faith-based.
Yeah.
I shouldn't say faith-based. That's also scientism.
Well, in the Bible, it never says anything against evolution, though. So, you know what I mean?
Why would God
It
have to say
says-
something against something that is theoretical?
It says God took clay and blew life into it and put Adam in the garden, just like it says. Didn't say he turned from a plant or a butterfly or a whale or an ape or a human ancestor, which looks like an ape. So I think it does. Didn't say it took a quadrillion years, so it took 7 days. Said the waters, let the waters be separated from the waters.
Yeah, he
Yes,
didn't
it's one.
say. He didn't say like each animal after its own kind, and then say, and then we have the mixed ones over here. Here's where we're mixing. Each animal of its kind. They're different. They're not mixing into one another. Surely
there it
that
says-
would be in the creation story, but it's not.
Never says animals evolve in the Bible.
That's far too many words for a stupid comment. Just ignore it. Sasha just talks nonsense.
Me? What the heck?
Oh, now you're going to act incredulous. Pull the other one.
Yeah, he was trying to say that evolution's okay in the Bible. I mean, evolution's
I think we should change
does
the
not
topic to
conflict with the
flat Earth.
Bible. Yeah, I don't think evolution is okay with the Bible.
But it's not a sin. I think globe Earth, if you believe in globe Earth, that's almost like that's a sin, you know?
Like I said, if you've been
evolution,
indoctrinated,
you're denying.
Sorry, your kind of microphone.
Go ahead.
Could you repeat that, wifey? Sorry, I didn't mean to call you wifey. I don't know what else to call you. Excuse me, sorry.
Well, in my I roboting? Because I won't continue if I'm just roboting.
No, go ahead and repeat it.
It's better
I think
now,
you're
so-
okay now. Yeah, I think you're okay now.
Okay, I was just gonna say, well, if you believe in the theory of evolution, then it seems like you'd be denying the creation, which would be denying Father. Like, it's either one or the
No.
other. You know, it's like you believe in the Father,
Well,
you have faith
denying
in
the
him,
flat Earth
or
is denying the
in his
flat Earth.
creation, flat and stationary, or not. You know, there is no evolution weirdness in the Bible.
Well, I don't know if I would call it weirdness.
Yeah, it's like saying that it's like saying there is a horizon that we're seeing in the Black Swan, but there's also an invisible one that we can't see.
Well, I would say,
or refraction can move the horizon back 10 miles.
in my humble opinion, if you're a globe earther, that's what's really denying the creation, and then that's what's really denying the creator.
Yeah, but do you see how evolution is just a branch of globe of the heliocentric model? It's part of the same thing.
Well, evolution has to do with life, and it doesn't have to do with
on a spinning ball.
No, it doesn't. There is no
Yeah.
evolution. Just shut up.
Yeah, there is not. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true. Sorry.
Yeah, I think
I
we
didn't mean
should
to bring it up again. I apologize. Well, yeah, we can move on.
Not you, Sonny.
Yeah,
Him.
I
He's
know.
taking
I
a
know.
piss. You can
I
tell
know,
by
but
the words he's using.
I get it. It's okay, though.
Well,
Yeah,
Elijah always attacks me in this server. I don't know why.
You always talk nonsense.
If you legit don't know, it's not a sin.
I agree. I think if you're misinformed or misguided, I don't think it's a sin. But I think if you've been shown the evidence and you still reject it, it's kind of testing the boundaries.
Okay. Yeah. So all I'm saying in this whole topic is I just want to see the evidence. If someone's saying something is happening, it needs to be observable in the natural world, and that's it. And so I need to see the proof, just like everything else.
Yeah, I agree.
How long do you plan on living, Sonny?
Probably not long enough to see that kind of proof.
Yeah, I mean, you can't
Well, I
get
mean,
past infinity, can you? So
You can't see proof that doesn't
Wishful
exist, am I
thinking.
right?
Yeah, right. Exactly.
it doesn't mean anything.
You can't see it that's true. Well, no proof exists. Then why would you believe something exists that has no proof?
Wait, I thought you were talking about the globe.
It doesn't matter really what we're talking about. You could be talking about anything, but
If you're
why
gonna
would
be-
you continue? Well, it doesn't matter. Whatever it is, why would you believe something that has no proof?
If you're going to reject it, no proof will suffice.
There's simply no reason to believe something that you can find no proof of. Therefore, if there's no empirical evidence of it, that means it is totally a belief. And actually, if you're saying something is true in opposition to all of our other senses and all empirical data that we have available to us, then that's a religion.
It's funnier than that, Sonny. It's self-contradictory. So why would we even have to refute it? It refutes itself.
What I like to say is assertions provided without evidence can be dismissed without evidence.
There you go. So just sweep the floor, get rid of all that other garbage, because all it is a leftover from your globe Earth religion belief. That's all it is.
Maybe you're
It's you haven't taken out the trash yet completely. You have to remove all of that other stuff. All the presuppositional nonsense. It's part of the cartoon. Got to you got to cut the cord. Cut the umbilical. You're still tied to mommy dearest. And I try to be humorous about it because it is, but it's true. Yeah, all I have ever hoped for is a free life, you know?
You gotta cut the cord.
Hey, PMAC, how's it going? But I think there's going to be a big fight now before I ever see that. It may not be in this, whatever, on this side of the veil. May have to wait. That's okay.
Jason Family Man, are you here?
Yes, sir.
I see you have VC verified, so what shape do you believe the Earth is?
I believe what my senses tell me to be true.
Condolences to why.
Oh, so you're a flat earther also?
Yes, sir.
Oh,
You must be using another account because you've been here a while, haven't you?
I got banned one time, and then my whole account was banned, and then I got a new account, and then I'm on this account, and I was invited back.
Okay. Very good.
I got banned also one time.
Sorry for you all getting banned. Yeah, well, maybe not sorry. You know, it happens for a reason here, so...
Yeah.
You know.
A lot of trolls, I imagine.
It is what it is here, and I think the moderation does and the admins do a very good job at what they do. I don't know if I could do as well as they do.
Well, aren't you technically a moderator also, since you have Gold Plus?
I'm a referee. I can do a couple things. I'm a Gold Plus.
You can server ban people.
I could. I've never used that. I leave that up to the moderation. If I find it a really extreme case, but I'm still learning the ropes on how to the technical parts of commands and things like that on the server. So
sounds like Sasha wants to be banned. Try out your power, Sonny.
No.
Actually, I think Elijah wants to be banned.
Temporarily, I could try it. Whoa! It says I'm a karaoke badass now. Holy mackerel!
Funnily enough, I've got Sasha on a permanent S-ban. I'm just waiting to click it.
Oh,
you got me on a permanent what?
Run the script! Run the script!
Don't click it. Don't click it.
Old dude.
No worries, Sasha. You're all right, mate. I'm just pulling your chain, kiddo.
Yeah.
Nah, Gold Plus is just because we've spent enough time here as be trusted enough to use the bot and not use it to post porn or whatever nonsense. Or it's a trust thing, eh? We're given all right more powers, yeah, but it's basically a trust. That's all it is. We're just allowed to use tools and stuff.
Cool.
Yep. It's pretty nice. Only the reason I say that is because it's nice to have people that I've learned so much from, you know, that like I try to, so I've learned how to like try to say what I mean and mean what I say. If I say provide some information to go with it, you know, because we all say things here and there, right? And we can slip into illogical. None of us are immune from illogical thinking. Like, it could slip up.
Speak up so I can hear you.
Right?
Sorry, Sonny, I was hot micing.
Oh, it's all right. I just heard something in the back.
I've got Dr. Bob in my DMs again, complaining that he's not a moderator and he would get muted if he came here, so he's not coming here.
Really? Tell him Sonny said not true. Sonny said that not true. He can come in here.
I've been telling him that, yeah. I've been telling him that for ages. He popped up on YouTube earlier on.
Doctor up, exactly.
I mean, Elijah could, but I won't.
BS, I believe.
Elijah.
Oh, by the sounds of his message, I thought he was a doctor of soy, but BS sounds legit as well.
Soy doctor, PhD.
I won't speak for Elijah Savvy, but he can come in here as long as he, if he doesn't lie, then he'll do well.
Tell him that I'll ban anyone who mutes him.
Who is the biggest anti-flat earther on YouTube?
Tell him we're going to use Sasha as a mediator between getting banned or not. So that's a good point.
Well, they don't understand. We've got the arena. We can give them a forum that it's them and one other person and a moderator, and nobody else has got control. Nobody gets muted, told to shut up. Everybody gets a fair chance, but they just do not hear those words. I don't know what's wrong with them.
I know. I wish they would give me a chance. I need a chance to shut up. Someone help me. Let me use my referee. I'll shut up. I'll shut up if I could be the referee. I won't interject. I promise.
Real easy. You just mute yourself, Sonny. Maybe somebody can explain to you how to do that.
To ban myself. I can mute myself. Yeah, I could server mute myself. That's true.
I like it when people get server deafened. I think that's kind of funny.
I think timeouts are good if they become necessary.
You want to laugh, Sasha?
No, Clinton. Oh no, I can talk, but I can't hear.
I thought that was perfect last night because Platypus decided he was only going to be in the voice text. So he deaf and muted himself, and I'm like, I was already pissed off enough at him, so I just go, okay, well, we'll just click those buttons too. Give you what you want there. Then they let him speak again, and then I had him deafened. So that was even better. I like that better, actually.
That was funny last night. I landed myself in it trying to unmute him, and BattleMud got me in the process.
People were clicking it back and forth. I know. Anyway, all fun and games. Some Glovers just irritate a little more, I guess. Or maybe it's a mood thing on my part. It could be,
No, I think we remember the little things, like when people spend months and months and months in here, and then someone like you asks them a direct question about reality or why they're here, and they openly admit it. No, I'm not here to learn, or no, I'm just here for laughs, or well, okay, deal with the pain then, son. That's the way it goes. If that's your game, deal with it, and we'll talk to you later. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess the real thing is he keeps coming back here, so he knows where it is, and I don't know. I'm gonna talk about him anyway. Moving on.
Yeah, who's new? No one else in chat, no?
Who's Sarugaki? Anybody spoken to Sarugaki? Are you there? Sarugaki? Sarugaki. Konnichiwa. Ohayo gozaimasu.
The way you're saying his name, and I haven't looked at it, it sounds like it's supposed to say, "Sir, you are cocky."
No, it actually looks like a Japanese. Sarugaki.
Arigato.
Arigato. Konnichiwa. Ohayo gozaimasu. Yeah. Now I'm just going to repeat the only 3 Japanese words I know. That'll be great. Okay. Stand by while we try to demolish somebody else's name and scare them away so they don't speak. Okay, somebody less mean? Is that what it is? I'm just too mean. We should have Elisha anyway. Elisha should welcome them. I'm too mean. All right.
You want me to welcome people?
Your mouth full and all.
Yeah.
You can
I
practice
usher people
kindness.
I usher people out the door. I don't welcome them in.
Like
Look at
you're
that.
welcoming that food in your mouth.
What's that?
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like he's welcoming that food in his mouth.
I know. I could eat something.
Man, if I had heard half of the arguments on here before I clicked on this Discord, I probably would have been so intimidated. I probably would have just listened for another month or 2 or 3. But the fact that I came here like a sheep.
Yeah, but you know, we're extremely happy that you did come here, though. It's great. We enjoy. I'll speak for myself. I enjoy you being in here.
Thanks, Ryan.
Yeah.
And I had to learn so much then, and I was just chasing the truth. I mean, I wasn't going to be stopped, was I?
Yeah.
It's the
That's
best
funny.
way to learn, though. Learning on the job.
Yeah, and we have no idea how deep the rabbit hole actually is until we come in here, right?
And I can't even recall what I said to convince you guys, but I mean, you were very accepting of me in the very first 10 minutes that I was here.
It's probably that these people have been doing it for so long that they can tell the genuine people from the non-genuine pretty early on.
The thing is, Elisha, if I was asked about, how to measure what the distance of the geographic horizon is supposed to be, the circumference of the Earth, the axial rotation for Colt's pendulum, I never heard of that. Never heard of anything relating to the vacuum of space, the second law of thermodynamics. None of that. None of that. I knew none of that genuinely. I came to all of this from such a completely different, wacky angle. Yeah. I probably would have picked all of that up. But yeah, then I just landed here and it was all just given to me, for free.
But your accent
as it should be. Wisdom should be given out for free. By definition.
It was an accent.
Yeah, and it was amazing to learn everything that I did, from that point onwards. Really amazing. To think that you guys had to formulate all of this.
You're fucking amazing.
Yeah, everyone here is amazing.
I'm fucking amazing. Yeah.
We're all amazing, or we wouldn't be here.
Yeah, because this is not written down for you somewhere in a damn textbook where you can go and learn it. You had to come.
It used to be, though, didn't it?
Wow.
We're kind of done with
They used to teach it in schools. I mean, the Bible's been saying it for time, so they had to do a big job just to convince people that reality wasn't real.
There you go.
I mean, not only do you have all the information gathered, and it's the community, the people, the knowledge inside that they hold in their heads.
Well, if reality isn't real, what is real? What is the true outcome of everything?
I don't know. Go stub your toe and we can discuss it.
What tone? You have a tone? Motherfucker. Sorry about that.
Breaking down the wall. That's that meme. 1, 2, the fourth one down with the monkey there. 39 minutes after. Yeah, that's brilliant.
That's me. That is.
No, I know CGI is not proof of anything. But it looks so cool. I don't care if it's real.
Don't Ice Glover exposed again. So, would it be safe to say that nobody here believes in a spinning water ball? Would that be safe to say?
No, unless it's hanging from something.
I think that, yeah, tether balls have a rope. I don't know. Is that what you mean? Kind of spins around the pole, but it has to have the rope.
Yeah, none of us believe in a pseudoscientific religion, so, you know.
God damn. Ariel,
Hello.
how you doing?
I'm okay. I'm off work now. I'm going to reward myself by going into the garden.
Do you have a boyfriend?
No.
Would you like one?
Who knows? Who knows what the future holds for me?
You guys could be a flat earther couple.
We could. You have little flat earther babies.
You wouldn't have to believe the global lies anymore.
I'm very headstrong and independent, I have to warn you. You'll never win an argument against me.
God damn.
What month are you born?
July.
Aries. She's an Aries.
Oh,
No.
Me too.
Oh.
I'm on the cusp. I was born on the 24th.
Ariel, meet.
Yes.
So when would that make you if you're born on the 24th?
Meet Sonny.
That might be kind of fiery. Cancer Leo, that might be kind of fiery.
Everything has cancer these days.
Of water.
Hey, can y'all hear me all right?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Check it out. I mean, I'm not trying to get this into some type of biblical conversation, but being that y'all talking about Leo and stuff, I was just listening to Dr. Michael Heiser speak somewhere, anyhow, on YouTube, and he was talking about how you could take, I guess, something like, is it called Stellarium, that astrology software?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so you could take that, and then you use the Jewish calendar to go to
Jews?
I guess the Jewish calendar. So you can take you can take their date, right, which would be September 1st on the Jewish calendars when they do the inauguration for the new king. You hear me? So
September 1st, gotcha.
So he said, you know, according to the Bible, of when these certain stars are supposed to line up according to John and some verse, he goes, and you put that in the software, it goes right to September 11th, like 5
Shut up.
5 AD or something. No, not after death. 5 BC or something.
But it's 5/11 anyway.
But
He
anyway,
stole
so
it
it's-
from a lawyer. Hey, sir, he stole that information from a lawyer. And if you Google the Star of Bethlehem, you'll be able to hear from the horse's mouth. Figured that out. Star of Bethlehem. It'll be the third response.
Who was the?
So it's actually
Bill on
September. It's
search.
supposed to be September 11th.
Who was the
Opinions
smartest?
vary,
Who was the smartest man on earth? Einstein. Yeah. And what was it?
He was.
P-Mac, drink some water.
Now, according to the Bible, according to what we know in history nowadays, like Tesla, or even the guy Tesla said was way smarter than him, that actually kind of corrected all of Tesla's paperwork. That guy that worked for, who was in charge of GE, the guy
Steinmetz.
No, not. Is it Steinmetz? Is that who that was?
Yeah.
Is that?
I think
is that-
Steinmetz was the one who deciphered all the maths that Tesla did.
And he was
Or
like
the
kind of
majority of it. If that's who you're going for, I don't know if that's exactly what you mean though.
Well, there's the big group of him, Tesla, Einstein, and all these people. The big picture, and the handicapped dude that's really short, crippled, bent over with a cane. He's the guy.
Yeah, I think that is Steinmetz. He worked for RCA, right?
Yeah, maybe so. Because I know that.
Yeah. I'll double check, but I think it might be. Let me check.
What's his name? The angry photographer guy, Ken Wheeler. He talks about that a lot, about how he said that the smartest man living at that time was a friend of Einstein and Tesla, and it's who would actually go over Tesla's work in math to make sure he was doing it correctly. Anyway, so who was the smartest man that we know?
If I'm talking about the same person as you, it is Steinmetz. Charles Proteus Steinmetz. He was a German mathematician.
Is he crippled? Do you see a picture of him?
He looks crippled.
Yeah, it's probably him. But anyway, somebody in here said that
it's definitely him.
Michael Heiser took the 9/11 birth of Christ. He took that from somebody else. Like he stole that information.
Correct.
Now,
Just Google the Star of Bethlehem video. It'll be like the first, second, or third deal that pops up. It'll be a guy with black hair and glasses standing in front of a projector screen.
Now I have to give Michael Heiser props, because Michael Heiser did confess. He said everything that I say is not my work. He says I've come up with none of this stuff. I just take the data from other people and present it to you. And almost every time I've heard him speak, that's one of the first things he says, because he's written all these books, and he says nothing in here he came up with. He just wants to present the data to the layman. You know what I mean? To make it to where you don't have to have a PhD. You don't have to be in these circles, these groups. You know what I mean? You don't have to be a minister to have this information. You don't have to go to the library and seminary. So he's bringing all this information to the world to, put it out so we can actually kind of understand the pagan religions, and then understand it from a biblical and a pagan type perspective. So I do give him props for that, because he admits that he ain't the one that found any of this stuff, that he's saying. I don't know if you have ever listened to him. He's really good. Or Tom Horn. Like, he did stuff with Tom Horn. And
I really like Tom Horn's work, but I don't like the 5-minute advertisement every 3 minutes. That's
I hate that, dude. That's not very Christ-like.
Something wrong with making money?
Sorry.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. You got to make that money somehow.
Sorry, what are they talking about? Mimas?
Yo, what's up?
How you going, bro?
All right.
What are they talking about?
I wish I could get paid to be a Discord admin.
I'm not paid.
How does this always happen?
Thrown over to the shape of the earth. I mean, not the shape. Fuck off. Sorry.
I wish I was paid.
Well, fuck off is a very good statement, because all it means is for you to fuck off.
Right. I just can't help it.
Oh, here we go. Uh-oh. Hey. Is that how believing in God talks? Angel.
Hey, check this out. Yesterday morning, I went to drop off a camera at one of my relatives' house, and this person's a surgeon who puts pacemakers in people. And this person's, been in big magazines and on TV and stuff like that. And anyhow, they have a camera they let me borrow. So I was dropping it off, and we got to talking about stuff. And they told me, they said, "Look, I've always never really believed all this stuff about people dying and seeing God or seeing heaven upon if they have a heart attack or anyway until they're explaining that that after I guess they put a pacemaker in, the person woke up and was crying, and they were like, "What's going on? Why are you crying?" And the person went on to explain to them that they were up above the bed watching them, and they actually said, "This doctor was standing here, this doctor, you were here, this was going on," and they told me, they were like, look, there was no way that they could have known that at all. They were out. You know what I mean? They knock them out before they even take them into the surgery room. They knock them out, bring them in, prep them, and so it totally changed their mind on what they believe about people leaving their body and able to actually see what's going on. You know what I mean? It's pretty trippy. They told me that yesterday morning.
I've had an out-of-body experience before. Not like that. I wasn't dead, but I've had a sober out-of-body experience.
Really? Tell me more. What happened?
Not on here.
Okay.
You can DM me or something. This ain't the forum for it.
That sounds kind of wild, though, huh? I can fly in my dreams. I just wonder which dimension I'm connecting to when that's going on.
Yeah. Hey, Gladflobe, I see you on the YouTube chat all the time.
Yeah, man. Hi.
Hi. That's funny.
Yeah, I haven't joined the server, and I joined a couple years ago, and then I just kind of took over the YouTube chat. I'm in there way too much.
That's cool. Sometimes I go in. My handle on there is like from my YouTube channel, Flat Earth 2017 Consciousness. So you probably see.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That's me. Yeah.
Right on, brother. I like your style. Very to the point.
Thanks. Try to be.
Yeah, I just want Trillian to come in here. That's all. Of all the people, just got to get her in here once.
I've flown in my dreams too. I used to have sequential dreams that were like about learning how to fly with my body, which is really strange. But
did you get like a running start and jump and go? That's how I usually do it.
No, I like happen to be in this place. I happen to be in this place where there's this old woman in an old rickety house, like in the freaking at the crossroads. That's the only way I can think of it, man. Literally, like somewhere in the Delta in Mississippi, somewhere in the bayou. I don't know. And like she had this big dog, and she was saying, "Now, honey, if you get your mindset in a certain direction of being lighter, I'm going to show you how to step up on the step." And I can't see a step. This is all happening in my dream. And she goes, if you step up on it, you have to have this right thought in your mind, or this right, I don't know even how to describe it.
No, it's kind of like the Indiana Jones when he's got to take the step of faith, right?
Mm-hmm. And then I stepped up on it, and in my dream, I became lighter, and I stepped up on the first step. And then she was showing me, yeah, you just keep going down. And then eventually I was out in this big field, and I could literally float up. It feels so real. I would float up to like the tree level just with my thinking. I could physically move myself up and then lean forward and be laying down in midair and start going forward.
How high did you have to be to see the curve in your dream?
I didn't see any curve. I never saw any curve in my dreams. Yeah, I never saw any curve.
See, even in other dimensions, it's flat.
Yeah.
Now back when I was younger, I had the same kind of dream over and over. And I was at my grandma's house in the front yard, and I would actually run, and then I would throw my body forward, and I'd put my hands like on my side, and I would put my chin up. And as I threw my chin up and kind of arched my back, that would give me the direction. And I'd go up in there, and I'd come down. Everybody would be outside, on the lawn watching me. And I'd go down towards the ground, and I'd just kind of, arch myself in the direction, and I'd go in that direction. But it's funny that y'all mentioned that.
Similar.
And I had that
very
same
similar
thing over and over.
Yeah, over and over. It started when I was really young. Actually, it's been going on my whole life. Every 3 to 7, 10 dreams, really vivid flying dream.
Isn't that strange how we would all have like similar dreams like that? That's very
Well, I think it's all part of the programming. I think that it's melatonin and it's DMT and we're humans.
Wait, what, Mac? You decided now to rub the
That's okay.
Right now?
I was about to go on a tangent.
Continue your tangent. That was ridiculous. Carry on.
I was just saying, in my opinion, I think it's part of the programming here. We all have melatonin, we all have DMT, we all have, we're human, so we're going to experience similar things. And I think like whatever frequencies we're tuning into when we're sleeping is within like the same, like you have a hat with a bunch of options in it. There's a certain amount of options, right? A certain amount of dimensions. As far as
but
that kind of deal.
There's some kind of imprint of well, I don't know if it's
either
imprint.
flat or it's flat. Those are the
There's some kind of imprint of either a reality creation like play. This is where it gets really difficult to describe. It's beyond like human language, I think. But so the difference between there being like some kind of reference of like reality creation in our minds, and whether that is an actual place that is just intangible or not.
Yeah, this might fuck you up. You ever thought about when you're talking and such, you have the thought in your head a split second before you say it, so you can actually hear yourself thinking. Like you stop your shit and you're like, oh shit, I'm saying that, I'm thinking as I'm saying, but it's a split second off.
Yeah, I get it.
And then try to talk whenever you can hear yourself. Like, through
I hate that. Well, see, now I'm doing it. Now I'm thinking before I'm saying it. I'm like, why am I even? It's like a script. So it was like it was already written.
So you're telling yourself, stop talking to yourself. Self.
Basically, aren't we all God too? Isn't that what some people think?
Oh, what the fuck? We're not.
Okay. Well, only on the flat Earth does any of this even happen. So.
I don't know why, but it's always triggering when somebody, aren't we all gods? No, shut the fuck up.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm kind of, I'm kind of like making fun of that whole thing. We're all the creators. Everything is one energy.
Yeah, I don't like that either.
If we're the image of God, aren't we the image of God? So doesn't that make us a part of God, or doesn't that make us God?
No,
oh my God.
Shut the fuck up.
Exactly.
Yeah, we're created. We're part of the creation. I think something about our consciousness does have to do with God. It's not only just whatever is inside of us. It's not only biological or mechanical.
Well, yeah, we got that extra
chemical
time. They fucking break the first 3 fucking commandments.
But listen, you got to think too of how words are used nowadays. Like how quickly we've changed the word, from being gay, to being happy, than being, with the same
queer. I have to correct you.
I didn't mean that.
I have to correct you on that. Hold on.
What's up?
I do have to correct that one. Gay comes from the name Ganymede. Do you know who Ganymede was?
No.
As one of the gods, gay lovers.
Oh no!
But also the god of celebration and wine. So it actually meant happy and homosexual. So
well, I mean,
really,
I get flirty.
They reclaimed the word essentially.
Right.
I get flirty with dudes when I get some wine in me.
That's a bad.
We need to reclaim that rainbow flag.
Yeah. So what I was trying to get at is the fact that words change in time, and if we look up, or somebody will look up, what the ancient word for God really meant. What are the attributes? Does it mean one individual, creator, or does it actually mean angelic, supernatural, spiritual? Like, how were the ancient Hebrews, using this?
They had a word for that. There was the eternal creator, but then there was Elohim, which were essentially divine creatures. So you had angels, you had archangels, you had all the different, species of angel.
So is it like something existed? Is it like something existed beforehand, and then an intelligence came into that thing and started deciding to make shit?
It sounds like to me that the angels were called gods, but yet the God of all gods created these little gods. You know what I mean? Like they were.
Well, mankind is called lots of things, God.
God created the angels, and the angels that came down to earth that was supposed to watch over the man was the one that decided to take the earth for themselves. That's the reason why the whole the whole cast out, the angels that were supposed to watch over man were the ones that became the watchers on. Right. I mean, they were the watchers on earth, and they were supposed to watch the humans, but they decided, because they saw the lust in women, right? They lusted after the women, the man, women, right? Right. And decided to fornicate and create, their own babies.
Right. Yeah.
So let me get this straight. God doesn't like that. He didn't like when that happened. So why do you make a place where that could even happen?
Well, I think that he had an original
It's not that
plan.
he made the place where it could happen. It was just that it eventually just ended up happening. It's not like, oh, I'm gonna make this place and I want this to happen. That he didn't plan it. Like we all have our own way of thinking. We all have our decision, right? To do to do what's right and to do what's wrong.
Well, and you can look at his creation too.
Yeah, and that goes for the angels as well.
The angels had their own, way, and really they're the ones that messed everything up when you really look at it.
They did, yeah, and the angels actually knew what was right and what was wrong in the first place.
Right.
Yep.
And even if you want to be narrow-minded and ignore Enoch and Jubilees, you can still see that from the canon, because it tells you even if an angel comes and preaching any other gospel, don't believe it. So you're supposed to hold even the angels to account, which by implication means they have the will, the free will, or the will to either obey or disobey.
So we didn't have free will, or we didn't know about good and bad until we were like irresponsibly taught about it.
Until we had smoked and ate the cannabis off the tree, the fruit of the tree, and knew what was right and what was wrong.
Oh no shit! It wasn't fruits and stuff. It was like Mother Mary.
Yeah, it was Mother Mary. It was the cannabis.
That's what Master Chief says, but that's not what the scripture says.
I like when Master Chief talks about it anyway. So.
Well, I think he's actually right, because you can interpret scripture however you want.
Listen, understand.
No, you
can't. Knowledge, right?
Yeah, you're gonna get blasted for that.
Relax.
You will get blasted.
Guess what? The cannabis opens up your five senses. Your five senses, guys. The cannabis opens up your five senses.
Yeah, y'all were talking about that.
Cannabis isn't a tree, but anyway, that's not really the point. But I'm going to address something that was more important. No, you can't interpret.
Nah, but Jesus likes to talk in parables, though. You know what I mean?
I haven't finished speaking.
Hold up, Enoch.
So, whoever said, well, I know who said it. The guy who said about interpreting, you can interpret it how you like. No, because the scriptures themselves say it's not of any private interpretation.
Mm-hmm. And
So
also,
if you
that's
do-
like the
if you do
it's the
that,
same
you're
mess. It's the same mess we have with the scientific method. If you're saying you can interpret
Right.
the scientific method, yeah, it's the same thing. Sorry to interject. Carry on,
That's fine.
Elijah.
But I just wanted to finish up with this free will thing because it's actually important to the whole story of the gospel of the kingdom, right? Because the reward, the salvation when it's actually fulfilled, right? The resurrection, when Messiah returns, that's when those who are in Messiah are no longer under that how would you say it? That bondage of the flesh. So there is no longer the ability to sin, which is why it's the reward, right? And then also that pertains to the angels thing because it says that we will be made higher than the angels, and then the we is those who are Messiah. I'm just language.
Man, that's a lot of responsibility. I don't know if I want that.
Says that God, like even in the Quran, it says that people wouldn't even know the message, even if he was to send his angel.
I'm not sure.
And man wouldn't hear the message, even though that God sent his angels. That's what it says that in the Quran too.
Have you ever tried to hold on? Have you ever tried to argue with someone? And no matter what proof you show them, they deny it?
No, we don't know anything about that, do we?
Yeah. That scripture makes absolutely.
No, we do that all the time, don't we? Don't we?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
The flat Earth facts all the time, but yet they don't want to accept the facts, right?
Who's more persecuted, flat earthers or Christians?
Probably both.
Are there any real
the flat Earth Christians?
Yeah, to say Christian is actually.
If you're not a flat earther, you're not a legit Christian.
Well, I guess that's what I'm asking. I don't know.
I'm only poking half a finger.
I'm a spiritualist. I don't even like calling myself
legitimately,
a Christian.
it is rather confusing saying you believe yet ignoring the first page of the book.
I would say I'm a simulation.
Well, worse than that, you have a bunch that really followed like the demiurgic Gnostic God.
Yeah, and the elite believe in the Bible too. They're kind of following it, aren't they?
I don't know if they're following it. I don't know if following it's the best word.
They're making decisions based off of the.
No.
Yeah, no. It's not all zodiac stuff, but then you got the 12
I think it's
disciples.
funnier than that. I think it's much funnier than that.
All right.
They don't actually have a choice.
Wait, who doesn't?
Remember what it says? Well,
Yes.
the scriptures actually say that it's the plan of the Most High. He blinds.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
He
100%.
hardened the heart of Pharaoh. He was the one that set the Babylon and all the rest of the kingdom takeovers for Israel. So it wasn't like these guys planned it in and of themselves to take over and to disperse the people. It was a consequence of the Israelites not behaving according to what they should behave. So that was a direct response from the Most High. If I said that.
Yeshua said, "Live through me, and I will set you free." And he, so
This is true, but
he wanted us to live through.
Just do me one favor and try and keep on track of what I'm saying because I'm speaking to someone right now, right? So that's why to me it's funny, Pigeon, because these guys, they're doing all their plans, all their whatever, right? But they're following the script of the Most High. The prophecies.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
I meant Flobe or Black Flobe.
Now, are they
It's just that
following
Pigeon's mic is popping up every
My
time I
bad.
speak.
Yeah.
So
I think he was talking to.
just that I'm adjusting the correct. But anyway, yeah. What was I saying?
Yeah.
They're following. They're following the script of the Most High. So the prophecies have been written. Maybe a bit cliche, but we can already see that. We can already see that some have been. Yeah, but they're never going to get there.
Right. No, I got that.
Anyway, to me that's funny because everything they do, all they're leading up to, is just going in line with what the scripture already says. So.
Yeah, and they're going to lose. It's stupid.
They don't. Their plan is they create all these contingencies to be able to take credit for things they know may be coming. But they're like in fake control. It's like they built a stage set for the bridge of a ship, and they're pretending to steer it. They have no idea what's coming.
Read the wisdom literature. It's hilarious, man.
Yeah.
From this perspective, I maybe I just laugh at things that most people don't. But when it says that the unrighteous build up treasures for the righteous, that's funny to me. That's very funny.
What does that mean?
Capitalism.
No, Sasha, shut up, please. No, it's that like
in the Exodus. It's like in the Exodus whenever they told them to go and borrow all the gold and stuff from the people. The other people had built that wealth up for them. They were able to take it with them.
So they're falsely
Elijah?
using. I was just saying they're falsely using the word righteous. Is that right?
No. The point I was getting at is that they all these guys, right? These degenerates, as I like to call them. They do all this stuff. They have all these plans. They're stealing from everyone. But the scriptures, and you can even see this in life to some degree if you've seen enough, I suppose. But the scriptures say that those guys doing those kind of behaviors, they're building up treasures for the righteous. So they do all this thing, boom, 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 and then it's the righteous that get the reward.
Oh, I see. So yeah, so it's not what I was saying.
It's easier to see in the eschatology of the whole thing when you look at the whole picture and what happens at the end. But that's the general gist. It's just another thing to add on to the from my point of view, hilarity of the fact that everything they do is going to fall flat on its face. And the ones that they persecuted are going to be the ones that get rewarded.
It'll be thanks for the house.
Right. This goes to one of the
thanks
things
for the house. Thanks for the tools. Thanks for the materials. Thanks for keeping us warm for the meek.
Right, exactly. The meek shall inherit the earth, which is for people who are not sure of it, easier to say humble, but meek and humble are synonymous, I believe.
This is why I like listening to you guys, man. It's always a learning experience.
Damn right.
So are you a flat earther also?
Yeah, I am. I was a mod in Helios 24/7 on YouTube for a little bit there. Trying to keep the dummies in order.
Okay, I was gonna say the YouTube chat is a very cursed place.
Yeah, tell me about it, man. Nope, and I'm the only one in my family that talks about it. I've had like knockdown, drag out fights with my stepbrother about flat Earth. It's horrible.
And so is he an anti-flat earther?
I mean, yeah, he just gets so worked up, and the problem is he's smart enough, right? He's genius level intelligence with everything else, but he can't see this, and it just
You're
hurts.
hot, Mike and Angel.
Right.
What do you mean by genius level intelligence?
Well, like in high school, he got really good grades. He got full rides to colleges. He's a master, handyman. He can, you know what I'm saying? He can do anything in a house. He can, I don't know. He never went to electrician school, but he does electrician stuff all around town. You know what I mean? If they can't hire the expensive guy.
Angel,
they
can
hire
you mute your mic, bro? I can hear your breathing, dude.
Oh shit!
Anyways, he's a super smart guy, and I can't get him to open his eyes because he still can't get past the why would they lie.
That's where it is, right? After we tell them everything, why would they lie?
We argued gas pressure without a container. Huh?
No, my bad, Karen.
I just said we argued gas pressure without a container for over an hour, and we were wasted, so we shouldn't have been doing it. But he brought up really, really good points against gas pressure without a container, and I wasn't versed as well with natural law, and so he kind of took me to school on the rhetoric. You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
from high
don't
school,
play rhetoric with intellect. Just be
for sure. He baffled me with bullshit.
Right.
Well,
Yeah, it's because they don't. Because unless he can demonstrate it to you, he's got nothing. And it might be a bit.
And then we just get mad at each other.
Right. Yeah, but you could just go, well, when you can show it to me, I'll entertain it. Otherwise, you do realize you got nothing to stand on, or something
serious,
to that
man.
effect. But it's one of those things that if you can't do it with finesse, it's better not to engage, because with the ones that are the closest to you, they're not going to listen because they don't. There's some. The scriptures say, "Prophet is not without honor except for in his own hometown." Right. Which the modern way of saying it, or the way I would say it, is because they know you somehow. They think they're better than you. They think what you say has no relevance.
So hear me out real quick.
For whatever reason, you just pop up into India, start spouting whatever, and they're going to take you seriously because they don't have that prejudged thing. They're going to just take you on what you say.
So what do y'all think about this real quick?
It's weird, but that's what it is. Go ahead.
You said that, why would they lie? Have you ever thought about how if we say, okay, well, the atmosphere actually may be causing some type of lensing effect that causes things to look like they're curved. And one time I had my P900. I went to Nicaragua on a surf trip, and I'm sitting at, on the beach. We had a little beach hut thing, and I'm filming out at this like buoy thing that's way off out in the water, and this mist came in, and all of a sudden, here I am. I'm about 15 feet off the water, up on this deck filming, and all of a sudden, it caused to where my horizon, all of a sudden, it became closer. But not only did it become closer, it became spherical, and it made me realize, I'm like, hold on a second. Now it's become the atmosphere has become more dense. There's more water molecules in there and whatever else is going on. All of a sudden now I have going across my picture frame, no longer a flat horizon, but the horizon's closer and it's curved. So I'm thinking, okay, well that would, if I never saw what it looked like before, I'd just be looking at a curved surface and I'd be going, oh, wow, look. And I'm wondering, let's say they are let's say that NASA exists up in the atmosphere, they're up there or whatever. And what they're looking at is kind of what I was experiencing. Like, what if they're looking out and it looks spherical to them? Because now they can see a whole lot further. Now they're looking at, the ground through a degree, which has a whole lot more atmospheric, whatever effect going on, which causes it to kind of look spherical. So what if they're not lying about everything, about what they see, but they're ignorant, not understanding what they see and why they're seeing it? Kind of like how, the video they take where the moon, when it gets near the horizon, all of a sudden the bottom part stops going down and the top part continues going down, but it starts squishing into itself and it becomes so oblong, it becomes a flat pancake and then disappears. You know what I mean? Like, it shows you that the further away the moon gets from their ISS position, from what they say they're up in, the further the moon gets, all of a sudden it starts to disappear bottom up. You know what I mean? It's affected from the bottom. So
how would they get the ISS up there, dude? If there's no space, how would they put it up there?
Well, we know that there is distance, right? We go up, we call it space. There's space between me and you, there's distance. So however high they are, if they're up in, it's kind of like what we say is space, right? What if the attributes of space is not correct, what they say it is? But what is up there may be up there. It's just a place. But what's up there? Is it some type of helium? Is it some type of different element underneath the firmament? You know what I mean? Like, what's up there? And does it allow you to kind of find some type of buoyancy or something? I don't know. I'm just saying.
What? I'm gonna devil's advocate the shit out of that. There's two things. One, what was it? Like a salt lake at the bottom of the ocean that they found, right? It was like water in water. Okay.
Fresh water, yeah.
Right, and they couldn't get through it and such. And then Another is you guys probably all seen the homemade rocket, or it was actually a nice rocket, but they shot it up,
right,
and it stopped moving, right? It didn't hit anything because that motherfucker would have exploded, but like it just and stopped, and it was just chilling. Like, what was that about, right? So I don't know.
What if you went through it? What if you had to go through it at a degree, slowly?
Well, what I'm saying is the rocket stopped moving and just hovered. So it kind of plays into what you are presupposing right now, but that
Yeah. I mean,
I got you.
You know, they even some physicists, they're like, well, maybe space is some type of superfluid. You know, like what the old flat Earth guy, what's his name, that used to always be on YouTube. He's come on here before. He's one of QE's good friends.
So far, you're talking about like 600 people.
No, this dude's like been here way longer than anybody that I know. I mean, I heard of him before I even heard of QE. This guy's him and QE will like do shows together. He's the one that called NASA and put it on YouTube. You know, he talks to NASA.
That guy. Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? And it took him forever to actually get a hold of somebody. And he told him, he said, look, I'm in college. I'm doing my dissertation, or me and my buddy or something on space. And he's told them he thinks it's a superfluid. And the NASA's like, really? And then all of a sudden, now you have these physicists coming out going, 5 years later going, we think space actually might be a superfluid because everything we're experiencing in the lab matches.
Is that person is that Smoke Screen Design? Is that the guy you're talking about?
No, man, his name's
He's talking about the guy that gave us the information on Sophia and Hubble.
Yeah, that dude. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, him and QE always have it out, but they're like best friends, but they just, always kind of fight.
Yeah, you're talking about the guy from the intelligence agency. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, that dude. He disappeared for like, years, and all of a sudden he popped back up on here one day.
Well,
So
I did
what
want
was
you
that
to.
dude talking
I
about?
did want to point you to the GIF I posted.
Oh yeah, look at that plane, just
Oh,
done.
it was going at It was going at stall speed, so it was going about 100 miles an hour. Really.
Are there people
Basically,
on that?
yeah, there are. A bunch of people died in there.
Damn it!
And so the plane basically disintegrated.
So sad.
So
yeah,
I don't know how fast was that rocket going.
Dope math with the water.
See, here's the problem. Here's the problem. If you're a solid object and you come to a stop that fast, doesn't matter what you're running into, you're going to disintegrate.
Yeah. So how did it happen, dude?
Don't know.
That's like the weirdest thing I've ever seen in my
The
life.
correct answer is I don't know.
That's common. When it comes to planes landing on water, that's more common than not.
And it's all about entry. If you belly flop off a diving board, it slows you down. But if you go in it at a certain degree, at an angle, like make your body go in, it's a smooth ride into the water. And what if space? Let's say space is some type of superfluid helium, because of nature and how it breaks down, and then helium rises, whatever. So let's say if it is, and there is some type of firmament, like a giant upside down bowl, that it's up there, and let's say it's circling, following some type of electromagnetic, thing where it causes like a giant spiral. And let's just say if it is up there and you could get into it, you couldn't belly flop into it. You'd have to go into it at an angle. You know what I mean? So it cuts down on your drag, right?
Well, and then you see that Hennessy commercial. I'm going with you now. You see the Hennessy commercial with Picard going upside down, up into water, right?
Right.
You guys know what I'm talking about? Yeah. August Picard. He went into water going up, and there's always those kinds of truth drops where they just slam you with it real quick.
So kind of the whole as above, so below, like the ocean.
It's got to be, yeah. Why not? I mean, what else is it? And then of course it's going to be supernatural, so it makes a rocket just fucking stop in its tracks, right? So we can't explain that. God did that. Had to be. There's no other way to talk about it. Creator did that. Let's say that.
Well, it just made me, when I had the experience in Nicaragua, watching in real time my horizon turn into a curved surface.
Yeah.
And the things that I was looking at, you can no longer see in the distance. So to me, it just, I'm like, wow, if that can happen just because all of a sudden the atmosphere changed a little bit and became more dense, that the light somehow became, because I looked up the word, lens. And I know that they call it like a lensing effect. In lens, it said it meant glass or any clear substance with a curved surface causing concentration, right? And like the scattering of the light waves, like causing it to deviate. So I looked up water molecules under a microscope, and sure enough, a water molecule looks just like a little GoPro lens, just like it. And I'm thinking, okay, well, what if the light?
It's atmospheric lensing, right?
Yeah. What if the
like you were saying?
Yeah, it's like each little molecule is like one ant, right? And then you have a multitude of molecules, it causes this one giant effect, like a bunch of ants carrying, something really big. Same thing. It's like, the more little pieces you got, the more the effect is. So the more distance you look into, or the more dense, so it could be you're looking further in a not dense area, so it takes further to get the same amount of effect as if you go lower to the surface where it's more dense. Now you get the same effect in a shorter distance. That's why,
it's like is a rainbow perspective based only?
Dude, a rainbow.
How does that work?
It's a sphere. We know a rainbow's a sphere according to what we see, but we only see half of it.
Yeah.
But you can go around it. As you turn, as you travel, you'll see that it still looks like a sphere, no matter what direction you're
it follows your eyes. It's nutty.
Yeah, so it's like
it's like a video game, dude. It's stupid.
True. The world is a video game.
Nah, I don't want to believe that, man, but it's pointing that way for me.
Well, if you think it's a video game, then you're a simulationist.
Fuck.
Yeah, see, that sounds like a curse. That's a 4-letter word in my mind, man. I don't know. It seems like lazy. Like, it's like, oh, we notice patterns. Oh, it's a fucking computer. We're done. We're done thinking about this.
Yeah, true. Somebody actually realizes we're in a simulation, we're gonna die.
Maybe if we live in a simulation, the artificial intelligence is our god.
Right. Well, we're programmed. We know that. There's people who don't believe in DNA. I don't even know about any of that, but I'm saying we got 5 fingers on each hand, right? That was a deliberate decision. Same amount of sunflower seeds on every sunflower. There's something going on there, right? That just doesn't happen out of chaos. You guys talk about it all the time.
Yeah, but sometimes people are born with 6 fingers.
Tell you 5 senses.
Damn sense.
I don't want to believe me.
I'm with you,
I don't want to believe you.
Fifth element, all that kind of shit.
Don't we have 2 hands? 2 feet?
Duality, yeah, because it's got to be duality,
born
too.
with 3 nipples, even 3 boobies. Imagine that.
Yeah, why is that some people sometimes are born with 6 fingers?
Because our simulation is not perfect because it's made by
Incest and degeneracy.
I was going to say it's probably just a genetic aberration.
True.
But if we go scripture-wise, who was always born with 6 fingers?
The giants, people of the Rephaim.
The degenerates.
I am the giant.
And yes, and they were also described in history as vile degenerates.
Let's go! Fuck yeah.
Ogres have
What's
layers.
a degenerate? Are you talking about gay people?
No.
Hey, did you? In the heavens, the stars. It's named. It's actually Nephil in I think Hebrew for the Leo, but Nephil also means that Leo was not Leo. I'm sorry. God, what is the?
What about cake? I like cake.
God, what's the guy's name in the star?
The star guy? I don't know.
The stars.
Aristarchus?
No,
Lucifer.
the one with the bell. Orion. Yeah.
Orion.
Orion. I think it's in Hebrew. It means Nephil or something like giant.
Oh, Nephal.
Yeah, Nephal. Yeah.
And what does that mean?
Giant.
It means fallen. Actually, it means fallen.
Let's go.
Why is he fallen?
I have fallen on my head.
It doesn't just mean fallen; it means corrupted.
Oh, is it because he's an atheist?
Probably.
Or a Buddhist, no. Any kind of other religion is.
There's no such thing as an atheist, though.
I don't believe.
God doesn't believe in atheists.
Orion's really nice, though.
Yeah, we are nihilists. We believe in nothing.
Weren't they just described as fools? A fool says in his heart that there is no God.
Yes, I am the fool.
Fool, by the way, was a terrible insult back then. It was like the worst of insults.
Bro, we're at this time, not back then. Please live life now, not in the past.
That's the F word, man. That's the F word.
The which one?
Why are there so many people who can't follow a conversation?
I like to say, know the truth, for it will set you free.
Amazing.
The problem is I haven't sensed God, so I only trust my senses.
Well, it's like this with the fool thing. In my opinion, the Globers don't want to admit they've been fooled, right? Gosh, what a hard thing to accept.
This server likes to talk about experimental science. There's been no experiment that verifies what we talk
But it wouldn't
about.
be an experimental question, would it?
No, it would be.
No, it wouldn't. Do you know why it wouldn't? How can you have the cause for the creator?
I don't know.
Infinite regress.
That's a bit silly, isn't it?
Well, by definition, the creator is the one thing without the cause because he's the original cause.
How does that
So
happen?
there is proof that
It's not how does it happen, it's how it's defined.
It's not worth engaging, is it? And try maybe detox your cranium before you come
God
into
is
this.
proof of evolution.
What created the thing that created the thing that created the thing?
Damn.
Right.
The reason it's valid.
There really should be like a detox protocol before certain people are allowed to talk in this room.
Bro, I
Yeah,
still hate
true.
Eve.
Wait, I'm not drunk, okay? Don't call me drunk.
High and drunk are the same thing.
I didn't say that.
I'm not
just
high
Russian.
either.
I'm just
Open
Russian.
your ears. Stop
Open
drinking
your
tap
ears
water.
and close your mind, man.
Take some iodine.
Maybe it's because I have fluoride, because I do actually kind of drink a lot of fluoride.
There you go.
He just buys the fluoride and drinks it.
Stop doing that
Right.
and take some iodine and come back
Didn't a
in.
guy
in a
like
month,
turn into a
please.
Smurf by drinking the silver thing? That people. No?
Wait, does iodine cure your body of fluoride?
It helps decalcify your pineal gland and filter out the rest of it. So
What if I told you your pineal gland is supposed to harden as you grow up?
Yeah, but that doesn't make sense, though.
Why does it?
Isn't
Hold
the
on.
liver made
I'd
for-
slap
Hold
you
on.
with
Isn't the liver
I'd slap you with tap water.
Hold on. Is there any proof that it's not natural?
Well, it happens because of fluoride, and fluoride's not
Really?
natural
Do you
in
have
humans.
operations on people prior to that to prove that, or is this a correlation after the fact?
Well, it's a very strong correlation, so we could
It's a
say
strong correlation. It's almost as if it's happening to everyone because maybe it's natural.
Yeah, but not by the time you're 13 years old or however old this is.
No, not by the time you're 13, obviously.
Can I propose that it? Go ahead.
But you got to think about it like this too.
Sorry.
Let's say your pineal gland is supposed to be open and like more fluid when you're little, you're a child,
Well,
and then as you grow into adulthood, it's supposed to harden as you become more you.
Right.
Now, what if that is the natural state, and a lot of people are mistakenly correlating something that's happening today with that?
It's
Yeah,
possible,
I can
but-
agree with that.
but
And they're furthering it with
these
fluoride. You're
these guys can't follow conversations, so they need to detox.
Well, I would associate.
I do need to detox though.
bro, listen to me, guys. Listen to me. I just realized something. We have a liver. Liver detoxes us. Oh my god. I just realized something. We don't need to detox.
No,
Get
that's a
liver
straw
detox. Oh my
man.
god.
Straw
Oh my
man.
god.
Soviet's not old enough to detox because he's not old enough to drink.
Okay, so in my opinion, I would associate calcification with lack of neuroplasticity because you can't build new branches and new pathways, neurological pathways.
Hey, stop googling things and pretending like you know what you're talking about.
Yeah, is that how the pineal gland works? Is that what the pineal gland's made of?
Research.
Yes, the pineal gland is a part of your brain.
Yeah, that wasn't an answer to the question.
Well, you're
Things
asking
you were,
if that's
the
how that
things
works.
you know, the things you were talking about. Is that what the pineal, how the pineal is, how it's made, or how it exists in reality? What?
Ultimately, it's a
You're talking about-
mysterious organ. We're not 100% sure what it's for. We have theories. We have ideas.
We know that the pineal gland, it's a theory that the pineal gland secretes dimethyltryptamine, which is responsible for our dreams, and is a very psychedelic substance. So I think it's very important, and I think it connects us to the spiritual realm.
So I got a question for you. Adrenaline is naturally released in the body, but should you take an entire matchstick head worth of adrenaline?
No,
Don't do it.
No.
of course not.
Unless you're in a situation where you need to.
Is that a lot?
Oh, that's more than a lot. That's like 20 times the amount that you would need to like come out of like anaphylactic shock.
Oh, really?
So it could kill you.
It could kill you.
Or bring you back to life
one guy
again.
tried it and it paralyzed him for like 3 hours.
Oh my god, that's horrifying.
Can I just have one like 10-second gap for something selfish? Meme, can you spell properly?
Meme?
Yes, usually.
All right. How do you spell astaxanthin?
ASTROZANTHEM.
Thank you.
What is astaxanthin? What is that?
That sounds like Astro.
Oh, it was a X instead of a Z, but thank you.
Is it a medication?
It sounds like a medication.
So I just could.
I guess one of the ingredients would be xanthan, as in xanthan gum.
It sounds like Xanax.
Anyway, that was just selfish, but thank you because I couldn't.
Probably.
It wouldn't come up otherwise.
Star
'cause I didn't know
Xanax.
how to spell it.
I had to anglicize one part of it and just put a Z in there, right? I'm sorry, a Z.
So does astaxanthin, does that calcify your pineal gland?
Wait, is it similar to AstraZeneca?
No, focus. I said it was selfish.
Oh,
It's got nothing to do with anything else.
Johnny Depp by Satanist. Nice.
I think he's talking about adrenochrome.
Oh, like blood? Child blood?
Yeah. But we don't want to talk about that.
Oh, sorry. My bad.
Is that not allowed on the server or something?
Well, see, this is my same argument. This is my same argument against chemtrails too, though.
I think chemtrails are a psyop. I don't really think that's real.
Oh, I think they are too.
I think you're a psyop.
What? No way, Ivanov.
No,
There's
I'm
no
not
way.
a psyop, dude.
Bro, I do not believe you anymore.
I would never be a psyop. I'm too.
That's
legit.
exactly what a psyop would say.
That's what a psyop would say.
You would tell the truth. Now you're lying.
I'm not gay is exactly what a closet gay would say.
True.
So
Flawless logic.
does that mean someone that's straight should say they're gay?
Yeah, I was
No,
just
'cause
going to
that
ask
means
that.
you're gay. No, because that means you're gay.
I'm
That's
not
how
gay.
logic works. That's how society works.
Bro, I'm
So if
arguing
you're-
like a liberal. Come on.
So if you're alive, you're gay.
Yes.
Well, basically, if you're alive and you live in a Western democracy, they're trying to make you gay.
True. Yeah, they're bottlenecking the population that way.
So,
Easy.
you know, there's barium, strontium, and uranium in your soil, right?
Uranium.
It's everywhere.
It's
Yeah. And
literally
you know, did you know it's 100% natural? It's supposed to occur.
Yes.
Well, I don't
Yeah.
think uranium's supposed to occur.
Yeah, uranium is one of the most plentiful minerals on the earth.
Did you see that guy drink it?
Uranium is.
Maybe it's enriched uranium that I was thinking about.
Galen Windsor ate enriched uranium
Yeah, that guy.
for demonstrations to show you how safe it was.
Wait, really? What the hell?
Yes, he did. Stuff is harmless.
He was exposing the lies.
Yes.
The lies.
He was exposing the lies about nuclear power being harmful back in the 80s. 70s and 80s.
I
actually.
think that's fake because
It's
it
not
causes radiation.
Put your Geiger counter up to a campfire.
Everything is actually radioactive, but
Everything's
Take
radioactive.
your phone and
Right, but it
push it to your ear.
It creates dangerous levels of radiation, though, which
Yeah,
could cause
true,
cancer.
You're
Yeah,
already
kind of like
getting
you know how a
radiation
microwave.
from your device.
Yeah, it.
Yeah, but microwave would take like decades you standing there constantly.
I'm just saying, if you want to talk about radiation, you're getting radiation from your devices now.
Look,
Oh my
there's-
god.
Right,
No
but
way.
I'm talking about dangerous levels of radiation.
True. Same here.
You don't want to be cooked, but if you're exciting particles that much, yes, it's dangerous. But in its just inert state, even just as weapons grade uranium, it is harmless.
Yeah, he went into like a nuclear plant and got in, didn't he?
Yeah,
He got
they
in
used
the
to
cooling
they used
tank?
to swim in the coolant tanks to prove a point.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
He's gonna get cancer.
It's a massive scam. It is a massive
but
scam
what-
to keep nuclear power out of the hands of private citizens because it's just steam power. That's all it is.
But what about all the
Gonna grow an
people
extra
that
arm.
died
What
from
about
like
Chernobyl?
Chernobyl and Chernobyl?
Oh, so you believe a bunch of people died in
Oh,
a communist
no.
country that you could never validate?
Yeah.
Oh, there was a movie. Oh,
Even in Japan, where there was the thing like
in Japan?
Fukushima?
Sure.
Fukushima.
Do you have any like real proof though?
Literally, people died. What do you mean?
yeah,
oh,
like
I mean,
this is like kind of like. Do
tens of-
you really think
over
that
10,000
Russia
people
would
died
just
in
like
Japan now.
manufacture a fake pandemic, considering they're a socialist country?
No, actually, they're communists, but
They were communists back then. But the point is, you can't validate any of this. Fukushima, they said, oh, it's going to be deadly radiation forever. Fukushima's running again. No deadly radiation. And they just
Right.
kind of swept it under the rug. Oh, la, la, oh yeah,
Yeah,
we got it under control. Wait a minute.
Yeah, man, they're still fishing them tunas out there, I'll tell you.
Well, I
Yeah,
did
dude,
hear
that's
that no
probably
one
an
died
episode.
from Fukushima, which is kind of proving your
true.
point.
There's only like evaporated humans that the shadow,
Yeah,
shadows.
no one could die. No one could die from Fukushima
Well, no,
because
people
it was
died, but
unexpected.
people died, but not from radiation poisoning. is
No,
what-
they
what my
died from
point-
drowning.
Right, exactly.
That's how it sounds. How it drown.
Yeah, now go look at all the old 50s footage of the nuclear bombs. You can tell it's all scale models.
True.
Right,
It's all
but
scale
then
models.
after the nuke was dropped on Hiroshima, like, didn't people die of radiation poisoning? Like, even if they weren't in the blast radius?
Not that I know of.
True.
I mean, they say there were. They say there were. They say there were. But do I take? Let's say they did kill 140,000 people in a day. Would I trust them to tell me the truth?
Dude, that's a lot of people.
Yeah, that's kind of a lot of people, dude.
That's what they say. Now, if you look at Hiroshima, it was a wooden city, right? It was a wood city. The whole city was wood. It's like bamboo and paper city. It's a beautiful place.
Aren't there wars where like 100,000 died? Like in one day, 140,000?
Yeah, well, they said they dropped the nuke on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. I think the death
Oh, I
total,
thought you
they
were talking
said-
about Fukushima.
No, they claimed that the death toll was 140,000 between Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So anyway, if you look at pictures of Hiroshima, the whole thing it looks like it was carpet bombed, firebombed.
Yeah, because there was fire when it exploded.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks eerily similar to Atlanta after Sherman's ride.
Yeah. And Detroit when Detroit burned down. San Francisco when San Francisco burned down.
Mm-hmm.
Right, well, nukes are still
Chicago.
explosions. Like, it's still going to be fucked.
Chicago fire. There was like 12 fires in 1871 or right around there. They all looked like carpet bombing.
Yeah. I mean, think
Before
about it. You live
directed
in
energy.
you're in a city that's almost completely bamboo and paper and wood, and you get part of it firebombed, a stiff breeze, and you lose the whole city.
Блять.
How many times do cities have to burn down?
Until there's a society.
We live in a society.
Answer: as many times as needed.
Oh.
How are they going to get us down to 500 million?
Is that their plan?
Well, you're assuming
they're
that
working on it right now.
You're assuming that the population is 8 billion.
No, I'm not. I don't make that assumption at all. I would say it's a big number, sure, but
how much?
I'm just yeah. What's that?
It could be as low as 3 or 4.
Why would they lie about the population size, though?
Because why would they? That's one of the easy ones. Overpopulation.
We should kill people.
Yeah. We got so many people, we need to enact more authoritarian laws. I mean, it's one of the easiest Alex Jones ones, right? That's like day one.
Alex Jones? Nice.
No, I don't listen to Alex Jones.
Oh.
Only for comedy.
True.
He should have a disclaimer on the bottom of them when you turn them over, like the Globe does.
This program is not for news purposes, but only entertainment.
Well,
Yeah, this is for entertainment purposes.
I'm pretty sure Alex Jones is a Glober, so he's probably a psyop.
They turned the frogs gay.
Right. Well, no, he was actually kind of right about that, because they actually kind of were turning gay.
Oh, yeah. I think yeah, they're turning gay. Now, see? It's natural. It's natural to be gay.
Right now, yeah, because frogs did it.
True.
Frogs did.
And we came out of the pond scum slime just like froggies.
Bro, control your child.
It was the trout overlords.
Oh shit! Nice frog. PVC man. Unmute PVC man, please.
Unmute who?
PVC man. PVC.
I don't see anyone named that who's muted. Are you talking about PMAC?
Oh yeah, PMAC.
Yeah, we should unmute PMAC. PMAC did nothing wrong.
He only probably said something. I don't know what.
He was nice. He checked me in. He's a good guy.
Well, he was calling me a pretender clown, but which is kind of his own fault. So he kind of deserves to be muted. But
he said very mean
For
things.
clarity, I muted him because he was singing in the middle of someone's discourse.
Okay, he's not gonna do that.
Right,
I'm just. The rest of it is opinion. I muted him, so that's why.
Could I get that muted? Not me, PVC man.
Does he have your permission to be unmuted?
If he asks, I don't think he's asked.
PVC, please.
PMAC, if you ask respectfully, you'll be unmuted, sir.
McDonald's.
If you start singing like a nutter again, I will mute you.
There, he's asking
respectfully.
Respectfully yours, PMAC.
There you go. Wait your turn before you sing.
Respectfully.
Oh, hello, PMAC. Welcome back.
Respectfully yours.
Oh my god.
Who the fuck are you?
Where the fuck are you? Oh, PVC man.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Who the fuck is that guy?
Well, I'm afraid to talk.
No, don't be afraid.
Who's with me on chemtrails being
fake,
scientifically unvalidatable?
Me. It's just probably like condensation.
I'm with you.
It's just
I think chemtrails are a psyop, but I think chemtrails are real.
Now I know you're a psyop.
Bro, you can literally look at the sky and see chemtrails. I don't know what
you're calling them that. That is, you're concluding what they are by looking at them.
It's just a simple thing.
They come from airplanes. You can see them flying out of airplanes.
What's the name you're using though? Chemtrail. Chemical.
Yes.
So you're calling them. No, you're calling them what you think they are though. Because when someone says chemtrail, they mean poison. That's what they mean.
Well, when I think chemtrail, I just think of a chemical trail.
I think contrail.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think chemtrails are bad. I just think like they come out of airplanes.
Nah, flatulence is bad. It's not
Isn't
good.
it like a condensated like water, the condensation basically?
I don't know what it is. I have no idea what it is.
Yeah, there's no experiment.
No, there's cloud up here, so you can maybe you cannot see the cloud, but there's still there's vapor.
I'm not allowed to fly up to 41,000 feet. So
Just get a license.
Yeah, just get a license.
Just get a license.
Just get a license.
You don't need a license.
Build your own airplane, man.
Just build your own. Yeah, Google it.
Build your own FAA.
Now I'm thinking flying would be a good way to go. Like I wish I had a pilot's license. That would be freaking
Dude,
awesome.
I so want to learn how to fly.
It's so rad. Wicked.
Man, did somebody pass the Gucci in here today?
I don't know.
Hey, smoke them if you got them, boys.
Bro, can I get a split, bro? I need
I'll
a
smoke
split.
to that.
It's just
I wanted to say something really.
Oh,
I wanted to
fuck
say
it.
something quick about the chemtrails, just to finish it out. If I can say something, the chemtrails. Hey,
Yes.
We're listening.
We're listening.
We're listening.
We're all ears.
I am listening.
We're listening.
We're still listening.
Gladflow, where'd you go, bro? Are you there?
I'm right here.
Dead air.
There.
Oh, that was weird. I heard myself. Okay, so anyway,
We heard you too.
Continue.
Continue, please.
Sorry.
I was listening to the YouTube chat. Sorry, I could hear myself
Yeah.
doubled.
You gotta
Okay.
turn that off. Yeah.
Yep, I did.
Yeah, bro.
Okay, so the only thing that changed for me with chemtrails was two things. Contrails, chemtrails, whatever. I just noticed that whatever was being left behind the planes was staying longer than I had been used to seeing, and that. But I was only looking up at the sky to check on that after I'd heard about the chemtrail stuff, right? So I wasn't paying attention to how long the stuff was lasting before that, and then I'm like all of a sudden looking for it all the time. Some are short, some are long. But I don't know what's up there, dude. I'm not testing that stuff. So all I see, lines in the sky.
When you say chemtrails, I think of cat poop for some reason. I don't know why.
Poopy.
To me, it's kind of like stars. It's like, oh, look, a light in the sky. I'm not going to assume what that is.
Oh,
I can't
look,
go
cat
there.
poop. Chemtrails. Oh, shit.
Ah, shit. Ah, shit.
Anyway, that's all I got.
So, who's the Russian spy in here, huh?
Oh, we're looking at you.
I think you're the Russian
that's
spy.
reasonable.
We're looking at you.
Who said that? Eh? Who said that?
Привет.
Привет, привет. Oh, shit. I don't understand Russian. Sorry.
Сука, блядь.
Yeah, сука, блядь. You know.
Soviet Russia, you don't drink vodka. But
Hey, did you guys all happen to hear? Last night we were talking on here, and Helio came on, and he goes, "Yeah, let's try to find this conversation came up to try to find the very first live stream." And so Helio goes and finds it, and it was yesterday, August 19th, the very same day, exactly 3 years ago, yesterday. So that's a great conversation that's in that video.
Now that's
bro, I was listening. I was there, Sonny. I was listening to the whole thing, bro.
So what is your theory on that
That was
scientific, expertise?
Expertise.
Yeah, I forgot the word, so I just said the wrong word.
Well, it's never an expertise. because they
Wait a
make it
minute,
up.
who said theory? What's a theory?
What's your theory, bro?
It's an unproven event.
Well, for example, flat Earth is kind of a theory.
Theory
Yeah, so-
that chance exists.
And Sonny, like August is actually the month when I first started boxing, like 2000.
You hit people?
2013. 2013 August 1st is when I first started boxing.
Actually, I think globe Earth is more of a theory than flat Earth.
True. Isn't like boxing useless?
That's when I first started losing my shit.
Oh, okay. You think boxing is useless? All right.
Yeah, just learn MMA, you know. UFC. Oh no, that's not. Yeah.
So how did you guys
Taekwondo,
find this
Muay Thai.
server?
What?
Like,
I mean, I can teach boxing. I can teach people how to self-defend themselves. I think it's very
Self-defend?
important.
Self-defending. Yes.
I found the server a couple years ago just looking for flat earth stuff when there was a lot less censorship.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody now is a liptard. Liptard, блядь.
Ritardo. How
No, not that. You said bad word, bro.
I didn't say it.
It's politically incorrect.
He just said libido, like, you know, libido. That's what he
Like,
said.
who has libido these days, bro?
I know a guy that made £5,000 from bare knuckle fight.
£5,000.
Joe, did you see OnlyFans fan nudity?
It had to come from Ireland, right?
Yes. Yes. It's illegal.
Yeah. A lot of bare knuckle fighters are from Ireland. Like, they're really big in Ireland.
Yeah. We love it. We love it, bro.
Oh yeah, trust me. I would watch. I would like to like. I would watch them all the time. Like,
what is that fascination? Like, I watch people fighting, knocking the shit out of each other just because they can.
It's
so
good. It feels so good when you see somebody punching the shit out of another
Sadistic.
guy.
yeah, I was about to say, like, there's some people that actually enjoy getting hit, bro. And like,
That's masochistic.
they enjoy hitting others. That's Sato.
Choke me while you hit me.
I actually do like
they're sadomasochistic people.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I never knew it, but I do actually enjoy getting hurt.
Yo. This is
that's like when people like to get tattoos.
Yeah, I do.
It's a cathartic release.
Yeah, it is. It's something like that, right? But
Yeah, like I can't stop that from happening, guys. It's involuntary, bro. I have Tourette syndrome.
No,
like
Tourette.
2 years ago, I realized I actually enjoy getting hit. I actually enjoy it.
It's actually an actual thing, Tourette. So please don't make fun of it.
Not actually.
It's a neurological condition, bro. I can't.
That's
It's like Alzheimer's, I think.
Hey, has it gotten worse since you were boxed? Does like boxing affect it at all?
That's the reason why I stopped my career. I wanted to go pro.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. I remember you talking about that. Dude, I like the sounds. I'm gonna be honest. I like it. Because like it's not. I don't know.
try
it's
not
just
to be offended by when people say that because
really.
Yeah, because I know that there are people that do enjoy it. My fiance, she enjoys it. She enjoys my tics. She enjoys the sounds I make.
Because she loves everything about you, man. That's cool.
Like but the one thing that I don't like is the like what you guys don't see is that my muscles, like everything in my spine, my muscles, they're contracting and discontracting. I have no control in it from like I can't stop it from flexing. It's gonna flex on its own.
Like for you, do you have actual Tourette's? Do you actually have Tourette's?
He's actually pretty good with those bare knuckle.
It's funny, but it's not that. Like I could make those sounds, and when I listen to you, sometimes I'm like, I want to start doing it too.
I understand, bro. I totally.
And I'm not like seriously. Like I could see doing
Well,
that.
I actually kind of like the sounds also. I think it's kind of like, you know.
Relaxing. It's ASMR.
Yeah, but what I was saying is that I actually realized about 2 years ago that I actually enjoy getting hit. I actually enjoy fighting. I mean,
stop.
what is wrong with me, bro?
This isn't a kink channel. Stop.
You're just Irish. That's all.
All right.
The luck of the Irish.
I love Irish people too.
I actually enjoy it.
The luck of the Irish.
Makes me feel alive.
Dude, all Irish people are sassy.
All Irish
right? Am I wrong?
Hey, you guys! I want to ask your permission. I just listened to this pretty cool Jake the Asshole music. Anyone mind if I play that? I don't think Jake.
He makes music.
He's pretty good with
He won't give us a copyright, will he? I don't think so.
Probably.
Well, you could just mute the bot also, or deafen the bot.
Yeah, for the stream.
Yeah, he's good with the old bass.
Mute the stream.
Yeah, he's a bass player.
Yeah,
Mute the 24/7 live.
I don't think I need to.
But if
Probably
you get
not.
the MTA or
Well, it's better to be safe than sorry.
Go for some.
Okay.
Well, it's up to you. I don't really know.
Okay, for everybody in the live chat on YouTube, I'm going to server mute. So these are the little extra specials we get sometimes. So if you don't come into the voice chat, then you never get to hear these times when we temporarily server mute. I'll server mute the live stream for now. One moment. Hold on, everybody, to your seats. That's funny.
Thank you for unmuting me.
Well, because of gravity, no one's going anywhere.
So what are you listening to again?
Gravity of the situation is pulling me closer to death. I would definitely add more vocals to that, but it sounds great.
Yeah,
I think there should be like an interlude where they have like a saxophone or something come in and like really, just emphasize it.
Or maybe some piano
Controlled
to add to
opposition.
the voice. Some B majors, or some C majors.
Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely.
How's that food going down in Soviet Dome?
Oh, there we go.
That's good, Chris, bro.
Yeah, the sprinkles.
Yeah.
Welcome everybody this
P-Mac,
morning.
are you just watching the GIF that you posted over and over?
I'm actually.
Welcome to the Post Globe reality, everyone.
Yep.
Fuck you. Okay, I'm kidding.
We call it the old heliocentric model. That's what we like to say.
What are you washing your breakfast down there with, P-Mac?
Cider.
Right on.
Crunch.
Cider.
He's like, Soviet Dome is all crunch. Cider.
Oh,
never mind, bro. I'm fine. Thank you for meeting me, by the way. Please, thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, that was me and Soviet Dom's idea to unmute you.
Thank you very much.
You should have been in the movie Snatch.
Please call me by my full name, Sovieticus Dominicus.
What am I going to do with a fucking caravan that's got on fucking wheels?
My apologies.
Thank you, please.
What's that name again? Soviet? What?
Sovieticus Dominicus.
Can you write that in the voice text?
Sovieticus Dominicus.
Yeah, I need a little more help.
Yeah, me and Soviet grew up speaking Russian.
Dab me up, Scotty. Dab me up, that's fun.
Beat me up, Scotty.
Soviet
Russia, водка drink you.
Okay,
the fuck away from here.
Да, ты понимаешь меня, да? Oh, nobody's speaking Russian, man. What the fuck?
No.
Yeah.
Well, we do have a couple of people. Isn't there? There's another Sasha that's Russian, right?
I need Vlad. Where is Vlad? I know Vlad.
Wait, yeah, whatever happened to Vlad? Did he get banned?
Vlad just exit stage left, and that's all I'll say.
Did he get in a fight with someone?
I said that's all I'm gonna say, and that's all I'm gonna say.
Like internal drama. Okay.
Well, okay. Can you at least tell me if he's ever coming back?
I can't say.
Oh man.
I don't know if is there any.
He
mods
can
that
neither
were in the
confirm
also?
nor deny.
I kind of miss Vlad. He was a
I have a
funny
question
guy.
for the old mods. Was anybody in the old server before in here?
Funny like how? Funny like I amuse you?
What the fuck? Stop talking. I'm asking a question.
Am I a fucking joke, dude?
PVC, man, please. Stop.
Who's asking about the last server?
Me. Can I talk about the guy that took over for a little bit? Just like less than a minute.
No.
Well, we have a channel explaining it, but yeah, what would you like to know?
Wasn't like a Raven song with Sheeple?
Mm.
Huh?
I remember him
No
like
idea.
Raven song and Sheeple being like friends.
I'm so curious what happened to Vlad.
We were all friends back then, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Did he get in a fight with Elijah? Because like last time I saw him, him and Elijah were kind of mad at each other.
No, Sheeple went crazy and tried to take over the server, so he was shut down and we started up a new server, and that's pretty much that.
Yeah, but he's talking about like what happened to Vlad isn't like the same as.
Vlad's off doing his own thing. DM him, mate. Don't worry about it. Send him a DM. Say hi.
I don't have him on my
You
team.
worry about me, Booker.
I think I
Right,
still have
okay.
him. Wait, I might have still have him because I talked to him. What? He changed his name? Fuck, I cannot see.
Yeah, I used to like to talk to him about cryptocurrency, but sometimes he would get really mad at me.
Yeah, he talked
Like-
to me because I'm Russian. You know, I understand him.
I used to talk to Vlad back when I was a Glober. I would talk to Vlad, and he would always yell at me.
How long have you not been at Grover?
What?
How long have you not been at Grover?
Probably like a month now.
Wow.
Baby.
Yeah.
Oh, I knew.
New flesh. You can eat it. What?
That's good, bro. So, no.
So what's your favorite flat Earth proof?
No, really, listen. I'm really glad to hear that. I'm really glad. Well done, sir.
You should change your name to PVC, man. It just sounds better, I guess.
What? I probably should.
What?
What?
How does it feel to be a month into being a flat earther?
Oh, well, it feels great, actually. I finally know the truth about my reality, and I finally my worldview matches up with my observations.
True. Do you feel euphoria?
I do, yeah.
Oh.
So, are you going to talk to anybody about it? Are you going to wait on that, or what?
Am I going to what?
Well, you talk to us here. Do you talk to anybody in your life about it? You know what I mean?
Wife with you in life.
Well, I don't really have many people in my life.
Oh.
What about your parents?
Well, they're Globers, so I don't really want to talk to them about it.
Yeah.
They're probably liberals.
Yeah, they're libtards also, which is even worse.
Fuck. These
I'm
Cuban
sorry, my friend.
liberals coming in this country. I hate them.
I know. Me too.
That's basically everybody, bro. So,
liberals.
These liberals took our jobs.
I'm gonna guess you're from Estonia or somewhere like that.
I'm from Ukraine.
Ukraine, okay.
Oh, Ukraine. Опачки. Oh my god.
It's a big step. It's a big deal. Like, you finally admitted to yourself that the Earth is basically, it can't be a spinning ball.
Wicked.
Or it can.
Yeah. Yeah, good man. Good on you.
I got a video in my recommended after I started watching flat Earth videos. I got a recommended about proof of concave Earth. So I think Google and YouTube would rather me be a concaver than a flat earther, which is kind of weird.
Uh-oh.
Probably gonna be their next step, that the Earth is concave, actually.
Yeah.
They're like, it's a lot of things, guys. It's concave, it's convex some places, it's...
Yeah, it's concave in the oceans, it's concave, so it doesn't spill out, That's basically what they're gonna say.
Yeah, due to dark matter, it's anything you want it to be.
True.
Right.
They'll just shut everybody up and be like, so all the models, they're mostly true. Like, what? Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Now what do we do?
Where are you from, PMAC?
I'm from Ireland, bro.
Oh, yeah, you said
potato, man. Fuck.
A PVC man.
Now you're gonna be potato.
A potato.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be racist.
That's fine. I don't care, bro. I have no what do you call it? Ego. No spoon. There is no spoon.
Yeah, you accepted God into your heart. I believe.
I'm absolutely stoic. And I don't really care what anybody says because it's not going to have an effect on me. The only reason why, if somebody says something that I think should offend me, you know what I do? I say to myself, fuck that, bro. It's not going to offend me. That's you. You're saying that.
For real.
Yeah, it's my decision whether that's going to offend me or not. So it's not. So good luck with that.
I need an admin here that can put me on a fucking camera permissions. I want to turn on my camera. I want to show my beautiful face.
Yeah, are you pretty, or why do you keep pushing that, dude?
Because I'm gorgeous.
In a word, no.
He's a model flat earther. Like
we do here, yeah.
Well, you know how there's such thing as a model citizen? He's a model flat earther.
I am actually gorgeous. I do actually look. Listen,
You're a glober, Sophia? You're a glober?
Yes, I'm
like that putting the back.
I'm not a flathead.
Oh my.
Sorry to disappoint you.
What's your number one proof you live on a spinning ball, Soviet guy?
Yeah, what's
Oh my god, the balls right in my face. Okay, let's see. Probably science.
What'd you say? Science?
Well, science is on the flat earth side.
Probably size.
Should I say it in American accent?
Yes,
You
please.
should, yeah.
Goddamn science.
Wasn't that bad?
No. I'll do it. My favorite proof of the flat earth is
But
science.
sir, your side says science doesn't prove anything, so try again.
Science proves everything. Everything this is. But one thing that it doesn't prove is God.
Well, don't you be insulting God, otherwise he'll have wrath on you, okay?
What if your whole oh, never mind? I said, never mind.
You should repent your sins. Goddamn right.
You listening?
Goddamn right.
Dave, how you doing, bro?
Sorry. That was kind of racist.
How are you, Dave?
I'm good. Honestly, I'm having a shitty day, but nobody wants to hear about that. I want to hear about why this guy thinks he lives on a ball.
No, he doesn't. Good to see you, Dave. So, how's life treating you, bro?
Same shit, different day.
Need more toilet paper. Same shit, different day. Need more toilet paper.
Dave, what do you do for a living, Dave?
I work for the CIA. What do you do?
Oh, God. That's my job.
I work for the FBI.
KGB, FBI, CIA.
Right now, I work at a shitty warehouse job because I'm not very good at jobs.
That's okay, bro. You think it's gonna last?
No.
Hopefully not.
Hopefully
not.
There's always hope.
Hopefully, through Jesus Christ's love and wisdom.
What's holding you back in your career, Sasha? What is it that you want to do, buddy?
Society.
I want to become a computer scientist.
What's stopping that?
I just need to graduate college.
Fair enough. So it's on you then. Good luck.
Yeah, thanks.
How many years into school are you?
I'm gonna be a junior in college.
You're gonna be a what?
Junior.
My third year of college.
You're like 21.
Yeah.
Yeah. You should do it, bro.
You gotta do it, bro. I believe you. It's gonna be.
Yeah, get after it. You got it. You got it.
I'm gonna give you the good luck kiss.
Not only that, man.
I failed one of my classes last year, so.
Oh shit.
Can you retake it?
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Well, Dre's computer science is a science, so.
Well, you have to pay attention to the fucking ones and zeros, bro.
It is a science, so.
Science has a different meaning. In which way you look, you know? You understand?
Well, if you're talking to flat earthers about science, we flat earthers about science. Jesus, how do you fucking describe this?
No, you know what a pseudoscience is? Psychology is a pseudoscience.
Sorry, that's exactly that's a,
Psychology is a pseudoscience.
Oh,
Computer
should I not go
science.
to a psychologist then?
Sorry, what?
Should I not go to a psychologist? Because it's
Yeah,
You can if you want to. It's up to you.
Yeah, listen to you. You probably should.
So it's like a meditation. So I just should like take drugs and meditate.
Well, I still think they can be helpful. I still think a psychologist can be helpful. I just don't think it's a very scientific field.
Okay, understand.
Yeah, it's hard to perform experiments. I'd say that. Yeah. But like Pavlov's dog and stuff, you know what I mean? Like you could do stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly. And the prisoner dilemma. Have you guys heard about the prisoner dilemma? Or wait, no, not the prisoner dilemma. That's something else.
Stockholm syndrome.
The cave allegory.
The cave allegory.
It's what is it? The Harvard the Stanford prison experiments. I think it's called.
Oh, that, yeah.
What the hell was that?
Did you see the movie?
Nope.
No, is it good?
It's scary as shit.
Oh shit. Yeah.
It's super weird. Yeah, I mean, the acting's great, and and that's just acting, and they did a really good job of like scaring you about that whole subject and how that's why they don't do experiments like that anymore, because for whatever reason the human condition turned sour and people got real nasty. So yeah. It wasn't it like it's like letting the crazy people run the asylum kind of deal.
Yeah. Okay, well, technically, computer science is a branch of mathematics if you want to be technical about it, but it's kind of like a science at the same time. But technically, it's a branch of mathematics.
Computer science is not a science. Please give me the observed phenomenon, independent and dependent variables, please.
No, sir. I said technically it's a branch of mathematics because it's about determining optimum architecture algorithms and stuff like that, and you have to use set theory and stuff like that.
Well, then stop using the word science.
Computer science, it's an applied science.
Yes, exactly. It's an applied science. That's what I mean.
Pseudoscience.
No, sir.
Everything about it is man-made, so you know the cause. So you don't. Unless you're just talking about a knowledge.
Who cares about the definition? If it's useful, it's good.
Yeah, it deals with logic, so it's a science.
That's kind of that was good. That was good, bro.
If it's useful, it's good. That's science now.
Well, who cares about terminology if it means something?
It's useful.
Yeah, that was good, bro.
But in this argument, we're trying to be precise with scientific definitions and.
But there's no argument. You made an argument. Nobody made an argument.
Isn't that just what we do to each other?
Well, sorry,
that was good. Yeah.
Go ahead, PMac.
I'm just saying, bro. That was good. It was kind of like left field.
So you have all the trades, right? So it's not that you can make changes in, like, let's say electronics or mechanical devices, right? And you can test those ideas, like you can test circuitry, you can
exactly.
You can make changes, but it's still man-made. So it's not that you can't perform work and make things work. You don't need the scientific method to make things work. You just do the work, like taking a measurement, right? Is a physical endeavor because it requires an exchange of energy.
Well, it's kind of a science. It's an applied science because you need to use like the laws of electricity and stuff like that to build computers.
That's a good argument. Those are mathematics. Those are not laws.
No, it's science because you need to use science to build the chips, the computer chips.
How are you using science to build the computer chips?
No, applied science
the scientific laws.
Meaning
how are you using science? How are you using science? Stop interrupting me.
Sonny, I'm speaking. I started talking before you did.
Sorry, Abba.
In computers, it uses applied. I actually have an applied science degree, meaning it uses the science that was already tested and uses it. In other words, is applying the science already done.
Right. So that's still a field of science, though.
It's an applied science. It's not a natural science.
Right, but it's still scientific.
Well,
We had this debate the other day. It's mathematics and engineering. Engineering is not science. You guys need to get your words figured out and get the correct
Okay,
definitions
who
for it.
cares? You get your computers. You're talking probably on a phone or a computer, so be grateful.
Yeah, exactly.
Grateful. Be grateful. That's funny. Yeah.
What the fuck?
Anyway,
he's a funny
sorry, Soviet. Are you a glober?
I'm a glober. I'm a flatty.
You're okay. Yeah.
I'm curvy.
You sounded too smart to be a globey, so.
I'm not smart at all. Don't worry.
Nah, it could be a plus, actually. People that think they're too smart? Yeah, I have a problem with that.
Well, I think mathematics is a very good way to describe reality, so.
Yeah, in certain ways, sure.
Yeah, you do measurements. Flat Earth does measurements, and you explain the Earth by doing measurements. So
But it's not
science.
It's a language, guys.
It's a language, guys. So I mean, it's a scripture. It's not cause and effects, though.
No, it's not. It's like time. It's a construct.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I suppose. Time
Where's
is a good
QE?
way. Time is a
Yell
good
at
way
us about this.
Exactly.
We have to remember that not all scientists are bad, even though they lied to us about the globe. Not all scientists are bad.
Yeah, man. I think. Go ahead.
I was going to say, except when they have Satan, a Luciferian belief system that is backing it. That's the whole thing. Yeah, you can't separate the two. You really can't.
We've never made the claim that all scientists are bad.
If you ever met a scientist that believes in Satan,
No, I never said you did, so that's a straw man.
No, whoa.
No, you're arguing as if we are arguing for that, which we are not.
Most scientists do not believe in Satan. Therefore,
No, I'm just saying, you guys distrust scientists because they lied to you about the shape of the Earth.
No,
that's a straw man.
You
That's a
shouldn't
straw man.
distrust all scientists, you know?
No, we don't. That's a straw man.
Well, you also have to distinguish between real scientists or pseudoscientists.
Yeah, we distrust all pseudoscientists.
So, Scrat, do you think computer scientists are pseudoscientists?
No.
They're not scientists. They're just applying science.
Yeah, but some people are saying it's a pseudoscience.
Nobody said that. What we said, they're not. It's not a branch of science. It's just is using the science already done. They're applying it.
I think
if that makes him a straw man, how do you make a rock man and a water man? The curiosity.
Okay, the correct term is the correct term is steel man, I think.
Iron Man.
A steel man.
Iron Man. Oh man, you beat me to it.
Bang.
I was waiting. I was like, oh man.
Iron Man.
What?
Wood man.
Logical fallacy.
Good enough.
You're kind of real.
Ontological primitive.
That's not logical fallacy.
Wait, is Revenge of the Golds, is that crypto?
Yep.
Oh, what happened to your other account?
Got showered.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah. Yeah, oy vey. This is like another shower, etc. Yeah, must have had someone's PCs.
Did you get banned because of what you said in another server?
I don't know.
Oh.
They haven't even told me, so who knows?
You're fucking racist.
Damn, that's messed up.
Where did you come from, bro?
Me?
Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from? Cotton Eye?
I don't know actually. That fun.
I don't know, bro.
Well, I told you guys what I want to be when I'm older. What do you guys want to be when you're older?
I want to be a Superman.
Oh yeah, let's go.
Superman.
Simple man.
I'm getting too old.
And
I
when
sound
you-
young, but
You're never too old.
Yeah, you're never too old to chase your dreams. You know that?
You know, I sound like I'm 16, but I'm actually 30.
You're
That's
30?
what young people say.
Yeah.
Wait, are you actually 30?
Yeah.
No, you're not. Are you really?
Yeah, I have like a full beard and shit.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Maybe we should give you camera permission so you can go on camera.
Yeah, who's asking for camera permission?
Me. I want to get doxxed.
Good idea.
We can see.
Revenge of the Golds. Why do you think you're on a spinning ball in space?
Who?
Yeah, I think he's a glober.
What?
He's a glober.
Yeah.
What did you say?
Oh yeah, well, you know, Bill Nye told me it when I was 8, and I just never changed.
There we go.
Oh,
Thank you.
nice.
That's what I. Yeah. Ah, good
Yeah,
job.
my friend.
Jolly good. Sorry.
Good job.
Put my face in.
yeah,
camera.
the other day here, the wind was so bad it was 110 mile an hour wind, and it was breaking trees and shit all over the city, and all kinds of stuff was happening. So we got a tenth of the way to the rotation of the Earth, and shit was going haywire. So there's that.
Shit.
Yeah, I remember that before myself.
Oh.
Imagine living in America.
Tornadoes tearing up like 10, 12 city block areas just flattened to the ground.
I will literally live where tornadoes are impossible, so I'm chilling. There's no earthquakes. There's no. I'm just chilling. Oh my god! Really?
So I think you live in the UK.
What are you talking about, bro?
What?
Soviet Dom said he lives in the UK. What the hell?
Oi, I'm not from the UK.
There's no such thing as tornadoes. Are you for real?
For real? For real.
Oh, for real. Oh, for real. Oh, for real. Oh, for real.
Dude, NASA can put tornadoes anywhere they want.
Whoa, that's a theory that I do not accept. A lot of people.
You don't think so?
Nah.
Well, it's just a theory. It's not real.
Yeah, but some theories can be, some dumb people theories things are real, Yeah. That's what I think. Yeah.
Well, some people think if you can't prove it through experiment, it can't be true.
True, actually. So God isn't real. Okay, I understand.
Yeah, that's what I don't understand.
Yeah, I believe that. Drace, stop talking in chat because I cannot fucking read. Just talk.
No, I never said.
What the hell? Who is this guy?
Stop talking. Hey, cannot.
I cannot read, bro.
Dominicas? Is that?
Sovieticus Dominicus. Yes.
Soviet Dominicas?
Yeah.
Okay, the person I was talking about was Quantum Eraser. He says it has to be verified through experiment.
Yeah, a lot of people.
Now you're mischaracterizing him. He does not say that everything
No, that's
needs
what he
to be
said to me.
verified through experiment. Do not interrupt me when I'm speaking.
He does not. Nice.
It's okay, guys. It's okay.
You can speak.
Oh,
okay. Sorry.
That means I'm done.
Oh.
Well, do you guys have anything else to say? Maybe, I don't know.
Anybody know a good song?
Maybe we should talk about simulation hypothesis.
Shut up.
God.
No, maybe not.
Oh.
People hate that.
Bro. I don't have.
Well, I don't know if you can hate something like that. How can I?
Some people are just afraid of the truth.
I hate speculation.
What
I
he
can't
said.
stand speculation. Nothing
Do you know
wrong
what
with
he said?
speculation.
Some people are just afraid of the truth.
Yeah, truth can be scary a lot of times. It's better to lie.
Scary, bro.
Society built on a lie is better than on the truth.
Well, if it is a simulation, it's made by an expert mechanic, like clockmaker precision, using freaking energy sources that humans are unable to even conceive of, that made this environment for us. Like, can you imagine that?
No. I mean, you get down to the
I mean, it's
you
crazy.
get down to the electromagnetic spectrum. You're looking at shit that's like, what the fuck made this?
Yeah, in order for this to be a simulation, it would have to be in contrast to real life. So we use the word simulation like a flight simulator, as in you're using a flight simulator instead of flying an actual airplane.
Right, similar to something
In order for this to be
else.
a simulation, you know, you have to have real life outside of this place. So calling this a simulation is purely nonsensical.
Yeah,
by
but
definition.
There could be still real life. That's like Mario saying there's no such thing as real life outside of
No,
Mario.
I think it's a cop out. I think simulation is a cop out. Actually,
It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't by going by definitions, it doesn't make logical sense to say.
Well, it does make sense, in my opinion.
Okay. So if this is a simulation, then what's outside of the simulation is my question.
I don't know. We
Obviously, you can't know what's outside the simulation.
Being a simulation.
Yeah, that's my point. Since you can't know what's outside the quote-unquote simulation, it doesn't make logical sense to call this a simulation. Do you understand that?
Well, that's like saying Mario can't know what's outside of his video game simulation, so he can't call it a simulation.
Now you're relating. Now you're relating. Now you're relating life as other things. You're relating that to a game persona. It's like ridiculous.
It doesn't even make sense, right? It's just bullshit.
Well, you know, our reality actually is very resembles a simulation because we have.
That's the dumbest thing you've said today so far. That's great.
Here's why: we base games off of the reality in which that we experience.
Yeah,
right?
it's
The game is based off of that kind of deal.
I know it's kind of hard for you to grasp with all the.
Oh, yeah?
But you know,
I think it's a way to bypass the creator.
And everything.
Correct, Sonny. That's the answer right there. A simulation of if it's a simulation, guys. Guys. Okay, hold on. Okay. You'd have to have like Orion was explaining. This is a simulation of what? Conversation's over.
Of itself.
It could be anything. Simulation. Simulation of how.
No, it can't. That's the point. No, octopuses can't be eagles. No, it can't. It's wrong. Thanks.
Well, you realize even if it's a simulation, there could still be a God because God could have created the people that created the simulation.
Yeah, but you're
back
totally
in a circle we go. We just go right back into a circle.
You're totally removing yourself from the creation itself. That you're saying that things are not real where they're real, like there really are here. There
What
really
are you
things
saying?
going on? There's built-in laws and systems that you can't even comprehend. By saying simulation, I think it's nonsense.
Well,
It really is.
I think that everything just happens.
Total cop out.
It's a cop out, yeah.
Oh, it's a cop out. Why is it a cop out?
I feel like because it's lazy.
You're bypassing the creator and all of his creation, including yourself and all the systems that are in here. So you're just saying now that it's just somebody that was sitting at a desk somewhere programming it.
I could say it's lazy to just say everything was created by God.
That's a cop
That's true.
Yes, that's the point. You're the psychopath we're trying to help. That's the point. Yeah.
Whoa.
We're not psychopath, bro.
Yeah.
Bro, you cannot claim that shit without knowing.
Yes, actually you are. Actually, yes, you are. When you have to lie, yes, you are. Yes, you are.
We're just making observations about reality and then forming a
That's
hypothesis.
psychotic. No, you're saying it's not real. You're saying it's not reality. You're saying it's a simulation. You don't have a claim. That is a psychosis. That's a form of Satanism or demonic possession. Yes.
What
are you talking about? What are you building your
Hold on,
hypothesis?
guys. Listen.
Yes, when you're denying the creation, that is the highest form of Satanism. I'm sorry, truth hurts.
So a creator,
he's
a creator
and then
needs
it's
creation, right?
Satanism. Prove their Satanism.
Right? I believe in a creator.
You just
Either
did.
way, it's a
You, the
creation.
guy that just spoke, just proved he's possessed by Satan. That guy right there is possessed. Right there. Yeah, the Glober liar who thinks he comes from monkeys and lives on a ball. He's possessed by demons. It's not a
No,
problem.
we're not possessed, dude. Just because we disagree with you.
No, when you habitually have to lie and completely disregard all of creation,
Nobody's
yes,
lying.
you are.
Dude, you
hopefully
sound like
you're
a
possessed.
religious
I really
zealot,
hope that's
just
the problem
saying everyone's
that you're just
Oh my
possessed by a demon. That would
Don't
be the
make me mute
least I
you.
could say.
Sasha.
Hang on.
Don't make me mute you, man.
Roger.
Chill.
Just relax. man. If you can't handle it, just get out of the kitchen.
There's no difference between a religious person,
You have to understand. You cannot
a
speak
Bible
to
believing thumper, or
If you think something's real, you cannot prove it otherwise. But
Can you, Sonny? What is this troll hour, Sonny?
I don't know. I haven't quite got a handle on Soviet yet, but
sorry,
let's see.
Is this religious fucking hour? Is this a religious threat?
No, it has nothing to do with
apparently we're
religion.
talking about simulation religions from
Nobody
religious
in here was
zealots.
talking
Yeah,
about.
I guess
No,
it is.
sorry, Echo. Nobody in here was talking about religion. Don't interrupt me. So no one in here was talking about religion. We aren't talking about religion.
damn right.
Yeah, I don't think we should talk about religion either.
We're not fucking talking about religion. Did you hear what I said? We weren't even talking about religion. You don't know what religion is, apparently.
Used to
okay.
be
That's
No,
not
I'm
an
saying we
opinion
shouldn't
of mine. It's objective.
Religion
So-
is believing in something higher than you. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's obvious. There's something higher than you. Religion would be thinking you're the highest thing.
No,
Psychopath.
my dad is higher than
Unbelievable.
me because he's taller.
Yeah, that's not a religion. That's obvious.
Well,
Duh.
whoever smoked
why
the
would
most
God make
marijuana this
psychopath?
morning is the highest.
Why would God make psychopaths?
Oh my gosh, we're talking idiots. Oh, why does God make the bad guy? Oh my goodness, yeah, we only like bad guys when they're in movies, video games, and books. So when God makes a bad guy in real life, then we're mad at God. But everything else we do in life, we love bad guys. We love movies with bad guys. But in real life, no, we're not allowed to have a bad guy. That's brilliant.
Well, I would say I'm kind of a bad guy.
Did you just ask why did God make bad guys? Did you just ask that?
Yeah, because Eve ate the apple.
I think he's
Why did
asking
God
the
make
question
Satan?
of,
That was mean.
No, the question he's asking is if God is omnibenevolent, omnipotent, and omnipresent, then why does he allow evil to happen? That's his question.
Oh, well, keep in mind
Because
that's
he's
their
good.
claims. That's not my claim.
Idiot.
I don't claim that. I acknowledge a creator, and I do not claim that he is benevolent entirely.
Yeah, exactly.
And as far as an answer of why he would make bad guys, I think this wouldn't be much of a learning experience if he didn't.
Yeah, how would you be able to test your free will? How would you be able to how would you be tested on your free will if you weren't allowed to use it or you didn't know the difference between good and bad? It's for you to choose. That's what this whole this whole thing is about. Is us choosing the right thing.
Yeah.
And you know,
No,
and
they
not,
wanna
being,
live the life
and not
of a
being a
cockroach.
coward. Listen, and not being a coward. In other words, what I mean by that is a coward, like to make a mistake and then deny that you've made that I've made a mistake, is like spiritual death. Like, so if I can realize I made a mistake, oh my God, I made this horrible mistake. I feel this pain inside. And then realize to make a change, to not just see it and then go on my merry way the way it was before. No, to change my behavior because I've been directed to change it. Because
Do you know what you sound like me right now? And don't take this the wrong way. And I probably
Here it comes.
Like,
Here it comes.
like Globers, like a religion.
See, he's out of his mind. What is wrong with PMAC? Did you just wake up and start drinking today?
No, dude. Why do you guys insult him?
What's wrong?
This is insanity. This is absolute insanity. Now we're talking to atheists, Sonny.
well, you know, I don't really.
Atheists are not against the rules, so
Don't take this personal, but somebody that's under the influence of spirits is not using their mind. I'm sorry. That's just the truth.
I just said one thing.
That's coming from a cured alcoholic. That's coming from a cured alcoholic.
Yeah, I'm in
I just
recovery
said
too.
one
He's
thing.
right.
No, I'm cured.
What's wrong with that?
I've been cured.
Sorry,
I've
what's
been
wrong with
saved. So I've
that? Do you know what
experienced
you sound like?
PMAC is sounds just like I used to sound like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, hold on, real quick, Sonny. Though we do have an atheist Glober in the room, so would he like to explain why he keeps lying about God's creation?
You have to, first of all, I use my senses, of course. That's the thing we do as humans.
No, you don't. Nope.
Yes,
you never have.
I do.
Nope, not when it comes to your atheism. Nope.
I'm
It's the
using
exact
right now
opposite.
one of my
So shut
senses
up.
hearing your stupid voice. So
Nope,
please
we're
shut the
talking
fuck up.
about your belief in evolution and
Please,
the
I didn't
magical
talk about
space
evolution.
religion,
Please
which
shut up.
nobody has
Shut
ever
up.
sensed
Oh my
in
gosh,
history.
what's wrong,
That's why you're
Soviet?
hiding
Come
from
on,
it.
man.
Yeah, that's why you won't talk about it. Thanks.
Okay.
That was easy.
Now you shut up. Take some pills, okay, from your pill box.
Yep. Now you're just gonna hide from the whole point. The whole point is to ask, why do you
Someone beat
believe in
me
these
to it.
psychotic religions that you've never sensed, and you refuse to tell us why? That's what's gonna happen.
Yeah, so like I figured that guy was a Glober. I could kind of tell.
Can
Yeah,
whoever's
okay.
typing a novel on their keyboard plays mute?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm like, how to explain this?
Don't be sorry, bro.
He can't explain. You can't.
I'm very mad
You
that
can't.
people don't take care of themselves, and when they have meds, they don't take them, and they.
See, now people have to be on meds. So now he's trying to poison
They don't
people.
take them because they don't work. So when they do take them, they get worse, and there's no proof that otherwise is true. People only get worse.
It's not about these things, okay?
All right.
Makes
All
people
right.
worse. So we're
I
not
have
talking about
heard
that topic.
far more than enough. Those of
Okay.
you who want to continue this, whatever you call it, drop down into another room.
Yeah, it's enough. I'm stopping this because I don't want to talk.
No. I wasn't asking
45
you.
minutes.
I was telling you. Drop down
no.
into another room. Otherwise, I'll just mute you.
Yeah, and drop some of those meds while you do it.
So you either drop down into another room right now, or I will mute you all.
Yeah, I'm not talking about it anymore. You said it. I'm not gonna say anything about it.
All right. Pardon for Rumpus and you, Crypto. Could you say that again, please?
I was literally just agreeing with you. I was saying I second your action.
Yeah, get back to
Alright,
the
cool.
Earth itself.
Yeah. Where's this curvature?
Yeah, where's curvature?
Just one measurement, guys.
Do you know, Soviet?
What?
Do you know where the measurement? We need a measurement of the curvature. When was that done? Do you know about any of that?
No.
Nope.
I do. I don't really know about these things. Sorry.
So it's
Nope.
not curving.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
not a sphere. Therefore, never,
Yeah, I'm a-
never. In all of
Yeah.
history, it's never been measured to be spherical. So
I
not a
believe you.
ball.
I believe you.
Well, you don't have to believe me. Look around you. Go around. Go measure it
Yeah, I
yourself.
did. I'm looking at them.
Go outside.
Go outside. Look over water. Do you have any water near you?
I am.
Ask your parents if you can leave the house once in a while.
Doesn't take too long.
Yeah.
Once you start seeing water, when you start seeing water's level everywhere you look at it,
Yeah. I know.
and you start going, "Wow, you know what? What are they talking about?"
Just made me realize.
Yeah, and make sure to tell your parents you're gonna leave to go look for Earth curvature.
Yeah.
I'm going on a journey, Ma.
Mom and Dad, go
Well, you guys shouldn't straw man her, like-
And unicorns. No, shut up, Sasha. You keep trolling everybody. Stop.
Approach the water with a life jacket.
I'm wondering if I
Bro.
need to speak louder or something. I can get louder. What am I not loud enough?
I can be louder too. I'm literally Russian.
How do you make peanut butter jelly sandwich on a flat Earth? I mean, on a globe Earth.
You put a plate and bread, and no peanut butter because
Is it-
actually,
Wait, how many bread pieces are there?
Is the surface that the plate is on, is that curved?
what?
Is the surface that the plate is on where your sandwich is being made?
Hey, let's
Is
see. What
that
kind of
surface the
plate you
plate is on, is that a curved surface?
Different kind of plates have
Concave, curved, concave.
There is curved, there is some concaves, there is some kind of flat, there's not.
So it's a concave counter?
No, it's flat. Usually counters are flat.
Flat,
You can,
okay,
of course,
good.
make it
It's not curved, yeah.
concave. You can
Why isn't it curved?
Yeah, and of course, if you don't want to contain the liquid, you use a
make it
convex
curved, but usually
surface.
people make it flat.
Well, if the floor is curved because it's on a curved earth, and everything should be curved if it's like
Yeah,
that.
floor shouldn't be flat, Sonny. Yep.
Sure,
Yep.
this
Yeah, I
should be
wanna see
flat.
sideways
Of course it's not
buildings.
flat.
That's what I want to see,
Yeah.
guys. Sideways buildings. Where they at?
I actually know. In France, isn't
They're
there
in your
like
imagination.
the huge fucking the tower? the tower that is sided in one side is built. Fuck, I forgot how it's called.
Oh, that was
People are fucking in the tower. What?
Yeah, the tower fuck. It's called the tower fuck. Wait.
Anyway,
Is that
hold on.
the Satanism tower?
So the walls of all these buildings are wider
You
at the
guys want
top
me to
because
read
the plums should be pointing slightly towards each other at distances. So
Why is it dropping fucking Fortnite? Why is it showing Fortnite?
Yep, that's the best we can get. Yep.
English, please.
I'm trying to translate because I don't want to say it wrongly.
Why does it drop in Fortnite? Yeah, that's a brilliant question.
Google Translate. Real quick.
What?
Yeah, why are elephant feathers gold? Yeah.
This is not the gaming server. Okay.
Pizza Tower. Oh, Pizza Tower. Oh,
wait, they're gold?
I think he thinks real life is a video game.
He does. Yes, correct. You got
Well, if you're a simulationist, that would actually make sense.
I play it.
Sasha, please stop talking.
Hello?
What the hell is going on in here?
Do we have an owl in here? Is there an owl in here?
XO is talking, and I don't know what he's talking about. Hello?
Oh, he's calling XO out.
He's calling XO.
Yeah,
He's calling
that's a big mistake. Yeah, you're not going to be able to do anything. You don't even have.
So you're a
I'll be quiet. I'm going to be quiet and watch what happens.
Yeah, don't call XO out, bro. He's gonna chew your ass up, spit you out like chewing gum.
I don't know if it's.
I won't have to do anything. I'll just be
But I
quiet.
talked to him once, and he called me child R word.
Oh, here we go. Here we got some nice accusations. Here they come, guys. Yep. What a
No. But what's the curvature of the Earth? What's the curvature of the Earth, bro?
How
What's
did
the
I know
measurement?
that was going to happen? That's amazing.
I got a better
Oh,
question.
Soviet?
Hey, Soviet, how high have you been in the air before? How many tens of thousands of feet?
Oh, like high, like drugs, or
Yeah.
high, like a.
Just in a plane or in a. Where you been?
I never
What have you
been
seen?
on-
Tell me.
How
I never
old
been
are
on a
you?
plane. I never been on a plane. I never been on those things. No.
No planes ever?
No, never.
Oh, damn. Okay, how about a really tall building, like, you know?
Yeah, but it was in a city, so you cannot really use your senses because
You can do it from a city. No, you,
Yeah, but
Yeah, you
the
can't use
buildings
your senses, you
distorted
said.
you. Yeah, it distorts your senses. It isn't.
You got there. You go. You can't trust your
Oh.
senses. There you go, guys. Yep, can't
I
trust your
see,
senses.
okay.
Yep.
Yeah, true. It isn't.
Yeah, you can't trust your senses when you've been drinking that much vodka.
It's illegal because I'm 16.
Oh, super.
Oh, great.
Okay, well, you guys shouldn't
You gotta
project
be, we
onto
know.
him about drinking vodka.
Hey,
just because
Listen, I
he's
try to keep it
Russian.
on topic. What are we doing?
I promote healthy
can't.
drinking.
This is
Okay, Soviet,
not-
I've
not
been
what
up
I-
60,000 plus feet in the air in a Concorde in 1999. And I was looking for Earth curve. And at the time, I wasn't a flat earther. I was 19. But I was looking for Earth curve, and I do specifically remember not really seeing anything of the sort. And I was 60 grand in the air. You know what I mean?
Well-
This is kind of strange.
No, it's not strange.
Why's that?
You can't see the curvature from that height.
Because you can't see the curvature from any height.
That's what I was getting at, dude.
So what if I went up there in that same airplane with you and I said, "Hey, I see the curvature." What then?
I'd be like, why do you think that? And we'd get in a big argument.
Yeah, we'd get in a big argument, but how would we settle the argument?
We couldn't because I'm not you. You're not me.
No, well, you're saying we couldn't? No, I'll tell you exactly how. We land the airplane, go to the surface of the Earth, and then measure it directly over land and water with lasers and telescopes.
Well, yeah.
Oh, by the way,
Yeah.
you can't land a plane on a spinning globe. Just saying.
Well, technically, nobody ever has, so we don't know that.
Because it's flat, that's why.
Okay, guys. Soviet Dom sent me a message saying he wants to be unmuted. So
Too bad. You can go to another room. You too, EXO. You clearly want to fight with him. Go and fight with him somewhere.
well, I don't think we should fight with him
No,
because
you
he's
can get in the way of
glober.
Christians trying to defend God's creation. If you don't like that, I'm sorry.
Well, guys, he's a Glober, and we kind of need Globers to argue with, so I don't think we should mute him. You know what I mean?
You're still kind of a Glober, dude.
I don't really care what you think, Sasha. So
He's not a serious one, Sasha. That's the whole point of it.
Oh.
Feel free to message the person, Sasha. I mean, doesn't have to be the only form of communication in the live stream.
Yeah, have fun with all that.
Yeah, take it upon yourself to talk to the person. You may get somewhere. You never know.
Maybe you both consider another Russian Revolution.
Well, why do you guys always make fun of Russian people saying we drink vodka all the time?
Because it's fun.
Wait, so you don't?
In Russia, vodka drinks you.
either it's true and it's true, so it's true, or it's not true and it shouldn't matter to you. So either way, who cares?
Yeah, besides, if it's part of your culture, man, you're just, towing the line.
Just
No,
one
it's American propaganda in the Cold War.
They're from Europe.
It's the only way you keep your blood flowing in that country. Come on, let's be real.
That's true.
Anyway, just one side thing. Medlock.
In those temperatures.
One second, Ryan. Medlock, you're lighting up green. I'm not sure if you're wanting to talk or something, but
Lemonbird.
He's a moderator.
How you doing?
Hey.
Hey, Lemon.
Hey, Lemon.
oh, and
What's
another
new?
thing. Beluga, you've got no role. Hop into the VC check-in if you want to get checked in. Someone will meet you there. We're not doing that in here. Carry on, Jenny. Sorry.
Oh no, I was just trying to find out what's new for Lemonbird.
Same old, keeping it flat. What y'all talking about?
Trying to keep it on track with Earth itself, not get too far off track, but lots of different conversations here.
So technically, when my stepfather was, we did a helicopter thing, and he, hovered in midair. We hovered for like at least 30 minutes in midair. Globe should have moved under us, and it sure didn't.
Mm-hmm.
What? Maybe you weren't. Maybe you just weren't doing it right.
Yeah,
That
you
could
weren't
also be the
focusing the
case.
energy sufficiently.
I
Well, I'm no pilot, so.
So here's the thing. I want to know how Globers measure airspeed in a vehicle like that that's removed from the Earth's surface. So they say it as the higher it goes, it would need to be a faster rotation. I need to see some documentation of that. How are they making up for that extra different speed change? They can't do it.
No.
You wouldn't be able to measure airspeed anyway. It's all moving how would they be moving separate to measure airspeed if they're moving the same? It's stupid. Then where's your Earth's rotation? It's such a ridiculous. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, airspeed's based on. This is my opinion so far. I'm not learned, but isn't it just based on the fact that it's flattened or it's at least stationary? Right? The speed is based off of how fast the thing is going in relation to the thing below it.
It's just you have a little impeller of some kind. That's what the original ones were. They had some kind of little impeller. It was just a little speedometer.
Yeah.
Yep. Same process now.
Airspeed, so they have these impellers, and whether they're in the fuselage or on a wing or whatever they're at, they have a tube of air, and it goes in, and it measures that velocity of that wind. So
yeah.
If the atmosphere, the supposed atmosphere is moving along with the rotation, how are they measuring airspeed? Because otherwise, we've got a big problem in Houston. We have a serious problem.
Okay, now that things have calmed down, would you guys like to resume the conversation?
About?
Well, we were arguing with Soviet Dom about the globe logic.
No. Here's the
Well,
answer.
I think he could be converted to a flat earther.
Okay,
I think I could just mute you as well. How about
Go
that?
into another
yeah,
room
maybe.
then. Go into another room then, and someone will drag him in there too. There we go.
Yeah. I'll come down to live stream too with you, Sasha. You're the newest flat earther. I'll sit with you and I'll give you the memes and all the information, and you can flat smack them. How about that?
Sounds like a plan. I might even come down to listen to that.
Hey, wait, can I say something quickly to Sasha? Please don't use. I mean, I'm not gonna, tell you exactly what to do, but I'm just saying, please don't use the word convert like that, because it just makes it sound dirty. Like a religion, like a really crazy, stupid religion.
Yeah,
like
pretty hot religion.
Someone to a flat earther. No, dude, I just want people to think for themselves. Just please think for yourself.
They went in.
Don't
They're in
convert
the
to
chill
anything.
VC. Sorry, they're in the chill VC now. So.
But yeah, he makes comments like those that make me extra sus of him, and I've been since day one. But I mean,
I can hear it in his voice.
There's also this other half of me that's like, I want to give him a chance, but
They're slippery. They're
I don't
slippery,
like
dude.
it. Yeah, I don't like the sound of it. It always kind of bothered me. That spinning space monkey thing is too far ingrained. I don't get that. How could you be a flat earther and not come around to the other parts of it and stick to that? Like that would be the stick point. I gotta be a monkey. Like how is that? I gotta be a monkey. Like that's a good thing, and you just go along with that. Weird.
He says
Well, if it gives you any perspective, there are a handful of people out there that do acknowledge that the Earth is flat and stationary, but yet they still think that a Mexican beer germ that's invisible is going around killing people. I know of at least 2, maybe 3 people that fall into that category. They're rare, but they exist.
Takes all kinds.
They're baby truthers, is what they are. They're on their way. They're on the road. They're just not as far down as all of us. That's all.
In my opinion, Sasha just says he's a flat earther so that he can hang around and not get booted, and then he steers the conversation in directions that he wants to steer them.
Yeah,
that is.
I probably would not dispute that.
That's kind of what I see too. It's what it feels like.
Stop entertaining him then.
Yeah, so let's not.
Don't even talk about him.
Forget he exists.
I gotta water my plants.
I've already caused him to be banned once, so it's not up to me.
Yeah, he's kind of getting close. Like the stuff he's writing to EXO. Like we told him we're not even talking about religion, and then he still uses that word in conversation. So he just doesn't want to listen or something.
Don't care.
He's a clown troll.
There is so many other things to talk about right now.
Yeah, let's talk about some cool stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
And Beluga, if you can hear us, drop into the VC check-in to get yourself checked in. Or could someone maybe type that in the chat?
Stop.
That doesn't mean shut up everyone else. just doing some administration for the benefit of the server.
So what is it? So the big thing against Sasha right now is because he's believes in evolution. Is that the issue?
No, it's worse than that. He comes in here and makes ridiculous comments, and I don't even know if he's legitimately trying to be dumb or if it's just,
I knew somebody like that from a long. Sorry.
He's just trolling and being a clown, as far as I'm concerned. He's been doing it for months.
Yeah, he reminds me of somebody in particular, and I don't know if I want to call his name out because I'm not.
He's like a mini-me of Matthew Learns. Sorry, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Pretty close. Yeah, I like that.
So here, I hear it in his voice. It's like almost like a Duper's Delight, you know?
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
funny.
Now you're going to listen for it, you know. Don't take my word for it. Just see if you can hear it.
Hey, Glad, is that, that's the same Glad?
Kind of a little weaselly, whiny little sound, like it's kind of like, I don't know, suspicious.
You are the same Glad Flove in the YouTube chat, right, with the moderator?
Yeah, you betcha.
Well, one of my names is Full-Blooded Christian, so that's now you know who I'm in.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Oh, that's why they were so mad at you.
Who, me or him?
No, Exo, I didn't realize that's his name, but I've seen him in there because I go in there.
Yeah, that's me.
In there too.
Yep.
Every now and then I go in there and clean house and get all the rubbish out, and sometimes have to hide certain people because they want to be belligerent.
Yeah, it's a war zone in there, and I'm really sarcastic, so it doesn't really help, but it's fun. What are you gonna do? I mean, they're lost.
Could we get some tags for Glat in here so we all know who he is? I remember you when you were on Miggy's channel as a moderator, mate.
I wasn't a moderator, but yeah, I was hanging out for a second.
Well, you were working as a mod, mate.
Was I?
Yes, you were, sir. You were working on behalf of FE to keep the chat clean, respectable, and on topic.
Right, yeah. Right on.
Well, we have a couple of mods in the room. If they feel so inclined, they can run him through the tests.
Is it just the 3 points? Because I'm pretty good on those. No, but I mean, I can't wait to go through them again.
Yeah, it'd be up to, I think Jenny and Morvis are mods, but I don't know who.
I'm leaving in a minute. I'm on lunch, y'all. Sorry.
Grace, maybe?
No worries.
I don't know. But if you hang around, I'm sure someone will sort you out. Especially if you're a mod on Helios, so.
I was. He took the wrenches away from all of us. But he's got a hard channel to work on there. It's difficult in there.
YouTube is a cesspool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen Glad Flobe around, and I trust him about 1,000% more than Sasha Ivanov.
I appreciate that.
Amen.
Yeah, my neighbors probably know y'all's voices at this point. I live in an apartment building, and I play it pretty loud a lot of times, but, doing dishes and cooking and stuff. They're probably like, yeah, that's the flat earther in the building.
That's funny. I do the same thing. I was just out, not yesterday, but the day before, sunbathing with a speaker and all of the FE music blasting real loudly with all the neighbors out in the yard. It was hilarious.
That's good. Yeah, I could tell which ones pass by my door and, take a second to listen to what I'm listening to and the ones that don't.
That's really funny. I do that in public when I've got you guys playing, and people slow down when they start to hear the conversation. And some people actually stop and look in shop windows when they're listening to it, and then they walk away again smiling.
Yeah, man, however we got to get them, just plant the seed and get it in there.
Yeah, that's all we can do sometimes. Ask a question, one that maybe they can't forget.
Uh-huh.
Hey, that's a good segue, actually. How would a seed work? Knowing up and down, if up and down is never the same. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They know what's up.
I gotta think so.
Trees and plants, they're based.
Oh, I was just talking about the Globers that come after us, man. So many of those guys. They know, guys and girls. They know it's flat.
They're not sincere, and they're not seeking information. They just want to make fun of us dumb flat earthers. Yawn. Okay, I don't know why you guys are talking about this, to be honest with you.
Sorry.
No, I'm joking around. Please do.
Okay, so here I'll just go through this real quick with Gladflip. It's good to meet you, Gladflip.
Right?
And so it sounds to me like you're fully flat, in my opinion. But we'll just go through this real quick, if you will. How, when, and where was Earth's curvature ever measured? Do you know of a method?
Been looking for years. No, I haven't come across any evidence of that having ever happened in the history of time.
Gotcha. Number 2, axial rotation. Has it ever been detected? What method? How, when, and where? Do you know of one?
It's never in my research. No, it's never happened. Never been found. Never been detected.
Very good, very good. And I know I'm kind of fast. And have you ever witnessed or seen a demonstration of gas pressure without a container?
No, I have not.
Very good. So all those Globers out there that heard that, maybe on the live stream and YouTube land.
May the record show.
There's never been any of those 3 claims have they've never been proven in all of human history. So there you go. Thanks for participating.
Thanks for having me.
Yet another person who acknowledges that the heliocentric model is a belief called scientism, or I guess a more antagonistic way would be say that it's pseudoscience.
Oh, scientism's a religion, right?
Fundamentally.
No, you're thinking Scientology. I'm talking scientism.
Well, what's well, I know the difference. So scientism, the ism, does that not make it like a practice, like a religion, a belief system?
That's how it works. Mm-hmm. So, essentially, the heliocentric model is a theory based on a theory based on another theory. None
Absolutely.
of which have been substantiated or verified. It's crazy.
And we should get Nobel Peace Prizes for waiting this long for these people to come up with one little shred of heliocentric evidence.
I was given an example.
I gotta run, guys. Bye.
Bye, Jenny. Bye, Jenny.
Yesterday, I was given an example of gas pressure without a container, so-called. A magnetic field holding gases in.
Oh, actually,
anybody ever hear that?
Yes, he's talking about fusion reaction, right?
Was it the plasma thing?
Yeah, there's actually not gas; it's plasma, and plasma is held in place by magnetism. So he just lied to you.
Does anything attract gas?
I basically told him that, but he said that.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. No, I'm done.
Does anything attract gas? Yeah, a container. Yeah. A container. That's where gas.
No, I'm asking anything else.
The only place a gas stays in one place is in a container. It can.
Well, he has attracts. It doesn't attract. It actually collides with it. So it's not. Because they're freely moving.
It's pretty much going.
Right. So nothing's deciding to pull gas one way or the other.
Exactly.
Right. It's entropy. It does its thing. Tries to find its equilibrium. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
I think they gave a Nobel Peace Prize to Obama. He was like, hey, we don't have time for the Flat Earth Society. Kind of ironically gave one to us.
How many people searched it after he said that? They're like, I'm going to check this out. What are we talking about?
Yeah. Why did they give it to him? For dropping peace bombs?
Nobody knows why.
It's all the peace drones. The drones were super peaceful, while the bombs did all the bad things.
Yeah, it's not murder if you do it remotely, right?
He deported a lot of people, didn't he? That's pretty good.
Yeah, and then the economic stuff too.
Shame he didn't deport himself.
We don't have time for the Globe Earth Society.
Certainly not.
I just want to circle back a little bit to that plasma example. As far as I'm aware, what's funny about that one is, number one, plasma is not gas, so it's a deviation from the point, right? Number two, that example that they give is within a contained system. So the irony of it is quite funny.
How many states of matter are there? 7?
Yeah, it depends who you ask, I suppose. But I think consensus would be, what, 4? But again, I think that's too limited.
Depends if you count superfluids, I suppose.
Another example that I was given was gases coming out of a volcano going down the side of a volcano. That's an example of gas pressure without a container.
Oh wow, that's an example of numptiness.
Wow.
But I have a question for Chad. What are the distinguishing features of superfluids?
I'm not completely sure, but I think helium is, as far as I'm aware, is the only thing which is a superfluid, and it apparently has no detectable viscosity. Some things, but it has for others. It's very strange. It creeps up. It's if you haven't looked at it, go to YouTube and type in superfluid. It's an interesting stuff. But I'm no expert.
I probably will. Thank you.
But like that lake at the bottom of the ocean, if I try to dive in, will I break my neck or will I float?
You'd have to get there first.
Yeah.
You'd die before you get there unless you use one of those.
Why helium is less dense than air and ball is not more dense than air?
Can you repeat that, please?
Or anybody.
What'd you say? What'd you ask?
Sasha, could you repeat that?
The helium is less dense than air, and all other objects are not more dense than air.
I
No,
would.
You didn't make any sense there, I'm afraid, Sasha.
I think
No,
I know what you
because when Glover said that when you drop helium balloon, it's going up because it's less dense than air. Is that true?
Yeah.
Why, if I drop the ball, is not more dense than air?
The ball is more dense than air.
Yeah, he's pointing out the floor in their logic.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm new. Okay.
But
okay,
Sasha,
sorry.
the problem
I want to know
with
why something what is more dense is not going down because it's more dense, and it's going up because it's less dense.
Well, it's like how people like that roll with morality. It's moral to do this when it's convenient for them, but when it's not convenient for them, it's not moral. I don't know. Maybe Chad can fill in the vocabulary that I'm lacking, but
That's hypocrisy.
It's all about whatever's convenient for them to prove the point that they want to prove.
Yeah, I don't know what Globers do, but yeah, the answer is we don't know why.
That's the word. Hypocrisy. Okay.
But for the helium we will use density, but for the up we will use density. For down we'll use the gravity.
Right. Yeah. You'll explain it to him and say, "Hey, it's density. Things lighter in the air go up, things heavier in the air go down. It's our perspective. We call it down. It's just a thing happening. And they'll just say, yeah, that's gravity. And we'll be like, no, well, it's, I guess, a rose by any other name, but...
Yeah, the point is, I cannot use any more density now if I have the more dense, how to say, object than air. I cannot use any more density. Not anymore. Well, how to say? If I use helium, then its density, it's there, it's going up, But if I use something what is more dense, then density is not anymore a question of density.
I think so, yeah.
That's very strange, yeah.
Yes, I am. I'm somewhat of a newbie. I was a mod in the 24/7, the Helios channel on YouTube, and I've been a pretty staunch flat earther for the last 6 years.
Oh, right, okay. So often we get someone come along who sort of sings from the same hymn book, but then they just say, not really. So just checking, just seeing who you
are. Oh, yeah. I've been catching posers left and right.
He's been around a long time. Sorry.
No, I appreciate that. Yep.
But if it's all right to carry on, I think the point that Sasha's pointing to might have something to do with...
No, it was not pointed to you. It was like I was questioning in the air.
I know that. I'm just kind of expounding on it, right? So I think it has something to do with this whole relativity nonsense that has been perpetuated, right? Because when you have this idea of it's all relative, which is just it's all convenient, right? Conveniently up and down is neither up nor down, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then you can start making within that framework, right? You can start making these. From one side it's density, but then from the other side it's whatever, right? Which is just lying. But anyway,
it's like putting one toe in the water. Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like it's connected to that relativity thing because they think that because some special deceiver made that idea up out of his rectum, to be honest, right? They think that because that's a thing that people glorify, that way of thinking, that they can use that to try and form arguments from, or at least that's one perspective, maybe.
Yeah, it's a tactic.
Well, everything these days they say is subjective, isn't it? They try to say morality, subjective morality is subjective.
Right.
We're not actually seeing anything. It's just our view of things. There's no such thing as truth. Just total bullshit.
That's a much more succinct way of putting it.
When they say perspective is reality, is that just a platitude, or does that mean something?
What it means is a lie, but it's just
which kind of perspective?
As in, like, it
That's
means
what I'm trying to say.
Fundamentally, it means nothing, but the meaning behind it is
what
to
is your
perceive, right?
perception of perspective?
I think it's in the application. I mean, if we're talking perspective, trying to figure out the horizon stuff, that's a matter of our physical perspective.
In my perspective, if I can imagine two horizons, how you will speak with me? What your perception of perspective will be if I have 2 or 3 horizons? Is my perspective like that?
And it's yours, not mine, right? What would I say?
Yeah. But that will be like somehow in the last 2-3 years, there's something convincing us that is perspective. Like common sense level is curved, That it's perspective. If you have perspective that level is curved, then you have right perspective. If you have the perspective that level is straight, that you have wrong perspective. If you understand me, what I want to say when you speak with some people, like
I think I understand
that kind of perspective.
The way you're delivering it would be hard for most people
like a logic. Like
I'm almost there. I almost got it.
It's only the language barrier, Sasha.
If somebody is going against common sense, how your common sense will fight with that? I don't know how to put that.
Sure. Common sense ain't so common, maybe.
Yeah. If it's something common sense, how you will not agree with common sense? I don't know.
Oh, that comes from degenerate behavior, right? Because like that kind of behavior leads people to self-deception and being clouded in their judgment.
Mm-hmm.
It's like,
that becomes an addiction.
Let me try and think of an example.
Like believing.
Yeah, so addiction is actually a good one, right? Because it kind of it reinforces like the self-deception. So even though deep down they know that what they're doing is wrong.
Only word, for example, science. It's giving you so many answers that you don't know. If you ask me something, if I answer with science, that's enough, man. And you are not, how to say, you don't need any more else to go into, because all other people realize before us. We are only small people with brains, but we don't. Yeah, it's like in music. Music is written, notes are there, and you cannot change anything else. That's science. That everything is, how to say, proven. You cannot now change.
Yeah,
nothing.
It's an interesting tactic.
Everything is fact.
Because they've taken advantage.
If you say science, that means it's enough.
Can you hear me?
And I had it with my personal experience.
Yeah.
When I ask people, like, for example, what do you think about the shape of the earth? I don't ask them anymore on the street, because the first answer was science.
Yeah, Sasha, I think you're speaking over Elijah.
I'm sorry.
Can you hear me? It might just be.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Sasha, do you hear Elijah?
Sasha, can you hear me?
No.
Okay, you might have him muted, or you might have to come back, leave out.
Tell him to reconnect. Tell him to reconnect. How about now? Can you hear me now, Sasha?
Sasha, check if you mistakenly muted Elijah.
Now he can't hear anyone.
Sasha?
Yes, I don't see even Elijah on server.
He's the first one up top.
Oh, okay.
Floating in the clouds.
No, I didn't.
Check if his volume is not all the way down, maybe.
No, it's up. And I didn't. Wait.
Say something, Elijah?
Hello.
Yes, I did it. Sorry.
Okay. No, it's alright.
I don't know. I don't know how.
Can't remember where I was, but it doesn't matter.
Darn it.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything what he said, and I mute him. I don't know how.
That happens. Does anyone else remember? Maybe I could figure it out.
He was talking about, I think, like empirical objective truth. How do you get past that? Talking about maybe how that relates to common sense.
And how they pretty much they kind of played it that way somewhat. I mean, I'm perfect.
Yes, there we go. Right. So what I was saying was, to me, it seems like a kind of a masterful tactic with what Sasha was talking about. How they've answered all these questions that nobody asked, and they played it like they already have all the answers. And it's funny that people still buy that, yet they're always coming up with new discoveries. So they've answered everything, yet they're always discovering new stuff, and they're always changing their old answers. So that's kind of like, how dumb do you have to be to keep buying that story? But still, it's masterful in that it plays to the pride of man, right? To the hubris of man, to think that they can know everything like that.
Yep.
And the reason it's masterful is because they do that. They play on that arrogance that mankind has, or has allowed themselves to have, whatever, right? But the consequence of that is that it takes them away from what's natural, which is the curiosity, right? Because you tell everyone, we've answered everything, and also we're going to answer things like that nobody asked. For instance, diamonds on some planet that doesn't exist, right? So okay, cool story. But that takes away the curiosity, so nobody ever does anything productive. Nobody ever goes and actually keeps digging into the wonder of this creation, right? So
it's a great point.
I could expand on that more, but because I think I've talked about this before. But to me, I was just focusing on the tactic that they applied, right?
Yeah, I think that's also why so many people come in here and are like, what do you mean you don't know what's in the sky? You can't tell me those lights are in the sky? Yeah.
My question will be, if people in the past realized that we are on the sphere, how we cannot now realize that we are on the sphere? Why so difficult to realize that we are on the sphere?
What sphere?
Yeah, what sphere? But why we cannot now, with all this technology, whatever I wanted to say, 2021, why we cannot now realize and do that like this, in a 1 hour, like speaking, like look at this, look at, No, we need we need discussion about this. We need, I don't know, we cannot do that. It's not possible. We cannot prove that Earth is a globe. Why is that not possible? Why we cannot do that?
We can't even get one of the things. Yeah, you're right. We can't even get a curvature or a motion. We can't. All the stuff they're talking about the globe. We can't find that stuff, guys. Why do you believe it?
Gas pressure without a container,
Yeah. In the YouTube chat, there's a guy going. He's saying, "I am my farts container. I exert pressure."
He's a container then.
Exactly, and he's a glober. He's agreeing with us. Welcome to Flat Earth, Delta.
I could absolutely believe that he has a loose colon. I could absolutely believe that, and that he has trouble being a container. That's probably.
Oh boy.
What's interesting with this spherical topic is that if you were to look at nature, like you should be if you're talking about natural science, right? All examples of spherical type objects are either suspended or supported by something. There is no natural idea of spheres just hanging out in nothingness, right? And even if you were to go so far as to say a bubble is like a natural sphere, I guess I'm thinking kind of like soap bubbles. Even though those ones, when you give them time to come to rest, they either pop or they rest on a surface. I know this is super basic, right? But it's something that maybe might be an angle for some of these more special cases. It's like, well, you're talking about a sphere, but can you show me how spheres operate within nature? And go, okay, well, look at the grapes. They're all hanging. Look at those spherical rocks that somebody either made or maybe naturally, whatever, doesn't matter, right? Is on the ground.
I've never seen a sphere in nature.
Right, that's why I said spherical type objects. Just the gist of things like that. They're either supported or suspended. There is no in between, right?
I've seen blobs that have round portions, but I've never seen a perfect sphere in nature.
Right.
That only happens.
Anyway, isn't that whole model literally pear shaped? Which is beyond ironic. I don't know if anyone gets that over your side, but over here, pear-shaped is a way of saying that. A shit show.
The whole universe is balloon-shaped because it's constantly expanding and everything's getting further apart.
You know what I think they're going to try to get away with is the universe is flat thing, and they're going to try to correlate it with when the flat Earth truth actually really becomes something of a mainstream household thing, everybody's going, "Oh shit, is it flat?" Well, no, the universe. See, it's because space time eventually flattens out, and this kind of deal.
Are you talking about a few years ago when like some pseudoscientist on television was saying something like, the universe is 2-dimensional, but we just perceive it as 3-dimensional? You're talking about that? Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I was trying to wrap my mind around that one too, but then I'm like, oh well, okay, there you go. They're just trying to.
It's like they're trying to slip us a Mickey. Like, they're trying to get one past us.
Yeah, that's some slimy tactics right there.
It's funny.
No, you guys are confused. It just looks 2D, or it just looks 3D, or I don't know.
You know what's
it's all squished.
What's stupid about that, other than it's just stupid, right? Fundamentally, is that these kind of people are also the people that say, "Oh, black holes. Well, this is how a black hole works. It's a 2D. It's a 2D representation, or decoding, or however they flip and put it. Who cares at this point, right? Of the 3D world." I thought that was very interesting when I first heard of it. But looking back at it now, I'm like, that's just complete nonsense rubbish, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. How did they ever verify that?
If you don't know what I'm talking about, go and look it up for a laugh. Because basically, the conclusion that these guys came to, man, the fantasy they live in is just beyond when you think about it, right? But it's that the black hole is just. It just takes in matter and just converts it into like 2D. So hold on a minute. It's like wait, hold on. You're gonna cryptographically deconstruct creation itself. When? How? Who?
They're gonna try to backwards engineer that shit.
I might be going a bit off into La La Land with this topic, but it just makes me laugh because of what the other man said about that. Reality is 2D and we just perceive it as 3D or whatever nonsense.
Right. Don't trust any of your senses ever unless you're driving a car.
Came up with the idea of opposing forces holding the universe together.
Probably a sodomite.
Very close. But you know how they say there's a strong gravitational force and there's resistance and there's the weak gravitational force? I was looking something else up and I ran by this, and I had totally forgot. Let me find it. Here we go. Read that.
Dethrone God. Okay, yeah.
What am I? Let me give it a read.
It's essentially attributing to physics.
Yeah.
The manifestations of Satan and Jesus being opposing forces.
Well, that's a lot, because that would imply that Satan is on the same level as the Messiah.
Right.
Well, it's like I heard someone recently say, gravity pulls down, but it also pulls up. And I thought that was kind of strange. It was Glober.
That's because they're what do you call them? Not novitiates. They're
relativists.
No, not novitiates.
Yeah, maybe
Initiates. They're only initiates.
Okay.
They don't understand the deeper secret yet, and that is that the contradiction is the whole point.
Right.
Once they understand that the contradiction is the whole point, then they ascend. Aha! Now I know how to really deceive.
And they need to get their decoder ring out of that cereal box first.
They're more like apprentice initiates.
Yeah.
Scallywags.
They're that's all they are. They're not even journeymen yet.
what's funny is that all of it is esoteric, like symbolical stuff for no reason other than intellect, and we worship ourselves, and we're envious, and we're prideful. Stupid idiots. And I'm being flippant with it on purpose because they're a bunch of degenerates, right? But if you're interested, go and listen to Bill Cooper. He breaks it down to far.
Oh, Bill.
He did.
God, he was passionate, wasn't he?
Before they offed him.
Sorry, dude. What was that last sentence?
What, my last sentence?
Yeah, I spoke over you. I apologize.
No, I'd already finished. You probably have
okay.
Left. But just so that you know what I said, I think I just said he goes into detail, but he did good work before they offed him.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. Said it was a violent shootout at his house. I don't know if that guy would do that. Maybe. He was pretty angry. He was no Alex Jones, though.
Well, justifiably angry. Well, look what they've done to the world.
All right. Yeah, there's productive anger, and then there's Alex Jones.
Yeah, but Alex Jones isn't angry, though. That's not... That, to me, doesn't seem like real anger.
You don't think so? I think he's channeling. It's like a therapy session for him.
No, because any man who's really been angry can smell it.
Yeah.
He's acting.
I mean, I would assume most men know what anger is, but at this point, it might actually be rare for there to be any real geezers out there.
Yeah, you got Generation Butthurt just, growing up, but not really growing up right now. We don't have to talk about that. I didn't mean to bring that up.
All right, who killed the convo?
Dave, it was you.
Oh.
How dare you?
It's your deep, sultry voice that just... We were waiting for it.
I'll second you guys on Bill Cooper. He was a great man.
We were making room for it.
Imagine if Bill Cooper back in the 90s had woke up to flat Earth. What would have happened then?
Oh, that would be awesome.
On some of his videos, to go off of that, the way he would talk sometimes, it was like he wouldn't. To me, it didn't sound like he was full on heliocentrist. Like he would just kind of talk about maybe some cosmos, maybe this and that, but he wouldn't say planets. He wouldn't. It wouldn't be like a space. He didn't. I never heard him talk about space or aliens much. Did he? Did he talk about aliens?
Yeah, you're pretty much spot on. Is what I remember hearing from him, because obviously he called bullshit on NASA a lot, and he never did get into a lot of details about helio stuff.
What about the moon landing? What was his stance on the moon landing?
He called bullshit on it. He called bullshit. Yeah.
So he's like Bart Sibrel. He doesn't believe him, but he believes it's the globe.
You know how he got to that conclusion, though? In my opinion, at least, is because of his whole agenda was deconstructing the deception and the lies and the system of Mystery Babylon, right? So when you go from that perspective, the consequences, which is the globe, which is the moon landing, which is all this rubbish, right? He sees it for what it is because he's gone down to the root, right? The real kind of why would they lie thing, as in not just I'm going to use that as a knee-jerk reaction because I don't like what I'm hearing, as in actually getting down to the motives of these degenerates. Because he was there, then these things don't have the same weight because he got it, right? And maybe I've lost people, but I'll try and make the point kind of make some sense. So, for instance, the esoteric stuff, all their religious things, like the whole initiate and higher level thing, right? They have all these religions like the sun worship, all that stuff. That's for the profane, so how they see the rest of the world. But that's not what it means. You go to the root of it. Now, I'm not going to be able to do it the whole justice that Bill does, so I would actually encourage people to go and listen to him or read his stuff. But when it actually gets down to it, it is just worship of the intellect. It is just this whole, back to the garden type stuff. So when he can see that, then he can see the symbology and the real meaning behind something like the globe, the planets, and all that deception. So he doesn't. Yeah. He's not going to buy it. Now, whether he knew for sure is a different question. But he was like focused on one thing. So that's why the lies didn't enter in the same way. Hopefully, I did that justice. If not, apologies, but that's as best I can do it.
I got it. That's a good summary. I mean, he could have well been like a closet semi-flat earther kind of guy. Who knows?
Well, why do you think they'd go after him? Can you imagine a guy like Bill Cooper doing anything right now in this society? I mean, they convince people to do the whole face diaper thing, lickety split. Bill Cooper would have a fit about that.
Right. There was a few major reasons as to why. First of all, the time. So it was still the time back then for them to do that kind of, we're going to suicide you or whatever. They don't do that so much now. They still do it, right? But they don't do it. It's not like this is what we're going to do. So that's one thing, because they switch now more to the ridicule, now to the cancel culture, whatever you want to call it. They have different tactics because it's a different playing field, I believe. The other side is he was doing the tax stuff. He was doing the militia stuff. He was doing... What was the other one? Wasn't he the one doing promoting how you lot can do radio properly without paying all these things? So he was promoting things to take advantage of the way the nation was set up, or let's say the continent was set up. That went in direct opposition to the manipulation. So the tax, the militia, and something like the freedom of speech with the radio stuff. Those each one of those on their own is sufficient reason for them to want to off him because he was getting results, right? So you combine the three together. I would say that's sufficient motive. Now I can't say that that's the reason they killed him, but I would say that's sufficient motive, in my opinion. Somebody comment.
Well, they've probably done a lot more to a lot of other people for a lot less. So yeah, I mean, I tend to agree with something like that. You know what I mean? Like, people that have really no impact, they take them out anyway. Bill Cooper had a huge impact. We're still talking about him, right?
Right. It's interesting. I think like when you step on certain people's toes financially, there's repercussions. Sure. I'll just keep it vague because I don't necessarily want to bring up other examples, but you'll have people who will be pushing the boundaries on all these areas, and they're just like they're just there in the background. Nobody really cares. They're getting results. But the moment they step into something like, let's expose the tax thing, or let's expose certain people or whatever, it's like you crossed a line from the powers that shouldn't be perspective. And then like, okay, now we're going to get you arrested. Now we're going to destroy your livelihood. it was all fine and dandy up until you crossed that line.
Right.
And it's an interesting study, actually, I think, if people are that way inclined, to go and assess certain people and go, okay, which lines have they and have they not crossed? Or are they not willing to cross?
It's a slippery slope. Sounds pretty scary.
To make a but this is what, and again, I'm not necessarily saying it's the best thing to do, but it's an interesting thing to do in terms of how you would assess people who have certain, let's say, reach and influence.
Mm-hmm.
Or at the very least, how you can get a better picture of the whole thing. But anyway, that subject could go a bit too far off the rails, so I'll leave it there.
I'll try to swing it back. Bill Cooper probably knew all of it was a fake kind of deal, but he didn't want to lose people. He didn't want to lose his audience with, like, you know, a guy like that knows a lot more than he's telling, right? So he wasn't going to get the whole Pandora's box and release it all on everybody. He wouldn't have had a following near as much as he did, in my opinion.
Yep, it would defeat the object, right? Because if you're trying to get to boomers and whatever, trying to get them to stand up for their rights and to see the deception for what it is, and then you suddenly throw, oh, by the way, we're not spinning, that would just cause too much of a broken reaction.
For sure.
It's like when, if you don't have direct authority over someone to just say, do this because I said so, right? If that's not the situation, right? And you're trying to influence someone to do a good thing, when you tell them don't do this thing, psychologically, that doesn't work for most people. It's better to go, oh, here's the situation, and let me provide you a positive alternative. So instead of just railing on someone, for instance, for eating crap food, go, oh, well, look at how good fruits are. Look at how good growing your own vegetables are, that kind of stuff. So in general, right? And I'll leave it there because I could have some fun with it if I go a bit the other way. But in general, that's a positive, more effective approach in getting someone to do something beneficial for them. Now, obviously, he was doing a lot of exposing the lies, but he wasn't trying to attack the listener. He was trying to get the listener to do things that were better for them, right? To see the lie and try and benefit them. That's why he was focusing on, say, like the tax, the militia, and all that. Those were positive things that would actually get people to go certain ways. Anyway, I'm having too much fun, but you get what I mean. The psychology of it, because if you bring up something that's just going to get them to knee jerk, it's going to ruin all the work.
Exactly. We have the raw deal in this whole thing with flat Earth, because with even moon landings, right? Some people are willing to. A lot of people, in my opinion, in my experience, they're willing to talk about stuff like that. You say the two words, flat Earth, and they might as well never have met you. It's just that's a hard lump to get past. Talk conspiracies all day with somebody, right? And then all of a sudden, you know, and we've talked about this a lot, but to me, it's that and the willful gullibility. They love the story. I remember being a Glober. I loved it. I loved the idea of like aliens. You know those alien movies, dude? Heck yeah. Oh, come on, man. I really wanted that to be real.
You're a sadist.
Yeah, maybe.
That stuff is depressing beyond belief.
Oh, no, man. Those alien movies are so cool, but it's my mom's fault. She had me watching Star Wars and alien movies growing up, so.
So did you have Sigourney Weaver on your wall when you were a kid? Is that what you're saying?
Up until she shaved her head, then I was like, what? Never mind. Bye, Felicia. And then the alien gets sucked out of that little quarter-size hole, right? But then you got an astronaut saying, oh, you just put your hand right up to it. Put your thumb on it.
We could ask
so you can find got a leg.
Got a leg.
What was it, Dave?
I say if you got a lake, you got a lake. Just what Don Pettit says, right?
Yeah. Take some bubble yum for the ride. Stick a little bit in there.
Well, there's probably a procedure for that in space.
You know what I found was one way when you, because like you said, you say those two words and people just, they can't handle it. What I like to do sometimes when I wasn't trying to antagonize, right, is stuff like, oh, have you ever noticed the moon doesn't actually, it doesn't really make sense. Like it's in the sky right now, and it doesn't look like a mirror, or it looks like it's its own light, doesn't it? Stuff like that. You kind of you pose it in that way, and then if you talk to like,
you got to dance around it with them.
Yeah, and you talk to biblical people, it's even more fun because you can just straight up go, oh yeah, it says it's its own light, and so it does behave like that, doesn't it? I don't think that actually lines up with what they're saying about it being a reflector. And just kind of leave it like that and just watch them go,
Yep.
And depending on how functioning they are, they might get where that's going, but you don't need to push it any further. You can just leave that there.
Right, just leave it there. It's like you're trying to feed a timid animal and it just met you, doesn't know you're in the wild, and like you put a little scrap of something out there and it takes it like all day to come near you. But then it's like, I might like this.
I like that, Elisha, the subtle approach. I've done that a few times with people. Never mentions the word flat earth. I was talking to them about the physics of water, something like that. Just something to get them to stir up their thinking, right?
Yeah, the playful approach. If you can laugh about it as well.
Yeah, treat them like a human being, man. At the end of the day, I think just talk to them like I try to put myself in their shoes now that I have been there before, and what would I want to hear? How would I want someone to? It has to be. You got to bring it up gentle, right? It's because it's paradigm shifting, and that's different for every single person. They have their own battle with that. Sometimes it takes a day. Sometimes it takes a whole year. People finally, I was studying for a long time, and I finally performed some tests and really, really dug deep. And yeah, it is flat, but it took me a while, And there's other people that a couple weeks, they're like, no, that's it. It's flat, and there's no way around it. Pun intended.
I try to remember that for most people, it's not their fault that they got taught bullshit. And trying to unravel that can be a challenge for some people.
Yeah.
Like you said, approach them like they're another human being. That's the way to look at it.
Yeah.
The longer you can avoid the FE with some people, the better. As soon as you say that, they get just going to turn on. So we had anybody new join us here lately? I can't.
I want to take a Glober and do a few tests with someone who's just, super globe. Go in some airplanes, do some laser tests, really dig deep with a Glober, and then be like, listen, we're looking for curvature, okay? I'm here because I want you to be right, just once. Can we try? Can we see? And then you make up your mind. I just want to do that with one Glober, right? Get some money together, just go do it. Spend a couple weeks on it. That's idealism, I know. I think a decent way to maybe bring it up to somebody who's open-minded already might be, there's been tribes of people that have never seen like a culture outside of theirs. They haven't really quote-unquote evolved societally or whatever, and they're in huts and wearing skins, and that's really as far as they've gotten. Those people, they would never, and this has been said so many times in this community, but they would never assume that any of the things that the globe says is happening were happening. You wouldn't assume it. If you had never heard about the globe, you'd say, no, that's not really what I'm feeling and seeing. Are you sure? You know what I mean? Try to say, well, if you were that tribe, would you assume any of these things, that you're rotating, that everything up in the sky is actually the same thing that you are, kind of deal? I don't know. I've tried that approach a couple times, and they were like, yeah, well, then, yeah, it's flattish, I guess, yeah. And no, you don't feel the movement. I said, yeah. And they're like, well, it's just because it's so big, you don't feel the motion. I said, well, yeah, but when was the motion detected? Well, yeah, that's true. You know what I mean? But it's got to be somebody who's kind of open-minded already. In my opinion, it's happened once or twice.
Yeah, I think that's a good approach. You start with the basics with some people. I know what you're talking about. Just start with the base axioms of no movement, no curvature, go from there.
Yeah.
So we got like 1 hour till ladies' night, right?
1 hour of logic before chaos descends. Enjoy
That's
it.
what everybody's waiting for. All the trolls are waiting for ladies' night.
Yeah, I think so.
I guess it's ladies' night, but is the feeling right? I guess it's ladies' night. Cool in the
what a
Gang.
night. Yeah, that's right.
1980 something.
It's back when music had a little bit of soul left in it.
Yeah, back in the day, right?
That's a good point. Maybe one of the DJs could put some music.
Yeah, someone would like to DJ.
Might be a good transition unless someone else has a newbie to educate. What do you think, Roger?
I just looked through the list. I don't see anybody. It's just crazy people that deny the globe, as far as I can see.
Just want to give a shout out to the cowards in the YouTube chat. You guys are awesome. Thank you for never coming in here.
Yeah, there's sniveling little globers over there. They just stay over in the chat, typing their bullshit. No, they never come in here.
You probably have a lot of good things. Yeah, probably got a lot of good things going for you in life, but YouTube chat ain't it, you know.
Yeah, 7.7 million comments and not one claim for curvature of the earth.
Yep.
That's a good song. Someone should practice.
What song?
The Southern Cross. Right?
Got out of town. That's all the words I know.
Yep, hold on. I didn't mean to go into karaoke mode. I don't want to, like, I don't want to rump.
You don't want me singing it either. Got out of town on a boat for the Southern Island or something like that. Anyway.
Now someone's gonna have to play the song here.
I'm about to.
Okay.
Just pull the lyrics up and sing it yourself, Sonny. Go for it.
Yep. My mic still on?
Yes.
Okay. Got out of town on a boat going to Southern Islands, sailing a reach before a following sea. She was making for the trade winds on the outside, and the downhill runs of Pepperton. Off the wind on this heading lie the Marquesas. We got 80 feet of water line, nicely making way. In a noisy bar in Avalon, I tried to call you, but on a midnight watch, I realized why twice you ran away. Think about how many times I have fallen. Spirits are using me, larger voices calling. And brought you in, and I keep forgotten. I've been around the world, looking for that woman, girl, who knows love and endure. And you know it will. Hold on, I'm still going. Sorry for the pause. When you see the Southern Cross for the first time, you understand why now you came this way. 'Cause the truth you might be running from is so small, but it's easy as a promise
of a coming day.
So I'm sailing for tomorrow, my dreams are dying, and my love is an anchor, it's tied with a
silver chain.
I have my ships and all her flags are flying. She's all I have left, and
music is her name.
Think about how many times I
have fallen.
Spirits are using
large voices calling.
Brother,
whatever brought you and me cannot be forgotten. I have been around the world looking for that woman, girl, who knows love can endure.
And you know I will. And you know we will. Well, we cheated and we lied, and we tested, and we never failed to fail. It was the easiest thing to do. You will survive being bested. Someone fine will come along and make me forget about loving you in the Southern Cross. Ta-da.
Wait, I hope I didn't run it for you, Sonny. I had to sing along too.
No, thank you. I appreciate it, actually. Help cover up my mistakes.
I hit several wrong notes, but I hope they sounded all right. That was Crosby, Stills, Nash. Just Crosby, Stills, and Nash. Young wasn't with him on that song. He might have been, I don't know.
Hey. Okay, just checking to see if my mic worked, and I think it does. Correct?
Mic check loud and clear, sir.
Okay, super. Sonny, that was great.
Thanks. I like that little part of the song that goes like this. Let's see. The little break where it goes like that. Right.
Yeah. got a little Stevie Ray Vaughan going on in there. Sonny, what kind of guitar are you rocking over there?
It's a really old Yamaha acoustic that I've had for years, many years, but I've had it for like 35 years.
I can hear some personality in it, so yeah, that's cool, dude.
A trip. It's kind of an old, rickety old thing. It's been dropped a lot of times. So.
Yeah.
It's not perfect by any means. It buzzes, but I just still love it. It doesn't matter.
Well, and you know, I think it's mostly in the way you play it. You can make a really terrible instrument sound okay.
Yeah, I like doing that.
Yeah, it's dreamy. Is that your go-to guitar when you hop on?
No, I play a Stratocaster most of the time.
Yeah, that's what I'm used to hearing.
I'm just fooling around. You have to excuse me.
No, that's awesome.
I was hearing a little Bad Company in that first riff. Baby, when I think about you, I think about love.
That's it. Someone else will have to sing that one.
You don't want me. Big wheels keep on turning. See my can. He sounds better once again, and I do the same. That's all I know.
So I've played in a few bands before, and we would do like in the middle of songs, in between songs, just to fuck around when we were playing live, and we knew a lot of the people in the audience. We'd just start playing that song real quick, just like a verse, and people would lose their minds every time we did it. So fun.
You know, American Pie, Sonny.
What's up?
Do you know American Pie?
Who's that?
A long time
ago. I can still remember
how that music used to make me smile.
I have to quick check.
I knew if I had my chance, I could make those people
dance, and maybe they'd be happy for a while. February made me shiver. Every paper I delivered Bad news on the doorstep. I couldn't take one more step.
Can't remember if I cried when I read
about his widowed bride. But something touched me deep inside. The day the music died.
And they were singing.
Bye, bye, Miss American Pie.
Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee would drive. In the old bus, drinking whiskey,
singing this day that I
die. This'll be the day that I die. Yeah, come on.
Did you write the book of love, and do you have faith in God above?
Honestly, man,
tells you so.
Now, do you believe in rock and roll and music?
Save your Can you teach me how to dance real slow? I know that you're in love with him, 'cause I saw you dancing in the gym. We both kicked off our shoes. And I dig those rhythm and blues. I was a lonely teenage
bronkin' buck with a pink
carnation and a pickup truck, but I knew I was out of love the day the
music died.
And I was singing,
and bye, Miss American Pie. Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry.
That levee was dry.
Them good old boys were drinking whiskey and rye, singing, "This'll be the day that I die. This'll be the day that I die."
Yep. What's the last? Doesn't he have like a last verse that's really like sad and not a lot going on?
All six of them. There was once a girl who sang the blues,
and I'm for some happy news.
Yeah.
She just smiled and turned away.
I went down to the sacred
store where I'd heard the music years before, but the man there said the music wouldn't play.
And in the streets, the children
screamed. Lovers cried, and the poets screamed.
Not a word was
spoken. The church bells all were broken.
And the three men I
admire most, the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost. They took the last train
for the coast.
The day the music.
Yeah.
And they were singing,
Bye, bye, Miss American Pie. Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. Them good old boys were drinking
whiskey and rye,
singing, "This'll be the day that I die." There's a whole verse in there that we missed, but it's all good.
Oh yeah, for sure.
We missed 4 verses.
It's one of those songs.
Don't worry about it.
Dude, I think that song's better than "Stairway to Heaven." Honestly,
for sure.
One where, "Come on, Jack, be nimble, Jack, be quick, Jack Flash
that on a candlestick, 'cause fire is the devil's only friend."
Yeah.
As I watched him on the stage, my hands were clenched in fists of rage.
No angel born in hell
could break that Satan spell.
And while Lennon read a book of Marx, the court practiced in the park, and we sang dirges in the dark. The day the music died.
Yep, good old Don McLean. He's still alive, isn't he?
I'm not sure.
I don't know, but I don't want to look it up because I don't want to be disappointed.
Don McLean, dead or alive? Who knows?
Fine, I'll look it up.
Thought somebody would know off the who.
Dead or alive?
He is still alive. He was born in 45.
My father's age.
And that rhymed. That was pretty cool. Still alive, born in 45.
That would make him ancient. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, and we were just singing. He's got the... So it's an 8.5-minute folk rock cultural touchstone, the song American Pie. You're damn right.
So much meaning behind that song. If you look into like what it all means, it's super deep.
Yeah. All those artists that really get it, like your Bob Dylan types, man. I almost think Don's lyrics are a little easier to understand than Bob's, that's for sure. Bob is good, though.
Best Bob Dylan song is Tangled Up in Blue, in my opinion. He had a lot of good ones.
Yeah.
You ever seen the interview where he basically admits he sold his soul?
Yeah, I was going to not bring that up because I thought everybody had already heard about that, but I guess there's probably people who haven't seen that. The Grand, what was it? No, he didn't say architect. The commander, supreme commander,
chief commander.
There you go.
And the interviewer goes, "In this world or in the next?"
In this world and the world we can't see. I think that's what he said. And he was smiling, and he was like, tongue in cheek, like, change the subject, dude. But Satan likes to be talked about, right?
This musical intermission was brought to you by Flat Earthers everywhere.
Everywhere. Because
all
we're everywhere.
Around the globe. They can't even get new jokes, man. It's the same joke since 2015.
Yeah, what's up with that? Get some new material.
The cats all push the material off the edge, man.
Mischievous.
Yeah, that song actually was playing when it was brand new when I was a little kid, and one of the most memorable several years of my life in this one particular neighborhood. Amazing.
Oh man, I mean, it's just all over the place especially Americana type of deal.
Yeah, growing up, my dad had that LP, so we listened to that all the time.
Yeah, you know the words better than me. How old are you?
Early 40s.
Oh, no shit. I'm 38. Yeah. Okay, right on.
Yeah.
That's why you know. I was like, this guy sounds maybe 25. How does he know that song?
I look 25 too, but don't tell anybody.
You just told a lot of people. That's okay. Own that stuff, man. It doesn't last. At least that's what I hear.
Yeah, it's fading fast. Along with my hairline.
Oh, yeah. Yep. I had it under control for a little bit, but it's definitely talking to me now.
Yeah, when it started, my wife's like, you need to get that under control. You need to start using this Rogaine stuff. I'm like, no, I don't really care. It's part of life.
That's awesome. And you're like, I'm already married, right? You're stuck with me? Okay, so then why does it matter?
So then I just started to grow a beard, which made her even more mad.
I didn't fall in love with Paul Bunyan.
Probably closer to Joe Dirt.
But the idea that you're stuck with someone or that they're stuck with you is antiquated. It's how our great-grandparents probably lived. But today, you can get married and divorced within 6 months if you don't like his car, you know?
Yeah.
Everybody wants everything to be easy, man. The minute they hit a challenge, they just want to dip.
Yeah. I'm married, but I identify as divorced. Guess it all depends on my plans for that week, but remember growing up in the 90s, people would be like, hey man, it's the 90s. Huh? Sorry, go ahead.
That's some kind of degenerate behavior right there, isn't it? Yeah, they said that about the 90s because of what happened.
Right, yeah,
in the
degenerate
80s.
behavior. Yeah, for sure. Yep. I was sitting here wondering, like, what is he saying?
You're talking about depends what your plans are for the weekend.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Degenerate behavior. So, like, I'm going to identify as divorced this weekend, but next weekend, man, I'm all yours.
All right, well, you may or may not wake up with all your family jewels.
It's called hypergamy.
Oh, wow, yeah. That makes sense.
Hypergamous.
Word you just...
Hypergamous behavior. Anyway, I was looking at the images that Gemsy put. I got such a great view the other night of the Big Dipper, man. It was the best I've seen in years, literally. And I saw this really weird flash from that area, too. And I kept looking around to see, because it was really dark where I was. And I was looking to see if it was some kind of aircraft. And there was no other flashes. Like, I could see other aircraft off to the other side, to the left of me, that were moving, but this like flashed in my eyes when I looked up at the Big Dipper, and I was what the hell was that? And it was so clear I could see through the sky really easy, you know. And strange.
There's something about the last days, look to the skies kind of deal.
Could be something to do with my glasses, I suppose. That's a possibility. That's a possibility. If maybe there was a light in the background that might have flashed like that, but it just seemed awful bright. And it just like went, like, I don't know. Trying to use a sound effect to mimic what a light does. That's ridiculous. Anyway. You know, so if someone shined a light in your face and was able to like ratchet up and ratchet off really quick, that's what it was like.
You sound like a Glober trying to explain something.
Sorry, I don't mean to do that.
No, I'm trying to imagine myself in your situation, and I just can't do it.
Okay, well,
it's probably because I don't wear glasses, and I'm not in. Yeah.
Yeah, and you're not me.
two big reasons. Yep, that's right.
None of us are going to see what each other see exactly, right?
Exactly.
But I've seen that same phenomenon. Normally, when there's a lightning storm many hundreds of kilometers away, or at least tens of kilometers away, and then you can kind of see what they call as elves or sprites. There's illumination at the top section of clouds, and often it can be so far away that it can appear like a flash of light, and when you look, there's no clouds or anything to justify that flash.
That's wild. It was really pretty high up in the sky as well, so
like directly above you up.
No, like 45, 50 degrees maybe.
Okay, well then forget what I just said.
Yeah, it was pretty high in the sky, but not that high. It wasn't directly above me. It was out in front of me. I was looking towards the northeast from my location at the Big Dipper and Polaris, and I could see Polaris really well, man. It was just like right there. Anyway, the moon has looked really unusual, except the last 2 nights it's been clouded over. For a couple nights, I got really good views of it at about 30% and 70 or 60%.
Yeah, the moon's really bright tonight.
It's nearly full, right?
Yeah, basically. Full. Very, very full. Probably 98%.
Let me check time of day real quick. Let's see what it is. I wonder if I'll be able to see it today. I could actually see it moving the other night, which is really strange.
You just still enough. Normally we're too busy in our lives that we can't notice those things.
Right.
I enjoy sitting on my patio, my porch, and then you watch the moon rise different locations throughout the month. And then if I sit over the course of, like, say, an hour having a coffee or something, I can actually watch the speed at which it enters certain branches of trees, and then I can use the next branch as a guide to see how long does it take to enter that next branch and then to get past the next branch. And it's just those little simple observations that you see.
Yeah.
The moon goes at an angle, not straight up and down like it would if it was a ball that always spins on one axis.
Right. I actually have these buildings. So there's buildings out in front of me so I can use the edge of the building. And it's pretty amazing to have that south view like I do. It's pretty cool. But the moon I can't always see. Sometimes it's too high in the horizon, too high above me. So it's like more above me and I can't see it. But once this time of year starts getting further to the south, same thing as the sun. I get a lot more sun this time of year in my window.
But it's having those landmarks or some kind of a benchmark to compare it to that really shows you how quickly it moves.
Yeah. Yeah, it's supposed to come up here at 6:45. It's still beyond my horizon in the east.
So for me, the moon was in the blue sky. You know, when it's that full moon in the blue sky, just before sunset, like say 2-3 hours before sunset, it was still well above the horizon.
Yes.
Definitely it can't be full yet, because once it hits full moon, it actually rises full. Whereas when you first start to observe it, it should be actually above the horizon when you first notice it.
Yeah, the high in the sky and the sun already being set for quite, but it's actually it approaches the sun. I can definitely see it seems to get closer in its cycle to the sun all the time, and then almost every time when it's about to get really close, then all of a sudden it's cloudy. Almost every time.
Do we know how far away the moon is from Earth?
Negative. What is the moon?
Right. Oh, shit. Okay, how about the sun?
What is the sun?
Damn it. It's just so spot on. You know, all the they're not even arguments. It's just like observations of the place where we live. You know, this, and you can perform science on it. No guesswork. No guesswork, right? You don't. I'm not going to go into measuring this with the presupposition that there is curve. However, to prove that what I'm going to measure is probably flat, I have to measure for curvature, right? People are like, show me measurement of flatness. Well, you can prove flatness in a certain way, but you measure for curvature. Am I wrong about that? You measure for something that slopes, I guess, or changes its shape. I don't know how to explain that. Am I wrong?
A sphere in any direction you go is going to be a drop in elevation over distance.
Right.
I would say it's treading on a reification fallacy if you're going out and trying to measure a curvature, measuring it flat, but still presuming it's a curvature. There could be some circular logic there. What we've gone is that we've gone to go measure to see where the horizon presents itself, and then notice that is often 10 times further than it should be. So but I hear your point, because we used to use the curvature calculator to try and determine how much should be hidden behind the curve. And then you're essentially supporting their axiom that there is a curve and that things are being hidden. And then you start with that premise. Now we're going to argue about how much is missing or apparent.
Right. It's begging the question at that point. I get it. Yeah. I guess what I mean is flat, and I don't know if I can get this out properly, but flat, you're going to measure distance, because you observe it's flat. You can say, okay, I'm going to use some levels, use some lasers, use some, just every way that you can see that it's flat, at least where you are and where you're measuring. And then all you do is just measure point A to point B distance, right? But see, with the curve calculator, you're seeing, like you said, a drop. So that is what is being, quote unquote, should be being measured, and it just never happens. I think that's the point I was trying to make. We can't get to the part where we're measuring any kind of curve. There's not even a little bit. There's no budging.
Yeah, and QE's, he's nailed this down. I can't think of his exact phraseology now, but we've always been saying to them, what is the definition of level? Level means no part higher than another. Then when you go and look up what is elevation, elevation is from a level. They take an elevation height, but in their minds, they think elevation is curvature. So they think the curvature of the earth is the baseline, and then any distance you go above that curvature is the altitude you've now gained. But when you go and you look at the definition of slope or curvature is a change in elevation. So the curve of the earth can't be the baseline elevation because a curve denotes a change in elevation.
Hey, man. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, it's quite an advanced point. But like I say, he's termed it a lot better than I've said it now. But it makes perfect sense because level, if no part is higher, there cannot be a bulge. There cannot be a drop. And that drop is meant to be a slope. And you're meant to be seeing it sloping in all directions around you because you're on a sphere, apparently. And that slope can only be measured in elevation change. But if it's at ground level, they say that's a level curve. And a curve implies elevation change. Level implies no elevation change.
Yep. It's in the words elevation, levels in there. Then you ground level, sea level. Why don't they get this? Why don't they understand yet?
I don't think a lot of them want to know.
I remember that for a split second. Not going to say that it's like a thing that you should dive deep and dig your heels in kind of thing, but I mean, that's the whole thing. No matter what, there was going to be a little bit of cognitive dissonance right away, at least for me. And, I did. It wasn't like I tried to disprove the globe. I kept seeing really good arguments, and then I went out and started testing, and I was like, oh man. So I was kind of, for a second, I was like, I have to give up all of that? Oh no. And I was depressed for like a day. And then, now that I've realized that it's a truth. It's not infinite, fantastical, we don't really know anything about anything kind of deal, but it's all settled science. Like, that's just strange to me. So yeah, I'm glad I at least know now what I'm looking at, what I'm not doing, moving, It's good to know I'm stationary and that within this enclosure, this containment, this is the world. This is our little universe, and it makes us a lot more special than just... I don't want my great uncle's great grandfather to be a monkey. Because I would like some superhuman monkey strength, and I don't have any, so sucks.
Yeah, but you have super Earthling traits, though.
When you get gas, you're not thinking, Grandpa thinks. Got some Grandpa in my tank.
I don't think that I'm snowboarding on top of my cousin in the wintertime.
Get that Grandpa out of your tank.
Fossilized great grandpa.
Credit due to Kent Hovind, the Baltard.
Yeah, I know. That's kind of ridiculous.
I would say that he's an anti-flat earther now. He's made it a point to try and distinguish that you can be both a Christian and not a flat earther. So he's very anti now.
Isn't Answers in Genesis the same kind of deal as that? Or are they online with the truth, or they're still kind of ballers?
They're ballers.
Well, it makes me question myself in a lot of what we decide, because can your perception be really that subjective that you take a single Bible and you place two quote unquote holy men either side of the Bible? They're going to take the same verse, the same evidence, and they're going to argue two different points with the same sentence, the same word out of the same book. And they're going to argue completely two different points. Now, you know that they both have some sort of divine link. You know, they've obviously been led, or sort of where they are now is greater than how they could have done it alone. But how can both of them, can neither of them be right if they're both asserting that they both are right? They're both using the same evidence. Now take that analogy and put it on anything. Whether it's abortion, you've got the same evidence, and you've got two people standing there arguing over this evidence. Take pharmaceutical companies. You've got the same evidence, the same sentence, the same ingredients list, and people are arguing over it. And it's peculiar that I often have to ask myself, am I being that subjective person looking at the same evidence, choosing a different conclusion just simply because? Or is this truly the most logical? But I mean, like in daily life, not flat earth. That's months and months and months of proving it to yourself. But we all have that propensity to look at something and want it to mean something that's relevant to us right then. But how people can argue over the same evidence, exactly the same evidence. And if we bring different evidence, how are we ever going to come to an agreement if we still can't even agree over the same evidence?
Yeah, it didn't take long to dismantle the globe stuff, right? When just a small percentage of us, of the population, started looking into it, it was just like, oh, this is that doesn't work. This doesn't even happen. This kind of deal. People are like, oh, where was Flat Earth before this? Before YouTube? And it's like, well, man, you don't get it. YouTube's just a platform. I mean, you're just sharing information. It doesn't matter if it's YouTube or New York Times. It's a way to communicate information, and it's right now the internet's the most popular way to do that. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. We can learn from each other with the internet, and even with stuff like YouTube, even with all this stupid censorship, we just have to decide to like each other enough to really, actually, I just feel like the Globers need to, I guess, just suck it up, right? They're smart enough to know that we're onto something at the very least. And it's a charade, it's a facade. And it speaks to just a little bit of insecurity that all they got to do is just get rid of that, man. Look in the mirror and say, it could be flat, right? It could be flat. Let's really check it out. Let's just give it an hour of my day.
What if? What if? What if? That's all. Just say, what if?
Right.
And entertain it with me for 1 minute. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah.
What if what?
What if it's flat?
Oh, it is though.
Yeah, I'm saying to ballers, like, just come along with me for 1 minute.
If you can get them to do that, there's no reason to push past that point, in my opinion. Like someone was saying earlier, just plant the seed.
Yeah, they use really weak rebuttals to try and kill the idea. I remember, like, the the two south, the southern star rotation, or the two opposing antipodal star rotations.
Yeah.
That was one argument that made me scratch my head for a week or two. It required a real deep dive.
Interesting.
How did you answer that question in your mind, Glatt?
Two poles?
Yeah. And
Two
the whole,
celestial poles, is that what you mean?
yeah, and the counter rotation of the stars that they always claim with the clockwise, anti-clockwise, but it's all going east to west bullshit.
Well, it's interesting. Star trails, time-lapse photography, say one thing. Actually, they could say a lot of things. I haven't really dug deep into star trails enough to know what exactly they're telling me, right? When I'm looking at them, I think obviously to me, it's that they're moving in the same pattern all the time. And I think the two poles thing has something to do. It's like an engine, in my opinion. The water is super salinated, which means it's conductive more so than other water. And I don't know if electricity travels faster in cold water or not, but in my opinion, the North Pole is a positive or negative charge, and the South Ring is a positive or negative charge. It's like a battery, and it's just keeping itself going with the sun as a major player in the energy. I don't know what the moon is, but anyway, does that make any kind of sense?
Yeah, but how do in terms of an outer ring?
I don't know about the stars.
In a center, then the baller's argument is, if I was at the outside of a clock face and I'm moving from the 12 o'clock to the 1 o'clock to the 2 o'clock to the 3 o'clock, how do I create a tight spiral rotation? The same way that the center point of the clock, like the north, would create that little spiral pattern. That's pretty obvious. But how do we get a second spiral pattern in the south?
Is there one?
Well, there's a couple of things, right? With that, yeah. First of all, is there one, right? They like to claim things that they can't actually demonstrate.
Mm-hmm.
But one is that they're assuming that we're just looking directly at those lights and that there's nothing in the way. And we know that not to be the case, right? Because of the container. That container is going to influence how we see it. And then the other thing, I'm sure there was something else, but the other thing is it's above us. So it's almost a moot point, right? Because it's only ever been above us, so it doesn't. I don't need to explain it according to their presupposition, do I?
Right, there has to be an answer for everything, doesn't there?
Yeah, it's philosophical when you're looking up. I agree. But the point I stay in the south, and I observe the stars rising in the east and setting in the west. And they seem to do like a semicircle arc pattern. But I don't sit or take time lapses of the stuff, which I probably should do. But I've never seen a star make the smiley face portion of that star trail. I've never seen a star go down towards the horizon and come back up on the other side to make like a happy smiley face.
Right. That's a good point.
I've only ever seen the top arc where it looks like a rainbow, where it rises on one side and sets on the other side.
It's a canopy.
But in terms of if you take the duration of an 8-hour time lapse or a 6-hour, and if you can observe a circular rotation of stars, and in that same 6 hours, that star should have gone from Africa to South America. If the sky or the apparent lights are moving around the exterior in a full day, then that 6-hour duration means that the star should have just made one vector out of my field of view toward the side that is the next continent. But yet I'm still observing a circular pattern. And that, to me, took me weeks to try and figure out exactly how can optics do that. So a domed lens can create a second focal point. There's so much more going on here, but that question took a lot of time because I thought, it's like they say in the South, if they can prove the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, then wouldn't that be game, set, match for flat Earth? Like if there was a real sun moving around Antarctica that you could see it go around you 360 degrees, like how could we explain that on the AE project?
We couldn't explain it with that.
We wouldn't have to, though, would we, though? Because it's still only above us.
Absolutely correct.
It's almost like we're taking the piss and cheating at this point, but
right.
It's just reality. Like, what do you want me to
showed us.
Oh, sorry. Go
Last
ahead.
week, Shine showed us her. I think her husband's Instagram or her Instagram of his Star Trails time-lapse photos, circular. I was very impressed with those. We're going to start getting ready to start Ladies' Night here. If you guys are, I don't know if you had more to keep going with that conversation, or is this a good ending point?
It's a perfect spot.
Okay. I'm going to try to play the "Why Would They Lie" song to start Ladies' Night as people are coming in. So that's what I'm going to do right now, and hopefully it will work.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius? Huh? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. Okay. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy B, trucking and driving, Globers be wildin'. They went out of style, 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave to your die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Once you go flat, matter of fact, you never go back. You never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can't surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe else somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauding. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA Tower lies every day is exhausted. Nothing more boring than the stream they recorded. Yeah, that looks well, is that a joker talking? Composite mind nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts with their stories. Entering your mind irrespective of a warrant. To stay levels curve, we expect from a zealot. Spherical access, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach without any warning. Hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron who's not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsing the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. Astronauts monetary paid for. Submerging the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the glove don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to learn with the horizon swan. We eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong while they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. No need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just wasted. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from if not from us? Then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fighter, fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would never run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting mission on fire. Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derive by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listen with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they're devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the prize. And they enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9-to-5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic. Their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice. That's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters. You believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction. That's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards. Wonder what's the verdict, pastors? Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle. Who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius. You cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 OG. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you have you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, they come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro. Second amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want Caesar assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
Woohoo! That was good. I hadn't listened to that in a little while. Every time I hear something different in it that I didn't hear before. I put the link up there if anybody hasn't heard that before, so you can add that to your playlist. MIDI HC, Chocolate Saying, Spurs Chemo, Elijah Freeman, our very own, and Wits Gets It. All those people are our very own. They all belong to our server here, and they made that masterpiece called Why Would They Lie? And the inspiration for that was all the wonderful Globers who come into our server and ask us that question as if they were pre-programmed robots. I think they're the first ones ever asking it. Why would the media, government, industrial, media, educational, prison, entertainment complex, lie to get more cash? I can't even imagine. I can't think of even one reason why an organization like NASA that's raking in billions of dollars would lie. Gosh, I mean, people lie to get, like, people have lied to get, like, a candy bar. I'm sure they have. People have lied to steal $100 from someone. Here we have people raking in billions, and these little children, either in body or mind, many grown adults come in here with a little child's mindset. Why would the wonderful government lie to me? Isn't it there to protect me? So that's the answer to all those people. In fact, every time somebody comes in, we should just play that song again and force them to listen and give them a quiz afterwards of the top 10 reasons. Because I think we just heard like a couple hundred reasons, didn't we, in that little beautiful song there? So anywho, we are here for the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0 Ladies Night. Are we still called the Flat Earth Discord 2.0? Because I know at one time they said maybe we should just take off the 2.0 because nobody even knows what the 1.0 was, but I think we're still called that. It looks like we got a bunch of people in check-in, ladies, so we can't let those people party with those people too long. If it's 13 minutes after the hour, they're only allowed to be in check-in for like 10 minutes, and we're going to start stealing them. Panto's in there. You know how he is. He's going to keep them in there all night long. If you are listening on YouTube and you have a question about the Flat Earth, this is a great time to get your question answered. Anyone can come in on Flat Earth Ladies Night and ask a question, male, female, or, allegedly otherwise. But the ladies of the Flat Earth are the ones who will be answering your questions. So let's see what we've got here. We've got Damsel Medic. Hello there, Damsel Medic. I saw your great answer to LeJeffy. Never will speak and tell us how to pronounce her name, maybe or him or her. I don't even know if it's male or female. Maybe tonight will be the night, because I was told that LeJeffy and Slonk wanted to come in and talk about crepuscular rays tonight, and let's see if they actually follow through and do that. Are you there, Damsel Medic? If you can't unmute, it's okay. We'll just still give you a shout out. Anywho, yes, LeJeffy wants to know about this YouTube video where a guy says, I proved the earth was a globe with my bicycle and sticks and shadows. And Damsel Medic gave an excellent answer to that video. And then I heard that there was some flat earther that's done a rebuttal specifically for that video, but now I can't remember who it was because I was going to try to dig that out. But, it's just the usual, sticks and shadows. Don't prove the globe. Sorry to break your heart, guys and gals. It works just the same on flat and globe, which we'd be happy to explain it to those people if they actually showed up. Slonk did take a new picture of his cat. So maybe we'll get to see that tonight if we're lucky. If anyone was here last week, I know you've been waiting to see if Slonk was going to take a better picture of his cat, and indeed he did.
Mic check. Anybody
I can hear you loud and clear. Yeah, you sound
good. Am I good? Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
How are you doing?
I'm good. I've moved to Arkansas in the Ozarks.
I used to live in the Ozarks in Mountain View, where the Ozark Folk Center State Park is. So yeah, the Ozarks are a very interesting place to live. How long have you been there?
Since last Friday. So doing pretty good. I'm actually sitting in Harrison in an organic food market and restaurant right now.
Okay, I do not. I lived there, but I rarely left Mountain View. In fact, I wasn't even capable of living there. I only had a bicycle. So, I was capable if people gave me a ride, but occasionally I would leave, but not too often. So I don't know much except for actually Mountain View and the surrounding areas. So what made you go down there? If you don't want to tell us, it's fine. I'm just curious.
Property. Cheaper than Washington State. It was too expensive.
That's
my rent went up hundreds of dollars. Yeah, it's just way cheaper. I got lovely acreage, and I got a creek and trees and everything I could ever want.
Now, yeah, you're like closer to Fayetteville than I was. I was like southeast of where you are. I went there from Montana. There you go. Moving from the West to Arkansas in 1992 for the reason of, the land being incredibly cheap and having outrageously low property tax. I don't know if it was the same way there, but the one place I was looking at was $43 a year for 40 acres that had a building on it. It had a cabin on it. I'm like, $43 a year property tax. I couldn't believe it. I hope it's still like that.
Yeah, it is still like that. Yeah, and
Yeah,
even
that's
everything is cost of living here is just a lot lower. Got gas prices are below $3. A gallon of milk is still cheaper than I could ever afford in in my home state. So yeah, it's a lot better here.
Yeah, yeah. See, I decided not to end up settling there. I was looking at this land to buy. I probably would have bought it if these people from California hadn't bought it out from under me. But it ended up being fine in the long run because, I don't know, I just was down there by myself. I decided I didn't want to live down there by myself because some of the people are a little bit creepy. I'm sorry to be the one to tell you, but maybe they aren't where you are.
I've had really good luck, and I'm actually with a group of different veterans and other people that I've met, so I actually know them. So that's one of the reasons I moved, was that I got cool neighbors.
That's good. If you already know the people and you've got like a built-in like set of friends, that's good because I did not have that. Yeah, so that is good to hear. I'm glad to hear that. Good. Well, I hope everything goes well with you. I'm sure you're still settling in and everything.
Yeah, I'm waiting for my cabin to get built. It'll be about 4 months. So, while I'm doing that, I'm renting a beautiful little cottage near Bull Shoals Lake.
That sounds good. Good. Well, congrats on the move. That was big, sounds like.
Yeah, did it all by myself. You hauled it all the way here, pulled my car. It was great. It actually went really well last week, so wasn't too bad. Took about a week to get here.
Do recommend the Ozark Folk Center State Park if it's still there in Mountain View because that's where I worked there and I lived there, and they like preserve the old ways, like they do candle making, blacksmithing. They preserve the old music. They have concerts there with the old mountain music. If you like,
yeah, it's about 40 miles away from where I'm at. I'm really close to Branson, about 20 miles from Branson.
All right, nice. So looks like Lulu's here. She said she might not be able to talk, but maybe she's going to be able to say hi. I don't know. If you can unmute Lulu now or in the future, feel free to say hello. She's giving us a wave in the voice text. Drace says that Karma's cooking at the moment. Hopefully it's something good. Lulu says she can't talk, maybe later. I am actually cooking something in the crock pot, which I am really looking forward to eating. It's a new recipe for a Guinness beef stew that I started this morning. It smells really good, but it's not like perfectly done yet, so I have to leave it in the slow cooker a little longer. I made some bread to go along with it. So yeah, at some point I'm gonna have to take a break and go eat that. I Serve Wifey is here, who motivated me to get my little rear end in here by posting in Ladies Night text channel that this is happening. Thank you, I Serve Wifey, if you are there. And Arian is also pinging the other ladies for us. Thank you, Arian. And we've got Mrs. Gets It. Hooray. Yes.
Howdy,
Hello there.
howdy.
How's it going?
It's good. I'm so jealous, damsel. I was just hearing about your new move, and I need to get away from concrete. I will be moving soon as well, and I cannot wait to just be surrounded by nothing but nature. I can't wait.
Well, talk to me if you're looking for a place.
Yeah, I definitely know I want to be in the southern East Coast region. Just these lefty zombies are really driving me crazy. I've been going to the store. I'm the only person in there without a mask. I was losing my mind yesterday. I just started yelling. I was like, I must be the only attractive person in here because I'm the only one who's got a face. I love it.
I love it. Yes, and you can shout things, and they can hear you. They can hear you because you're not wearing a mask. So you have that advantage too. And if they try to answer you, they're just if they're trying to answer, you can't even hear them, right? So you got all the advantages there. Plus, you get to breathe. Imagine that.
I know.
The only people here that are wearing them are the employees that they're made to. That's it. Everybody else, barefaced, pretty much. I mean, it's really rare other than a few tourists that I see.
Yeah, this one dude at the checkout had like a really thin mask, like it's like a cloth thing, and it had like the American flag, and I was like, oh, we're in America? I thought we were in China. Like, oh, it was so funny.
Good for you. Good for you.
I've just kind of gone crazy, so now I'm just getting reckless with my words. Oh well.
They're the crazy ones, Mrs. Gets It. Don't ever let them tell you anything different.
That's
These
true.
people who listen to the voice
So that's what I always heard when I was growing up. People who are crazy hear voices in their heads, like the voices on NBC News, the voices on CNN, and they actually obey these voices of these crazy people they don't even know. Can they even prove that Anderson Cooper exists? I think he's a figment of your imagination. He's just an imaginary friend. If he's even one of them anymore, I don't even know who they are. Who's the main news person? Who should I use for that analogy so they don't think I'm an old fogey? Who's the main news person? Like if you said, this is the Dan Rather of today, who would it be?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe who's the dude who likes other dudes? Who's kind of like cute, but he looks like a
Don Lemon. Isn't that Don Lemon?
They're all like, I don't even know. The one who looks like a vampire, who's got like white hair. I forget his name.
Oh gosh.
Cooper,
he has the crazy.
Right?
Him.
Yeah. Okay, I didn't know he would still be around. So they are still carting him out there, huh? All right. Yeah.
Yeah, his mom is like the Gloria Vanderbilt, right?
Yeah. Oh, really quick, guys. I wanted to give a shout out to this flat earther that What's It told me about. His name is Stephen Brandenburg, and the Daily Beast did an article on him. Flat earther pharmacist who intentionally spoiled 570 vaccine doses gets 3 years of prison. So I guess he's a Wisconsin pharmacist who was caught intentionally destroying over 500 COVID jabs. And he's also a flat earther. So just shout out to him for saving lives.
Wow, I did not hear
3 years. When did I never heard anything about any of this?
Yeah, and it came out in January, so I haven't. I'll confess, I didn't actually really read through the article, but so maybe I don't know. Maybe it's fake news, but that just really caught my eye. And if that is actually true, that dude, like somebody should create a GoFundMe for money for when he gets out of prison, so he could go on vacation. Like that was really badass if that's true. So
that is one fast trial. Nobody else gets a trial that fast.
Yeah.
Witsit's mugshot was better, but yep, good for that guy. I'm sorry. But yeah, that's cool. Yeah. I never heard of that.
You gotta like those bad boys. What can we say?
Yeah.
Doing it for the right reasons.
Exactly. Yep. Fuck the system. So you're gonna move to the country, Mrs. Gets It?
Yes, ma'am. I gotta get out of here. I'm so tired of living in, I call it trash can land. So yeah.
I'm happy to hear that. Yeah, I would have trouble living in the city right about now.
Yeah.
So Shines is here. We heard from you. Hello, Shines, but we didn't officially say hello. How are you?
All good. I am well, doing well. Have my 3-year-old, so I'll be popping in and out as he screams and asks for things.
Oh yeah, if you don't be shy, if you feel like speaking up, if it's a good time for you. And Sophia is here. Hello there.
Hi, ladies. Hi, Dandelion.
Hi. I haven't heard from you for a while. I think maybe you were here and I wasn't here. And then I know you were like on vacation. I think didn't you go on vacation or something? And then you.
Yeah, I was away for a bit. Yeah, we missed each other. Yeah, because I was here one night and it was only Lulu and I. And then the weekend after that, I was working, so I couldn't be here. And then, well, here I am again.
Good. Yeah, glad you're here. Let's see. Trombone Shell Sound, Ladies Night Roll, Flat Earther. I know I've talked to Trombone Shell Sound before, but it's been a little while. Hello, if you can say hello. Trombone Shell Sound.
Yep.
Hi. How's it going?
It's going pretty good.
I have a son who plays the trombone, so
yeah,
I like that name. Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, I played trombone for almost 20 years. So.
And then you stopped?
I have 4 children and a small house and a homestead. So, and there's when everything happened last year, I kind of swore it off because orchestras started social distancing. It's like, well, there's no room for trombonists anymore. And I'm not going to get vaccinated because it's a huge part of Babylon. So, sorry, jabbed. Sorry.
Did you actually play in an orchestra, like a?
I did a little bit. That's what I got my degree for. So I'm now a stay-at-home mom with a basically worthless degree and not prepared for what I needed to do.
That's fine.
But I'm glad that I didn't get more brainwashed by the scientific degrees or anything like that. So
yeah, like I did. Yep, I understand. Because I actually was going to get a music degree. You got a music degree?
Yes.
Yeah, I actually had the audition for the piano to go into the music school, but then somebody talked me out of it. They're like, "Oh, you'll be more likely to get a job if you do science and math. You're so good at science and math, you should do that." I have done the opposite regret of you and thought, "Gosh, I should have just gotten that music degree. I would have had a lot more fun." But I might not have ended up here, so But I do. Now that my kids are getting a little older, I have more time to practice music than I did. So, how old is your youngest one?
9 months yesterday.
Okay, then I totally understand. Yes, because it wasn't until my youngest is now just turned 7, but it wasn't until 3 years ago where I'm like, I'm gonna start playing music again. Because I know what you mean. It's like you can't. It just seems like an enormous luxury, right, to even sit down and do music.
Yes.
But when they get a little older, and you know what, you could even try playing with them on your back in a backpack. I used to do that when I only had one baby.
I did that.
That's hard when you have more. Yeah, but then when they get older, it's actually you're actually entertaining them. So and they can actually see what you're doing, and they like my kids surprised me when I started playing again. They would sit down and listen and even clap at the end. I was like, oh my gosh, you guys are actually paying attention. I can't even believe it. So maybe someday you'll try that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, so I think we went through all the ladies. I don't know if there's anybody else that wants to say hello that I didn't get to, or that couldn't speak the first time through, but we are glad that you're here. And so anyway, we have the Flat Earth Ladies Night each Friday evening. Give the ladies of a Flat Earth a chance to be heard more easily and just to encourage fellowship amongst us and between us and the we are supposed to be the fairer sex, or sometimes they say the weaker sex. Does that mean they're the uglier and the stronger sex? I don't know. If we're the fairer sex, what does that make them? What's the opposite of fair? I don't know. Fairer. You've heard that before, haven't you? The fairer sex is the ladies.
Of course.
Unfair. Oh, yes, absolutely. Thank you. Oh, look at that. 3 guys told me the unfair sex. That's right. Exactly. We need ladies' night because the unfair sex wouldn't let us talk enough. Exactly. Thank you, guys. The more unfair sex. Okay, absolutely. Okay, so anyway, if there are any Glow believers here, this is a great time for you to ask your questions about Flat Earth. If you're either listening on YouTube, you can come in, and I'm going to start stealing people from Panto. Or nope, he chased them all off. They're not even there anymore. I told you, ladies, Panto had people up there. Now they're all gone. So I don't have anyone to steal. If there's anyone on the YouTube who would like to go into the VC check-in, there's a ton of people right now that you can get the VC verified role, so it's easy for you to unmute. End is near is a big ladies' night fan. End of Mankind has not spoken, but today, August 20th, 2021, might be the day that we hear from End of Mankind. Maybe he's waiting for the actual end before he or she speaks. I don't know. Bang for the Rang has no roles. Do you think we should try unmuting Bang for the Rang?
Well, Gladflobe is verified, so maybe do him first.
Yeah, Gladflobe, you confused me because you were talking earlier. I've seen you on the YouTube chat, so why don't you tell us what your story is there, Gladflobe, if you're around. Are you a flat earther?
Could I chime in for just a second? We talked to Gladflobe. He's been on the YouTube chat forever as a wrench there, a moderator there, and so I went through the 3 steps with him today. He's fully flat Earth. I think I even remember him from way back in the ODD times, as a matter of fact, in the chats back then. But anyway, yeah, he's fully flat Earth. But you guys can question him if he's able to answer. And I'll shut up now.
Thank you, Sonny, for filling us in. I've not seen him on the YouTube chat. I heard him talk earlier, right before we started Ladies Night. Are you there, Gladflobe?
If you can't talk now, then maybe later. I don't know, because it looks like you unmuted, but then I'm not hearing anything. Are you? Is anyone else?
It says he has mic problems.
Oh, okay. Hang on. Mic is not working. Okay. Yeah, Vanilla's one of the people who was up there in the PC check-in. So if Vanilla can come in, that would be super. I see Vanilla's in the live stream voice text. Okay, Gladflobe says we'll let you know. Okay, good. Because sometimes when we have new flat earthers, we like to hear their story, male or female, about how they came to realize that the globe model is a complete and utter fantasy. So yeah, if you get a chance, let us know. Just chime right in there. Oh, yeah, maybe we'll lure Vanilla in here if we're lucky. Otherwise, I'm going to try unmuting Bang for the Rang and see what happens. Hello, Bang for the Rang. Are you there? Sorry, everyone. My fault. I'm going to ban them, but somebody might have already done it. So, yep, next person, you just ruined it for everyone, Bang for the Rang. Now we have to throw you up to the... instead of unmuting in the live stream. So unfortunate.
Aren't trolls supposed to be funny?
I guess some trolls just like to hurt and upset people. They don't even want to be funny. Maybe they just want to be mean. Oh yeah, I successfully banned him. Cool. I hard banned him. Okay, Vanilla's going to come in after Vanilla eats. So, I don't know, Damsel Medic, do you feel like addressing that about the bikes and the
Can you hear?
the
Oh,
shadows?
good.
Oh, no, Gladflow. Okay, sorry. Gladflow.
There.
We can go back to you. We can go on. That's kind of a different topic. So if you are ready.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, let's chat.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I would like to hear, like, we have on Ladies' Night when we have new people, their Flat Earth origin story. It sounds like you've been around for a while, and I know I've seen you in the YouTube, and so I was just wondering how you came to realize that the globe model was a complete logical and mathematical failure.
All right. Well, let's see. First name's Sean. I'm an alcoholic. No, I'm just kidding. I am actually in recovery, but why not? Why not talk about that? No. Okay. So.
Oh, good for you. Good luck. Good for you. I'm happy to hear that. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're a flataholic. Are you a flataholic? You're not a globaholic. That's the important thing, right?
I'm a recovering heliocentrist. Is what's going on. Yep. So as 2015, I think. I stumbled across some creepy stuff called blood over intent. You guys have probably heard about what that is. The crazy guy who was leading the whole deal was talking about flat Earth, and I didn't really like the blood magic stuff, but I was curious about flat Earth. He seemed really adamant about it, and he was presenting some things that were matching up, just in reality. Nothing that had anything to do with like an anti-globe stance, for instance, but he was just kind of pointing stuff out and coincidences all over the place that end up not being coincidences. So anyway, I was very interested in what he was saying, and so Flat Earth was in there. I kept looking into it, stumbled across Mr. Astrotheology, Santos Bonacci. Of course, you got your Mark Sargents, and you're deep inside the rabbit hole. And yeah, so I did. I just went down the rabbit hole. ODD, Richie from Boston, all the big names and players that way. I remember when Richie wasn't a flat earther. I don't know if anybody remembers that, but anyway, so yeah, I've just kind of been at it for quite some time, at least in the research realm, and I ordered a bunch of books, got Robotham's book, got a bunch of stuff sitting here, collecting dust now because I read it all. Let's see, and I even did a laser test with my stepbrother out in Minnesota over a frozen lake. I can get that later. Yeah, and it was kind of amateur at the time, to be honest. We have a nice laser at the house up in Minnesota, and I don't know if it's nice or not, but it definitely, it reached over 2 miles, 2.5 miles or something like that, and it didn't really prove anything to either of us other than that you can at least see that far over a completely flat frozen lake. And so what we did was we went snowboarding the next year, and we went to Snowmass Mountain, and we went to the top of Snowmass Mountain, and we got with some guides and people who have grew up on those mountains, and we were kind of pointing out things on the map and trying to figure out where things are, what we can see from just that height. And so there was a city, it's like, I forget what it's, Glenwood Springs or something, that's almost 100 miles from the top of Snowmass Mountain. And so we were just with a map and pointing and looking, and everything was matching up perfectly. We saw over 100 miles. And obviously then I started paying attention to the horizon. I've taken a lot of flights. My stepdad's a pilot, and we have heated discussions because he doesn't want to admit that his plane and helicopter are all built assuming at the very least stationary thing to take off from and land on. And so anyway, we've argued a lot about it because he still thinks it's a globe, but he knows exactly what he's doing. Gyroscopes and everything. There's no aircraft that doesn't assume that it's flat and stationary, but certainly stationary anyway. I don't know, I could keep going on about a lot of that. I've been all over the place, really digging deep, looking into this for, I guess, 6 years now. So I hope that is enough information.
That's great. 6 years. That's a long time. Yeah. So 2015. Yeah. Wow. I think that's cool that you did your own test. And so can you tell us, I don't know if anybody else has any questions they want to ask you, but the question that comes to my mind is, what have you seen in terms of changes in the flat earth community, and kind of how it's been in, the quote unquote movement of flat earth, in that time that you've seen it in 6 years. How have you seen it change?
Honestly, I'm proud of the fact that it has the staying power that it has, because the trolls are pretty, they're dug in like Alabama ticks, and I got discouraged actually once I started seeing all the censorship getting really nasty and just this really bad taste in my mouth about the whole deal for a little bit. But that was a lot of me just saying also it was a time in my life I was trying to get my stepbrother on board. He's the smartest guy I know, but he still thinks it's a globe, and that just hurts my feelings. And so I don't know. I was going through a time where I was just like, man, I think I need to give this whole thing up for a while. I was letting it get me down, and I was focusing so much on the superficial reasons to either look into the truth or not. And so I finally just put my ego aside, and I was like, all right, well, I'm just gonna get back into it. And when I did, I saw, like I said, some censorship and some other stuff, but everybody is sticking with it, and the arguments are so diamond sharp now. There's just there's nothing left to do but say, okay, it's flat, we get it, Jesus, you know what I mean? So the community's going strong, doing what it needs to be doing, and I think I guess to end it here, the wheat is being separated from the chaff too, in however way it does that. There's the natural process of the cream rising to the top, I guess. And by that I mean people who care enough about other people to want to help them out with the subject, not just call them names, not just focus on cognitive deficiencies, but I guess the whole thing, recognize that there's a cognitive deficiency, but it's not a slight on somebody to help them realize it. But then don't even bask in it. Just say, listen, okay, but now we're going to learn some stuff. Is that cool with you? All right, you don't even have to even think about the fact that you had a huge ego up until this point. Just forget it. Now let's learn. So, yeah.
I love that. That's a great attitude. Yes, absolutely. I totally agree. Yes, because that's one thing I've learned, in this whole endeavor here. I've said that many times, especially over the last year or so, about the wheat being separated from the chaff. It's very obvious. And it's not just, the wheats, the flat earthers, and the chaff is the globers. It's not that.
Yep.
But I was fooled into thinking that, like you just said, because it's so contentious. Like when I first got in here and saw like how in Discord in particular, obnoxious the globers were, it was very tempting to just be like, that's the chaff, we're the wheat, yay, team wheat. But then I came to see, no, that's not quite the case. And unfortunately I had to learn that by like encountering very toxic flat earthers, while at the same time realizing, all my relatives, despite my best efforts, like a lot of them are still globers, and they're still like perfectly sweet people who are just not able to deal with the concept that this whole, everything's a lie, basically. I mean, just the whole thing's a facade. Just give that up, whatever you were told before. And people can't handle that. And I've come to accept that, Glatflobe, and I've come to see that sometimes you have to just let people go on their way and just be like, yep, sorry, maybe in 10 years, look me up and we'll talk again, or whatever it is. And so I think that was beautiful the way you explained that. Yes. Does anyone else have any questions for Glatflobe? Or comments? Well, you just said it also. Nobody's got anything to add. Nobody's got anything to add.
Yo.
Oh, Scar's here. Hello, Scar.
What's up? This dude Oni, he want to know about flat Earth. He want to know.
Oh, great. He came to the right place then. Oh, Scar. And so, is he a friend of yours?
Sort of like that. He came from a server where I came from, and he said he want to know about like flat Earth because he be trying to like help people, but he don't have like an ideal of it.
Yes. Okay. So you are endorsing him. I see you have the VC verified. He does not. So the last person I unmuted that didn't have the VC verified rule made a terrible sound in our ears. So are you fairly confident that Oni will not do that to us?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. He really want to discuss and debate.
Okay, we'll give him a chance then. I'll have my little finger on the mute button here in case he doesn't follow through and he embarrasses you. Oni, friend of Scar. Hello there.
Yo.
So you're new to the concept of flat Earth?
Yes, I am.
Okay, well, we're glad to have you here. So I'll just run over a couple, like, brief version of the VC verified role here so we can give that to you. There are rules in the welcome section, which actually I was going to put the link to the welcome section in the voice text, but then you won't be able to see that until after I give you the VC verified rule. Imagine that. But you could scroll up to the top and find the welcome section, and there's some rules in there. And
I found
I'm just laughing at what somebody else wrote there. And so I'll give you a quick summary, but if you could go up there, read the rules in the welcome, give us an affirmative emoji, such as a thumbs up, under the rules, which are basically, keep your conversation civil, take turns speaking, avoid vulgarity, avoid trolling, including concern trolling. We try to keep the main live stream on the topic of flat Earth, but after you get the VC verified role, you'll be able to join many of the other channels, such as the Chill channel, Religion channel, Health Nutrition channel, or anything else that you're interested in, and talk about those off-topic subjects. Another place we try to keep this main live stream to the topic of flat Earth. And so for that reason, we ask people not to troll, because you can make fun of flat Earth pretty much anywhere else, but we here take the topic seriously, and we like to present the measurements and observations that we have found that make it clear to us that the globe model is nothing but a fairy tale. So do you agree to follow these rules?
Yes, I do.
Okay, cool. What have you heard about flat Earth before? Like, what inspired you to come here?
Well, I'm in between, basically the Earth being a globe and it being flat, because I'm not too sure yet. I just like I've been seeing shit about like flat Earth and stuff about the Earth being a globe, and it's like I'm seeing more stuff about flat Earth more than a globe. So kind of just seeing what you guys talking about.
Where are you seeing this stuff?
Instagram, Discord, internet, pretty much.
Cool. Yep, it's a topic that's definitely gaining in popularity, especially as people find out if they actually look into it and don't just go by the mainstream propaganda or the jokes or the memes, that there actually is something to it. And then if they stop to think about it, they realize the only place they've ever seen a globe is on their television screen or on their computer screen or in the pages of some book. And they have not actually ever observed curvature or experienced rotation, because you, Oni, as well as all of us, only experience the Earth as flat and stationary. So what questions did you have for the ladies here?
Well, specifically Antarctica. What is y'all stance on that? Like, what do you think is, like, is that where it ends, or like what? Like, is that like the edge of the Earth or something?
Does anyone want to take Antarctica?
Well, I will say that it's speculation. If we can't travel there, we can't go beyond the 60th parallel, right? We don't know what's out there. So I personally wouldn't make any claims of, is that the end? Does it go on farther? I can't stake that claim. I wouldn't make it because I do not know.
Yeah, I agree with Shines.
So, like, what? Well, firstly, what I want to know, like, let's say I was like, I don't know, somebody who believed that the Earth was a globe and literally just like, I don't know, like, was trying to debate you. What would be the first thing that you bring up to, you know, start up the argument?
Where's the curvature?
Okay, that's interesting.
Because if it's a ball, there must be some curvature somewhere.
Yeah, I see.
That's just the first.
Boys, so like, I also wanted to know as well. Is there some of you in here who believe that the Earth is a dome or something?
I think most of us, but we don't believe. We just know that it has to be. There has to be one because we have gas pressure here.
More in depth with that.
You can't have
Okay,
gas. Sorry.
No, that's fine. You go ahead.
You can't have gas pressure without a container, and it would simply be impossible to have like gas pressure next to a vacuum with negative gas pressure. It's simply impossible. So you need to have like a container, which would be the dome.
Yeah, most of the things that we talk about here, Oni, it like and some people are putting some information there in the voice text channel, which is for you, which is the channel right above this one. Can you see that?
Yes.
Yeah. So we are not required to come up with a perfect working model of the Earth, explaining every single thing that happens, how it is, exactly what it looks like, and so on. In fact, we're the opposite of that. We dispute that that's possible. It's definitely not possible with the way the world is set up right now, where, like you asked about Antarctica, the Antarctic Treaty makes it so that we are not allowed to freely travel there, so we can't go and explore that region. So we recognize our limitations. That's the reason why we look at that's the problem with the mainstream propaganda model, the heliocentric globe model, is that they do claim that here it is, everything's all decided. But we poke holes in that model, and we find it's really easy to poke holes in it. Like, for example, what people were just telling you, their claim is that we've got this vacuum or near vacuum of outer space, where they claim these so-called astronauts go up and float around and all that. You've seen that, right? And yet they're saying that exists right next to our atmosphere, which is pressurized. And so when these globe believers come in, we ask them, how is it possible then that, because they don't say there's a container, right? So how do we have an uncontained atmosphere right next to this alleged medium of outer space, which is a near vacuum? And they don't have a good answer for that, because we know that gas doesn't behave that way. Gas doesn't just hang there in the air. It disperses, to fill all available space. And so that's the main thing we do. We pretty much, we accept the way the world the way it presents itself, flat and stationary, because they've shown no proof of curvature, no scientific proof of rotation. They're the ones who are asking us to accept all this on faith. These special people went up here, this very small number of people went to this place. And even though we show and confirm that we've lied about all this other stuff, we lied about, the Gulf of Tonkin, beginning of the Vietnam War, we lied about this thing, we lied about that thing, confirm for national security that we lie all the time, and we have these super secret agencies that we can't tell you what's really happening. And after the Patriot Act, we locked it down even more. We're definitely telling the truth about this thing that you can't go and confirm, and that we're raking in billions of dollars of your taxpayer money to fund these alleged trips. So we don't have to explain everything. A dome is one postulation that some people think that makes sense, so that could be that way, or could be another way. Since we're not allowed to explore, we can't find out for sure.
Okay, I see. So, it's just speculation, sort of, I guess.
No, the fact that the Earth is flat is not speculation. Where it ends, that's speculation. The shape of the container, that's speculation. But that it's flat and stationary, that's not speculation. And like Isaac Wifey said in the text too, water needs containment. You can't have, if water needs containment, so we know we're in some sort of a container. And water is always level. If it was a ball, it would have curved. Or show us how it can curve around a ball.
Okay, it's very interesting. Also wanted to know about the day and night cycles. Explain how that works. Or do I have to go to a channel for that too? Or a channel for that or something.
No, I'm sorry. Was my speech intimidating? You can ask any questions you want about the Earth. It's mainly people who come in and want to talk about, sports teams or, tools or whatever. It's occasionally we do talk about sports teams and tools and dog breeds, but we try to talk about the Earth most of the time. So that question is definitely right on topic. So yeah, does anyone want to go into how we can have day and night on a flat Earth? Any of the ladies want to answer that one?
Well, I can tell you that the sun and moon move up above us, and a lot of it has to do with perspective. And there are some great videos. I think David Weiss did a great one on his kitchen table where he set up a little city and some mountains, and he had a string that was completely horizontal, level across the room, and he took a light and he moved it across that entire kitchen to show, look, I'm moving it horizontal. And then when you go to the bottom of the table and put a camera there and then look up, it looks as if it is going down. And that is only due to perspective. It's that the sun and moon are moving farther away from us. And the farther they move away from us, the lower it appears to be on the horizon. Sorry, my son just came, so I got to go for a second.
That was cool to hear him. He sounds cute. Yeah, it's. A lot of these things, Oni, and these are good questions that you're asking. A lot of these things, it's like this box of thinking that all of us, were raised, saying it's definitely this way. We're on a globe, so how could anything else work if we aren't on there? But it all can work, and we can, like she said, for example. There's some different examples that people are showing you there in the voice text if you to look at those. And I think we actually have a whole channel that's just like a text channel about this type of thing. But the sun moves across the sky in the way we observe it to do. One possible model for this is the server icon there. I don't know, I'm on my computer, so there's a server icon on the left. It's probably not like that on the phone, but if you hover over it, it starts moving around. And so but one thing I guess we should explain here is the closeness of the sun. The apparent closeness of the sun is much closer than what they claim. This claim that the mainstream pseudoscientific entertainers will give you, that the sun is 93 million miles away, has no basis in reality. It's just another one of their little tales. The sun, with the way the light shines and the crepuscular rays and so on, and the way it behaves, seems to be much closer. So, like, even if you took a flashlight, our friend Bambi used to talk about this a lot. Maybe you'll get to talk to her one day. Very sweet girl from Scotland. If your room was dark and you took your flashlight and you held it over the carpet, you could move it into a circle, and then it would illuminate different parts of the carpet at different times. And if you were a tiny little Lego man standing there in the light, as the light moved away due to perspective, which is what I think Shines was explaining to you, that perspective makes it seem like the sun's going down, even though really it's just moving away from you. Oh, and Shines has put the Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole video there about perspective and how it makes the sun appear to go down, where really it's just moving to another part of the plane out of your field of view and illuminating a different part. So can you see that voice text channel where she put that in at 57 minutes after the hour, Oni?
Yes, I saw.
Yeah, so maybe you could bookmark that and look at that. I'm going to actually bookmark that and put it in my little playlist because that looks like a cool one. I don't think I've ever actually watched that one, but it looks good. Does that make sense to you, that you don't have to have a globe to have day and night?
Yeah, it sort of does. I guess it makes some sense.
Yeah, I mean, what most so-called education about the globe is just like, children, we live on a globe, and here's all the stuff that happens there, and it only could happen if you were on the globe. So it takes a while to like retrain your mind to think, oh, if I set that presupposition or that like preconceived notion that it's a globe aside, like all this other stuff works, and there's many other explanations that work just as well. They actually work better, which I think Drace was saying that in one of his posts here. Yeah, he said, on the globe, more than 50% is lit up at times. At others, it's under 50%. How do you accomplish that on a globe? I mean, what you'll find is their model does not make sense within itself, which is why you aren't really taught details about the globe model for the most part. Like, very rarely in a school will you see anything except, like, in geography class, it's like, first page of the book, there's the globe. And the rest of the pages are flat maps, because that's how maps are always used and always portrayed. And same thing with any other subject. They rarely will go into details about eclipses, details about day and night. Sure, they'll show you a little picture, of it. Yeah, here it is tilting. See, it's tilting in the picture. But they won't actually explain it to you because their model is full of holes. And there's another area where it's full of holes, the day-night cycles.
Yeah, you're also not allowed to question it.
That's right.
Okay, that's pretty
Did you
interesting.
ever question stuff, Oni, that you were taught in school? Or are you still in school?
I'm 15 years old as of now.
Wow. You have a very deep voice. Wow, 15 years old.
Yep.
Good for you. You are ahead of the game then, asking these questions at 15 years old. I am impressed. Aren't you ladies impressed? I am.
Yeah, he doesn't sound 15.
He doesn't sound 15 either. I was thinking the same thing too.
But,
I believe you that you are, because I actually have a 15-year-old son who has a very deep voice too. So I'm not that I don't believe you. It's just I am impressed that at this age you are willing to go out, go to the Flat Earth Discord and ask like some content-related questions about the Flat Earth. You are ahead of the game.
I mean, if it weren't for Scar, I probably wouldn't be here right now. So
Oh, he's a good friend then. Scar's a good friend. Good job, Scar.
yeah, nice job, Scar. Thank you. Thank you.
Scar the seem sincere role just for bringing you in here. I gave it to you. Yep, I gave it to him. Should I give it to Oni too? I think so. I think he deserves that role. Right.
I also wanted to know, I did see this guy who was deconfirming Flat Earth with without science explaining airplanes. And I'm very curious on what you guys think about airplanes as well.
Can you maybe be a little bit more
Like how they
specific?
fly around the quote unquote globe. What do you guys think about that? Like how do you deconfirm that it's a globe if you do bring that into an argument? I guess if that's a way of asking the question. I don't know how to correctly ask the question, but
I'm sorry, I missed that. I don't know if it was me, but there was like roboting going on. It might have been on my end. Can you repeat that for me?
I was asking, like planes, how do they fly? I guess on flat Earth, or at least what people call the globe. How do they fly? Like, I guess if that's the way of asking.
You're asking how do planes fly on a flat Earth or a globe?
Yeah. Either way.
So they only fly on a flat plane. It's even inside of the manuals that they're supposed to assume a non-rotating flat surface. Planes definitely fly over a flat plane. If they were to be flying on the globe, quote unquote, they would have to continually adjust to tip their nose down, and that would cause all kinds of flux with the drag and the way that they operate. So if they, they're definitely flying on a horizontal plane. Drace just put in the concluding remarks about planes in here. You can see right there it says, in a stationary atmosphere over a flat, non-rotating Earth.
When I flew to France back in 2011, the first thing that I noticed is that when I was up on the plane and we were at about 45,000 feet up in the air, was that the higher we went, the sky, I was really waiting to see what the Earth was going to look like and if there was going to be a drop off anywhere. And there never was. As a matter of fact, I could see more of the land the higher we went up into the plane. And there was no way that I could see a curve anywhere in my seat. I could not see it. In fact, I took a whole bunch of photographs while we were flying. The other thing too that I kept asking myself after I had gotten home and was thinking about the flight was, if the Earth is spinning so fast, how is it that it still took the same amount of time to go to France as it did to come back home? Because if the Earth is spinning, especially when they say that it's spinning at about 1,000 miles an hour, then it shouldn't have taken 9 hours to go back home from France. We should have been there in like 5 minutes if the Earth is spinning as fast as they say it is. So I kind of figured, hey, there's got to be something wrong here if it's taking the same amount of time to fly out from Chicago and fly all the way out to France in one sitting without any layovers. So I came to the conclusion back at that time that their theory of the spinning globe, it wasn't working in their favor, because I was realizing there's no way that the Earth is spinning.
Okay. I have to go now because I have to clean up my kitchen, but I guess I'll watch the videos. This is a very interesting talk, I guess. If that's what you want to call it.
Thanks for showing up.
Yeah. Thank you for answering all of my questions.
Hope you come back. Talk more.
Yeah, I will.
Good. Yeah, we'll see you next time.
Bye now.
Are you still there, Scar?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh, good. Well, I'm glad you brought in your friend there. Yeah, he had some good questions there.
Yeah. He came from one of our servers too, because we are based Flat Earth server too.
You have a Flat Earth server, you said?
Yeah, it's like majority of the people there, they believe in Flat Earth, but not like so many.
Oh, okay, but it's like it's a server you own or something?
Nah, it's a server my friend owned too.
Your
His
friend.
name Ron.
Oh, okay. What's it called?
We call it it's really called Debating and Religion.
The what religion?
Nah, that's what it's called, Debating and Religions.
Debating religion?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. So are you a person like what is your position then on Flat Earth?
No, I'm with Flat Earth. I believe that it's that we live on not a globe, but a dome. Like under a firmament? Yeah, like the way how the server icon is, that's what we believe in.
And how did you come to this understanding?
I had a friend, his name was Slave of Christ. I was like a glober too, and I was like spiritual and stuff like that. But then he showed me like a lot of proof, and he like made me realize that the earth was really flat. And the first time I heard the idea, I thought it was stupid, but then I was like, it makes more sense.
Yes, I think that's a common first reaction is you assume that these people are just being silly or whatever, because that's what we're being told to believe in the media and so on is, oh, those silly flat earthers. But then that's cool that you were able to actually take a closer look at it.
Yeah.
Hey, I have a question for Scar. Is it unfiltered, that filtered theological discourse?
Yeah, the owner of that server, he don't. Now I'm not in that server no more. But the owner of that server, he the one that made me realize the Earth was flat.
Cool. What it says, we shared that same server because I'm on that server too.
Oh wait, and this cool. On this account,
I've been there.
this is my alt account. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, welcome, man. That's awesome.
Well, did you have any questions about Flat Earth? Like you said, first, I guess you said you were coming at it from a spiritual point of view, but then your friend showed you proofs of it. Like your friend was coming at it more from a scientific point of view, or how did that go?
Yeah, he showed me from a scientific point of view from it too, and he showed me actual footage of it, everything. He showed me planes going straight ahead, balloons going floating on top. He showed me that majority of these people, the space agency, they use fisheye lenses, and sometimes they be in Hollywood in green screens and stuff like that, or underwater. He showed me all of that stuff, and then he showed me that the word NASA in Hebrew means to deceive people. It was he kept showing me more proof, and I was like, dang, the Earth is flat. I gotta hold that, and that's how I became a flat earther.
Yeah, I think that's good because most people who read the Bible with I don't know what you'd call it, not necessarily open mind, but open spirit maybe, would see that the Bible is clearly a flat Earth book. There's nothing about a globe in there anywhere. There's many verses that indicate a flat Earth, but then. And you can come to that understanding, but then if you take that out into the world, sometimes not everyone is going to be able to come at it with that in that way. So then you can also back that up with the observations and measurements. I just put in one of those weather balloon videos from deep inside the rabbit hole. I think those are very compelling. They're not proof, of course, because they're just a video, right? We don't accept a video of the globe as proof, but it is it is definitely makes you question, because we have come to understand it's obvious they use fisheye lenses, and you can see evidence of that all over the place. And those are from the so-called official space agencies, whereas a lot of this weather balloon footage is just from amateur individuals that put their GoPro up there and they see this flat horizon. And not only that, not just the amateurs, but like in some of these so-called official things that were supposed to be proving the globe, like the Baumgartner jump, which I just put a meme up for that. I don't know if you've seen that one, Scar, where they claim that this Felix Baumgartner jump, that he saw the curve, and then they show these ridiculous images, fisheye lens, where like the state of New Mexico takes up like a huge amount of the curve, just way out of proportion to what it should be. But then you can see in the video when he's still in the cockpit before he makes this alleged jump, the horizon's totally flat, just like those weather balloon videos. So, at least has to make people question, especially people who say their best proof of the globe is pictures from space, which is a very common answer when we ask people who are sure they live on the globe. What's your best proof? Pictures from space. Okay, well, I got some pictures from space, dueling pictures from space. Like, if that's your best proof and you just got it shot out of the water because you said a picture's a proof and I'm going to prove that it's flat, then what do you got left? They don't have much left, believe me.
Yeah, I agree.
What's also great about the weather balloon, sorry to cut you off, is the hot spots from the sun. If the sun is 93 million miles away, having that particular hotspot with the weather balloon, I mean, that just wouldn't happen. You know what I mean? So when you see that, it's quite beautiful. And when Felix Baumgartner jumped, he was up there for quite a long time. Like she said, it was Arizona, New Mexico. It took up the entire frame of this curved camera lens, so it made it look like that's the entire portion of the globe. Like, it's just astronomically hilarious. And he landed to the east, so if the world is rotating towards the west, the fact that if it's rotating, where he landed was way far off from where he was supposed to land. Like, way far off. He should not have landed where he landed. And after they said, oh, it's all curved, we saw the curve up there, Drace posted in here, Neil deGrasse Tyson said that stuff is flat. From that height, you would not see curvature whatsoever. So it's the same as people saying, oh, I saw the curvature from a plane. Oh, I saw the curvature, from here. Well, no, those are all fisheye lenses. You're not seeing the curvature whatsoever. And the more you talk to people, the more that you will start to hear Globers say, you'll never see the curvature. We'll never see curvature, but it's there. And that's when it starts getting really interesting, when you start picking apart every single piece and every single layer, and they finally have to admit there's no curvature, like, at all, period.
That is a good point, Shines. Yes, absolutely. So your friend, Oni, Sophia, were you going to say something about that? I just heard something from her. Oh, okay.
No, I'm fine.
Okay. Yeah, he kind of indicated that he's saying he's seen flat Earth everywhere. He said on Instagram, Discord, and so on. So as our reporter in the field from the community of young people, Scar, would you say that this is the case, that flat Earth is becoming like more of a popular or widespread topic among the youth?
Yeah, I think everyone has come into a realization that the Earth is flat, and in fact now it's getting spread more. Like, it's bound to happen. You feel me? Like, in a way. So in a sense, it's like people like Slave of Christ, my friend, right? He introduced me to that idea of like in a server, and I was just like, you feel me? I was a normal dude who didn't know about this stuff. He gave me that, and he told more people, and then the more he got popular, like, he's really getting more popular now. He's spreading the truth about, like, he's trying to let everyone know that the Earth is flat. So now people realizing that, and they trying to take up his footsteps, is like pushing it on TikTok, YouTube, and stuff like that. and people, they realize, like I'm saying, they realize the truth. So they we all doing the same thing.
I would just say the best way to continue in these arguments, especially for somebody who's new, is to stick to the ground, stick to curvature, and trying to have people show you curvature. And you'll soon discover that they cannot. No matter how they try and spin it, they can't. They'll start looking up to the sky, they'll start trying to do all sorts of things, but if you keep it on the ground and have them try and show us curvature, it doesn't exist anymore.
Good advice. Yeah, because they're always trying to take it to any kind of other like tiny little detail or like little, thing in the sky or whatever. And you just ask them to show where's your scientific evidence of curvature or rotation or motion of any kind. And they can't produce it. Even when they claim they can, they run off with some kind of nonsense or simulation like we had with Charlie here a few weeks ago, a computer simulation of refraction and curvature. Like, that's the best they got. Like, oh, this globe you tell us is so wonderful with settled science and all that, but you can't actually prove it. And then most of those people, just kind of disappear because they don't have anything and they don't like to keep being reminded of that.
The sad truth.
So there's a couple other people in here that are that don't have any roles. Like I just saw a few people in here. Mel, who's way down there at the bottom. A couple other people. If you would like to be able to join the conversation here on 24/7 Flat Discord 2.0 Ladies Night, feel free to run up to VC check-in. There's some people up there. Jemsy's up there. It looks like he's got some customers up there. So now's a good time to go up there and get the VC verified role so then you can unmute yourself and you don't have to talk, but if you wish to, you'll at least have the option. And then you'll also be able to see more of the server. For example, you can't see the voice tech channel that goes along with this voice channel until you're the VC verified role. And who was the person I was thinking? Oh, Lenam de Plume. Yes, I heard you giving this great answer earlier about the planes and so on. I think that, because I don't know if I've talked to you before. Maybe you changed your name,
no.
But
no. This is actually the first time I've participated in the Flat Earth Discord. So, no, I'm definitely a flat earther. That all started coming about for me after going to France, and then I started thinking about a lot of things, like what I was teaching my children, oh gosh, decades ago. And I had conducted an experiment with my children. We were on the train, and I was asking them that if they jumped up in the train and they came back down, if they would land in the same spot from where they jumped. And they were like, yeah. And I was like, all right. So when I say 1, 2, 3, jump, you jump. And so my children jumped. And when they landed back down, I was like, well, did you land in the same place? And they were like, no. Because number one, thinking about that little experiment with my children, it made me realize, well, wait a minute, the earth isn't moving. And you would have some kind of, you would feel some kind of motion, right? Especially if the earth is spinning as fast as they say it is. We should not be able to jump in the same spot if the earth is moving. And, of course, I got called out and being, ridiculous, and then they started going into all this spiel about gravity and special laws apply to Earth, and, and I'm just not believing it. But I was also at the time visiting other channels And I can never remember the names, or remember how to say them right. But I know that one of them was Jay Kalagia. There was another one who I was watching, and his name was Roy. And I was actually really appreciative for what they were putting out there, because it was helping me to understand what it was that I was seeing that they were putting out there. And I really appreciated Jay Kalagia's channel, because he was adding all sorts of biblical scripture to it. So by the time 2014 came around, I was definitely a bona fide flat earther. There, no ifs, ands, or buts. So, yeah, most definitely.
Oh, so you've been at this for a while then?
Yeah. And for me, I don't need to do experiments for myself. And I'm talking about all the science and stuff, because I suck at science. But biblical scripture pretty much convinced me. My own eyeballs convinced me. The Book of Enoch convinced me, because, I mean, really, when you look at the moon and the sun, they're both the same size. I mean, there's no such thing as a coinkydink. When you've got the sun, they say, 90 billion miles away, and the moon is like 200 and something million miles away. And oh my goodness, they just so happen to look the same size. I'm not buying it for a minute. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think that does really mess with people's mind, all these claims about the sun. And then when you look into them, how little basis they have to even make these claims, and the way they like so harshly go against even non-flat earthers like Pierre-Marie Robitaille, who is questioning their doctrine or dogma, I should say, about the sun. They go after him too, of course, not with any success, like our little friend non-Professor Dave, who tried to go after him. But they know that they are. The heliocentric model is clearly a faith-based doctrine. It's their globe religion. There's no doubt about it. There's no scientific evidence to back them up. And they don't have anything except for little whining and insults when anyone dares to question their dogma. And it's very sad. I mean, because it's not just flat earthers. It's many others, bona fide scientists, not just about the sun, but about their dark matter and all their little other fairy tales. I mean, there's people out there questioning evolution, all these things that are all part of their whole religion that they're foisting upon innocent school children left and right. And, they get shot down. They can't have a job, in many cases, they can't have a job in academia if they don't adhere to the religious dogma that the mainstream pseudoscientific entertainers adhere to. And so it's not just flat earthers. I mean, that is like the ultimate, but I think a lot of people, when they finally get to flat earth, some people have already gone into some of these alternate theories, like the electric universe, or, alternate theories about the sun, examining evolution, which is a load of nonsense and not scientific in any way. And so when you get to this, sometimes people who have looked into some of those other frauds in science, it's kind of like, oh yeah, here's another fraud. Yeah, not surprising they lied about this too, because they don't have credibility among actual scientifically minded people who are not, the people who are put out there in the media as being so-called scientists. That, I'm talking about real scientists that are actually using observations, formulating hypotheses, coming up with independent and dependent variables, and carrying out actual experiments. They are not getting fooled by this nonsense. They're just not. But they aren't necessarily making a big stink about it, because they can keep doing their actual work without being affected by these jokers, So yeah, we got a lot of other people in here. Who is talking? Hello.
Hey, Dan Line. I just joined. I was talking to Gemsy a second ago. I joined like 20 minutes ago. Yeah. Yeah, I've got a couple questions. Jensen said I made some good points, so he wanted
Welcome
me
to the server.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, we
Katerina,
can't wait to hear your questions. Yeah, by all means, fire away.
I think most people won't really agree on like the science of proving the Earth because most people aren't like scientists, right? And it gets really complicated for them. So I want to focus more on like questions with the government and everything. My first question is, why would the government lie about the shape of the Earth? What do they have to gain from it?
Do I have to play the song again? Too bad you missed the beginning, because I said at the beginning after we played the Why Would They Lie song, we should just play this song every time someone asks that question. However, I won't play the song again since we already played it one time, but maybe at some point you could go to the YouTube stream and rewind to the beginning and see, 1 hour and a half ago we played the Why Would They Lie song, which is a rap type song written by and performed by a bunch of people on our server with so many answers to that question. But ladies, what do you think the top answer from Mushi, or just your favorite answer to that question? I don't know. Does anybody have anything they want to tell Mushi about Why Would They Lie?
Well, I would say. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Well, I would just like to know that do you need to have a reason to determine whether someone is lying or not?
I'm not sure, not necessarily, but I think in this case it definitely is justified. It's a huge thing that the government is doing, and thousands of people are on this lie. So it would make no sense for them to lie for no reason. Of course, people tell lies instinctively and just for no reason, but this is something that so many people are in on that it cannot be in that case. It's something that people have consciously decided to keep a secret for thousands of years, and thousands of people I know it. So yes, I do think there has to be a reason.
Can I answer that? The
Whoa,
first
whoa.
thing.
No, it's ladies' night.
Hold on. Yeah, no. Number one, it hasn't been thousands of years. Number two, when you say there has to be so many people involved with it, that's also that's fallacious reasoning. They compartmentalize. My father-in-law, quote unquote, helped build the Hubble telescope. He had top security clearance at Lockheed Martin, and he worked on optics. He went in there. He had to, relinquish his cell phone and everything. He had to, go into these clean rooms, do work what he worked on, and come home. You don't get to discuss what you're working on with anybody else, even within the company. Whatever you are clearanced for, that is what you work on, and that's all that you get to work on. So you don't know what it's actually going towards. There has only been a handful of people that have actually been into quote unquote outer space. What is it, like 24 people or something like that? Like, it's a very small amount of people. So to say that all of these people need to be in on it, they don't. It only needs to be a small amount of people that are in on it. And money and power and fear are great motivators to keep people silenced. And when you have the government doing those things to people, I mean, look at what they're doing right now. It's very easy to manipulate and control people with those kind of tactics. So it's also quite hilarious that this is usually the first question that people ask is, why would they lie? When everybody lies, number one. Like, if you can show me somebody who hasn't lied besides Jesus, like, that would be amazing to me, because everybody lies, right? We're all sinners. It happens. Even if it's a white lie, you're still lying. And it's the motivation behind it. There's plenty of reasons for the motivation behind it. I mean, we lie to our children about Santa Claus, right? Or I don't, but people do. They lie about the tooth fairy. They lie about all kinds of stuff just cause, right? Oh, it's tradition, or it's this, or whatever. There's so many different reasons that they would lie. And I do find it quite ironic that this is the first question that is asked. It almost seems naive to think that the government would not lie. And I don't mean that as an insult, because this is literally like the first question that everyone usually asks. Why would they lie? Why would this happen? But once you start to reflect on that and realize all the options there are for why they would lie, I mean, it is plentiful. So does that help a little bit? Does that kind of shine a light on that question?
Yeah, I completely understand what you're trying to say, but I thought about the reasons to why they lie, but I don't think any of them really give a good, justification. Sure, there's reasons for it, but none of them justify them doing this. You mentioned, lying to your kids and everything with, Santa Claus.
Really quick, you don't think money justifies it? You don't think money justifies
They don't really gain any money from doing this, though. All the money that goes to NASA would be given like it would be used anyway if like it'd go to something else if NASA didn't exist.
Really? Because
Yeah.
NASA gets over what? Is it like
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. They get all that money.
That's a lot
and
of
all
money.
that money would get used.
So, okay. So let's set money aside. You don't think they get enough money for them to lie? That's a lot of money. I would think that that's a good reason. What about control?
Well, how do they control? I've heard this before. Sorry. I've heard this before with control, right? I don't get how it controls me because me believing in something that is completely false, right? If I believe in it, it doesn't like make them gain anything because it doesn't make me act a certain way for them. So why?
Actually,
how does
okay,
that
so
control?
I don't know if you've thought about this enough then, because when it comes to the control part of it, you have to imagine I've always loved this analogy. I can't remember who the first person who said it was, but so if you were in your house and they told you couldn't leave your house, would you want to leave your house? Would you be like, oh my gosh, they're keeping me in my house? How dare they keep me in my house? I want to be able to go and explore what's outside of my house. Would you
I
want to
guess
do that? Or would you be
yeah.
okay with it? Now, what if
I
they
guess
did your
depends on the
city?
person.
What if they said you couldn't leave your city? Would you be like, what the heck? Like, there's something else out there. I want to know what else is out there. Like, I want to leave this place. Would you want to go and see what else is out there?
Yeah.
Okay, and if they did it to your country and said you couldn't leave your country, you'd want to leave that, right?
Of course.
Okay, so if they did it to the 60th parallel and said you can't go beyond that, wouldn't you want to freely explore beyond that? Because that's what they're doing right now.
They let us explore beyond it, though.
No,
That's
they
the
do not.
difference. They let us explore space, but I mean, at least that's what I believe.
So
they
now
do.
you're taking it up into the sky. I'm keeping it down on the ground. We are not allowed to travel beyond the 60th parallel. Wouldn't
What do you mean
want to go
60th
and travel
parallel? I'm
beyond
sorry.
that?
I don't know what that is. 60th parallel?
So the 60th parallel is a fictitious line that's drawn on the world that we are not allowed to travel beyond. And that is where they say that Antarctica is, right? So we aren't allowed to go and travel freely and explore what is out there. So wouldn't you want to be able to go and do that? Wouldn't
People
you
have
want
done
to
that
know what
before.
else is out there? No, they
I mean, yes, people have explored Antarctica.
we are
so-
not allowed to freely explore there.
I mean, is there a border, are you saying, around the edge of the world? Because people have definitely tried to explore Antarctica, and many people have come back from there.
No,
It's only control.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but the thing about it is, it's not really control because it's not making me act in a preferable way for them. Yeah, control. as in it's
You're
making
just
me believe
lying,
in
bro.
them.
You're lying.
No, I'm not.
I live in New Zealand. People go to Antarctica. They can't do what you're saying. You're full of shit.
So has no one come back from Antarctica? Explored Antarctica and never come back?
There's an Antarctic treaty which severely limits the method in which you may explore Antarctica. Yes, you can apply and you can go on a controlled expedition of some sort if you have tons of money, or you can, apply for a permit to go there and so on. If you do that, you will be extremely limited into where you can go, as well as limited into how much fuel you can bring, what kind of supplies you can bring, exactly where you can go, and so on. So to say that that people can freely explore Antarctica is just a complete falsehood. So it's okay that, if you don't know, a good recommendation, especially here in this server where we require documentation and citations for any claim made. It's a good idea not to claim and say things about things that you know nothing about. I did not know about the Antarctic Treaty, and I'm much older than you, until 2 years ago when I joined the original 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server. You can find the text of the Antarctic Treaty. Have you read that? Or we can show you examples of people who were, arrested, killed when they tried to go down there. What is his name? Andhoy or something. I can show that to you in the live stream voice text if you want. But I would recommend not arguing about something that you clearly know nothing about with people who have clearly actually researched this. You cannot, Mushi, freely explore
yes, I agree.
Antarctica. That
I
is
agree.
a matter of fact. Okay.
Yeah, with that. I can't, clearly, there's way more people in here, so it is only reasonable to assume that, since it's not really a fair argument, since there's several people against me, that you'd know more than me when it comes to certain things. And I can nor agree or disagree or prove anything that you said because I have not seen any of those documents myself. So I can't do anything about that.
One of the things that it's not about us knowing more than you reason fallaciously because you say that the reason for lying is not good enough. But if you can prove that someone is lying, the reason really doesn't matter.
Well, I don't think you can prove it, but I've already mentioned before that the methods of proving it we probably won't agree on, and I'm just trying to focus on if they are
What's
lying.
your
Right?
method of proving the globe?
I don't really want to get into that because I'm a kid and I don't know much about science and astrology. And I've been in arguments like this before with flat earthers, and people have said big words that I don't understand because I don't know anything about science, right? So it's not really going to matter.
Is curvature a big word?
No, but like measuring the curvature, the radius, everything like that, it gets very complicated very fast. I think you'd agree.
Why
when you
does
consider
it get complicated? Because it can't be done.
It can be done, but I'm too young and I don't understand, and I have to be very educated on the subject. And I think all of you would have to be very educated on the subject to talk on it.
We are. Why don't you think? Why do you think it is? Why do you think it's so complicated? I mean, it's either there and you measure it, or it's not.
I mean, it's very easy to say that, but it's hard to measure something that you're constantly on top of. Is anybody a scientist when it comes to like maths or anything? When it comes to measuring, anybody? I don't think anybody's qualified to talk about that completely.
Munshi, we aren't like you. We don't require degrees to accept reality. But yes, there are several people in here who have degrees in science. That is not what we're here about. You're just admitting you can't prove the globe. So you came in here asking us why would they lie. Then you made claims about Antarctica, which we showed you are false. So now, if you are truly a person, which you just said, who has not looked into the science of it, hasn't looked into the measurement, then why aren't you asking us, what are the measurements and observations you've done that have shown you it's not a globe? Why are you not interested in that? I mean, that would be my first question if I were you.
Yes. Yeah, I'm interested in it, but it's something that's very complicated. I first want to recognize, right, if this is happening, there definitely has to be a reason. There has to be a reason for them to be making such a big lie, right? For me to understand this completely, I'd have to research many sources, and I'm very young, and I probably won't be able to understand that. I'm still doing high school maths. It's not going to be something
you only need middle school math to understand that the Earth measures flat and that the globe measurements are wrong.
Yes, but I've already discussed that we're not going to talk about that because we can't really, because like it's very hard and we won't agree. We won't agree on everything of measuring it, right?
Can you use your eyes?
I mean,
do you know
what do you
how
mean by
to?
that? I know
Can
what
you
you
see?
Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
Can you see water? Can you see water? Can you show us where it curves? Anywhere?
No, I can't because it goes too far for me to see.
Do you have binoculars?
Nope. And even if I did, I wouldn't be able to see it because eventually it curves down to the point where you can't see the very fine line.
Well, that's the point. It doesn't.
It does. Because if that was the case, right, when I looked at the ocean, that was completely, let's say we found a very clear ocean, right? If I go big enough binoculars, right, wouldn't I be able to see the other side? So,
Can you see infinitely?
No, but if
Is your eyes capable of seeing forever?
Of course not. But if we had a big enough
then why do you expect to see to the other side?
Because we can see stuff in space and we can see stars with binoculars. It's not.
No.
Yes, we can.
They show you pictures of stuff in space. I'm talking about your own eyes. There's a difference.
With my own eyes, right? With my own eyes, I cannot see far enough because it curves down, right? With my own eyes, it probably shrink to the point where it can go into the middle.
It doesn't curve down because they give us the measurements. They give us the measurements of what the curve, where the curve is supposed to be. We know that if you do the globe math and you are on 1 foot observer height, the curvature is supposed to go down. It goes up 8 inches per mile squared. So the further you look, the higher up you go, the more it's supposed to go down.
Yeah.
So if you're at 1 foot, you should not be able to see further than, I think it's 1.23 miles. But we have pictures, we have laser tests, we have people going out every day proving that is not what's happening in reality. And you can go out and do this for yourself. See with your own eyes.
Okay. seeing with your own eyes and also accounting with science, right? I can't do that because I don't know what methods to use, and if I
What
use
is science?
science is, I mean, I say science, but I don't know the exact word for it. It was like measuring the curvature of the Earth, right? And also, the Earth is not a complete sphere, as in it's not a perfect sphere, right? So certain parts will be more bumpy than others, or certain parts will be like higher or lower, like for dumb terms, right? So I can't complete. And I've already discussed this, like that we can't do using science because I won't understand it.
But you're
I'm not science.
confused. You're confused thinking that you need to do science to measure the Earth. It's just a measurement question. That's all you need to do is measure it.
Yeah, I don't know how to measure, and most people don't. And it's complicated. It's more complicated than you'd think because it depends on the curvature of the Earth and the position you are in. It can highly depend, and I don't know enough about it, right?
No,
So
it's pretty.
I've already said that what we shouldn't talk about that, right? Because at the end of the day,
No, you
yeah,
have
at the end of the day, you're gonna tell me. You're gonna tell me it's simple, right? You're gonna tell me how to do it, and I'm not gonna be able
Mushi,
to
you don't get to
confirm it.
decide. You don't get to decide how it goes here. So you don't get to come in here and say, "Oh, we're not actually going to talk about science or
No,
measurements.
I mean,
We're going
you
to
said
talk
I
about
could.
sociology. Why would they lie? We're going to talk about psychology." That's fine. I mean, you can ask what questions you
Yeah.
want, but we can ask you questions back. You are a person. So, am I wrong or am I right? Do you think that you live on a globe?
Yes, I do.
And why do you think this?
Because none of my senses deny it, at least from what I'm aware of. And I don't think there's a real reason for that.
Your senses tell you that you're on the globe. Okay, explain to me that. Where have you observed
I
this
think
globe?
it's
and
not that
felt
my
this
senses.
motion?
It's not that my senses tell me I'm on a globe. It's that my senses don't deny it. And also, what you were saying, with there's no reason for anyone to be lying about this. I was saying, right? I still think that's valid.
Hold on. We don't care about the lying. No,
Yeah.
we ask why you think it.
Yeah,
Who
that's
else?
why
Somebody else has questions.
That's why I
now.
think.
I just want to. I don't. You
I
wait.
think
Hold on. Okay,
that is
so we.
that is
You're
why
getting
I think.
really
What do you mean?
excited. Just take it down a notch for a second. You're getting really
Okay,
excited.
yeah.
Take it down a notch.
Mhm.
You just said that none of my senses deny it.
Yes.
Then when she said something about your senses, you said, "Well, it's not that my senses don't deny it. It's that my senses don't deny that it is on a globe." What does that
No,
even mean? Because
I said-
hold on. Because our senses tell us that we are not rotating. Our senses show us a horizontal horizon.
Mhm.
We see no curvature anywhere. So why would your senses have anything to do with telling you that it is a globe?
Because some flat earthers try to use your senses to justify why you're on a thing, right? That is the point that I'm using, right? When I'm in a train, right, and I'm traveling, and it's going at the same speed as a smooth road, right? I don't feel myself moving, right? But that does that mean I'm not moving?
Nope. Okay, already
And
right
your
there.
senses
Number
can
one,
be
a
deceived.
train. Okay, I was just. Oh, okay. So
Yeah,
number
so-
one, right there, a train, if I can get a word out, is an enclosed system. You can feel movement on a train. You will see your water glass jiggle and move no matter what speed you're going. It is not perfectly perfect. So you would feel some kind of something, and we never do. So you, number one, invoking an enclosed system as a train. Number two, we do feel the train moving. So that was a bad analogy.
I mean, I don't think you do. Like, when I'm in a car, right, and it's going through a smooth road and I can't feel the bumps on the road, right? And I'm not looking at the
Feel that
water
you're in a
as
car.
it's shaking, right? When I'm just sitting there, I don't constantly feel myself. I can't, like, say I'm going 80 miles an hour, 100 miles an hour. I can't accurately feel it. Since I was born on an earth that is being rotated and moving its entire time, I don't know what it feels like when it's not moving. So how would I ever determine
You
it?
know, we're also on an ellipse, right? So there is actual acceleration of the Earth in the ellipse. We don't feel that either. So you
We
can
don't.
try and wiggle out of this and use analogies that are completely not thought through and are poor analogies based off of your own model. And if you can't realize that, I hope that you listen back to this and hear how they are bad analogies. Really take the time to ponder this, because you aren't
Okay.
coming with anything that's very strong right now.
I'm not coming with anything that's particularly weak, I would say. At least from what I'm saying, because
you
it's
have
not been completely denied what I'm saying.
Okay,
It's been,
Mushi,
you've
so
suggested that it could be
we're
wrong.
moving. We're moving. We're spinning. The Earth is supposedly spinning around its own axis, and it's going around the sun. And this whole thing is moving through the supposed galaxy, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Why have the stars never changed?
The stars?
Yeah,
They've never changed, as in, yes,
you
they-
see in the sky.
Oh, I mean, they've.
Why can you use stars to navigate? Why do you see the same night sky every night? Why does it
Well,
never change?
first of all,
If you have all of that motion, why do you have the same night sky constantly?
First of all, I'd like to point out that we don't. When Jesus, right, in the Bible, when it says the North Star was pointing complete north, right, like dead to north, right, historically accurate, right. The sky has been moving. It is not, the North Star is not complete north now. It is not dead on north. It has moved slightly, and we have been shifting. And even if we hadn't, right, that would be because it's so far. I mean, can you verify? Can you deny it? No.
Prove
so
it negative?
Yeah,
he's
can you
got a
prove it negative?
truth prevails. He's got a religious belief in the globe.
No religious belief. No, I don't. I do not have religious belief in it. If I can be completely proven wrong in every front and every frontier, right, undeniably, in every single way, I would not stick to something that I know is pointless.
Then show us the curvature. Bring us the place or the method that they've measured curvature.
I can't do that. I don't understand the maths.
How can you be proven wrong about anything because you think you're incapable of doing measurements? You think you're incapable of knowing anything. You think that you have to be told what to think. You think you have to be given all the answers by the authoritative figures.
I do not.
Well, then you can do a measurement. If other people can do it, it's easy to do a measurement. Okay, so you mark off your distances, right? You mark off your distances. You know what the distance is. You shoot something straight across it, or you try to get even if it's just a line of sight. If you have a line of sight and over a distance, and there should be a hump of earth, and there's not, then boom, there you go. There's no hump of earth. It's pretty simple.
I mean, first of all,
you can do it. I got faith.
You can try dumb it down and simplify it as much as you want, but there's various factors that affect it in loads of ways. And I'm not saying I'm incapable. I'm completely incapable there. As I made an analogy, right? I do think on my own thoughts as well when it came to the train analogy, right? As in movement, and I don't always feel movement, right? So that is me thinking on my own and me thinking in connection. So I don't blindly get spoon-fed everything I believe. I've converted religions before, right? Or at least gained a religion before. So I've changed my mind on several things, and I don't just believe everything. I'm not a sheep, as you might believe. I'm not cattle. I don't do as I'm told. Exactly.
Well, good thing is it doesn't require belief, and this is not the truth is not a religion. If you're willing to abandon religion, if you're able to do that, all you need to do is just accept objective reality. It's just
you did say it was almost like a religion, how much I believe in the globe. I could say the exact same thing about you believing the earth is flat.
No, because we have a basis for
So what experiments have you done then to prove that the earth is a globe? Because you said that you don't just blindly believe. So please do tell us.
I have done 0 experiments personally. So then
how were you able to even have this conversation based on the claims that you were making before?
Because I am thinking critically.
Explain how it's a belief too. Explain that.
Because I'm thinking critically. I'm a 14-year-old boy I cannot confidently say as a 14-year-old boy that I know everything about measurements, right? And I don't have any other factors that I cannot consider.
But you
I could try my best.
You can't know anything.
No, I could know it, and eventually, in some time, I'm sure I will, right? And I will do this because this is something that's got me intrigued recently, right? And I've done some critical thinking, right? That does not require me to go outside and personally do an experiment, right? So I still think, right, that there is no one.
What is this critical thinking? We're all on the edge.
My critical thinking is 2 things, right? First of all, despite what you've claimed, I think there is no absolute reason, right, for why the government would lie about it. Second of all, I think too many people would be in on it. Like even pilots would have to be in on it.
Do you think that people don't lie? Like, have you never lied?
Oh no, of course, yes, of course, everybody lies. But it's completely different. There's a difference between a very well thought out lie that has been told by several people over history and a lie that you just tell just because you're bored. You can't link those together because they're completely separate. Of course, people lie.
You only have someone is lying. You don't need a reason. You only need to prove that someone is lying.
Yes, you do. Of course, you do. Well,
okay, but hang on, hold on, though. If we can establish that it's a lie, right, based on measurements, have you proven curvature? Because I was listening before, and you haven't. Right. So
you're bringing me to the same point over and over again. When I try and make advances to this point, you bring me back into it.
Well, I just got here, so I don't know why you're making claims
I don't
against
know who
me.
sorry, I don't know who you are because I've kind of mixed up the voices, but that's what's been going on so far.
Okay, so you've proved curvature then?
Of course, I haven't. I've told this before. I have not proved curvature, and it's not something I can do easily. And as much as you'd like to simplify it down, right? It completely depends on what part of the Earth you're on and what you're looking at. And even if that was the case, I have high school maths as a backup, right? I can't completely prove it, right? And my
But
senses
then why do you
can lie to
believe
me.
it though? Why do you believe it? Because you said you critically think, which I mean,
I do critically
that
think.
went
That's
on
why
a
I'm critically
tangent, but
thinking about the government's lying.
right. Okay, so you think that nobody has any motive? There's like
Nope, I don't say that. I said there has to be for normal lies, right? For a kid to lie, like a child to lie. Of course, they'd lie for anything for no reason because they're a child. But when you're telling a lie that is so elaborate, right, that several people are in on, that is gone out throughout history, there has to be a reason. It cannot just be of dumb luck.
But why is the lie so?
How many people are in on the Santa Claus lie, and how elaborate is that one, and how
Well,
crazy is that one?
I think, right, for anyone to be lying, let's say, right, you probably think there's like, let's say, for you, like a couple hundred people that are thinking about it, like are lying about it, right? For me, I think it is much more than that because several people throughout history have to keep up the lie, right? And have to back it up themselves. I think even pilots, citizen, I can become a pilot when I'm older, right? And for me to fly a plane, I would have to know the curvature of the Earth, and I'd have to consider it into my flight. If I didn't, as a flat
That
earther,
was
right?
actually a rhetorical question because it was just I wanted you to
Well,
think about it. But I think
regardless, you wanted me
Well,
to think
now
about
we
it.
know he wants to be a pilot. Okay.
Nope.
Well, this is the. Oh no, you don't. Oh, okay.
No, I'm saying I could. You're taking what I said out of context. You're taking what I said out of context. I said if I became a pilot, I would have to know the true shape of the Earth for me
No,
to
you
fly a
wouldn't.
plane.
No,
yes, I
no.
would.
We've
How
been
would I
over.
travel
Okay,
across
calm
the-
down. First of all, stop.
Okay.
Slow down.
You're mocking me,
Take
though.
a
You're
breath.
mocking me. You're dead ass mocking me.
Take a breath. Slow
Cool.
down. Drace has
Can I
posted
do
a couple of
quick-
images over in the chat, and if you wanted to learn how to fly a plane, you
Yep.
do not need to know a single thing about the curvature of the Earth because
Can I
you
add
are
something?
trained and
Not right now,
taught.
Bacon.
Mm-hmm.
You are trained and taught to treat the Earth as if it is a non-rotating, stationary plane.
Okay. Well, if that was the case,
Okay.
if the Earth was flat, right, certain countries would be much closer to each other, right, and it would take a lot less
Quick change
distance.
the
to get-
subject. That was awesome. That was a complete
No,
change.
yeah, sure,
What just
sure.
happened?
I can't prove that. I can't prove that. But regardless, we're still on
So
the same
then, why
subject,
are
so
you
no problem.
making claims that you can't prove? Like, how long has this been going on for, Mushi?
So you can
Mushy?
disprove them for me. That's why I'm here.
Did you even hear
We're
what you
not
said?
here. We're like,
So you can. I'm making claims, right, and I'm making stuff, and I'm making allegations, right, and I'm asking questions. The whole reason I'm here is so I can think critically and be disproven. Why are you making fun of me for that?
Can I ask you something?
Can
I interject?
To see if I can be disproven. That's
Bacon-
why I'm here.
just hang on. There's people talking.
No, I want to be part of the conversation. I think I have some shareable.
What did you send me, Jamesy?
Are you a woman?
Well, Sophia, I believe, was going to respond.
I'm just about to ask
Mushi,
that.
so-
Go ahead, yeah.
I want to ask you something about something you said earlier. You said with the curvature thing, right? You said that it would depend on where you are on the ball. So I would just like you to think about a ball and then maybe
Okay.
just explain to me, is there any part of a ball that doesn't curve?
If you listen to me properly, you would know that I said the Earth is not a complete perfect sphere. So certain parts are not a
But
perfect
the
sphere.
pictures show a complete perfect
Yes, from
sphere.
outside, from afar
But
away, right?
how do you prove these claims? How do you
Because
prove
science,
these
because
things?
science says this.
Because
right?
science,
So,
what?
I mean, you're
a
science. All your
photo
claims, all
from
your claims are
NASA
made up.
is science now? Is that the claim you're making?
I mean, this is the whole point of this is right, proving one
No.
side wrong.
I asked you a question. Are
Yes,
you gonna
that is the
answer
claim
that?
I'm making because the whole point of
So
this
you
is
think
proving one side wrong.
a photo from NASA is science? That's what you're saying, right?
No, no photo from no. That's not what I'm saying. You're taking my words out of context. I'm
That's
saying.
what she just asked you though, and you said yes.
Yeah, I know. You said, do you you talking about? Do you believe in like NASA? So NASA is the scientists here. Yes, they are, but I'm not basing off of one photo. They have loads of things analysis. It's not just that one photo, and you know that. So why are you acting like it is?
Well,
I think there's
claiming a photo was science, so I had to call you out on it and see if
You
you
said
agreed.
you
At
asked
any
me if
rate.
you think if I think, right, that NASA has science, right, and is science, right, and they have scientists, so I do think they're scientists. And you said, well,
NASA
do you think
is
one photo?
science.
Yeah, no, they do scientists. They have scientists, right, and they make answers for science. Like that's basically what you're trying to ask me, right? And then you went and said, right, how do you base that off of one photo? I don't. NASA has loads of evidence, right? That is, you're acting like NASA has one photo to prove everything, which they don't. And you know that. They have countless sources. So why are you acting, right? Why are you pretending that that's the only thing? Why are you demeaning me like that?
Okay, can you listen? Can you just listen?
I mean, if you listen
just
to
a
me,
teeny tiny.
We've been listening enough. Just be quiet, Mushi.
if you listened to me, then you would have known the whole.
Oh,
the Earth
Mushi,
isn't
just
completely-
stop
Calm down.
please.
Sophia has
Literally-
something. Mushi. Sophia has something she'd like you to say, and before she says it, I'd
Go
just
ahead.
like to say, maybe if you're such a fan of science,
Mhm.
consider setting aside the presuppositions that you're absolutely sure you live on a globe,
Yep.
and just pretend. No one here knows you. You just pretend for a minute that there's
Mhm.
some tiny little chance that the globe model might be false, and just
Yeah.
calm down. You already have all these presuppositions, not just about the globe, but about who we are. You started talking about your senses, then you started
Mhm.
talking about the critical thinking, all these buzzwords that are swirling around in your head. Just try to calm down your mind.
Okay.
Listen to what Sophia says and respond to what she actually says, not
Okay.
to what you think flat earthers are, not to all these straw men that you've brought with them. Leave those straw men
Yeah.
aside and just listen to the actual people that are here in front of you.
Of
All right,
course, yes.
Sophia, what did you want to say to him?
Okay, so I think with this one we might have to go back to just what exactly in your mind do you think science is?
What is the definition of science? I'll have to look that up. It's not very.
Can
I guess
you?
it's proving
No,
something.
don't. I
Let me-
don't think you should look it
let
up.
me- let me
I
look
want to
this up
say what
quickly.
you. Oh, you have to look it up. That's too bad. Because
Yeah.
I'd really like to hear what you just think.
It's,
like off
of
your
course I
own
can give
words off
you-
the
Your
top of your
critical,
head.
use your critical thinking mind,
Yeah.
Mushi, and tell us
Nah.
what science is
If you want to
Science.
look it up,
without
that's
looking it
fine.
up.
Oh,
I don't.
no,
Yeah, I
Jennifer,
don't know.
look here.
I don't know what
First,
definition.
without looking it up, then look it up.
Critical-
Okay, okay, okay.
Yeah.
Critical
I
thinking
wanna do
isn't
both.
supposed
I
to
wanna
give
do
you
both.
word definitions.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
it's
so
hard to give
my
definitions for
point
words.
My
It's hard
point
to give
is, you
definitions for
come in
words,
here
especially
and
in
you come in here and you scream at us science, science, science.
Same.
But we disagree on what you think that word means. So let's start
Mhm.
at the beginning and
Yeah.
determine what exactly is science and what is it used for and how is it used? What does it do?
First of all, I have not
So-
come in here and mentioned science. In fact, the first thing I've done is said, let's put aside science because we won't agree on
Why
it.
are you arguing?
Because this is an argument. I'm arguing.
Let's let's determine what
What
the
did you
science
think I was doing?
means.
Jesus. Okay, yeah.
Okay, I want to point something. I want to address something that
This is an argument. I don't know why you
do about
confuse an
science
argument.
because he was claiming that NASA did science, that these guys that give them this information does science. But I want to read what Michio Kaku says. He says, "You're not going to believe this. In science, we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process." And he says, "Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork."
And they're off by over 95%.
Mushy,
your-
so for
They're wrong.
something to
It's not
be
science.
for something to fall within the scientific method, you would have to be able to observe it firstly, right?
See, this is why
Does
I
your
didn't
brain
want to.
tell you that? You have
Not
to be
necessarily
able
the
to
first,
observe something.
Yeah, not necessarily the first, as Bacon
Yeah,
said. but-
that's why experiments are for. They're
yeah, exactly. And this
But you
is
still
the
can
main
produce
reason.
observations.
Yeah, so if you do an experiment, you have to be able to observe something, you have to be able to measure something, and that experiment has to be you have to be able to repeat that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now we want to know if that is the definition of science, where is the science where they observe and measure the curvature of the Earth?
Look it up. That's pretty easy. I'm not gonna spew out all of it because I don't know off by heart. If you do a quick Google search, or if you go into NASA's official thing, right, page, you will be able to see some knowledge on it. There's countless websites for middle schoolers.
Okay, so I don't need to go to a website. I can just go outside, right? So I want to know outside with the math that they give us.
Mm-hmm.
Why does it not add up in reality? Why can we see further than we're supposed to?
Because you're not accounting refraction. That's why.
Yes. I don't know the exact science. This guy seems like he's more educated in the subject, right? And I've seen videos, but I've not delved into why, right? So you keep on asking me these questions about. Listen to me, please don't cut me off. You keep on asking me these questions about the curvature.
Look into this, but you come to argue with us.
I already explained this to you, and I'm going around in circles. So please let me finish.
Shut up, kid. Listen to the woman.
You say you haven't looked into this at all, but you come here claiming stuff and then arguing with us.
Not at all. I wouldn't say not at all. But I've seen at least the basics. And did I not come in here and say, like, the first thing I said, right, is I'm not extremely educated on the silence, right? So let's think about this critically.
So why are you
good thing whether or not the Earth is curving is not a science question. Good thing it's a measurement question, right?
How did you measure that?
Mushy, please.
Yes.
You're not understanding. You keep saying how you don't know anything. You're sure all these people smarter than you have figured it out. You're not old enough, and so on. And yet you're coming in here so confident that you're right. Do you not? I mean, I understand. Like part of it is the youth. Okay, I understand.
Yeah.
But, you don't. You assume that whoever these mysterious they are that have definitely proven this have done it, but you can't bring it to us. You say, "Oh, just go look it up." Why don't you look it up? That's what I did. That's what I did, and I found there was nothing. Because when you take the actual radius of the Earth that they claim, which is 3,959 miles, and when you test that in reality, which is the claimed curvature, that if you Google what is the curvature of the Earth, the answer you will get is approximately 8 inches per mile squared is the rate at which the curvature...
That formula is wrong.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Are either of you capable of listening to anyone for more than 10 seconds?
We did listen, and you made a false claim, and I pointed it out. That's a false formula.
No, it's false. Yes, absolutely. Google is wrong, and the mainstream model is wrong when they claim this. This is what we're testing. You're absolutely right that it is incorrect. The Earth does not, in fact, curve at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared, which is what you will find roughly when you look. Okay, I'm going to mute both. I'm going to mute both of you until I finish my point, because you guys are rich. Okay. You guys are little brats to come in here thinking you can lecture us, having no idea what our credentials are or what kind of research we've put into this. And we're trying to explain to you the facts of your world. And you're in here defending the system, even though you're young people. You are a sore excuse for youth. Used to be youth would question authority, would not go to school and just lap up the nonsense and come spewing it out, even admitting they have nothing to back it up. And you're in here with your little attitudes thinking you're better than all of us. You know nothing about us. I know a lot about you two because you've exposed yourself left, right, and center. Doesn't matter what little formula you use, Bacon. It's still approximately the same. And we're talking about thousands of feet of drop that should be there. For example, when I've seen the city of Chicago across Lake Michigan, the entire skyline should be hidden, according to any formula you want to spew out at me, Bacon. At thousands of feet of curvature, that skyline should be hidden, yet I can see the city of Chicago across Lake Michigan. You don't got any proof of your globe. You don't even claim to have any proof. You just got lies. You got buzzwords. You think you're critical thinking because you went to school and they gave you a worksheet and said, if you fill this out the way we said, you're good at critical thinking. That you guys don't even know what critical thinking is. You are the opposite of a critical thinker. So somebody, because you filled out the critical thinking worksheet properly and you spewed the propaganda properly, they said, oh gosh, you are the most amazing critical thinker ever known to man. I'm here to tell you guys, you don't got logic, you don't got critical thinking, and you do not have any proof of curvature or rotation.
Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am.
Get 'em.
Oh, so you muted us so you could make a bunch of false claims and we can't respond to any.
Name the first
Yeah.
false claim, Bacon. Name the first false claim, and we'll address it one by one.
Yeah, there we admitted to have nothing to back us up. We never said that.
Okay, bring us the proof of curvature or rotation. We're waiting. Where's your verifiable, scientific, testable, repeatable, provable evidence of curvature, rotation, or motion of any kind in regard to the Earth where we live? Live stream, voice, text. I'll give you a few minutes while I talk to Mushi to come up with it, Bacon.
All right.
And he's got
One
an
way you
annoying
can
voice as
prove
well.
rotation is with a simple experiment called the Foucault pendulum. I'm sure you guys are familiar with this, right?
Not an experiment, not a demonstration.
Yeah, you can do it. You can do it yourself. I mean, many people done in their own houses.
No, that does not.
Did he
You
just
do
say
not have any
Cavendish?
proof of the cause of any kind of motion that you claim is being done by.
It matches pretty much what you would predict from a spinning Earth rotation.
Again, and yeah, you're getting off topic. That isn't curvature. Like you are.
She asked it for 3 different things. One of them was a spin, and that's the easiest experiment you
Yeah,
can
because
make.
you got to get away from curvature, right? You can't stick to curvature.
No, I don't have
Curvature
to.
should be the easiest one.
No,
So
it
that
shouldn't.
give us curvature.
No, it shouldn't. It shouldn't be the easiest one because when
There's
you're
no
using,
evidence to spin, you retard.
because when you're looking to things beyond the horizon, you're assuming light is traveling in a straight line, and that's false. So you have to account for refraction, and refraction depends on many factors. So that makes it
Do you even know what
extremely
refraction
hard.
is?
Sorry, of course I do.
You know, okay, what is it?
Yeah, it's when light bends when it goes from mediums in which it travels in different speeds.
No, when it's the boundary between two mediums.
Yeah, you don't need a
It
boundary.
occurs. Yes, you do.
No, you
It
don't.
occurs
You-
at the boundary between two mediums. Show me refraction.
when you have a boundary, you know what the principle of the refraction is? That's not refraction is not like a universal law described in English that atoms are trying to follow.
All over the place. You're going from curvature.
No, I'm just telling you
Yeah,
guys.
Wobbly. You went from curvature to Cavendish to now we're talking about
I
refraction.
never
Like,
mentioned
anything.
Cavendish.
I mean, I had no fun talking to Moochie. This is ridiculous.
quiet.
This is out of control. You're spiraling.
No. I mean, I didn't even mention Cavendish.
What, isn't that the
You're
one you
just making too many false claims and not letting me answer when
What
it comes up.
false claims are we making?
That I went to Cavendish experiment,
And
for
so
example.
I asked earlier, did he just say Cavendish? You said anybody can do this experiment at home. Then what
I wasn't
experiment were you talking about?
talking about Cavendish. I was talking about Foucault's pendulum.
Oh, well, that one's just as bad.
You're making
Either
nothing
way,
but.
it's nothing but straw man after straw man after straw man and spiraling.
straw man?
Like,
What's the straw man?
every argument you keep bringing up that deflects from the one that we were previously having because you don't have anything for that argument. I mean, you're just spiraling. Let's stick to a topic. We were talking about curvature, measurements, curvature. We can stick with that. Mushi and all of us were at least like staying on track. Like it might have gotten out of control, but at least he was able to stay on track.
Well,
You're
actually,
coming
I
in
answered what you asked
We can
for.
go back to Mushi if you want. We can mute this guy.
I mean-
so yeah, Mushi didn't get to respond. He had something to say a while back. So
I
Mushi,
honestly,
what'd
I
you
don't
want to
remember
say?
what I was saying
Okay,
with the
that's
whole
fair.
thing. Dandelion, I think, I don't know who said it, but it was kind of demeaning the way you were talking to me with me saying,
Yeah,
I get
but
that I'm
sure was
talking.
because you need somebody to slap
Listen,
you on to make you
please.
realize you don't know what you're talking about.
That's not what I
You're
mean.
coming in here with your attitude. Okay, Mushi, I do not like to bring out my credentials. You keep tempting me to bring them out. I'm still not
I don't-
going
I
to. I'm
don't.
still not going to.
don't
I'm still
need
not
to.
going to because you make these assumptions that
What?
you know better than everyone else, and that these so-called scientists know better than everyone else. And they don't. And even other scientists, you love science so much. There are many other scientists who come out and say astrophysicists are just full of it. They do not use the scientific method, which was just explained to you, because the scientific method requires a natural observation. There is no natural observation possible in the case of a globe. In terms of this, Foucault's pendulum that Bacon's talking about, not scientific either, because you're not controlling the variables. There's no proof that any kind of motion that you're finding in that pendulum. Have you discounted the possibility of electromagnetism being a factor? No, you have not. They just claim, look at that thing, it moved. That means the Earth is moving. I mean, that is like a child's view. So if you would like to stick around this server, I hope you do. Although I have to say, this is the this is the low key version of what you'll find if you stick around the server. I hope you do. I hope you get to talk to some of the guys in here, because you need to be taken down a peg, because you're a young person. You got your life ahead of you. You are brainwashed by the system. You think you're a critical thinker. You think what I'm saying is funny because you have this perception.
No, that's not what I think is funny.
Okay, what do you think is funny? Go ahead and tell me.
I think it's funny that you've misunderstood me.
Okay, tell me what I misunderstood. Go ahead.
First of all, you've said that I'm a huge scientist and I'm a science nerd, right? And I've come in here spewing out all the science.
Science is what we like. You said,
I said,
if NASA said it, then you're going to believe it. NASA said that okay, Nishi, here we go. You believe NASA? NASA says right on their own website that that blue marble image of the Earth, which is one of the most popular images of the globe, put on the first iPhone home screen, that they created that image. I put the link in there from the live stream voice text, exact quote from NASA.gov. They wrapped a flat map around the ball, and Robert Simon, whose job is data visualization and designer, my part was integrating the surface, clouds, and ocean to match people's expectations of how the Earth looks from space. So so you told me you're sure you live on a globe. What's your percentage certainty on that?
Honestly, obviously I could be wrong. I think critical thinking is thinking out of the box, right? I should be able to think.
You are in the box, believe me. You're in the box.
I should be able to think hypothetically. I think, right, there's obviously a possibility, right? There's a possibility of everything. There is a possibility that Earth can be flat.
What's your percentage certainty?
I have no idea. I would say I'm about 95% sure that the Earth is thing. And also with the whole science thing, right? Why do you have a guess, right? Have an assumption on why you think, right? I joined the server and joined this crew, and the first thing I said is I don't know enough about the science, right, to talk about it. So we should discuss that, and let's talk about why this would happen. Let's talk about reason. Let's talk about psychology.
Because you don't need that's where people go who don't want to deal with what we just explained.
I will deal with that eventually.
So then, Mushi, I just told you that at the radius of 3,959 miles, the mainstream model predicts curvature will increase at the rate of 8 inches per mile squared, and yet we see objects.
I don't know what you're talking about. You're just saying numbers. I can't understand that in my head.
We can see way further than we should if we were on a globe of the dimensions claimed.
I cannot deny anything you're saying, and I cannot prove them, and you know this.
Why are you not more interested? Why are you not curious?
I am interested, but right now it's something extremely complex. I have just gotten to this, right? And the thing is, right, if the Earth truly is flat, that without a doubt, you definitely should be able to tell me these simple questions on why the government would do this.
I'm not the government. Hold on.
But can you prove that?
Read their mind.
Yes, I can. Why? Why can't you tell me? I don't know what's wrong.
Because here's what you're doing. Here's what you need to realize. You can't prove the psychology of it. So you don't want to go on to something that you can prove. You want to go on to something.
No, I can prove it. I can prove the psychology of it.
You want to go on to something that you're more comfortable with talking about. You're uncomfortable
well, yes,
with
I
talking
am.
about this because you know this is verifiable. You know the psychology is not. So you're trying to move on to something that's not verifiable, that's not provable, because you're not comfortable with knowing that this is verifiable and knowing that it tears and destroys down.
You're 50% right. You're 50% right. I'm not going on to science, right? As I said, I am not enough educated on it, and I do have to be properly educated, and I am new to this. So the reason I'm going on to the psychology, right, is because this claim of the Earth being flat would only work if it would make sense for people to lie about the Earth being flat, right? It would only work if that was the case.
Can you define critical thinking? Can you define
honestly, I'm not good with definitions, but I understand the basic meaning of it.
So what's the basic meaning of critical thinking?
Thinking critically towards something, but that doesn't make any sense.
That's not very good at all. It means being skeptical. It means being unbiased. It means being able to look at something, take yourself apart from it, and actually literally be able to critically analyze it and think about it from every single possible angle. You have not been able to do that in a single one of the conversations that have taken place here.
If that's not the case.
All you have done is said, "Nuh-uh." Like literally. That's all you've done this
disregarding everything I'm saying.
No, I'm not disregarding
I want to go back to your original, what you just said and what you started with. Okay, for some reason that's very important to you. It is not necessary for everyone in the world to be in on this lie. Many people, like for example, when I used to teach science in the public schools, I believed we were on the globe. I was sure somebody had proved that. And so I also passed that on to my students. I was not sitting there consciously lying to my students. Very few people need to be actually understand that this is a lie for it to be perpetuated generation after generation. In the case of NASA.gov, I mean, we have Robert Simon right on the NASA.gov website saying they use CGI to create an image of the globe. So the other part of it that you have, Mushi, and please just consider this. You admit, you have the humility to admit that you don't know everything and so on. I'm here to tell you there are many very intelligent people in this world who know the globe is nonsense. You're
So I should
not
blindly
going to
trust
see.
them.
Oh my gosh.
Is that what you're saying? Because this whole point is
No, that
you
is
said to me.
absolutely the opposite of what my
No,
point is.
you said to
Are
me.
you going to force me? I'm here trying to respect your original question. Oh, somebody muted you. Good. Because you do not get the concept of communication at all. I'm here trying to humor your original question, even though it's pointless, because if you actually looked at the measurements, which, as I explained to you, only require middle school Pythagorean theorem math to understand, then you wouldn't need to worry about all this motive, psychology, and so on. But because you care so much about that, I am trying to explain to you how it's possible. So, for example, the first man who explained to me that the moon landings could not have possibly happened scientifically the way they were said to have happened in 1969. That was a PhD pharmaceutical researcher who was a family friend of mine, who was one of the smartest men I knew from other things that he told me. So when he explained to me, they really didn't go to the moon. At first, I'm like, whoa, what is this craziness? But then I listened to him. I knew he was an intelligent man, and I heard his reasons, and I realized, what many of us here have realized, even if you don't understand the earth is flat, I understood this decades before I knew the earth is flat, that was a film propaganda piece that they put out in 1969. Obviously, if you can't handle the flat earth, we can put some sources in here to maybe look into the moon landing first. If you can't understand why people would lie, and you don't understand the concept of classified levels of government or whatever cover story they came up with, that it was, because of Russia or whatever nonsense, if you want to start at a baby level, we'll get some resources for you to look into the moon landings, because you want to critical think. You need to start critically thinking about, and maybe you can't handle flat earth yet, and that's perfectly fine. We can start with something that's easier for you to deal with, to see how the entire organization of NASA was founded on a lie for a very specific purpose, founded by ex-Nazis coming over here after World War II and so on. We can show you, pictures of the head of NASA with Stanley Kubrick, who did, I think, admit that he was part of the filming of the moon landing before he died. I mean, you're obviously very new to even the concept, which is just weird to me as a young person. Like, you seem like somebody just tells you something and then you just believe it, and yet you're fighting us so hard because and I don't know, like, what is it that makes you determine whether something is real? Not just popularity, or you just don't want anyone to make fun of you, or like, what is your motivation here, Mushi? If you really want to go into the psychology, why do you have so much trouble opening your mind to any other point of view except for the kindergarten level cartoon that's the evening news and your so-called science class?
I'd like to say, right, if I had zero critical thinking, if I blindly followed everything I saw, right, I would frankly just not be here. I would not be here getting my views vulnerable, right, and being able to be proven wrong in some ways, right? That is why I'm here, to see if my views can be challenged and if they can be proven wrong. So I am definitely, when I said there's a 95% chance, right, that I think the earth is round, right? That is a 5% chance, and that is at least, you have to give me some credibility.
I do. I do. You know what? I do. 5% is way better. We had this guy who claimed he had a master's degree in engineering, which we question that, but this guy, Charlie, a few weeks ago, I used Charlie as an example, RIP Charlie. He said he has 99.9999999% sure he lived on a globe. You are 4.99999% more intelligent than this guy with a master's degree.
I wouldn't say that.
So I am impressed that you are here, Mushi, and I am impressed that you are sticking with it here. And despite I've kind of been roasting you, I know a lot of these ladies will be a lot nicer to you than I am, but I do give you credit for that.
You ended it very well, Danny.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jenny.
The first thing you have to do is figure out what is science.
Why
needs
is
to
it?
figure out what critical thinking is as well. He still doesn't understand that.
If I didn't critical think, I wouldn't be here. We already mentioned that.
That's a fallacious statement.
That is a true statement.
No, it's
if
not.
If I was somebody who like 100% believed the Earth, like if I only thought my views could ever be right and nobody could ever prove me wrong, why would I come in to some Discord server, right? Have people oppose my views, right? And carry on arguing with them just for the fun
I
of
don't
it?
know. Let me put on a football jersey and go out onto the football field because I wouldn't be there if I didn't know how to play football.
I mean, clearly I have some level of critical thinking. You already established that. Also,
It
I have a
doesn't.
question,
It doesn't
right?
seem that way, but maybe we can.
I mean, you
We're
already
trying
agreed.
to
I'm
help you.
taking it back, but okay.
Hey, Mushi, what's the name of your YouTube channel?